उत्तराखंड में बागवानी से सशक्त हो रहे हैं किसान, बन रही है उन्नत प्रदेश की विशिष्ट पहचान। मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी के संकल्प से किसानों की आय में जबरदस्त मुनाफा, फल और सब्जियों में पौष्टिकता, विकास के अंत्योदय सफर की कहानी लिख रही है। मुख्यमंत्री एकीकृत बागवानी विकास योजना के तहत किसानों को समृद्ध बनाने के लिए कोल्ड स्टोरेज पर 50% सब्सिडी अथवा 7,50,000 रुपए तक और रेफ्रिजरेटर वैन पर 50% सब्सिडी अथवा 13 लाख रुपए तक दिए जा रहे हैं। साथ ही फल, सब्जियां, पुष्प और मसालों के पौधे और बीज 50% सब्सिडी पर किसानों को प्रदान किए जा रहे हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री एकीकृत बागवानी योजना के तहत हमें सब्जी और बीज उपलब्ध कराए जाते हैं, जिसमें कि हमें समय समय पर उद्यान विभाग के द्वारा विभिन्न प्रकार के कीटनाशक दवाइयां भी उपलब्ध कराई जाती हैं और महिलाओं का एक आजीविका को लेकर एक नया ही उत्साह उत्पन्न हुआ है।
मुख्यमंत्री संरक्षित उद्यान विकास योजना में पॉली हाउस के अंदर सब्जी या पुष्प का उत्पादन करने पर किसानों को 80% तक सब्सिडी प्रदान की जा रही है। बाजार हस्तक्षेप योजना के तहत सी ग्रेड सेब और अन्य फलों को समर्थन मूल्य पर खरीदने के लिए व्यवस्था की गई है। फसल बीमा योजना के तहत फलों और मौसमी सब्जियों का बीमा कराया जाता है और सरकार किसानों को प्रीमियम की कई गुना धनराशि प्रदान कर रही है।
हमने आम की फसल का बीमा करवाया था, जिसका 8 गुना प्रीमियम हमें सीधा डीबीटी के माध्यम से हमारे अकाउंट में प्राप्त हुआ। मैं धन्यवाद अदा करना चाहूंगा उत्तराखंड सरकार, मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी का।
बागवानी योजनाओं से खुल रहे हैं समृद्धि के द्वार, किसानों को मजबूत बना रही है उत्तराखंड सरकार।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन एवं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व में महाकुंभ 2025 में सनातन पताका लहराने के लिए तैयार है उत्तर प्रदेश। उच्च कोटि के प्रबंधन वाले मानवता के इस अमूर्त धरोहर से साधु संतों के साथ ही कल्पवासी भी पुण्य के भागी बनेंगे। कल्पवास अर्थात 1 माह तक संगम तट पर डेरा डालकर वेदों का अध्ययन और ध्यान पूजा, जो पौष मास के 11वें दिन से प्रारंभ होकर माघ माह के 12वें दिन तक चलती है। श्वेत व पीताम्बरधारी कल्पवासियों के दर्शन, संगम में डुबकी और पूज्य साधु संतों के आशीर्वाद का पुण्य प्रसाद प्रयागराज महाकुंभ में बंट रहा हो तो चहुं ओर एक ही जयकार गुंजायमान है। आओ चले महाकुंभ, पुण्य फलें महाकुंभ चलें।
From bustling cityscapes to the beating heart of tech hubs, innovation thrives.
Welcome to Zanga, architects of digital transformation, where innovation meets excellence. We're a team of deep tech innovators working across various industries.
With almost 30 years of experience in tech engineering, I have seen firsthand how innovation transforms businesses.
Hi, I am Bala Subramaniam, an MBA from the Asian Institute of Management with professional experience of more than 25 years in finance, consulting, risk management, and fraud investigations. We understand that business is about multiple moving parts. So at Zangam, the strategy is very simple. Cut the clutter.
As a medical professional and an insurance expert for last 20 years, I know the insurance business deep and wide. At Zangam Group, innovation to transform the business is the core of the offerings. Innovation in technology and innovation in operations too.
Hi, I am Vinay Iyer, Chartered Accountant with more than 20 years of experience in the technology industry. We are Microsoft Gold Certified Partners and LS Central Diamond Certified Partners.
We differentiate ourselves by heavily investing in R&D in 2 key areas: adapting latest cutting and bleeding edge technologies like AI, blockchain, IoT. And the second area is investing in understanding the domain problems of the industry. Then we create a Zangdom to culminate in industry-ready, co-created solutions.
At Zangam Group, our technological philosophy is built on 3 pillars: integration, innovation, and impact.
At Zangam Labs, we bring in the learning from multiple clients and technologies to create new enterprises. Labs is about actually developing new entrepreneurs so that innovation keeps continuing inside the business and also for our clients. Our strategy to handle disruption is simple. Be the disruptor.
Through Zangam Labs, we've created a technological symphony of AI, analytics, and automation, thereby delivering scalable business transformation.
We work with Zangam Labs to augment Microsoft D365 solution to provide a cutting-edge advantage to our customers.
Our AI-driven solutions have been reshaping every aspect of the insurance value chain, including redefining distribution, intelligent underwriting, and automated claims processing. The value we offer to our clients goes way beyond traditional insurance boundaries. We proudly tell our clients, your vision is our mission, your success is our destination.
We mainly cater to customers in the retail, hospitality, and duty-free segment. Our customers are present in more than 20 countries.
Welcome to Zanga, and this is my team.
Move. The possibilities are endless. The future is bright.
And after this house Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the IDFC FIRST Bank presents Times Network India Economic Conclave, co-presented by Adani. We're beginning the proceedings now. Request you to take your designated seats and to switch your phones to the silent mode. Thank you.
A storm is rising. Not just any storm. The storm of change. The storm of progress. The storm of India. From the heart of this storm, a surge of unstoppable power emerges. The power to ignite, to accelerate, to transform. The world stage is set. As India accelerates, it's racing towards a new world order. Faster. Higher. Bolder. As we accelerate, we do so with responsibility. We're not just racing to the top. We're racing towards a sustainable, green, and resilient future. With strength comes security. India's defense capabilities are now stronger than ever. With cutting-edge technology and unmatched self-reliance. India's rise isn't just a national ambition.
When India grows, the whole world grows. India will be the third largest economy soon.
It's a global transformation. This is India now. Relentless. Unstoppable. Racing to the top. Our vision is clear. Fast track to top 3. The race begins today.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome your hosts for the morning. National editor at ET Now, Aisha Faridi, and editor Output Desk at Times Now, Meghna Dekka.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to IDFC FIRST Bank presents Times Network India Economic Conclave, co-presented by Adani.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is our annual marquee event that champions the economic agenda of our nation.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, Meghna, it is at this premier economic forum that we host the biggest and the finest minds across the globe to chart the course for the world's fastest growing economy.
In fact, Times Network has consistently been driving the impactful editorial initiative that fuels India's economic progress, empowering digital transformation and bolstering business growth. Our flagship initiative, the India Economic Conclave, stands at the forefront of this very effort.
In fact, for the past 9 groundbreaking years, India Economic Conclave has been the crucible where economic policies are forged and futures are reimagined. Over the course of each remarkable edition, the economic and socio-political agendas set at the Times Network India Economic Conclave have not only resonated across the nation, but have also become key touchstones for policymakers and global stalwarts alike.
In fact, now in its 10th edition, India Economic Conclave resonates the unified vision of the political, business and the economic leaders that India's rise as a superpower is not just a possibility, but an inevitability. And our theme, Fast Track to the Top 3, is the vehicle that seeks to explore, discuss and forecast the trajectory for India's rise to one of the world's top 3 economies.
In fact, ladies and gentlemen, as the third largest hub for scientific and technical talent, India has become the global center for technology and services. Moreover, the country is solidifying its place as the preferred destination for manufacturing and industry, thanks to her free market economy, democratic values, and transparent business environment.
We have gathered here today at the glorious Bharat Mandapam, the same venue that hosted the world-renowned G20 summit, now the backdrop for the 10th edition of the India Economic Conclave right here. In fact, this event reflects the vision of a new India as envisioned by Prime Minister Modi ji, aiming to position India amongst the top 3 global economies by 2047 and to fulfill the nation's aspirations as we enter Amrit Kal. In fact, do share your thoughts and tag us on your posts using the hashtag IEC 2024.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, to formally welcome this August gathering, we would like to invite the Managing Director of the Times Group, Mr. Vineet Jain, to set the context for this landmark platform that has driven tectonic shifts in the journey of India's economic rise over the past 9 years. Sir.
A bigger round of applause, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished participants, welcome to the Times Network India Economic Conclave. It is our privilege to convene this gathering of visionaries, leaders, and change makers who are committed to shaping the future of India's economy. Today, we embark on a crucial dialogue aimed at propelling India into the ranks of the top 3 global economies, a vision that is not just a distant dream, but an achievable reality. As we begin this conclave, let us recognize the remarkable journey India has undertaken in recent years. Our great nation has emerged as a beacon of growth and innovation, capturing the attention and confidence of the global community. The conclave serves as a platform to harness that momentum, to share insights, and to forge pathways that will elevate India's economic stature. We are honored to have with us Mr. Piyush Goyal, our esteemed Minister of Commerce and Industry. His leadership and vision have been instrumental in navigating India through challenging global economic volatility and in crafting policies that foster trade growth and resilience. We extend our deepest gratitude to him for joining us and sharing his invaluable insights. Additionally, we will be privileged to welcome Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, Mr. Hardeep Puri, Mr. Mansukh Mandavia, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia, Mr. Kinjar Rapu Naidu, and a host of other policymakers and dignitaries during the conclave. Our esteemed speakers will enlighten us on a range of issues ranging from economy, finance and geopolitics to AI and tech innovation, education, and much more. The discussions over the next 2 days will focus on the collective effort required from every citizen, entrepreneur, and policymaker to realize our shared vision. It is a call to action for unity and collaboration, recognizing that our success depends on the synergy of our efforts. We must create an environment where innovation thrives, businesses flourish, and growth is inclusive and equitable. On day one, we will delve into the core pillars underpinning India's growth story: innovation, sustainable development, and inclusive progress. These discussions will highlight the confidence the world places in India and underscore the opportunities that lie before us. We will explore strategies to build robust infrastructure, enhance human capital, and foster a culture of entrepreneurship. As we transition into day two, we will continue to build on these themes, deepening our understanding and refining our strategies. The insights shared by our esteemed speakers will guide us in navigating the complexities of economic policy, corporate governance, and national security. Our discussions will emphasize the need for policies that are not only growth-oriented, but also equitable and environmentally sustainable. The journey to becoming one of the top 3 global economies is paved with challenges and opportunities. It demands a collective will, determination, and ingenuity. Together, we must move very speedily to creating an India that stands even taller on the global stage. As we embark on this conclave, let us engage in meaningful dialogue, exchange transformative ideas, and commit to actions that will drive India forward much faster than before. The future we aspire to is within our grasp. And together, we can fast-track India to its rightful place among the world's top 3 economies. Thank you for your dedication and commitment to this shared vision. Let us move forward with purpose and determination, confidence and conviction. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you once again to the conclave, and I look forward to meeting many of you and hearing your ideas. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Jain, for those insightful words. In fact, we'd request you to stay back on the stage, Mr. Jain, if you could just please come back on the stage with us so that we can begin the India Economic Conclave with the first things first, of course, the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. Fast track to the top 3 is our focus over the next 2 days here at the Times Network India Economic Conclave, as India has clearly demonstrated its ambition to take on a larger role in global affairs, and it's continuously making history with its growing economic and financial influence on the world stage.
Right. Mr. Jain, if we'll call you in just a few minutes from now. Thank you so much. Well, our speaker to introduce this year's theme, next up, is a man who once dreamt of soaring as a pilot, but instead took flight in the BFSI sector. Known for his very bold vision and risk-taking, he has been instrumental in laying the foundations of what he envisions as a world-class institution.
In fact, today he continues to shape the future of banking. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. V. Vaidyanathan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is really a great pleasure for me to be here at this very, very important event of the India Economic Conclave 2024. We have been associated with this program for the last 10 years, and right from the inception. And I can tell you that this is one of the very significant events which really brings about many thoughts, ideas, and shapes the future of the economy. Now, I'd like to also say Minister Piyush Goyal is here with us, and we really welcome you and all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, in today's session, this is a very important subject, fast track to top 3. This is important because, top 3 looks around the corner. I was just reading up before coming here that in 10 years ago, India was the 10th largest economy in the world. 10th largest. And in 10 years, we have already crossed or overtaken in terms of GDP size Russia, Brazil, Italy, France, UK. And now we are talking in the next 3 years crossing Japan and Germany. Both are in the $4 trillion handle. Germany is like $4.5 trillion and Japan is $4.2 trillion. And we're talking of touching $5 trillion, let me say, in 3 years from now. Now, it's a very, very important thing, and obviously like how you run a race and you figure out that you're running, in 10 years you caught up with 5 of them and 2 more. It's obviously very exciting for all of us as Indians. It's really a proud moment and a proud achievement. Now, we also see that this progress that has happened over the last 10 years is not just by accident. It is something that has, somebody has actually worked towards making this happen. Like the Prime Minister says, niyat, nishtha, and niti, meaning you need to have the intention, the determination, and niti, meaning policy. They all have to come together to make it happen, and last 10 years it has happened. Now, we all have to agree that this is not like a God-ordained thing that India will become the 3rd largest, 2nd largest. It's nothing like that. Policies have made it happen. So in the last 10 years, let me just say that serious work has happened on this front. We've had, the growth of the a large number of reforms that have happened. GST was a major one. It was a difficult one. Vineet, Piyush, I just need your time, folks. Just concentrate. So, because it's really, I'm having this speech for Mr. Piyush Goyal because I saw one of your speeches the other day where you talked about how, people should become entrepreneurs and not just join the government of India. So that point really stuck on me. So I just want to bring that out in the course of discussion. So coming back to the point, so the government has done very specific initiatives over the last 10 years. GST, very big one. There was so much objection to it. People said all sorts of things, this will go crazy, that will go bad, etc. And we are not ready. But somehow someone made it happen. IBC, Very significant reform. Someone made it happen. So much of digitization initiatives. Someone made it happen. Creating of the ecosystem, clearing the Aadhaar bill as a money bill, making it happen. And then setting up this India stack, then setting up the ONDC so that we do commerce with each other. Why should we pay somebody else somewhere in the US or somebody? We are Indians, we're transacting each other, and therefore local, hyper-local delivery can happen. So all this kind of digital ecosystem that the country has brought about, I think is a very massive reform. And all this has powered India to become what it has become today, or becoming the third largest economy as we speak today. Now, we are also talking about the views of the political class. When we were growing up through the 70s and 80s and 90s, we never talk politicians, and that's a very important thing. We have Mr. Piyush Goyal sitting with us here today. So I'd like to say that the first time we are hearing in a long time, or maybe first time in the last 10, 15 years, when political class is now talking about free markets, they're talking of firing up the private sector, they're talking the private sector should invest, private sector should create jobs, we don't mind if you create wealth, you make your wealth, you pay your taxes, and it's great for the nation, competition, and so on. So these and ease of doing business, Startup India. I've seen Mr. Goyal quite a few times in the startup awards in Bangalore, and ministers are coming and celebrating ease of doing business, are celebrating FDI. So this is a very bold statement and massive policy shift, because politicians are powerful people. They drive the policy. So I believe that there are many reasons for India's growth, but this shift of the political narrative towards growth and free markets and private sector is a very big monumental moment, which of course everybody, bureaucrats, everybody derive the line of action and policy from that one. The third thing is about reforms itself. Now, I did notice the other day that I was checking on YouTube, certain articles which talked about itne roads ban rahe hain, lekin desh ka kya hoga, maybe some contractors have benefited from it, but what is it for the common man? There's so much poverty in India, there's so much unemployment in India, desh ka kya hoga? And then, you go and read the comments, a lot of people are saying on that, oh yes, very true, this is a real India, everybody should see this video, and there are some 500 comments for that. When I read that, I was just thinking, what kind of inko samajh mein nahi aata, that when they're setting up roads, it's not just some contractors are benefiting from it. And incidentally, the next day I was, watching a program of Mr. Nitin Gadkari in one of these events, and he was then describing that with the 60,000 kilometers of roads and highways set up in the last 10 years, it's probably about 60 or 70% of what India put in its entire lifetime prior to that, post-independence, that amount of roads, etc., he was talking about bringing down cost of logistics from 16%. China's at 8%, and India is talking of bringing it down to 9%. Now, this is a real way of growing the economy. You put out roads. Today, I think between, Delhi, Dehradun, 2 hours, because we're in Delhi, we're speaking, let me say Delhi, Amritsar, 4 hours. All these connectivities have cut down by half, which means that the transit cost for people to transport goods from one place to the other is cut down by half. Cost of goods comes down. Your inflation comes down to that extent of what it would have been. Your products become more competitive. You can export more. And therefore, this is a very, and then when you export more, you produce more. And when you produce more, you create more employment. You invest more. Then also foreign investors invest in the country because ease of doing business is going up. So these are all fundamentally, just by setting up 60,000 kilometers of roads and highways, you are bringing down cost of goods. You're becoming more competitive. Now, this is lost on people. It is lost on people. You'll be surprised when you talk to even children who are growing up, in schools and colleges, who are in well-read schools, like really top-rated schools of the country. They also don't understand. They also say, no, uncle, we should be, we are putting roads, etc. Itne sare garib mein, desh mein garib ko de do. They don't understand that if you give money to Garib just like that, then you know what will happen. You just fuel consumption, some inflation happens. You don't really create anything. So therefore, this thing about the way India is developing is India, I'd like to communicate to everybody the way India is doing it for the last 10, 15 years of making investments. Roads is one example, ports may be another, of fundamentally transform the economy, fundamentally making it more competitive is a very powerful way of making it happen. The issue is that, talking of policy, how to take the common person along, how to make the common person realize that this is a more sustainable way of growing the economy. Because obviously, the political class has to win elections to be in power, and therefore they can execute changes and so on. But, even the fact that the reforms of digitization world that has happened in the country over the last many years, creation of the entire India stack, the UPI, the digital ecosystem, the credit bureaus, the ONDC, these are all very powerful digital ecosystem getting created. So somewhere I do believe that the education of the public at large, that investment creates growth and jobs on a sustainable basis, maybe even starting it as a curriculum in schools. That is the reason I needed your attention, even as starting as a curriculum in schools, so that these children, when they come out, by the time they are 12th standard, in college, etc., they understand that it is for their future that you invest. For example, moving away from the old, the new pension scheme, going back to the old pension scheme, 20, 30 years from now, all our tax collection will be going and paying pensions if you don't really deal with that issue. So someone has to educate. Education has to start early, and I really leave that as an agenda for the society, for the media, for the journalists, for the government, on how we are going to educate the country on reforms. Else you will always have objections, and you will have to figure out how to do reforms the harder way, which fortunately our country is doing by the force of by the government and by forward thinking. I would like to finally just say that in terms of the green economy, many of these initiatives are actually helping even the green economy. For example, when the traffic is on the roads for less amount of time, they're emitting less smoke. You have half the time. You don't have any more checkposts. You have GST. So 5 hours, trucks are not standing on the road. That much of green economy. And the minister also was talking about the fact that you don't need petrol anymore or diesel anymore. You can use CNG and you can use biofuels and so on. So all this is powering up the economy. I'd like to close by saying, from the financial sector point of view, the really good thing that has happened from the financial sector point of view is that that the credit is now going to bottom of the pyramid. If you see the 3 programs launched by the government maybe 3 or 4 years ago, it's a pretty fantastic program. We talked about the Shishu, the Mudra program. There was a Shishu. Then there's Kishore. Shishu was loans below 50,000 rupees. Kishore was loans between 50,000 rupees to 5 lakh rupees. And Tarun was the loans above 5 lakh rupees up to 10 lakh rupees. There are 3 categories created, and the government was making policy initiatives to power it. Let me share with you numbers. In 2022, 3.5 lakh crores of Mudra loans was given under these 3 programs. Very powerful program to take credit to bottom of pyramid. Until that time, credit was going largely to the upper end of the pyramid. 23, this amount was 4.5 lakh crores. In 24, 5.5 lakh crores. So these programs are really working and taking credit to the bottom of the pyramid. Not that government is giving out 5.5 lakh crores. They create a policy environment, enabling environment to make it happen, which I really appreciate, because the market economics way of making it happen, and eventually credit reaches the bottom of the pyramid. And this is a very, very important thing. And therefore, while we do the macro reforms of building the roads, infrastructure, power, etc., which fundamentally makes the country competitive, for a person who's poor, we cannot say, for example, the other day when I was walking in my building, one of the staff just accosted me and said, my son's face got burnt. Can you help me with some funds? So I was just thinking to myself that to that person, we cannot say that let the economy become 5 trillion, 10 trillion, and by that time, the child's time is gone. So we should be aware that while for example, someone studying for the IIMs, a preparation, wanting a laptop to prepare, we cannot just say that Indian economy will grow. Indian economy will grow, but we need to carry this along. Small enterprises, small business people, the poor people. So carry them along, meaning through policy initiatives that can fundamentally transform them and give a supporting support till the time they also catch up with the mainstream economy. So therefore, to sum it up, the macro reforms, education about reforms to the public, and carrying the small businesses and smaller and lower income people along through policy initiatives together, put together, is going to be really a very powerful means of making it happen. And then when we transfer and we reach this, $5 trillion economy, let me say in the next 3 years, which we're all waiting for with, really with thrilled that it has happened, thrilled that government is enabling it, pushing it, and cheering for it and getting everybody to cheer for it. When we look ahead, I must say that the capital, the equity capital in the Indian banking system today is about 25 lakh crores. The loan book of the Indian banking system is about 170 lakh crores. 170 lakh crores is $2 trillion. Now, today the economy is about $3.7 trillion. So $2 trillion divided by this 3.7 trillion dollars, about 58-60%. We are talking now, if you look beyond this $5 trillion economy, look, let me say 20 years hence, we're talking of India becoming something like $30-35 trillion economy, give or take which research you believe. Now, so therefore, if you're, a $3.5 trillion economy is becoming 35, and your credit grows from $2 trillion, not to 20, probably 25 or 26, because credit to GDP also will grow over a period of time. When that massive credit growth is yet to happen, massive, like at 13 times, massive deposit growth is going to happen like 13 times in 20 years. India's never seen that kind of a growth. When that happens, India needs capital. Capital, because India's banking system is very well capitalized today, NPS all-time low, IBC has come, entrepreneurs have become more serious, credit bureaus have come, customers have become more sensitive. All that is fantastic. So Indian platform is fantastic, can power the growth of the $35 trillion economy, but India needs capital. And therefore, to keep India fundamentally strong economy, to show growth, to be seen as an economy that the world will want to invest in is a very important thing. And I think this is a very important initiative ahead for all of us. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Nathan, please stay back on stage, and thank you as always for your support to the Times Network, especially India Economic Conclave. I would also like to invite on stage for the honors of the lamp lighting, once again, the MD of the Times Group, Mr. Vineet Jain. And along with him, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. It's our privilege to have with us this morning the Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Government of India, Shri Piyush Goyal.
We'd like Mr. Jain to felicitate the Honorable Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal. We'll have the felicitation. Now we are going to commence the lamp lighting. Thank you so much, gentlemen, Mr. Vaidyanathan. Thank you for joining us on the stage. In fact, Mr. Jain, we'd like to request you to felicitate Mr. Piyush Goyal with a shawl that we have, a small token of our appreciation.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Mr. Jain. Honorable Minister, if you could please stay back on stage. And
of
now,
course, we know about the Honorable Minister's remarkable achievements, but of course, what has happened under his leadership is that India's exports have managed to soar to an astounding $750 billion in 2023. But Aisha, we must discuss more on this. So let me invite on stage the Group Editor-in-Chief of Times Now Navbharat, Navika Kumar, to join the Honorable Minister for an engaging fireside chat. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you, Mr. Piyush Goyal, for joining us. As always, it's your date with the Times Network when we discuss the economy at the India Economic Conclave. Thank you very much for sparing time. On a day when we want to look at how India is going to get to the top 3 and fast track to the 3 is the theme of this summit. I want to ask you, Mr. Piyush Goyal, what's your vision? As before us, we were told that it's not ordained by God. We all have to work towards achieving the status of a number 5 or a number 3 economy as we plan to. How is the government looking at this, and what are the detailed plans to get to the top 3?
Well, I think it's commendable that Times Network in its 10th year is once again put together such a grand event to celebrate this journey of economic progress, and compliments to you, Vinitji, compliments to you, Subbu, Navika, and I wish this initiative all success in the years to come. It's been a journey, if one was to look back, of 77 years since independence now. We saw the early years right up to 91, when we followed the socialist path and landed up with a very staid Hindu rate of growth, as we used to call it, at about an average of 4%. Government would interfere in every aspect of economic activity, and entrepreneurship was left for a very few privileged persons. In the last 33 years is when we've really seen the country come of its own. Even within that, if you look at different periods of time, look at the 91 to 96 government of Mr. Narasimha Rao. Even though he was a Congress Prime Minister, sadly the Congress totally disowned him to the extent that they were not even willing to honor him with any award or honor him for the achievements, and for that matter disrespected him even in death. But he gave the first seeds of economic liberalization. Mr. Vajpayee from 98 to 2004 truly opened up the economy to entrepreneurship, to allowing people, and one of his biggest achievements would be the telecom revolution, would be the revolution in the IT space, which helped India come of age. And any reader of the Indian economy will note that every time the Congress or its allies came into government, we saw an era of low growth and high inflation. And every time the NDA, the BJP-led government came in, whether it was in 98 or it was in 2014, we inherited almost broken economies. Vajpayee inherited a very, very sad state of affairs, left behind a strong economy in 6 years, which was acknowledged by the then finance minister in his first speech in June or July of 2004, but left behind again after 10 years a country which had lost the gumption to grow, the confidence through a series of corruption scandals. Growth was down to 4%, inflation was largely in double digits during their regime. And once again, Mr. Modi had to literally start afresh, from building the confidence of the people, from building international relations and international investors' trust in India, and the people's own initiative to get into working hard to rebuild India. And Mr. Vaidyanathan very rightly pointed out, this 10-year journey has seen structural change, has seen the advent of digital technologies to the last man at the bottom of the pyramid, has seen the macroeconomy from a very weak spot, low forex reserves, low growth, high inflation, mood of the nation being very, very low, changing itself today to the world's fastest growing economy, the 5th largest, as was pointed out, high foreign exchange reserves, the 4th largest forex reserves in the world, strong banking sector, NPAs and restructured loans falling from 12 or 13% to about 2%, 2.5% now, and getting better by the day. In all aspects, we have on 3 principles worked in the last 10 years. A, building the macroeconomic structure of the economy to be a strong economy. B, ensuring infrastructure growth, as Mr. Vaidyanathan also pointed out. This infrastructure growth is across sectors, ports, double the capacity, airports, double the number of airports, road and expressways across the country almost tripled in the last 10 years. Inland waterways, more than 100 new inland waterways started. Digital technology, 4G right up to the borders of India, 5G rolling out at the fastest pace in the world. In every way, we have seen an India emerging out of the shadows. The world today recognizes India as the best opportunity to invest in. FDI in the last 10 years has grown by 119% over the previous 10 years. 2/3 of the total FDI in India so far of $1 trillion has come in the last 10 years. And when you put all of this together, you see a nation full of confidence, aspiring to cross the $30-35 trillion economy. By 2047, the Viksit Bharat vision to become a prosperous nation, a developed nation. An economy where youngsters are willing to engage with the best across the world. We are making a mark with our goods, with our services. Exports will cross $800 billion this year and about $1 trillion in the next 2.5 years. Across the world today, there is a recognition that the best investment opportunity is in India. And I can assure you the government, through a series of initiatives, whether it's the large infrastructure rollout, whether it's the social welfare programs for inclusive growth and to empower our people, particularly our women, whom we believe as they come into the formal economy more and more, will play a leading role in women-led development, in making sure that no child in the country is deprived of the basic amenities like food, clothing, shelter, healthcare, education, roads, electricity, cooking gas connection, toilets, digital connectivity. All the basic needs of life should be a must-have for every child born in this country, so that 1.4 billion people's dreams, their aspirations can be big. And that is what is driving and spurring the Indian growth story. India will grow on the pillar of rapid infrastructure growth. India will grow on the pillar of adopting technology and innovation. India will be a sustainable growth story. India will be an inclusive growth story. And we in government will act only as an enabler, as your friend. We'll work together shoulder to shoulder with business and economy to thrive. We'll allow the private sector to take forward initiatives, including in hitherto unexpected areas like space, where the private sector and our startups are doing some wonderful work. Our fintechs, our agri-techs, our biotech, each sector is holding the nation in the highest esteem across the world. Countries across the world recognize that the market that India offers, demand, of 1.4 billion aspirational Indians is enviable. They recognize that democracy, the rule of law, ensures fair play. They recognize that a young population with an average age of 28, 29 years, expected to be young for the next 30 years, will provide talent, will provide skill. They recognize that decisive leadership that this country has, amongst the only countries, Navika ji, which in 23 and 24 has repeated a government. Amongst the democratic world, we saw 60% of the world's population under democracies go to polls in the last 2 years. Rarely have governments been repeated, and I can't remember a government repeated the third time. And that is what Prime Minister Modi has brought to the nation. Confidence and belief in the India story. There may be a few naysayers who, along with their friends across the borders, may try to undermine the India growth story. But I can assure you, Navika ji, whether it's the people of Haryana or the people of Maharashtra, now the people of Rajasthan or the people of UP, they recognize that थोड़ी चूक हो गई पिछली बार और उमड़ के बाहर निकले इस बार. मोदी जी को संदेश देने हम आपके साथ खड़े हैं.
I always, take away as a journalist who's covered the decade of the 90s. I started my journalism in 1990. So we've seen the P.V. Narasimha Rao years. We've seen the Vajpayee years. We've seen the United Front government's 2 phases of it. And then we've seen the UPA years and now the NDA years. I would like to compliment your government for the scale on which it operates. The scale of victories in 2014, 2019, and now in Maharashtra are testament to the scale at which you operate. Your first answer is also reminiscent of the scale at which you operate, because you covered everything 360 degrees without my asking a question. So let me come straight to the politics of it, because you seem to love politics. Economics, I think you've covered everything in the first answer. So let me ask you, is policy making now going to shift to the scale of this convention center, Bharat Mandapam, where you've had a key role to play in getting this place up to speed for the G20 summit? I want to ask you, because no policy making, no debates, no discussions happen in Parliament. We're seeing even today, probably the 14th day, that Parliament is seeing drama, theater, but not too much of policy discussion. Do you think media houses like ours, conclaves like ours, should offer a platform for debate on policy? Because Parliament, they blame you, you blame them, but we're not seeing too much of forward movement.
No, I think it's brilliant that organizations like Times Network is bringing to the fore issues before the country, engaging with the people of India, giving us valuable feedback. Look at the way Prime Minister Modi works. This convention center was conceptualized by him about 7 years ago, and 2018, 6.5 years ago. And I remember what was the vision behind it. And I'll share that with you for particularly the young persons who are listening to this conversation to understand how Prime Minister Modi thinks. He said that if we have to showcase to the world India's strengths, we will need to have the MICE sector come to India in a big way. That's meetings, conventions, seminars, exhibitions. And if we are looking at the MICE sector coming to India in a big way, it can't be done in the tents that used to host India International Trade Fair at Pragati Maidan, this venue, prior to 2023. They had to move out of tents into modern facilities. And one facility also may not be enough. So simultaneously in 18, not only did he start rejuvenating this venue to make it a world-class convention center and a world-class exhibition center, the Bharat Mandapam, he also conceptualized Yashobhumi, which is at Dwarka, right up to having an underground metro station going inside Yashobhumi, So from the airport, you can be at Yashobhumi in 7 minutes. With 100-hectare large plot of land, a huge convention center, actually somewhat bigger than this, huge exhibition halls. Idea being that the world should come to India, world should experience the India story, and world should know the scale at which India is developing. Now friends, when we hold, let's say, Bharat Mobility, which is going to be held 2 months from now at this venue and at Yashobhumi and the Noida Convention Center, because even with two, we are running out of space. We are putting together everything in India on mobility at one time, at one platform. No more do people have to go to Hanover or Germany to witness what the world offers. India will be that one-stop shop. Everything on mobility you can find at one point of time in India. Bharat Techs, it's going to be held here and at Noida. Bharat Techs is the world's largest exhibition cum conference on the textile sector. And it's appropriate it should be in India. Can you imagine the world's biggest food fair used to be held in Dubai, which doesn't produce anything except dates. Dates as in khajur. Galatfahmi na ho jaye. But now we are starting to host large food fairs. We'll have Ahar coming up soon. After that, the World Food Fair. And now we are competing within the country with 2 World Food Fair and Aadhaar, fighting to see what will be bigger. We encourage competition. We encourage showcasing to the world the scale at which India operates. And that's where Prime Minister thinks big, thinks bold, and thinks audacious. And I think it's time, if I can use from that old phrase, some of us in this room may remember, Navika ji, if you recall, there was that big, hairy, audacious goals, BHAG, Bhag. And that is what India is today, big, hairy, audacious goals. And I urge the youngsters who are watching Times Now or ET Now, जब भारत की दास्तान चली है विकसित भारत बनने के लिए, तो हमें भागना नहीं है. भाग can have 2 meanings. भाग could be you run away. हमें भागना नहीं है, हमें उसमें भाग लेना है. We have to participate in this Viksit Bharat journey. And that is what Prime Minister Modi is encouraging Indians to do.
और भाग के top 3 पर जाना है. But you've ducked my question. Okay, I'll come straight to the point. Parliament कब चलेगी?
जब माननीय राहुल गांधी जी जो लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन है और माननीय मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी जो राज्यसभा में लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन है, वो इस बात को समझेंगे कि पार्लियामेंट डिबेट, डिस्कशन, डायलॉग का एक मौका है, एक प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड करता है जिसमें आधार के बेसिस पे कोई ना कोई मुद्दों के मूल जड़ में जाके चर्चा होती है, बजाय के सिर्फ थिएट्रिक्स करना, बजाय के जो पीठ के ऊपर बैठे हैं, अध्यक्ष बैठे हैं, उनके ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी करना, बजाय के कोई एक विषय को लेके देश को गुमराह करने की कोशिश करना. मैं समझता हूं ठोस मुद्दों के ऊपर, ठोस लेजिस्लेशन के ऊपर, देश हित में उठाए गए कदमों के ऊपर सहमति भी कई बार हो सकती है. मुझे याद है जब हम भी विपक्ष में थे, कई ऐसे विषय थे जो देश हित में हम पूरी तरीके से सरकार के साथ सहमति के साथ खड़े रहते थे. ये तो आज मैं पहली बार देख रहा हूं गत कुछ वर्षों में कि इतनी विफल है विपक्ष का नेतृत्व कि देश हित को तो किनारे रख के विपक्षी ताकतों के साथ अपने आप को जोड़ के अपने ही देश को, विदेश में जाके भी अपने ही देश को बुरा भला कहते हैं, अपने ही युवा युवती साथियों को बुरा भला कहते हैं, अपने ही देश की विकास यात्रा पर संदेह उठाते हैं, अपने ही देश में हुए अच्छे कामों को नकारने की कोशिश करते हैं. मैं समझता हूं इससे भद्दी सोच मैंने कभी जिंदगी में कोई देश में नहीं देखी है. विश्व भर में एक सहमति रहती है कि देश के बाहर हम सब देश का गुणगान करते हैं, हम सब देशवासी एक होते हैं. ये पहला एक इंस्टेंस देश के समक्ष है जब उच्च स्तरीय नेता बाहर जाके अपने ही देश के बुरा भला कहते हैं कि देश में बोलने की आजादी नहीं है। आज के दिन आप देख रहे हैं सब जगह किस प्रकार से झूठ के आधार पर वो इस पूरे देश में लोगों को गुमराह करने की कोशिश करते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि समय आ गया है कि जिस प्रकार से महाराष्ट्र ने, हरियाणा ने, देश ने तीसरी बार मोदी जी को मौका दिया है सेवा करने का, अगर ये इसी प्रकार से चले और उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से हिमाचल, कर्नाटक, तेलंगाना में एक फेल्ड सरकारी मॉडल चलाया है, इस तरीके से चला तो गांधी जी की बात शायद सच हो जाएगी कि कांग्रेस वास्तव में अपने आप को बंद करने के करार पर पहुंच जाएगी।
But according to the opposition, the onus to run parliament is on the government. It's on the treasury benches. It is the government which is disrupting the house. That is the charge on the government.
Wait, there is no GST on alleging any false charges. So I think they may jolly well say that, but every time we are discussing an issue, every time there's question hour or 0 hour, every time a legislation is under consideration, if they are going to be fixated on false narratives and fake stories, I think beyond a point, the people of India are also frustrated with the sort of cheap theatrics and allegations. You have seen the kind of behavior that leaders of the opposition have shown outside and inside Parliament. You have seen that they themselves are not united in their approach. The entire India alliance has a broken and fragmented thought process and agenda. So really very difficult to run Parliament when one opposition party runs on one tangent, others who may even want to run the Parliament are left helpless, and across the opposition, I think there is discordancy and complete breakdown of trust within themselves. In such a situation, it becomes very difficult for any system to work. And therefore, we have to come to platforms like the Times Economic Conclave to express the confidence that we have in the country, and on your behalf, express to the world that 1.4 billion Indians stand united to see India as a great country, as a prosperous country. We stand united to face any challenges that we may encounter. We stand united to convert every challenge into an opportunity to grow better, faster, more sustainably and more inclusively.
Mr. Piyush Goyal, let me ask you, maybe with the Congress, there seems to be a breakdown in communication. But can you not speak to the other opposition leaders in the Parliament to at least have some semblance of order? Because the ask to get to the top three will require policies, debates on policies, changes in policies, bills to be passed. Is there no breakthrough? And if I can be a fly on the wall, what comes out of your meetings with some of the other opposition leaders?
Well, frankly, what you see on television happening in Parliament, and sometimes the mockery being made by Mr. Rahul Gandhi and some of his colleagues on the steps of Makardwar, are really an exception. Once the cameras are switched off, normally there's a very healthy discussion also with the members of Parliament. Most opposition members individually want the House to run. They want to speak about their issues. They want to make special mentions and talk in 0 hour of areas of concern in their constituencies, in their states. There are members of Parliament who wish to have a very informed and very cultured debate on various issues before the House. Sadly, they are left to the mercy of a few leaders who, obviously, because they come from a particular family, and these parties usually can't get out of that family rule, they are left helpless outside the Parliament or in the canteen or in other conversations when we meet in committees. They are always wanting Parliament to do better, but sadly they are helpless before a very uninformed leadership, very immature leadership, which they have landed themselves up with.
Your message to Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Mr. Kharge today?
Well, I think I had not expected a seasoned politician like Mr. Kharge to behave and speak the language that he does. I would have expected him to conduct himself in a far more distinguished manner. It's very sad that he's taken the proceedings of Parliament to a depth where even the chair has to admonish him. And if the chair has to admonish him or some of his colleagues for their irrational behavior, now they convert that to say that the chair is attacking us or passing comments on us. Obviously, if you behave in that manner, and you've seen the kind of comments, the kind of interruptions that we find repeatedly from the opposition side, anybody who's sitting on the chair is bound to get frustrated and is bound to at least make an appeal that everybody talks rationally and behaves better. I think Mr. Kharge is also the party president. I think there's a one-man, one-post rule, but probably he doesn't want to leave any of these
Not applicable in your party either at this point.
Where is that so?
Mr. JP Nadda is the
We are in the
president.
process of elections and therefore it got
that
delayed.
we've been hearing for
we
a
gave
while.
an extension and now the party elections are started. Probably take another month and a half before the new president gets elected. We are a democratic party. We run through a democratic system. We don't foist anybody as president basis the demands of one family. In our party, the workers and the party machinery, from the bottom up, from the level of our mandals, and for that matter, even below that, from the panchayats, the party builds up. And by the way, we have the world's largest political party, the Bharatiya Janata Party, through a digital process with photograph and mobile number, name, address, digitally capturing image of the person also on his own mobile, has more than 12 crore registered members of the BJP, the world's largest democratic party.
Before I let you go, I want to ask you, does the last quarter's growth number worry you? What is the reason, and can we improve upon this? Are we looking at meeting our targets for growth in the current year?
Well, I think governments don't run quarter se quarter tak like the ET Now channel. For us, governments work in consistency in the long run. We had an election in the first quarter. During election, obviously, policy making and decisions on the next steps on growth or infrastructure spending does slow down. And there is a lag effect. But from what the initial numbers for this quarter, the third quarter show, the festive spending, the rebound in rural growth, the way banks are now seeing traction back again, the way infrastructure spending has come back on track, I think by the time we close the year in March, we'll be back on track. The Reserve Bank has estimated, IMF, Moody's, Reserve Bank, all estimate about 7% growth. This year will continue to be the world's fastest growing economy, despite such global challenges. And I can assure all the viewers of Times Now that India is in it for the long haul. We are looking at edging up our growth story. We are looking at building better and better infrastructure. As we go along, we are looking at engaging with the most modern technologies. Innovation will define India's growth story. We'll soon have a 1 lakh crore Anusandhan NRF being the guidelines being announced. And by the way, when we give 1 lakh crore government support for R&D or innovation, it actually translates to research or innovation worth 10 lakh crores. Because that same research done in Switzerland, with whom we've now done a free trade agreement, the same research done in Switzerland or Norway or Europe will cost 10 times more. What outcomes we can get with 1 lakh crore, they will need 10 lakh crores to get that. Therefore, the EFTA countries, Switzerland, Norway, Liechtenstein and Iceland, not only have they done an FTA with us, as a part of the free trade agreement, they have committed to invest $100 billion, 8.5 lakh crore, as FDI. doesn't include Norway pension funds, FII investments in the stock market. FDI of 10 lakh, of 8.5 lakh crores, creating 1 million, 10 lakh jobs directly, which means about 40-50 lakh jobs, direct and indirect. And it's the first FTA ever in the world history where an FTA is not about goods and services alone, but a linked investment, because they recognize that India is the future, India is the growth story, with an aging population in the developed world, with slow growth. Growth in Europe is less than 1% this year. At best, it'll go to 2 or 3%. They'll double their economy in the next 30 years. We'll go 8 to 10 times in terms of our economy in the next 30 years. So that's the huge delta of opportunity. All those who lose out on it do it at their own risk and cost and peril. Those who believe in the opposition model of disruption and discordant notes that you hear from the different parties in the opposition, the negativity that you hear from the opposition is not going to hold back this country. We are committed, Navikaji, whether it is passing the Waqf bill so that fairness and sanity comes into this country's policy, whether it's passing the One Nation, One Election bill so that we are rid of this continuous model code of conduct holding back the nation's growth, and policy making and governments getting into sleep mode again and again 3 times over across the country, for the parliament, for the assembly, then for the local bodies. These are structural changes which are good for India. We stand committed to making them happen, and we know we have the blessings of our elders and the support of our young friends in this country. Across the country, people want good governance, they want honest governance, they want progress, they want prosperity. And that is what Mr. Modi brings to the table.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Piyush Goyal. While the government takes care of the economic funds for growth, I propose setting up an innovation fund for political ideas to break the logjam. And we'll start doing that. Conclave se conclave tak, 10th edition of the India Economic Conclave. Thank you very much for being present with us for the 10th time. Thank you, Mr. Piyush Goyal. We complete 10 years and you've been part of this journey each of those 10 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this engaging conversation, Shri Goyal and Navika. And we can assure you that hum bhagenge nahi, but bhag lenge. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, please.
So as India stands at the precipice of influential and impactful growth catalyzed by critical financial policies that bring with them economic and industry expansion.
Well, our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is a very prominent Indian economist and academic. He joins us today to share with us his thoughts on how to unlock growth. Please welcome the chairman of the 16th Finance Commission of India, Arvind Panagria, in a conversation moderated by Editor-in-Chief, ET Now and ET Now Swadesh, Nikunj Dalmia.
Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be in Delhi. We landed last night, and I must say that you can really enjoy the chill of the Delhi weather. So what we'll understand, the chill what we're experiencing in Delhi weather, how realistic is the chill in the economy, and when will the recent bout of slowdown what we've seen in last 2 quarters, when will that fade away? The theme is fast track to top 3. What is India's preparedness to be really fast-tracked to number 3, and what about the big vision of Viksit Bharat of Prime Minister Modi? Now, Mr. Panagria represents the Finance Commission, which in a sense has always been applauded for independence, integrity, and the independent views. So, Mr. Panagria, you just heard the Minister talk about good things about India, how India is moving, where things are moving in the right direction. Now, you are an independent voice, and you can agree and disagree with what the minister had to say. So where would you agree with the minister and where would you disagree with the minister? You're a finance commission, sir. You can give your independent views, even if you disagree with the minister.
As a general matter, I think, in terms of the trend of the economy, its potential, where we are headed, broadly, I agree. In terms of the details, we may put things differently. But the current slowdown is quarterly slowdown, and I also agree with the minister on that, I also don't look, like many of our financial analysts, which include economists as well, think that, you look at a single, any observation comes in, oh goodness, what has gone wrong?
Sir, aisa mat karo.
I think
you'll put 18 hours out of job. We have to look at quarter to quarter.
Yeah, you see, this is the problem. My job is not 18-hour job. So I think, we should be reading something into the quarterly growth decline. But on the whole, I like to wait and see what happens over the at least entire year. There are good reasons. You can explain why this slowdown happened. A bit more than I had anticipated. I sort of didn't expect it to fall below 6%, but it has fallen below 6%. So we have to look back as to what went wrong. But one thing we know is that because of the elections, the capital expenditure of the central government slowed down, and also, we've been looking at the states' capital expenditures actually have taken a hit as well, because lots of the elections happen in the states as well, and naturally, as it happens in the elections, a lot of promises get made, which basically are promises that involve revenue expenditure, not capital expenditure. When those promises then begin to be delivered, that cuts into the capital expenditure. So some of that has happened as well. It's also reflected in a little bit of slowdown of credit expansion. It's still well into the double digits, so credit expansion rate is not that bad, but it has fallen from something like 18-19% to about 13-14%. So it's reflected there. But fundamentals of the economy are absolutely solid. We have weathered the COVID crisis, was a major one, and recovered out of it actually with flying colors. So I expect us to return to the at least about 7% growth. I think we also need to do something more to get to the Viksit Bharat 2047, and we can talk about that as we go forward.
This is the 10th edition of India Economic Conclave. Now, we always want to look forward, but for the audience here, I will take the clock back. 10 years ago, Indian stock markets were at 25,000. Our forex reserves were less than $300 billion. Our total size of the economy was less than $2 trillion. We were running a very high fiscal deficit. Rupee was under intense pressure and FDI had been broken. So the India of today is very different from India of 10 years ago. But where do you think we are headed 10 years from now? Hypothetically, if we are on the same forum, engaging and talking at the 20th edition of the India Economic Forum, what do you think we are likely to be discussing?
So you went back 10 years. So to answer your question, I'll take you 20 years back.
20 years.
So let's look at what has happened in the last 20 years. Right? I mean, as economists, we also like to look at the long-term growth rates, how we have performed. So if you really look at India's growth rate, first, let's say in current dollars, over the last 20 years, ending in 23, 24, starting in 2003-4, that's a 20-year period, we have grown in current dollars over a little over 10%, current dollars. Now you can use the US rate of US GDP deflator, which is little over 2%, 2.1, 2.2%. That gives you, even in real terms, real dollars, growth rate of about 7.9%, maybe close to 8%. So let's for a moment think about it. During this 20-year period, we had the global financial crisis, we had the COVID crisis, two major crises, and we still managed to grow 10% a little over 10% in current dollars. For a moment, suppose we do just that much. If the next decade remains more normal and abnormalities that come in are not of the magnitudes that we have had before in the last 20 years. Also, by the way, in the last 20 years, we had our own banking problem, the NPAs, which led to in the financial markets troubles also, and that had led to the growth rate decline in 2019-20 as well. So in spite of all these three major shocks to the economy, we did that. So I think it's a reasonable assumption to make that at least that much we will do in the next 10%, meaning this in the next 10 years. That gets you in 10 to 11 years to 10 trillion. In fact, even if you actually want to assume that we'll grow only 8% in current dollars, that gets you to over 7 trillion. So I think prospects look incredibly good. But even, let's be conservative for a moment and say 7 trillion. That will be a couple of $1 trillion more than the next country. I mean, obviously we'll be the third largest by that, well before that, but then we would be a couple of $1 trillion ahead of our next competitor. So that, I think, undisputedly turns India into a truly, truly major player in the global economy. In the end, those are the three economies that the world will be looking at, as it is looking already, given our growth potential and where the country is headed. So I think it's, in 10 years' time, things are going to change dramatically.
So if I have to, let's say, crystallize a headline from you, before the turn of this decade, for India's GDP, what is the most optimistic number according to you, and what is a realistic and what is a conservative number for India's GDP before the turn of this decade, 2030?
This is like in 10 years.
Turn of this decade, we went 24 by 2030.
By 2030, we'll certainly be well past the third, so we would have crossed that for a while. So certainly conservative, I would say 7 trillion, 6.5, 7 trillion. Really aggressive, I would say 9 trillion. It's doable because, a lot of the pieces are in place. If we do a few more reforms that are pending, I think we can accelerate. So certainly we ought to, if we undertake a few more reforms, we can beat easily the 10% in current dollars by a couple of percentage points, get to 11, 12. That'll get us to, somewhere between 9 and 10 trillion by the beginning of the 2030s decade.
Fantastic. Now for countries which have achieved this mark and which have managed this kind of growth, the recent example is China. We always compare India and China on just about everything. And the factors where I would like to again compare India's challenge is land, labor, interest, and tariffs. These are four factors which essentially will decide where we are headed. So let's talk about it. Land cost, labor cost, stroke productivity, also interest cost and trade barriers. How do you see these four moving parts moving?
Okay. So let's begin with land. To me, I think right now, this is one of the most constraining factors. Labor also. But land, I think. In India, urban land is extremely expensive. One way to gauge it is that the rental yields in most of the important cities in India are about 2 to 3%. Interest rates, 8%. There is no way you can have viable commercial rental housing, which I think is incredibly important. In the ultimate, when the economic transformation happens, workers move out of agriculture into industry and services. This also means migration of the workers from the rural to urban spaces. You need to house them. Where is the rental housing where they would go? And this is where you then start creating these slums, etc. Because the migrant workers cannot afford terribly expensive housing. So urban land is a very big issue. Our urban land markets are very distorted for a number of reasons, which are all solvable, a little complicated, but solvable. Things that can easily be done. FSI in India, we are the only country where in any city, the central business district generally has an FSI of 1.4. When we allow the taller buildings, we go outside the city. But hardly any city in the world is built that way. It's usually the central business district where the FSI is much higher. And as you go into the periphery, then the FSI declines. We have done the exactly inversion of that. So that's one way to address the urban land issue. I think Bombay is beginning to now. I see a bit more, compared to 10 years ago, I see many more taller buildings. But still, not in the central business. If you go to South Bombay, that's still very, no high buildings. So that's one. But also land conversion rules, both in terms of from agricultural to non-agricultural uses, but also within city from one use to another use. Buildings that, are being used for conventional industry, it should be possible to convert those into something else if economic activity points in that direction. But we don't easily allow this conversion. So that has to happen. Railways, defense, these departments have a lot of urban land under control, unused and therefore unproductive asset should be brought onto the markets. A lot of public sector enterprises, some functioning, some not even functioning, some even private enterprises have a lot more land than they need. That land should come on the market. So many different ways to solve that problem. So that's one area. Labor we can talk about. Labor laws, have been passed by the Parliament in 2019 and 20. 4 codes. Those are solid codes. I think it's time to implement those. I sort of understand that the government had simultaneously also passed the farm laws, which got then challenged, and the government ultimately felt that they had to withdraw them. After that, government probably got more cautious and did not go ahead with the implementation of labor laws. But I think now, elections are over, mostly, and in next year we have only Delhi and perhaps Bihar elections. So I think this will be a good window the next year to implement the labor laws. So that trade, I think, is a little more complicated.
So trade, if I could just supplement a question. We are going to be moving to a new regime in the world. And it is reasonably okay to assume that once the new Republican administration takes over, tariffs in the world will go higher. So from deglobalization, we could be looking at tariffs war which could kick in. How will that change the global growth and the inflation and growth dynamics?
All right. So there is a certainly looming possibility of the United States going into a bit of this tariff escalation. We saw that happen in the first administration of President Trump, and he has made it clear that this is what he intends to do. Right now, we are not included among the countries that are being targeted, but it can happen. So there are 2 issues here. One is what happens to the global economy as a result, what happens to global trade. And the second is what happens directly in terms of threats of tariff on the products exported by India to the United States. So on the first one, look, at the end of the day, I see that global market is an extremely large market. We have had problems, including COVID, for instance, but global trade has continued. Also, the embargoes, etc., against Russia. Right? There were all these restrictions imposed on Russian trade on Russia, and also on countries that do business with Russia and whatnot. So you had all these actions taken, but global trade has continued to grow. So pre-COVID peak was 19 trillion for merchandise exports. Post-COVID peak has been 25 trillion. From 19 to 25 trillion soon after COVID was over. Services trade, again, from 6 trillion peak pre-COVID, it's gone to 7 trillion now. So it's still an extremely large market. The profitability is a huge incentive. So the determined exporters have found their ways around these embargoes and restrictions. And I would argue that this will still happen. So we should not be ourselves pessimistic about this. A lot of the problems that we face are our internal, meaning land issue and labor issues that we have talked about, our own high trade barriers as well. So those are the issues that we need to solve. Our share in that large global export market when it comes to merchandise is still less than 2%. In services, we are a little closer to 4%. So services, we are more decent, but merchandise is still very large, That's a $25 trillion market. So that's what we have to acquire. So a lot of the things that we actually need to do are our internal economic reforms. As regards the restrictions, potential restrictions on our exports by the United States in the future, which will reveal itself, I imagine, over the next year or so. We need to be cautious. One of the things certainly we can do ourselves is, given the fact that our own liberalization is good for us, we could react by preemptively bringing our barriers down, right? I mean, the complaint of the United States of Donald Trump is that if you impose high tariffs on me, I will impose similarly high tariffs on you. But to the extent that in any case we have been thinking of our own liberalization, we ought to react by, or even preempt by bringing our own tariffs down or committing to, it may be done over a period of 2 to 3 years. The other action that we can take in anticipation is our ongoing negotiations with the United Kingdom, with the European Union. We have been in the free trade area agreement talks with both of these countries or entities. I think that's something we ought to proceed to complete. That clearly is a no-brainer, meaning that, that's something we ought to do regardless of what the United States does or doesn't do. Overall, I take optimistic view because the United States also sees that geopolitically, India is very critical to the United States, and therefore I think the United States is also going to be a little more careful in what it does economically with respect to India.
We are talking about growth, we are talking about momentum, we are talking about a cyclical slowdown. But if I look at basic categories, the Indian economy is going through what could be called as a K-shaped economy, which is that the latest data is indicating soaps are not selling, shampoo bottles are not selling, two-wheelers are not selling, but luxury cars are selling. Rich are getting richer. In the path to move to 7 trillion, then 9 trillion, 10 trillion, if the basic bottom end of the pyramid is not growing, then the mass is not feeling happy about what is happening in the economy. So why is that everybody is excited about India's growth, but the reality is, yesterday we got a headline from Godrej Consumer. They're saying sabun nahi bik raha hai. We got a headline from Marico saying that soap, hair oil nahi bik raha hai. So what is happening?
So, this is the financial analyst talk. Focusing on what is not working. We economists would not work on policy unless we are optimists. So I look at what is, the hand that's going up. But actually, I even disagree with this. Individual products and particularly individual companies that are talking about it, they may have their special issues. Question is, what is the aggregate of what is happening? There I don't see any K. Because as we have grown, again, the last 20 years experience, as we have grown, we have lifted all the boats. The poverty actually, which was, removal of poverty, which was our objective from the Nehru period, from 1950s. If you go back, read Nehru's Discovery of India, 1945 is writing, that what I want to do is overcome India's appalling poverty. Well, ultimately it is this growth of the last 20, 25 years, which has actually led to the major reduction in poverty. And if we look at the extreme poverty, the Tendulkar poverty line that we normally use, pretty much we have eliminated it. Maybe there is 2 or 3% left. There are pockets that may have been left, so they have to be not targeted more directly and all deal with. But there is no K here. We have lifted the votes. I think, you know, when you say that inequality has gone up and billionaires are becoming richer and the poor are getting poorer, that gets a lot of attention. But that's really not true. Yes, billionaires have come in, and if you look at the distribution, if you look at the inequality in the sense of top 1% as a proportion of the bottom 5%, yes, that inequality has gone up. But have I brought up the bottom 5%? Yes. Bottom 5% are today doing, in absolute terms, a lot better. That, to me, any day is far more important than the inequality which is brought into the discussion as a red herring.
My last question is, I'll request you to perhaps blend in your experience as an academician, as an economist, as a government summit now, and also as an investor. There are 3 items of Indian savings, Indian household savings: gold, real estate, and equity investing. For a 10-year view, if the audience here and our viewers, if they want to really choose between the 3 items of a balance sheet, savings, which is real estate, gold, and equity or stock market or debt market, where do you think they should invest?
Well, gold basically is a largely unproductive asset. So I generally don't encourage investing in gold. You can speculate on it, but it's, you know, it doesn't lead to productivity. So if you were to pick one, actually I would pick equities. I mean, over a 10-year period, if you go for equities and stay in equities, you know, you don't have to be every day changing your portfolio, etc. Even a random walk actually in equities will beat anything else any day. Real estate is more specific. You know, that would depend on where do you invest in, you know, urban area or rural area, semi-urban, tier 1, tier 2, etc. So real estate is a little bit different. You've got to study the specific market because, you know, it's a large investment, and therefore diversification, you know, that I invest in 10 different cities in real estate. I mean, unless you got the financial instruments to do it, diversification is harder. Equity, you can do diversification much more easily. And therefore, I think for a common investor, that is perhaps a lot better instrument to go for.
So before I wrap it up, I just want to set the context for this house here. On the first edition of India Economic Conclave, the Sensex that day was 25,000. The total number of demat accounts in India were 3 crore. India's GDP was less than $2 trillion. The composition of savings was very different. Today, the number of billionaires, the number of demat accounts, the number of SIF holders, everything has been unique. And there's every reason to believe that what has happened in last 10 years, the forces of economy and the forces of entrepreneurship are so strong that in next 10 years, it will be better than this. Can I wrap this discussion on this high note?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Can I wrap the discussion on this high note that next 10 years will be better than the last 10 years?
Oh, of course. Of course. No, I mean, this is also very simple, actually, why they will be better, because the base on which we are working today is much bigger. And growth rate of that on that base is not going to be any lower than what we have experienced in the last 10 years. So absolutely, I think, you know, there is no question about that.
So Aisha, it's no longer quarter to quarter, no longer QSQT for everybody here. It is now decade to decade.
Yes, and on a daily basis, pay less attention to the financial analyst.
Yeah. So DOT is a new word, at least, which we should really focus on. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Let's put hands together for Mr. Arvind Panagra.
Thank you so much, Mr. Panagria and Nikunj, for giving us that very comprehensive and very insightful discussion. Thank you so much.
Well, next up, we have a session on a commodity that everyone in India owns, isn't it, Aisha? It's a great way to invest, holds immense cultural significance, and accounts for about 25% of global demand. Yes? Any guesses? I think everyone can get that right, Aisha.
Well, you just heard it from Mr. Panagria himself. He talked about gold as an investment route as well. But ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is here to share his thoughts on the role of gold in shaping the future of India. So please put your hands together and welcome the Regional CEO for India World Gold Council, Mr. Sachin Jain.
We'll hand it over to you.
Distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride that I stand here and address this August gathering. For all of us at World Gold Council, it's an honor to be a part of this amazing platform. I'd like to express my gratitude to the Times Network for giving us this opportunity to be here and in front of you and address and shape this conversation. At World Gold Council, we are experts in gold. We know the whole transformation of gold right from the deepest parts of Earth to how it forms an emotional part of some family. The whole journey that gold takes from being just a rock or something very small in a rock to hold a very important meaning in somebody's life. It's about prosperity. The journey it takes from the financial markets, the journey that gold undertakes in the rural markets where saving is important, the whole journey of geopolitics, the whole journey from central banks and the strength that a country gets via gold. We are experts at that. And why I'm emphasizing that when I look around and I heard a respectable minister talk about the future of gold, future of India, this room is full, as we say as experts, this room is the real gold of the country. How you all will shape the nation, how we all will shape the destination that our respectable Prime Minister has laid out for a Viksit Bharat, us becoming the third largest economy. And this thought process and this conversation is great. So again, my deepest gratitude to Times Network for allowing us this platform. 2024 and this phase of India, and we will talk about today and tomorrow about what's happening in our country. We heard in the last two conversations of all the great things that are happening. And Mr. Amitabh Kant was here to, sir, deep respect to you in terms of how you shaped the narrative to someone like us as professionals and how when we go at global platforms, the confidence we have on what our nation is about is because of, again, I say, the great minds like you. Now, for us, 2024 has been, as we call, a golden year. And while Mr. Prangria mentioned that gold perhaps is not the best investment, I'd just like to put two numbers. We've seen gold performing at 21% return in 2024 in INR terms and about 28% in US dollar terms. We've seen 40 peaks of gold historically in this year. All the elements around geopolitics, all the elements around gold as a diversification in the portfolio have panned out in this year in particular. We've seen this year where consumption, not just in India, but consumption globally has gone up. How the movement and the strengths of a nation, of a country come because gold is a part of your family. We've talked to consumers that when you have gold and when you own gold, what it does to your risk-taking capability and other elements. So 2024 has been a great year for us from that perspective. But a lot of other elements have happened. Our respectable minister talked about the different reforms and different steps taken by the government. But I'd like to acknowledge a few more. On the 22nd of July, while the budget was getting announced, in one simple sentence, a respectable finance minister changed almost the future of gold in India, but overseas as well. In one sentence, where the duty reduction was done from about 15% to 6%, we got gold at the same parity to the Indian consumer at par with anywhere else in the world. In one sentence, we got the organized play of our industry at one place. At one sentence, the whole parallel market of smuggling got absolutely vanished. And how this year will be a true reflection of gold. And what does gold do? We employ about 6 million people in the country, indirect jobs of 4 times that. We are about 3% contributor to the GDP of the country. And we generally want to shape the narrative of a good financial inclusion and the future of the country. A few other steps that have happened of lately. We've set up the first gold exchange at the Gift City. A very significant step to make gold and India being an important player and the market maker of gold. India, my friends, is the only country in the world where mandatory hallmarking is by the rule of law now required by any jeweler. What it means is that when you buy any piece of jewelry in the country, by law, you have a unique inscription on a jewelry piece to give you that confidence around purity and how you consume as an asset class. Now, lots happening on that front. But as we look into the future, how we at World Gold Council and the gold industry is committed to transform the future and the narrative of gold into the world. And I'd like to share with you some very important projects that we are undergoing. First and foremost, we're setting up the first self-regulatory organization in the entire gold value chain. You might know, as you've grown up, all of us have had a family doctor and a family jeweler, and hence there's a huge fragmentation in the gold market. About 3 lakh jewelers exist. I can't even mention the number of bullion traders, manufacturers, and so on and so forth. The intent of this first self-regulatory organization, and again, it's the first in the world that's happening in India. The intent is that to get the entire industry together. It's called the IAGES, the India Association for Gold Excellence and Standards. And the intent is that it's not about a big boys club. It's about a jeweler who's in Chandni Chowk or a jeweler in Bada Bazaar in Calcutta, where we can lay out a path for him to go into an organized play, an organized world. And that we think is important as we go into the future of our country and the future of Viksit Bharat. And just a reflection about why organized play is important. We were largely an unorganized industry a few years back. Just fast forwarded to the last 2 years, we've seen over 20 IPOs. And what an IPO does to a jewelry manufacturer or retailer is to saying, I want to operate absolute transparently. I want to operate in the rules of game and rules of law. So that's the first SRO. It's the first of its kind. We believe as it goes forward, the industry will get more and more organized, and we will be able to give a way for every skilled player to move into this direction of future. That's our first project. The other second important project is that we want to be, we call it the 247, and the intent is to digitize and digitize gold. And for a second, if you were to imagine all the gold in the world, if it's melted and then given out a unique number and a unique sort of place, so every gold in the world will be on a digital blockchain, an unmutable blockchain. And the intent is to give 3 confidences to an investor or to a consumer. Then the confidence of authenticity, that this is what it is in terms of the composition, it's responsibly sourced. Second confidence is that it's accessible 24/7 to any investor in the world. And thirdly, it's fungible. It's not that strange investment and something that you have to have less confidence on. And as we've seen the world move from geopolitics, and all these things that are here to stay, we believe that this second step of digitization and bringing gold in the financial system will be a very important one. And the third very important step that as a gold industry we are taking is what we call the Swan Udan 2047. And the intent is that we bring in together a bunch of futurists, people who are think tanks, to shape the destination of not just India that's happening, but what's the role of gold in 2047? What is it that we will be contributing from an employment point of view, from a technological point of view, from an inclusivity point of view, from innovation perspective, and then work backwards with clear milestones as to what the industry needs to do, right into 2040, 2035, 2030, and what as an industry we need to do today. And we'll be working, with industry and everybody else to make that happen. So my dear friends, as we see in India, that's almost reimagining its future. We at the gold world are also reimagining the gold role as a modern enabler of strength, of resilience, I would say, of global leadership alongside with gold. And we believe that gold will be not a passive, an investment that perhaps is non-productive, but a very important aspect of your portfolios, important aspect for the nation, and something that's vibrant and building the future of the nation. And while there were 3 words that I mentioned in the morning around Niti, there was Nishtha, or the explanation of all those elements. And I think today, I as an Indian feel proud. We all are also happy and proud to be here in our country. And this room and the conversations will lead for us to march towards the 3rd largest economy and to a Viksit Bharat in 2047. So ladies and gentlemen, I am really proud to be here, and I hope you all are. And let's form a narrative of certain changes that we collectively can do as India as we march towards 2047. So thank you for your time. And we at World Gold Council, again, very privileged to be here. Thank you very much.
Illuminating presentation, shall we call it that?
In fact, the G20, of course, stands out for its unique ability to bring together both developed as well as developing nations to address global governance challenges and to create solutions. India, of course, is in a prime position to bridge this very divide, Aisha.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Meghna. And at the helm of this is India's G20 Sherpa. It is our honor, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together and welcome Shri Amitabh Kant in a fireside chat with Senior Executive Editor Input, Times Now and Mirror Now, Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amitabh Kant, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, he's been the G20 Sherpa, plays a very, very important role as far as G20 is concerned. And today's theme, sir, is about reforming G20 and leading the global south. After last year's experience where India was leading the G20, how has the experience been this year in Brazil? And there was, of course, the Delhi Declaration. How has the last year been in terms of setting the goals for other countries and other members of the G20?
First of all, let me say that India's G20 was very unprecedented and historic. It was historic because India made it from G20 to G21 by including African Union as a member. Secondly, our declaration was very ambitious, very progressive, very forward-looking, and it was widely appreciated by all the leaders of G20. And thirdly, we did it very differently from any other country by taking it all over to every state and union territory of India and making it a mass movement. The Brazilian presidency has just got over, and I would say that as a member of the Troika, India assisted and supported them. Frankly speaking, I would say that it lacked ambition. Their only ambition was to have an alliance on hunger and poverty, which they managed to achieve, and India supported them in that. But I think there could have been much greater ambition towards climate, towards energy transition, towards growth, strong sustainable growth, which is very critical. These are critical because global growth is at its lowest right now, at about 3%, lowest since the turn of the century. And while the developed world is growing at 1.8%, the global south, lower and middle income countries are growing at 4.4%. And this is going to be the story for the next 3 decades, according to IMF and World Bank, that emerging markets will grow at a much faster pace because of young demographics. The population in India, Asia, Africa will be very young, whereas the population across Europe and America will be aging. And therefore, these countries will grow at a much, much higher pace. And that is very critical. And the second point, which is very important, is the global debt. The global debt is very, very high. If you look at the global south, there are 15 countries which spend more on debt than on education. There are 44 countries which spend more on debt, on their interest payment on debt. The interest payment is higher than what they spend on health. And therefore, there is a need for greater debt transparency, and there's a need for debt restructuring of the global south.
Right.
And those are issues which should be brought center stage,
right,
which we hope to do in South Africa now.
Absolutely. How much more difficult is it to arrive at a consensus on a global platform such as this in today's world, given that, we had at the time of the Delhi Declaration, the Middle East crisis was not there, the world literally standing divided. Is it far more challenging in today's world to arrive at a consensus in that context?
So there are many challenges. First and foremost, we must understand there is a global challenge of a crisis in the heart of Europe. There is a raging war for over 3 years now in the heart of Europe. We should also be very clear that World War I was fought in Europe. The World War II was fought in Europe, and we have this war going on for 3.5 years. You have a huge humanitarian crisis in the Middle East. More people have died in the Middle East in 1 year than what they've died in the Russia-Ukraine crisis over 3.5 years. So you have a Middle East crisis. And then you have a challenge now in Syria. So you have all these challenges.
Right.
Secondly, you have a very major challenge in terms of global value chains having broken. So you've seen United States putting 100% duty on Chinese automobiles, 50% duty on batteries, etc. And Europe has also moved forward and put a 45% duty on imports from China on automobiles. And this duty is being put because they say that China is overproducing for the world and is supported, their production is based on support by the government subsidizes their production, and therefore they're producing below market costs. And what you will see is more trade wars. So that is the second crisis. And the third crisis, to my mind, is the crisis of new productive forces of artificial intelligence, generative AI, quantum computing. These have the opportunity to enhance production, productivity, transform lives of citizens in education, health, nutrition, many areas. But they also have the potential to trigger conflict among societies. And therefore you need international regulation so that they can grow in a manner that these new technologies benefit humanity and benefit society.
Right. You spoke about this very important issue of tariffs, and, with Trump coming in, there's a lot of rhetoric surrounding that. How is India, poised to look at this in terms of opportunities and challenges? Because right now the focus appears to be China. Is India in a more advantageous position, would you say?
I think India is in a hugely advantageous position because we should really try and take full advantage of this, because irrespective of changes of government, there is a belief that it's a very significant belief that India has to work with the United States and the United States has to work with India. And that gets reflected in the fact that we have a partnership in the Quad, and we are doing many things together in climate, in energy transition, in critical materials, and you saw this agreement on critical minerals, and then we had the India-Middle East Economic Corridor, IMEC, which was done during G20. So many areas, including Biofuel Alliance. All these are key areas where India is working with the United States. Also, it's important to understand that there is only one country in the world which has retained its market share at about 26% of the global GDP for the last 3 decades. Governments may come, governments may go. But United States has retained its market share at 26% of the global GDP. It has a 44% market capitalization of the world with just 4% of the population. And it's the only country. Europe's share has fallen from 30% to 18%, but America has retained it. It's also important for us to understand that countries like Japan, which grew from a post-World War II, Korea, recent time China, all have grown at high rates on the back of penetrating United States as far as exports are concerned. And therefore this relationship, to my mind, is critical. Is very critical for India to be able to grow into a fully developed economy and becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047.
Right. Also, some of the questions around India's neighborhood as well. We are one of the countries that has extended to Sri Lanka, a $1 billion line of credit, with China also trying to woo a number of countries in this entire hemisphere. What really are the challenges for India in that context, even as it tries to lead the global south?
So the biggest challenge for the world is the global debt crisis. As I said, the global south is spending 2.4% of their GDP on just meeting the interest payment. That is more than what they spend on climate. They spend 2.1% on climate, and they spend 2.4% on interest payment. That is why, the interest payment just look at this, interest payment on debt is higher than what they spend on health in 44 countries of the global south. And therefore, there needs to be a debt transparency. There needs to be a restructuring of debt, and that's critical because China has extended debt to many countries of the global south, where there is a lack of transparency, and there is a need for a plan by IMF for all these global south countries so that the debt is there is a clarity on transparency, there is a clarity on sustainability, and there is a structured plan of action which should really come out within a period of next 6 to 7 months. Otherwise, it'll have a huge implication on the growth and progress of these countries.
Right. India has also recently rejected a $300 billion climate finance package for the global south as the COP29 presidency is concerned. India has come out and said that the various bodies of the United Nations which have forced it down without hearing their side. What exactly are the apprehensions here? And what are the implications of this?
So the COP29, the negotiation process was very badly managed, to my mind, by UNFCCC. Number one. Number two, I really feel that the basic principle is what was agreed to at COP21 in Paris, which was based on common but differentiated responsibilities. That 82% of the total carbon space in the world has already been occupied by the developed world. There's very little left for developing countries like India and the global south. Now, they have taken away all the carbon space and they're still doing greenhouse gas emission. And they want to achieve 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2050 without providing either the finance, technology, or capacity building which was agreed to at COP21 in Paris. So they're changing the goalpost. And that is why agreeing only to $300 billion, whereas what they should support for 1.3 trillion. What is agreed to in G20 is that the world will move from billions to trillions. The package was 1.3. They brought it down to 300 billion, and it did not have, and they said it will not be 300 billion was also not be provided by the states, but it will be provided through private and multilateral sources. So there was a total denial, there was a total back out from what was agreed to at COP21, and I think it was the worst possible deal, and that's why India did not agree to it.
But where do you see the roadmap ahead on this? Because there's been so much of back and forth on this issue for years on end. Where do you see this headed?
So I think no deal is better than a bad deal as far as climate is concerned, and India took the right stand, to my mind.
Right. Also, as far as India's neighborhood, another question, as far as the BIMSTEC itself is concerned, under the Sheikh Hasina government until recently, India was in touch with, neighboring countries such as Bangladesh over economic and technical cooperation. Do initiatives such as this now hang in the balance with the change of regime in Bangladesh, would you say?
No, see, one must realize that we are in a complex world. We are in a world where there will be constant changes of government. I mean, you've seen this happening in the United States, you've seen this happening in several parts of Europe, you've seen this raging war in Europe, you'll see this in our neighborhood constantly. But we should be absolutely clear about our national goal, our national perspective. Our goal is clearly that we need to move from being a $4 trillion economy to a $30 trillion economy by 2047. The challenge for India is that if you have to move from being a $4 trillion to a $30 trillion economy, that means your GDP has to grow nine times. Your per capita income has to grow 8 times. Your manufacturing has to grow about almost 16 times. That is the challenge. Your per capita income has to be taken from $3,000 to about $18,000. That's our challenge. So irrespective of the global challenges, we need to grow and expand. And we are fortunate that we are a large country. We have a big domestic demand. That is what we need to pursue.
Right. Even as the Prime Minister, has recently visited Guyana, met with leaders of various Caribbean countries, after 50 years that the Prime Minister has actually been there, and that's also an area where there's a huge amount of diaspora of the Indian populations present over there. What do you see as a significance of India reaching out to all of these countries, in its bid to lead the Global South?
So the Global South is critical. Why I'm saying this is that, IMF has said that three-fourths of the growth for the next 3 decades will come from emerging markets. And if three-fourths of the growth is going to come from emerging markets, particularly Africa, because the population again is very young in Africa and African countries are going to grow rapidly. So India needs to work in very close relationship with Africa, build up global value chains with Africa, export to Africa, build up a very close, tight relationship on many aspects with Africa.
Right. And what are the opportunities that you expect, as far as South Africa is concerned, the opportunities that were perhaps missed in Brazil? How do you look at the future of the G20?
No, I think the opportunities are in terms of our own growth. Our ability to do structural transformation in our own economy, to move from being an agricultural economy to a major industrial economy, and then getting into cutting edge areas of growth. So you have to get into electric vehicles, you have to get into battery storage, you have to get into green hydrogen, you have to get into a rapid expansion of being both a digital power and a green energy power. India has to become the most advanced country as far as digitization and as far as greening its economy is concerned. It must be the first country in the world to industrialize and urbanize through a process of decarbonization. That is critical for India.
And how do you see that happening?
And if that happens, which many of our companies are doing, and that's what the government is pushing for. We've done 200 gigawatt of renewables. We've demonstrated our great ability to move towards green hydrogen, be a low-cost producer. The more India does this, gets into these areas, we'll not only be producing for our own requirement, but we'll become a major exporter to the world. Our ambition is that by 2047, we should move away from being a producer of just fossil fuel to a producer of green hydrogen. India is climatically blessed. Our challenge is that by 2047 we should be the biggest producer of green hydrogen and the largest exporter of green hydrogen in its liquid form, ammonia, and bring down the price from $4.5 to $1 per kilogram. Now that's the challenge for India.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Amitabh Kant, for joining us and sharing with us your perspective on G20 and India's roadmap ahead. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Great pleasure.
Well, thank you so much, Shri Amitabh Kant, as well as Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan, for that riveting chat. Well, this year, India's national elections brought about a renewed sense of optimism. Domestic, institutional investors, of course, had continued to show confidence in the market, reinforcing the strength and resilience of our economy.
And to draw a acute and incisive perspective on the future of India, our next distinguished speakers are leaders in the financial and asset management industry. To moderate this session, we'll invite back on stage Nikunj Dalmia.
In fact, we are also going to be welcoming the panel right now here on India Economic Conclave. We have the Managing Director and CEO of the National Stock Exchange, Ashish Kumar Chauhan, joining him as well.
In fact, we also have with us the MD and CEO of Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC, Mr. A. Balasubramaniam, and Executive Director and CEO of Nippon India Mutual Fund, Sandeep Sikka, as well on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, please.
Well, with that, we'll hand it over to Nikunj.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Now, I want everyone to keep their mobile phones on because in the next 30 minutes, we will only talk about how can we make money. If there are 3 market men and a business anchor, what will we talk? How to make money? Am I right, Sikka sir?
100%. That's what we are for.
Bala?
Yeah, definitely. That's why we are here.
And Mr. Chauhan is in the center because every time you guys make money, exchange also makes money. So he's the happiest because he's always making money. Am I right?
I must also mention, we also trade more in NSE. They also make more money.
Am I right that whatever happens, you will make money?
I think purpose of exchange is to provide the most efficient markets at the lowest cost. And so if exchange doesn't make profits, it's okay. I don't think...
But last 10 years, exchange has made a lot of money.
Which is besides the point, right? Sometimes you do it without your knowledge and without the basic purpose. While other people work hard and still they may not make it, is a different issue.
So I'll talk about the big picture. And again, this was the introduction that this is the 10th edition of IEC. But on the first edition of IEC, and I would not use Sensex for benchmarking purposes, I would use Nifty for benchmarking purposes. 10 years ago, of course, Chauhan Saab was BSE, so I was using Sensex for benchmarking purposes. Ab NSE pe to Nifty ki baat karte hain. Nifty that time was sub 10,000 and closer to 6,500. Today, we are standing tall at 25,000. So, starting with you, Mr. Sikka, last 10 years, it's been a 4x only for the index. Next 10 years, where do you think Nifty could move?
So, Nikunj, I don't think so. I can give a prediction on the Nifty. But broadly, the way we should see is, I think, the other way around, the way India is growing. I think today we are at a point that I think we are almost, whether in the next 2 or 3 years, will be a $5 trillion economy. And stock markets are a reflection of the economy doing well. So I think for us, rather you talked about Nifty, I'll say I was a part of the first edition. And that time, you asked this question to me, about the mutual fund industry. At that time, the mutual fund industry was less than 10 lakh crores. Today, we are at a point where almost going to be touching 70 lakh crores. And all this has happened in the last 10 years. So I do not know, I think, what will be the Nifty. But I can tell you 2 things. We are at a stage where the capital market, the mutual fund investors in India, I think, are coming from small cities and towns. And today, it's becoming a household product. So we are coming to a stage where very soon, maybe next 10 years, every Indian household will be a mutual fund investor. And that's the kind of capital flow that will come from household savings to capital markets. And I think with the country doing well, I think the biggest thing is we are at a stage where Indians will start benefiting from the India growth story. So I think maybe 10 years down the line, and I don't know the Nifty, but I can assure you with a lot of conviction, every Indian household will be a mutual fund investor.
And the data is quite, staggering. India has only 5.5 crore unique portfolios. Yeah. We have 20 crore OTT accounts, and we have about 25 crore food delivery accounts. So in a country which is young, in a country where the average age is less than 50, the number of portfolios are nothing compared to global averages.
I cannot agree with you more, but Nikunj, the way we have to see the trend is changing very positively. Today we are seeing a lot of young investors, women investors coming from smaller cities and towns. So maybe 20 years back when my father retired from government service, he had to put his proceeds. When I told him about mutual funds, it was difficult to convince him. But my daughter started working, the first salary she invested in mutual fund SIPs. So that's the change that's happening in the country. So I think I'm very confident. I think this 5% right now looks low, but directionally the speed at which the change is taking place is unbelievable. So I think we're headed for good times, and it's not about the mutual fund industry. It's great for Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. I think we are trying to be basically from a capital which is in small cities and towns, from how financial saving is coming to the capital market. So this is the true way how we can be Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Mr. Chauhan, this financial inclusion, which now seems to be picking up in terms of a trend, and more importantly, acceptance and faith, is the trend here only going to multiply in next 10 years, and how much can it multiply?
So I'll give you the information as of date. Today, we have at NSE around 21 crore accounts, which comes to 10.7 crore unique PANs. 10.7 crore unique PAN numbers, which is unique investors, out of which around 2.2 crores are women. So 8.5 crore males. More than 8 crore households are now directly investing in stock markets, including mutual funds, but also directly investing. And 8 crore households is actually more than 20% of all households in India, which are directly or indirectly through mutual funds. Of course, they are directly investing because they are our customers, because we are an ID market, so we know. And to give you an information, at 20%, we are amongst the very large country in terms of even percentage of people investing in stock markets. Germany does not have that number. France does not have. Entire Europe does not have those numbers of 20% households. And the other side is also true, that now that 8 crore households are competing with number of farming households in India. Number of, any type of cohort you see as a political constituency, now we are actually, although both of them do not know that, but today their constituency is equally larger or equal or larger than other political constituencies. So this is becoming very important because Delhi needs to know that investors of India are now a force to reckon with.
But investors in India pay taxes, farmers still don't pay taxes.
That is, again, for me, it's besides the point, but they will have expectations and they will assert. See, when, say, 5 years back, or even when Mr. Modi took over, in 2014, there were 1 crore investors. Today, 10.7 crore investors, unique. 67 lakh crore were market capitalization. Today, 440 lakh crore, 6.5 times more in 10 years' time. For me, those numbers is 1/3 of India's wealth. Today, stock markets are 1/3 of India's wealth and double the size of India's banking system and more. In equities alone, right? If you take debt, it will be 2.5 times. So it's a very large thing in whichever way you look at, because people are now directly, there are two types of financial savings. One is what we call intermediation, which is through the banking system. Other is through the markets, which is called disintermediation. And today, a large part of India is saving through the disintermediation route, that is through the markets. And last month, there was an interesting sort of a research report by Morgan Stanley, which said that from 2014 to 2024, 3% of the savings incrementally went into stock markets. But at the end of 10 years, the outcome is 20%. So that 3%, which people are saving into stocks, have now become 20% of the total savings, whereas what that 97% has become 80%. So effectively, the stock markets are becoming the primary driver of people's savings by demonstration, by checking out everything that people are seeing their neighbors actually making better returns, and that's why they are coming to the stock markets.
So Bala, if the stock market holding data is anything to go by, today the domestic holding via mutual fund route or by individual investors for the first time has crossed FIs, which means that Indian investors own more shares than what foreign institutions currently own. आपका भी फोन बज रहा है, आपका भी फोन बज रहा है, आपका भी बज रहा है एक साथ. So, my point is, do you think the trend of this financial inclusion is a real trend, and how large this trend could become in the next 5 years and then 10 years?
Yeah. I think the way I see is, I think we must also just go back in the memory. The entire awareness creation about investing in the financial instruments, capital market instruments, through the mutual funds, as well as in the stock market, started somewhere in 2012. Serious activities, which call it the financial literacy programs. The mutual fund together undertook the responsibility of improving the financial literacy in the country, took it very seriously. In fact, we got the significant support from even SEBI as a regulator, asking us to keep aside some portion of the money only towards the promotion of mutual funds and financial saving in the country. And these activities are not done alone by the mutual fund. It was done together with NSE, BSE, in terms of improving the importance of investing in equity, because the power of compounding actually is a lot higher in the equity investing. Therefore, that's why we started. The number what Sandeep mentioned about 10 lakh crore size become about 60 lakh crore size, we must also look at the number from a different angle. While the 10 will become 60, 70, 7 times increase. At the same time that 10, it was actually 2 lakh crore was the equity, 8 lakh crore was the debt. It was predominantly mutual fund the early part of the year. It used to be the fixed income component was the dominant component of the mutual fund. Today, equity component of the mutual fund industry now is the dominant component. It's almost about 60% average of assets and management coming from equity, which essentially means equity cult in the country has improved quite significantly. The second is the last few years. Earlier, we used to think about mutual fund means is only Mumbai and Delhi and large cities. Therefore, the penetration in the deeper parts of the country were not happening as much as it used to happen. Where I used to still remember Ashish used to always mention about the stock exchange has become so powerful, you can execute the trade in nanoseconds. So nanoseconds, not many would even hear about it, but he always used to see nanoseconds. That actually increased the connectivity in the country. The same way, mutual fund also got penetrated in the deeper parts of the country. That's why I think the B15, B30 when it came. Today, almost about 23% of the equity assets under management coming from cities other than top 30 cities, which essentially means people have adopted mutual fund as the one of the vehicle investors. This actually helped in market as well. The last, of course, is the in the number of unique investors we talked about. The folios also, of course, keeps rising, and that's again coming from the large flows in the form of an SIP is coming. But other point, we have to look at it from a market point. We mentioned about $4.5 trillion market cap, which is almost about 140% of the Indian GDP size today in terms of our current market cap. But again, we look at the experience of investors who came in actually in the last, I think in the last 3 years. The industry number of customer base that got added almost doubled. There were all new customers. When the new customer comes to the market and they have seen actually a one-way and up movement, and the experience for the investors also is very good. Therefore, it actually boosts the confidence. As a result of this experience, so as a result of the alternate not being as attractive as an equity from a power of compounding point of view, a mutual fund vehicle now is becoming actually primary investment vehicle for investors. I think the significant consideration. Even at the industry level, me and Sandeep, we all used to debate in those days, mutual fund subject to market risk. Is it making people to come and invest or making actually people not invest? There used to be always a perceived notion that mutual fund subject to market risk is actually driving away the investors. Today, nothing has changed. Mutual fund subject to market risk, it remains the same tone, with the same voice, the same speed. And what is actually preceded the mutual fund subject to market is actually mutual fund sahi hai. Right? That's what preceded. Therefore, it boosts the confidence. So, therefore, my belief is mutual funds becoming a primary investment vehicle for investors. And equity, having seen the last 10, 15 years, 20 years return, if you look at it, and the way I think the earlier section with Arvind Panagare, we talked about the next 10 years, if you have to look at the economic growth, I think clearly, I think power of compounding actually remains very, very promising, not only just for the growth of the economy, even for the market point of view. Therefore, I think equity and asset class will continue to be the primary vehicle for savers in the country.
Mr. Sikka, at every forum where we interact with you or we speak, we always do this very simple exercise so that we can explain the word or the magic of power of compounding. Let's do that again before I go to my next question. What is power of compounding? And if money grows at 10%, 20%, 25%, what difference does that make?
Well, it's a very interesting thing. I mean, this is one of the not so well discovered, formula by a lot of retail investors, but those who have discovered, including some people on the dais here, they've been able to create a lot of wealth. So what is power of compounding? I think the beauty is, many times, and I'm going to step back a little, whenever investors invest in markets, they start thinking it's very important to invest and review and reinvest, move out, keep taking those calls. But the power of investing is basically that comes when you're a lazy investor and an informed investor. And I'll try to define both the things differently. Lazy investor is someone who invest for long term, is not basically getting human bias into it again and again because the markets are going up or going down. But the intelligent investor is basically the one who understands the power of compounding. So let's give an example. One of the oldest funds in the country, which started in 95, without naming it because I'm on the platform here, the NAV of 10 is today about 4,000. So that technically means basically that fund over the period of time has given a return of about 23% since 95, compounding. But if we were to look at another fund, which would have given just basically 15%, so that 10,000 rupees, which becomes 4 crore rupees, effectively the 10% difference means the wealth is actually half. That's the power of compounding. What we see 10%, 5% looks very small, but you see over a longer period of time, it totally changes the dimension. So I think from our point of view, the power of compounding, Nikunj, that you mentioned, that is one big change that we have seen. Unlike in past where people used to try to invest in mutual funds like stocks, buy, trade, move out. I think we have seen a very big change. Basically, people are understand the power of compounding, investing for long term. And I think that what we are seeing, the longevity of our SIPs increasing day by day. So I think all I can say is, to Nikunj's question, the power of compounding, what it does is basically, it is not basically in a linear way. I think it basically, 10 rupees becomes 4,000 rupees NAV over 25 years, and the compounding is only 20%. And that is the wealth that a person can create.
So 10 rupee NAV in 1995 has become 4,000 rupees. And I must share it with you that that's one fund I had invested in.
No, I did not want to make your investment, public. But yeah, I think it's again, I use the word intelligent investor. And you come in that category, Nikunj. Because I think what we have seen, that's a fund which is 25 years old. Today has got 1 million investors, but only few thousand investors have been able to take advantage of that by staying there. And so, fortunately, you're one of them.
Well, let's do a maths here. Unit कितने थे वो तो बता ही नहीं है ना, वो बड़े कम थे. If your money multiplies at 25% for 10 years, after end of 10 years, any guesses how much will it happen? 10 years, 25% compounding. It is 10 times.
10 times.
But if your money compounds for 25% for 20 years, how much will the return be? Any guesses? It will be 100 times. And it has happened in India in the past, and I have reason to believe it will happen in India going forward as well, because looking at the way how the demographics, entrepreneurship, government policy making, and the whole financial inclusion is moving. It's not very complicated, it's very simple. It's just that we need to have a very disciplined approach. And when I say this, I think I'm the official ambassador for mutual funds now.
I completely agree with you.
Okay. Mr. Chan, you have been an entrepreneur. You understand the entire financial inclusion thing very well. You're running one of the most and one of the biggest exchange in the world now. Give me a theme or an idea which should come from Ashish Chauhan, the entrepreneur and the investor, which could be the big theme and idea for next 5 or 10 years.
The idea which I have worked with all my life, including starting NSE, I was the original 5-member team in 1992, which was sort of selected to set up NSE. And since then, I have been party to many businesses, some of them my own. I failed many times, but some of them became very large, including NSE, where we started with 25 crore or less of market cap. Today, you can figure out the market cap after this. It's probably 20,000 times, right? So larger.
So NSE has become 25,000 times.
20,000 times larger for that 25 crore rupees or 24 point something. And so I have seen that power of compounding. I've seen that power of conceptual activities. See, most of the time we think the wealth comes out of physical things. Increasingly, the wealth is becoming dematerialized. I give example just to convey that music, if King Akbar wanted to listen to music, he had to wake up Tansen in the night at 2 a.m., get all those 40 accompanies, and then get all their equipments and then start playing, right? And then, of course, wake up everyone else. But basically, he required physical 40 people and Tansen, and now we have 10,000 Tansen on our mobile whenever we feel like, right? At zero cost, because he had to actually keep those 9 Ratnas not for anything, just for his entertainment, right? But they used to cost him a lot, and only Akbar could afford in those days. Today, we are all better than Akbar because we can afford 10,000 sports stars and 10,000 music stars and literally millions of them, right, in all fields. And that's where the more wealth is going to be created more and more into things which we cannot touch, but we can feel. Experiences is what humans want. Physicality is where the experiences is to come from. And now, increasingly, most of the wealth will be in, even the experiences will be more virtual. That you want to travel to Mount Everest, it'll take you 30 days and a lot of hard work and a lot of money. Or you will get a sort of a chair where you sit and next 5 minutes you will be shivering in the chair and you will be thinking you are in Mount Everest. And that experience will cost you probably 10 rupees vis-a-vis spending 10 lakh rupees to go to Mount Everest base camp. For me, one is the new technologies are dematerialized and they scale up so fast that they become available to the poorest of poor. And that's where most of the wealth will be created. Earlier times, the wealth was in physical people. That's why it's called capita. What do you mean by capita is number of heads you had. Then it became land. And now it's becoming the new games, new experiences which you will create virtually. And for me, the next 50 years will create more wealth out of those newer things than that was created in the last 10,000 years. And that's going to be an explosion of wealth. Who can create that wealth is young people, because they learn newer technologies, whether it's biotechnology, there's gaming, there's mobile. Which country has young people? India. Which country has young people who are technology oriented? That is India. And that's where most of the future wealth, which is dematerialized, will be created by Indians going forward. And that's where, if you invest in those companies which are into more virtual wealth creation of different types, virtual experiences, those are the companies which are going to get you great results.
तो अब एक चीज ऑनेस्टली जवाब दोगे, हाथ रख के बोलो, ऑनेस्ट आंसर. Which is a better mutual fund, Nippon or Birla?
See, both of them in a way, yeah, I mean, I am invested in both, but in their index funds.
ओके सो नहीं सवाल खत्म नहीं हुआ है. एनएससी का शेयर खरीदना चाहिए नहीं खरीदना चाहिए, ये तो आप बता सकते हो. सिक्का साहब,
सॉरी,
एनएससी का शेयर लेना चाहिए नहीं लेना चाहिए?
Yeah, वैसे go for.
He said good things. He's invested in both of you. He said good things about him also.
I think broadly, anything to do with capital markets, you need to be invested in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to add to what Ashish just mentioned, Nikunj. I think one of the biggest success that you have created in the last 5 years, enabling companies who needs capital to rise from the market. The NSE and BSE have been the largest provider of platform to help companies to rise equity capital in the market. I think even NASDAQ always take credit that have helped so many companies rise resources for building the business. So NSE has done a great job in terms of helping companies to rise capital by way of listing. And there's one number, if you just look at it, just about 5 years back, the dominance of Nifty 50 companies used to be somewhere around 58%. Today the same dominance is about 43%. Then Nifty 100 companies, the dominance used to be about 69%. Today is actually 58%. The Nifty 500 companies, the dominance in the overall market cap used to be about 93%. Today is about 88%, which essentially means more and more companies actually are able to raise money in the market. Second number, if you look at it from a fundamental point of view, invariably as a country about 10 years back, the dependence on building our business through the debt was very high. Any activities you have to promote, first you go to the bank and borrow. And today they don't go to the bank for borrowing. Actually they come to the equity capital market for taking money, not borrowing of course. They come to the equity capital market for raising funds. As a result of that, the corporate balance sheet has become so strong that debt to EBITDA, which is what we measure one of the metrics, it used to be about 0.4 and now it's gone to about 0.2. It essentially means now leaving a lot of leg room for companies to make investment, leverage the balance sheet for the next 10 years. If you look at it, the leverage capability they will have for them to build the next future growth of the country, I think will be equally reflecting on the economy, market, as well as on mutual fund growth.
Okay. So I've got like about a minute left. So 30-second answer. Give me one big money-making idea or a theme for next 5 years. 30 seconds to answer this one.
Invest in mutual fund equity and leave it at that.
Okay, minus
forget about it.
Okay, minus mutual funds.
As he mentioned about Nifty.
Okay, so one is Nifty. Stay invested. Give me a sector or a theme also.
I think India is going to be a wide sector the participation. The diversity equity funds will be the best actually to play the India story.
Okay. Sikka Saab, same answer.
I think broadly, I clearly believe, as India moves up from, as we'll move to a $5 trillion economy, per capita income will move towards, $3,000, $5,000. The household savings will increase. And Indians, unlike the Western world, they love to save. They save for themselves, they save for future. anything to do with savings, I think anything to do with wealth management, anything to do with the stock market, I think those are the companies and the sectors that I believe will do well.
Chauhan Saab, last sawal. Pakka? Akhri. Why is ET Now your favorite channel?
Nikunj is there. So he keeps on asking me the question saying which stock they should invest in, and I am not allowed to even invest in stocks, right? So that is why he keeps on asking me those questions to just pester me all the time. But thank you.
Thank you very much. And all I can say is that in last 10 years, and I'm not getting into once upon a time in history, in last 10 years, just think about what all we've seen. We've seen COVID crisis. We've seen problems in US, we've seen assassinations, we've seen economy tumble. But the bottom line here is that Nifty in last 10 years is 4x. The wealth of the country is moving higher. And what is making India unique, I think, is entrepreneurship, governance, stability in terms of government policy making, and the excitement which the young population clearly is enjoying. I mean, Zomato is a company which 15 years ago did not exist. Today is part of the Sensex. NSE profit were in double digit. Now it is marching towards 5 digit. That is the kind of, exciting phase we are in. And that is what about, IEC is. So we've already established the coin. It's no longer quarter se quarter tak. It is decade se decade tak now. Aisha, it's back to you. Thank you very much.
We'd love to ask Mr. Chauhan where to invest once NSE lists. Let's see whether his answer remains same. But thank you, gentlemen. It was clearly an insightful, discussion on the health of the capital markets. But from capital markets to gold now.
Yes, the bottom line always is golden, isn't it? Well, gold has always held, of course, a special place in everyone's heart, not just as a symbol of wealth and tradition, but rather as a cornerstone of our economic strategy, Aisha.
Oh, absolutely. And it is my pleasure now to introduce our next distinguished speaker who will shine light on the resurgence of gold in India's economic landscape. A visionary leader in the world of business and industry, our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, helms the reins of PNG Jewellers, a renowned jewelry company with a very rich heritage dating back to 1832. Under his leadership, PNG Jewellers has in fact expanded its footprint to over 30 countries, transforming it into a billion-dollar enterprise.
And just a quick reminder, all of you, please do share your thoughts on the India Economic Conclave. You can use the hashtag of IEC 2024. Before we call upon our next speaker, it's just a quick reminder, you can connect with us, of course, on social media, on our websites as well. Hashtag IEC 2024, that is what you can use. Please do remember to tag us as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our next speaker, the MD and CEO of PNG Jewellers, Dr. Saurabh Gadgil, in conversation with consulting editor for Times Now, Deepthi Sachdeva.
Hi, good afternoon. As we were just walking up, I was just looking at Saurabh and seeing if he's wearing any gold. But, he told me nothing as such that is really visible. Okay. So, Saurabh, talking about gold. Gold in the country is an emotion. Forget about the fact that people think about gold as an investment, but for us it's about jitna sona utna aur acha. So it's that kind of a feel, that kind of an emotion here in the country. At a point where you're looking at, economies perhaps worried about a lot of other things, one thing that does not disappoint anyone is gold. So what is it about this yellow metal? What is it about gold that has, created this gold rush of a sorts?
Good afternoon, everybody. See, like you said, gold, the color yellow, signifies the power of sun. I think gold is eternal, and we have seen from thousands of years that gold has been used in human emotions, in human transactions, in different in commerce, and it continues even today. Gold has changed forms. Gold used to be a currency Then gold became backed by currency. Today gold is, currencies are free today, but what remains constant is the investment which in gold, which people love. The fact that gold is a finite asset, it's a real asset. It has multi-use. At the same time, it is something which stands the test of time. It's anti-inflationary. It's a commodity. It's a metal which will stand the test of time. And we have seen that it's not gold rush today. The rush has always been there. And I think especially during times of uncertainties, during economic uncertainties, during geopolitical uncertainties, gold is what is sought after. And this is what we're seeing today, that the whole jewelry industry, the whole gold industry is seeing a huge interest, and interest from a lot of first-timers. Because we are living in an uncertain era, we are living in times where there is no certainty of what's going to happen in the coming decade, in the coming years. And this is where gold plugs in as a tool which can help you to, hedge, help you to protect your wealth, help you to, have a plan B ready. And I think Indians have a different approach to gold. Indian household, every household has gold, and the estimates India could have 25,000 tons of gold, 50,000 tons of gold. Nobody knows how much gold the Indian households have. And that again has been reinforced during COVID, when Indian economy stood strong, where people could survive because of the gold they had with them. And that came as a last resort option for people to pay off their medical bills, to pay off their liabilities in those uncertain times. So I believe that this is a real asset. And we as jewelers, see this, that the interest is going to just keep on growing. It's a great time for the entire industry and for the for investment in gold. And I think we all are bullish on the future of gold.
And I think, being a true brand ambassador of your company, you have obviously encouraged people to go and buy more gold. But when you say this, Saurabh, people would also want to know whether this is the right time to buy gold. Should they be waiting? How do you see things moving in, keeping in mind the geopolitical situations? You're looking at almost emerging war situations across the globe. And even otherwise, like India, you say, is a conservative market, but still when it comes to gold, the priorities are pretty clear. You've seen the government of late, making certain changes that has kind of boosted that demand also. Is this a real demand for gold, or this is, again, like they say, pushed by the industry?
So to answer the question first, there is no right time. I think every time is the right time to buy gold. Like we have looked at, mutual funds, what people spoke right now, that you have to keep on looking at the power of compounding and keep on staying invested. I think the same philosophy applies for gold. In India, people buy gold in two forms. It can be gold as bars, coins, or it can be jewelry. I think in India, we have this unique concept of value investment. So the jewelry you buy can also be worn and also be used as an investment, as a last resort cash in case a time comes for it. But I think this demand is real. This demand is not created. There's no hype around it, because gold fundamentally, like I mentioned before, is finite. The supply of gold is limited annually. And the demand is affected by a lot of things, primarily looking at today's geopolitical pressures around the world, the trade wars which are happening around the world. We are living in uncertain times. We are living in times which are going to be challenging. The world is going to see a lot of challenges on different fronts. And one has to stay diversified. So the risk which an investor is going to face has to be diversified. And I think in that, gold is playing a very important role in everyone's portfolio. This is not only said by, if you had a grandfather telling you that, stay invested in gold, have some gold. But today, financial consultants, industry is talking about it. And I strongly recommend that people should have investment in gold as a part of their entire portfolio. Fortunately, in India, jewelry also is an investment. You'll be spending, some 15-16% on making charges. But beyond that, it's the metal which will remain with you. Period of time, the metal will give you that benefit of appreciation and also of adornment. So this is a unique opportunity which India has. And if you look at Indian households, be it people even below poverty line, everyone has some gold in their households. And this, I think, also goes back to a tradition of, having gold as a part of, weddings, gold as a part of, your status. So the habit of was inculcated long ago of, buying gold, buying jewelry, keeping it in the house. And I think that's the most prudent advice I'd give to people here is, gold should be looked at as a serious asset and not as a speculative asset. One should not, speculate in gold. One should not, just buy gold based on tips. One should buy gold as savings and look at it long term. I think it's the right time. Gold always has shown that, it's a safe investment and an investment which gives rewards.
And when you say this, there's a lot of viewer interest in a lot of things you said. So I'll just push that point a little further. Gold, platinum, diamonds, there's a lot of conversation now about jewelry. So where does gold really stand in this? You believe, like they say, old is still gold. So, gold is the real gold. Is that the only thing that matters? Or you think moving across, you could have, new metals that we could be looking at? That is the first question. And the other thing is about the hallmark, the standardization of gold. As consumers, how should we be aware? And where is it that your brand comes in? What is it that you do differently that, you think our audiences and our viewers must know?
So I think your first question about different metals, I think today platinum is being seen as a jewelry metal. Investment-wise, there are a lot of metals which people today invest in. There'll be copper, zinc, platform like, commodity exchanges have a lot of metals to invest in. When it comes to jewelry, it's primarily gold. There is a portion of people who are looking at platinum, but that's a very, very small percentage. In gold, there's new trends evolving. There is, now mix and match. So you'll find dual metal, gold and platinum coming together in the form of jewelry. There'll be, gold which is in different caratage now. So you're seeing 14 carat jewelry, 18 carat jewelry. So I think gold is ductile, malleable, can be made in different forms. And that's what is the beauty of gold. As an industry, I think we have come a long way ahead. Today, we are around an $85-90 billion industry in India. I think it's growing at a CAGR of 20-25% annually. So in the next 4 years, the industry is looking at almost doubling from here. And a large portion of that, I think, is because of the one-side regulations by the government in terms of quality, hallmarking being mandatory, certification being mandatory, and awareness for the consumers on looking at buying gold from reputed brands, transparency, asking for invoices. So the whole perception about the industry, which was considered to be unorganized, is being changed. And also is talking in terms of numbers. Today, I think India would have around 1 million jewelers, which again is a huge number when it comes globally. China would be talking of 200,000. We are at 1 million. So I think that's a number which, that's why the whole industry was unorganized. It's moving fast towards consolidation, moving fast towards getting organized. I think today almost 40-45% industry is organized and we are moving at a very fast rate. What this brings to a consumer is quality, assurance, better designs, and a whole new shopping experience. So I think, like we're saying, Vikasit Bharat, in this, we are a part of it in a big way. Today, Indian jewelry, our manufacturing is looked at worldwide as the pioneers. Same thing will happen in retail. Because when Indians buy jewelry, it's an emotion. It's not just a product. Here, jewelry means, it's a very, very deep-rooted emotion in the family. So it's a relationship. And that's very unique of our country. Worldwide, jewelry is looked at as fashion, glamour. There is no connection to the emotion what India has. And I think that's what's really making the whole industry looking at it more deeply. We're looking at developing more relations. And I think this is the only industry where technology plays a role, but human touch is very important. So when we look at even the whole experience, worldwide jewelry is not sold online, it is offline. It's experience where you go, you go to your trusted jeweler, your trusted brand, you interact, you buy. It's a relationship which nurtures over time, where we get stronger over time. I think that is what makes Indian jewelry and the Indian jewelry market so special.
Interesting you spoke about this online trend. You believe that there could be a time when people sitting at the comforts of their home will order gold jewelry just like that? Or you believe that it's still about that trust, going to your jeweler, looking at the product, feeling this? What is the future looking like?
See, trust is no longer a phenomenon because jewelry is certified, is hallmarked, so trust will be there when you're buying from trusted brands. Like for example, at PNG, we ensure that trust is at the core of our entire business. So quality control, transparency is all there. Online and offline, the main difference in jewelry is that jewelry, I think, will converge to a model which is a hybrid. So you browse online but shop offline. A kind of omni-commerce where things come together and people will still make a decision online, but make the entire transaction offline. And I think the other thing which you're going to see here in the jewelry industry is that jewelry which is more commoditized, jewelry more gifting oriented will be seen to be bought online. But jewelry which is relationship, weddings, especially, will see a lot of traction still happening physically. And that's what even worldwide we have seen that jeweler today, even Amazon, when it talks about it, it's not a big portfolio for Amazon when it looks at jewelry, as apparels and electronics would be. So I think jewelry will remain more, grounded, brick and mortar, emotion-based, relationship-based.
And when you say this, there is always that question that he wants more gold or she wants more gold. This is a debate I think a lot of us have discussed, spoken about. Is it men who, in their hearts always want more gold, or is it just women, as women are actually expected to? How do you see this? I mean, in your sales number, otherwise, in your experience and everything else?
See, for any jeweler, wedding shopping is the biggest shopping, and in wedding shopping, the female really overrules the entire shopping thing. So her share is the maximum. So yeah, jewelry is, if you look at jewelry per se, it's a woman-dominated, buying, where volume comes from, women, because they can wear a lot of jewelry. Men would look at jewelry more from the investment perspective, or office wear, corporate wear jewelry. So if the whole jewelry focus is on getting the family to visit the store, on getting the husband and wife coming together to make the purchase, getting a fiance to buy a ring for her partner. So I think that whole relationship is what I'm talking about. And when we look at jewelry, we look at it as a family treasure. We look at it as a heirloom to be passed on. So it's not just his or her jewelry, it's the family jewelry is what it's really in the Indian context. And that is what we believe in, and that is what we really work with ourselves. And I think for us, we are like custodians. We have to ensure that we stand with them during their difficult times. If somebody has to sell gold, we have to be there with them, give them advice, be able to advise them on the right designs to buy. So, and that is how we look at ourselves, that we are advisors to them. At the same time, as a jewelry brand, we have to be able to cater to their demands, their needs, and be able to understand coming trends, upcoming fashions, and be relevant there. Because for us, this whole family experience is what really makes us stand apart. And I believe that what we are at PNG is, we say we are the organized family jeweler of the country. So because we enjoy a legacy of almost 200 years.
So this is Parivarvad. Parivarvad in the gold sector.
That's right.
Jokes apart, considering that this is a huge market, and you yourself have, touched upon the numbers, every nook and corner you will have, one of that, your trusted jeweler that your family has been going to for decades, for years together. So what is the challenge for you as a brand today? What is the challenge that you look at? How do you deliver on those challenges? And what is it that sets you apart from a lot of other players in the market?
So I think the real challenge today is to be able to create the whole shopping experience which is favorable for a consumer. I think today a consumer is not just looking at price. 10 years ago, you would see only price as the decision making to buy jewelry. Today, it's the whole package. It's about price, it's about designs, it's about the brand, it's about after sales, and it's about the whole reputation who are buying from. So I think this whole experience is what I think makes PNG unique. Like I mentioned before, we are a family jeweler, but who's corporatized, who are listed. So we say that, we are organized, but we have still the human touch of a family jeweler. So when you go to a family jeweler, he's going to be able to give you, repairing services, polishing services, made to order, at the same time advise you. And we believe this is what we do at PNG. We treat our customers as, our family. We would have more than 35, 40 lakh customers, but we know each one of them individually. We cater to them, we talk to them, understand what they want. And human side, I think, is very important in our whole jewelry business because it is not a transaction. It's an exchange of emotions, it's relationships. I think that is what is going to be the main challenge for anybody going ahead. To establish a connect with the consumer and to make the bond stronger and stronger and be with him during good and bad times. So like we say, it's not just, people don't buy jewelry only in good times. People also will sell jewelry in bad times to, tide over that particular crisis. As a jeweler, we also have to be with them during that point of time. And I think that is what really makes us unique in the market. And again, the whole legacy of 20 decades is what makes us understand designs, understand psyche, relationships with families. And this is what today Indian jewelry market is. Designs here are going to be, everywhere available. There's nothing which will really, make you have a trademark on a particular design. But what you can trademark is your service. What you can trademark is your entire process. And I think blending new age technology with the old way of retailing is the success for a successful jewelry brand.
Okay, nice that you say that, Saurabh. Going ahead, what is your wish list, perhaps, from the government? Are you looking at a little bit of more hand-holding? Are you looking at more tinkering with, the structures, the import, and a lot of other things? What is it that you would be looking at that kind of benefits not just the consumer, benefits all of you also?
I think government is really looking at the industry very positively because we have, as the industry, we're getting more organized. We are a large exporter for the country. Import duty, which was really high on the gold, has come down and been rationalized. So I think good steps have been taken. As an industry, we were discussing whether we can have one India, one rate. That's something which...
one India, one rate. Is that possible? Is that possible?
Industry,
is that being discussed?
It's been discussed. It's challenging. But like Dubai has one, a single rate in the entire city. So that's something which will bring again a fair pricing to the entire, the gold jewelry industry. That's something which we are discussing on. I think another thing could be, looking at India is still not a price maker in gold. We are more of a price taker. So that's something which the government is really working on to have make in India gold bars. The Indian exchange will start, being able to command a position where we can start making prices. The exchange here in GIFT City can be able to, have buyers and sellers and be an active price maker. So I think a lot of steps have been taken. Jewelry on EMI, can that be a reality? So I think the whole focus by the government is to look at the industry in a positive way. I think we are happy with that, and we would really work with the government again to keep on getting the industry, and we want this to be recognized as an industry, and maybe in the future we may have a ministry for the gem and jewelry industry.
Okay, that's quite a thing. Now, when you've told me, one nation, one election, we could have one country, one gold rate. But what stops us from not having that right now? What causes these fluctuations? What are the other derivatives that you people look at? And as a consumer, in case you actually have a one country, one gold rate, does that really benefit us? Does that change anything?
See, definitely it will lead to uniformity. One India, one rate would definitely make people's confusion on gold rate go away. See, the real problem is it's a consumer industry, and as a brand, there are a lot of jewelers here. Each one is free to sell at whatever price they would want to sell. Gold, again, in different parts of India will have different prices because there are their duties, transportation costs, insurance costs, which would add to it. So if you look at typically in the East India, the gold prices are more than West India. That's because, the cost is more to reach gold there. But having said that, we should be maybe not one India, one rate, but at least somewhere like a guidance where a gold should be minimum this rate, and set up some more guidelines. It will definitely help the industry. Like when you talk in other countries where rates are fixed, the consumer relax that they know that they're getting the fair price. Today, a consumer have to look at rates of 4 different jewelers and then go maybe. That will solve that headache. And I think it will definitely uplift the entire industry. And this, I think, will happen eventually. It's the early days, but it's a good concept. And I think everything starts with a concept. So this is something which is a start. Maybe in future, we'll all be able to work towards that. What we also want to do is that, we want the consumers to be looking at not just the pricing, not looking at just gold as a commodity. Gold involves a lot of work. So like we say, gold is a piece of art, and art should be valued like art. That is where, this whole industry will be moving going ahead. As we get more and more organized, as we give, customers, we give them better experience. The industry will also see this entire focus moving away from discounting, moving away from just pricing, to looking at the entire value. By value, I mean design, service, after sales, the brand. And this is where I think the industry then will be looked at in a very positive way, both by the consumer and by the government.
And you also made a mention of gold on EMI. I mean, do you do this? Do you intend to do this in the near future? What about gold loans and a lot of other things that people have been discussing of late?
See, gold loan against gold is something which is very popular in the country. People use it on a big level. Masses use gold as that. That is one thing which I think is there. What we're talking on is, can you buy jewelry on EMI? It's a little challenging because you have housing loans, you have vehicle loans. Jewelry, there is no central depository which will have the gold ownership. The jewelry, when you buy jewelry, ownership lies with the consumer. So that has to be worked out. And can that be channelized? And can that be channelized into a banking system where a network can be established, where consumers can use this? It will definitely help to boost consumption. Today, we have Fintech companies which may do, top-up gold loans. So that will help a consumer to top up his purchase. These things are happening. There are talks on digital gold. So that's another trend which may come up in the future. So a lot of exciting times ahead for the industry. And I think as we talk in the next 3-4 years, I think industry will see all these things become reality and adding to the entire industry what we are seeing today.
All right. I think this has been a fascinating and an enlightening conversation, much like the metal that continues to shine. Saurabh, thank you so much for your time. Thank you to all the audiences also for patiently listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, both of you.
Well, in fact, it's, of course, 30 years of business. The brand of Pernod Ricard has emerged not just as a champion for its consumers, but also the nation, with key focus on sustainability and responsibility.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, to present a special address on shaping India's spirit, we would now like to invite on stage the National Head, Corporate Affairs and Executive Board Member, Pernod Ricard, India, Prasanna Mohile.
We'll hand it over to you now, Mr. Mohile.
Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis ji. Wow, what a huge applause, even in Delhi for you. Mr. Vinny Jain, Chairman, Managing Director, Times Group. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and industry leaders, it is an absolute honor to stand before you today. 30 years ago, Pernod Ricard began its journey with a very bold vision. A vision to not just grow a business, but shape the very future of the alcohol industry in the country. Today, India is our group's second largest market in the world after US. We recently overtook China to cross this milestone. Our global leadership, including our global chairman and CEO, Alexander Ricard, visited India last month, where he reiterated the huge potential of the Indian market and our long-term commitment to India. This is because in the last 1 decade, we have seen stable economic policies of the government. With one of the world's youngest and most dynamic population, India is where the spotlight of the world are trained. It is here that tradition meets innovation and boundless opportunities are created every single day. We at PRI are firmly aligned with the government's vision of Make in India. This vision resonates deeply with our purpose and philosophy. It is commitment to driving growth, fostering innovation, and creating unforgettable shared experiences that bring people together. Let me first tell you about our journey. We are global, yet local. Our number tells a story of scale and success. With 24 manufacturing facilities across India, we are intricately woven into fabric of India's economy and culture. Our state-of-the-art distillery in Nashik is a testament to our infrastructural excellence and quality. Our brands have become synonymous with celebration, deeply rooted in the Indian spirit. We are a global company in the truest sense. Over 97% of our portfolio is locally produced, blending global expertise with indigenous craftsmanship. Crafted with global expertise, but rooted in local innovation and flavor. Take, for instance, our Longitude 77, our signature Indian single malt that embodies strategic innovation. This product challenges existing perceptions about Indian spirits manufacturing, positioning India as a strong player in the global premium spirits ecosystem. It further represents a geopolitical statement of India's global capability. With a footprint in over 50 countries, our Seagram portfolio is being exported to 40 countries currently and playing a crucial role in APIDA's ambition to achieve $1 billion in Alcobev exports in the coming year. By leveraging local strength, we create a unique value proposition that appeals to consumers around the world. More than that, it is our privilege to contribute to the Indian economy and engage with the communities at large. Our contribution to the Indian economy is substantial. We close to 20,000 crores we contribute to the Indian exchequer, supporting almost 9 lakh jobs, out of which 6 lakhs are in the agriculture sector. We are creating a dynamic economic ecosystem that lies at the core of rural India's potential. Our 40,000 crore GDP contribution reveals a powerful economic multiplier effect to the value chain across manufacturing, agriculture, and ancillary sectors. Early this year, we made a landmark announcement of investing around 200 million euros in the hometown of our Chief Minister, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis. And with his initiative, we could get this project in Nagpur, which is one of the Asia's largest malt maturation facility. Going forward, we intend to source 5,000 tons of barley from local farmers per month from this facility. And, gentlemen, this will revolutionize the agriculture economy of entire Vidarbha and central India. And as to my estimate, it should support almost 80 to 90,000 farmers, if not less. This venture is a cornerstone of our vision of India's spirit industry. Besides creating jobs and boosting allied sectors, significantly supporting the agriculture economy in Maharashtra, it will also put India on the global map for quality malts. It is a holistic strategy that demonstrates how strategic investment can create multidimensional economic values that ripple through agricultural, manufacturing, and export sector. We are a responsible company. Responsibility and sustainability is a core mandate for us. Sustainability continues to be a primary driver for our strategic framework. Our commitment to reducing carbon emission by 33% per unit of production by 2030 represents bold environmental stewardship. Going beyond mere environmental consideration, PRI is committed to incorporating sustainability as a mandate across all operations. To that end, our sustainable packaging initiatives like eliminating permanent monocarton has successfully led to a reduction of 7,310 tons of carbon emission annually, conserving 250,000 trees, and decreasing packaging emission by impressive 30,000 tons by 2030. That's our aim. We take our responsibility to Mother Earth and the community very seriously. Our social footprint extends across 285 community-focused programs in 1,600 villages spanning 22 states, impacting 3.6 million lives. These initiatives transcend traditional corporate social responsibility, delivering strategic interventions in education, skill development, healthcare, and community infrastructure. We are building a comprehensive social development model that addresses systematic challenges and empowers communities. PRI is a transformative force in India's economic landscape, bridging global expertise with local innovation. The projected $64 billion potential of the Indian alcohol industry represents a canvas for comprehensive economic and social transformation. Panurica India embodies a new paradigm of corporate engagement. We are strategic partners in India's economic journey, emerging as architects of premiumization and champions of sustainable development. We are here to make in India, innovate in India, and create exponential value for India and the world. We look forward to shaping our vision with that of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's 3T vision: talent, training, and transformation. We remain resolute in our mission to shape India's spirit, not just when in celebration, but in the values, opportunities, and innovation we champion together. It's been a remarkable journey. Here is to the next chapter of the shared success. Thank you. Jai Hind.
So much for that, Mr. Mohile. And of course, Panurica's contribution to fast-tracking India to top 3 definitely is remarkable.
So, ladies and gentlemen, up next, it is our privilege to welcome on stage a visionary leader and a driving force behind Maharashtra's ambitious goal of becoming a $1 trillion economy by 2030. That's right, none other than the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji is here. We'd like to request you to join us here on the stage. And of course, he's going to be joining in a fireside chat with Navika Kumar, the Group Editor-in-Chief of Times Now Nav Bharat. Please come on stage. We'll keep the applause going, please. He's returned after a very successful election season, so many congratulations on that. And with that, Navika, I'll hand it over to
you. Welcome to the India Economic Conclave, Devendra Fadnavis ji. And what should I say? Audiences, can we have a real round of applause for the man of the moment? I'm sure you can do better than that. The numbers that he's got on the board, well, he's done a Virat Kohli. Devendra Fadnavis ji, congratulations, and what a stupendous victory.
Thank you so much.
आपके comments बहुत viral हो रहे हैं. मैं समुंदर हूँ, लौट के आऊँगा और सबको धो डालूंगा, ये उसमें नहीं लिखा था. अब आपने वो भी कर दिया. 132 out of 145 that you contested, that's a 90% performance. Fadnavis ji, my first question to you is, did you expect this when you were in the war room preparing for elections?
देखिए, हम लोगों को ये लगता था कि हम चुनकर आ रहे हैं, चुनाव जैसे आगे बढ़ा तो ये लग रहा था कि अच्छी जीत मिल रही है। उसके थोड़ा आगे बढ़े तो जब ये देखा कि 5% इंक्रीज हुआ है तो ऐसा भी लगा कि लैंडस्लाइड की ओर जा रहे हैं, लेकिन छप्पर फाड़ के मिल रहा है ऐसा कभी लगा नहीं। ये मैं बिल्कुल एग्री करता हूं कि मैं अगर ये कहूंगा कि मुझे पता था 132 मिलेंगे तो बहुत बड़ी बात हो जाएगी, ऐसा नहीं लग रहा था। हमारे एक्सपेक्टेशन से ज्यादा मिला।
तो ये छप्पर फाड़ के लोगों ने जो आपको ये नंबर दिए, इसका कारण क्या है? व्हाट आर द फैक्टर्स दैट यू एट्रीब्यूट दिस विक्ट्री टू?
देखिए, दो चीजें इसमें बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है कि लगातार हम लोगों ने महाराष्ट्र में अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया ही था, लेकिन समहाउ लोकसभा में हमारा प्रदर्शन ठीक नहीं रहा। तो हम लोगों ने पहले ये लोकसभा का एनालिसिस किया तो हमारे ध्यान में आया कि लोकसभा में हमारे हारने का कारण ये 3 पार्टियां नहीं थी, हमारे हारने का कारण एक चौथी पार्टी थी, और दैट फोर्थ पार्टी वाज फेक नैरेटिव, जिसको हम जिस प्रकार से उसका मुकाबला करना चाहिए नहीं कर पाए। तो हमने उसके ऊपर वर्क किया। जो फेक नैरेटिव लोकसभा में तैयार हुआ था उसको हमने समाप्त किया। हमने कोई अच्छी स्कीम्स हमारी लाई, लेकिन मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक पॉजिटिविटी तो हमने तैयार की, पर एट द बैकग्राउंड ऑफ लोकसभा इलेक्शन मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया, एक है तो सेफ है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं इस नारे ने महाराष्ट्र में जादू किया है। क्योंकि लोगों ने ये महसूस किया कि जिस प्रकार से लोकसभा में एक अलग प्रकार का ट्रेंड तैयार किया गया है जो देश के लिए ठीक नहीं है, इस ट्रेंड को तोड़ना पड़ेगा, ये डिविजिव पॉलिटिक्स को खत्म करना पड़ेगा। और लोगों ने रिस्पॉन्ड किया, एक है तो सेफ है पर लोगों ने प्रचंड मतदान किया और इसलिए हमको इस प्रकार से ये जीत मिली है।
देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, जीत के बारे में बहुत कुछ कहा गया, बहुत कुछ लिखा गया, लेकिन मैं थोड़ा सा उससे पीछे जाती हूं। जब लोकसभा चुनाव के नतीजे आए थे और जब महाराष्ट्र का परफॉर्मेंस उस तरह से नहीं रहा जिस तरह से एक्सपेक्टेड था, तो कभी जैसे ग्रुप में टीम के साथ जब भी कोई लीडर बैठता है तो थोड़ी बहुत डांट भी पड़ती है कि ये ठीक नहीं हुआ, वो ठीक नहीं हुआ। पहले तो ये बताइए, ऐसी कोई सीटिंग हुई जिसमें आकलन किया गया और कुछ डांट पड़ी कि भाई क्या गलत हुआ?
देखिए, आकलन तो हमारे स्तर पर हमने किया, आकलन ऊपर के स्तर पर नहीं हुआ। तो हम ही हमको डांट सकते थे, तो हमने अपने आप को डांट लिया, क्योंकि हमारे ध्यान में आया कि शायद महाराष्ट्र में हम लोग ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट थे। तो जब हमको ये ध्यान में आ रहा था कि एक फेक नैरेटिव तैयार हो रहा है, उस फेक नैरेटिव को रोकने के लिए जो व्यवस्थाएं खड़ी करनी थी हमने नहीं की, बिकॉज ये ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस के कारण वी ऑलवेज थॉट कि ये तो होता ही है, इससे क्या फर्क पड़ने वाला, अपने को तो लोग वोट देने ही वाले। तो ये जब वोट खिसका तो हमारे ध्यान में है कि अपनी गलती है, हम लोगों ने जो करना चाहिए तो नहीं किया है, हम लोगों ने इसको नहीं रोका है। तो इसीलिए उसके बाद हम 8 दिन तक दुखी रहे और 90वें दिन हमने काम शुरू कर दिया।
That's a big admission कि गलती हमेशा हमारी समटाइम्स खुद की होती है जब गोल्स अचीव नहीं होते हैं। मैं आपसे ये भी पूछना चाहती हूँ कि नैरेटिव को लड़ना कैसे आपने प्लान किया, क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रही? हाउ डिड यू फाइट दैट नैरेटिव?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये ध्यान में आया कि जो नैरेटिव तैयार हुआ वो नैरेटिव कोई पार्टी ने तैयार नहीं किया था। देखिए, ये श्रीमान राहुल गांधी ने जो भारत जोड़ो नाम का एक दुकान खोला था, इस दुकान में जो 180 पार्टिसिपेंट्स थे, ये सारे पार्टिसिपेंट को आप अगर डिसाइफर करेंगे तो आपके ध्यान में आएगा दीज आर द एनार्किस्ट फोर्सेस। देखिए, एक संगठन होती है, अपना विचार रखती है, एक संगठन होती है जो एनार्की फैलाती है। भारत का संविधान ठीक नहीं, फिर भारत का इलेक्शन कमीशन ठीक नहीं, आरबीआई ठीक नहीं, फिर भारत का कोर्ट ठीक नहीं, फिर भारत का सीएजी ठीक नहीं। ऐसे धीरे धीरे लोगों के मन में एक एनार्की तैयार करना, तो ये सारे एनार्किस्ट फोर्सेस थे और इन एनार्किस्ट फोर्सेस ने ये नैरेटिव तैयार किया लोगों के मन में कि देखिए, ये भारत का लोकतंत्र समाप्त करने वाले हैं, भारत का आरक्षण समाप्त करने वाले हैं, और ये नैरेटिव चल गया। तो हमारे ध्यान में आया कि इस प्रकार का नैरेटिव तैयार करने का और उसका मुकाबला करने की दोनों की ताकत ये न पार्टियों में है, न कांग्रेस में, न हम में। और इसलिए फिर हमने जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी उन सबको ये एक प्रकार से हमने उनको आह्वान किया कि देखिए एनार्किस्ट ताकतों के खिलाफ नेशनलिस्ट फोर्सेस को उतरना पड़ेगा और इसका मुकाबला करना पड़ेगा, आपको जवाब देना पड़ेगा। और जो नेशनलिस्ट फोर्सेस कभी चुनाव में नहीं आते हैं, हमने उनको भी ये कहा कि ये चुनाव की बात छोड़ दीजिए, चुनाव हारना जितना बड़ी बात नहीं होती है, लेकिन देश में अगर कोई एनआरकी तैयार करने की कोशिश कर रहा है और नेशनलिस्ट फोर्सेस अगर चुप बैठेंगे तो ये देश नहीं रहेगा, इसका संविधान नहीं रहेगा, इसकी डेमोक्रेसी समाप्त हो जाएगी। और सारे के सारे नेशनलिस्ट फोर्सेस उतरे और उन्होंने एक प्रकार से इस नैरेटिव को तहस नहस कर दिया और नेशनलिस्ट नैरेटिव वापस सेंटर स्टेज पर आया, जिसके कारण हम लोग चुनकर आए।
राहुल गांधी तो कहते हैं वो मोहब्बत की दुकान चलाते हैं, आपने भारत जोड़ो को ही दुकान कह दिया, आपने ये क्या सोचकर कहा?
देखिए, उनकी दुकान उनके संविधान की तरह है। जो लाल रंग का संविधान वो लेकर घूमते हैं, उस संविधान के अंदर पन्ने ही नहीं है, वो तो डायरी है, उसमें कुछ लिखा ही नहीं है। ये तो ध्यान में आ गया, उन्होंने संविधान बचाओ रैली रखी और गलती से संविधान भूल गए और मीडिया के हाथ में आ गया, तो अंदर तो कोरे पन्ने थे, आपने भी दिखाया। तो इसलिए जितना उनका संविधान कोरा है उतनी उनकी मोहब्बत की दुकान भी खाली है, उसमें कुछ नहीं है उनकी मोहब्बत की दुकान में। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि अनफॉर्चुनेटली, मैं राहुल गांधी को दोष नहीं देना चाहता, बट एनार्किस्ट फोर्सेस के केंद्र बिंदु आज राहुल गांधी बने। इस देश के अंदर संविधान ने जो जो संस्थाएं तैयार की है, उन संस्थाओं से लोगों का विश्वास उठ जाए, इस प्रकार की जो ताकतें काम कर रही है, उन ताकतों के सरगना आज राहुल गांधी है, ये बड़े दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है।
कौन सी ताकतें हैं ये? नेम देम।
नहीं, ये कई ताकतें हैं। ये देखिए, अलग अलग प्रकार की ताकतें, अल्ट्रा लेफ्टिस्ट ताकतें हैं, ये अर्बन फ्रंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस है, ये सारी ताकतें मिलकर, और मैं तो ये कहता हूं कि ये ताकतें केवल देश तक सीमित नहीं है। ये मेरा सीधा मानना है कि दुनिया में जिस प्रकार से भारत तरक्की कर रहा है, आपको मुझे खुशी है, दुनिया को थोड़ी खुशी है। दुनिया के कई देशों को लगता है कि भारत इसी तेजी से आगे बढ़ता रहा तो बहुत आगे चला जाएगा। इसलिए ऐसे कई देश भारत में एक प्रकार से जो एक डिस्टेबिलिटी तैयार करने की कोशिश करते हैं या एक एनार्किस्ट इस प्रकार का वातावरण तैयार करने की कोशिश करते हैं, ऐसी कोशिशों के भी सरगना धीरे धीरे राहुल गांधी बन रहे हैं, ये मैं कहना चाहता हूं।
आपने कहा कुछ नेशनलिस्ट फोर्सेस साथ में आई, कौन है ये नेशनलिस्ट फोर्सेस? आप आरएसएस और बीजेपी की तालमेल नहीं है, ये बहुत चला था लोकसभा के चुनाव में। इज इट बैक टू आरएसएस नाउ?
देखिए, आरएसएस कभी चुनाव में काम नहीं करता है, लेकिन आरएसएस के विचारों से जो संस्थाएं काम करती है वो नेशनलिस्ट फोर्सेस है, वो देश के लिए काम करने वाले लोग हैं। ऐसी कई संस्थाएं हैं कि जहां पर राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ से निकला हुआ स्वयंसेवक, मैं खुद स्वयंसेवक हूं, मैं संघ में काम नहीं करता, मैं बीजेपी में काम कर रहा हूं। तो इसलिए ऐसी कई संस्थाएं हैं जिन संस्थाओं में राष्ट्रीय विचारों के लिए लोग काम करते हैं। ऐसी संस्थाओं को हमने कहा आप चुनाव में काम मत कीजिए, लेकिन इस देश में एनआरकी न तैयार हो, ये आपका भी काम है, आप इसमें उतरिए। और उन्होंने उतरकर एनआरकी को रोकने का काम किया है।
तो आपके कहने का मतलब कि बीजेपी के अलावा इस देश में बाकी जितनी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज हैं वो अनार्किस्ट हैं, अनार्किस्ट थॉट्स की हैं?
नहीं, बिल्कुल मेरा ऐसा मानना नहीं है। और कांग्रेस इतनी अनार्किस्ट नहीं थी। ये लगातार की हार ने कांग्रेस में ऐसे फोर्सेस को एंट्री मिल गई जिनके विचार अल्ट्रा लेफ्टिस्ट है। देखिए, मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाहूंगा, लेकिन अगर आप राहुल जी की टीम देखेंगे या उनकी कोर टीम देखेंगे, उनके सोचने की पद्धति देखेंगे, ये अल्ट्रा लेफ्टिस्ट पद्धति है। और ये जो संविधान लेकर चलने की जो बात है, एक लैटिन अमेरिकन देश है, इस देश में इसी प्रकार से एक वहां का लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन संविधान लेकर चलता था और उसने वहां पर क्रांति लाने की कोशिश की, ये उसका रेप्लिकेशन करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये भारत में नहीं हो सकता। भारत के नस-नस में डेमोक्रेसी है। वी आर डेमोक्रेटिक बाय बर्थ, बाय ब्लड। इसलिए भारत ये डेमोक्रेटिक था, है और रहेगा। लेकिन ये जिस प्रकार की एनआरकी लाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आज की तारीख में कांग्रेस को ये सोचना होगा कि इतनी पुरानी पार्टी अगर इस प्रकार से एनार्किस्ट बन जाए तो देश के हित में नहीं है।
देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, जो चुनाव के दौरान हमने देखा, रिजल्ट में अगर हम देखें तो कांग्रेस 16 सीटें जीती 101 में से, जो शरद पवार की एनसीपी है वो 10 जीती 86 में से, उद्धव सेना 20 आउट ऑफ 95। इस तरह के कॉन्टेस्ट, इस तरह के रिजल्ट्स बहुत कम देखने को मिलते हैं। और जिस तरह से एकनाथ शिंदे जी और अजीत पवार जी की पार्टीज ने भी परफॉर्म किया, अपने ओरिजिनल पार्टीज को बिल्कुल ध्वस्त कर दिया, ये आपने एक्सपेक्ट किया था?
देखिए, इसको बहुत सिंपल शब्दों में अगर हम बताना चाहे तो अगर आप लोकसभा को देखेंगे तो लोकसभा में शरद पवार जी की पार्टी, उद्धव ठाकरे जी की पार्टी और कांग्रेस, इन्होंने पीक कर लिया। इट वाज देयर पीक। और पीक में भी उनमें और हम में डिफरेंस कितना था? 0.3% था। वो थे 43.9%, हम थे 43.6%। तो सीधे हिसाब है कि जब 5% वोटिंग बढ़ा तो उनका तो बढ़ा नहीं है, क्योंकि उन्होंने तो पीक कर लिया था। उन्होंने तो सब तरीके से डिविजिव पॉलिटिक्स करते हुए, अपीजमेंट की पॉलिटिक्स करते हुए और फेक नैरेटिव करते हुए दे अचीव्ड देयर बेस्ट। तो ये जो बचा हुआ आया, ये तो उसका रिएक्शन था जो हमारे लिए आया था। जब लोगों को लगा कि नहीं, ये तो मोदी जी के साथ गलत हुआ, तो 5% का जो वोट सर्ज है, ये पूरा का पूरा समझ लीजिए, या करीब करीब पूरा, ये हमारे साइड आया। अब महाराष्ट्र जैसे राज्य में 5% अगर वोट बढ़ता है तो ये छप्पर फाड़ के देता है, इससे नीचे दे ही नहीं सकता। जहां देखिए 0.3% से उनको 31 जगह मिली और हमको 17 जगह मिली। अब तो 13% का डिफरेंस है हमें, 13%।
सो आई वांट टू आस्क यू, आप कह रहे हैं डिवाइसिव पॉलिटिक्स उन्होंने किया, लेकिन बहुत लोगों का कहना है कि आपने भी कोई कमी नहीं छोड़ी। बटेंगे कटेंगे चला, वोट जिहाद चला, धर्म युद्ध चला, फिर बाद में एक है तो सेफ है आया। मैं पूछना चाहती हूं, क्या ये अब आने वाले दौर में पॉलिटिक्स, इलेक्शंस ऐसे ही हुआ करेंगे?
देखिए, इसको अगर हम एंटायरिटी में देखेंगे तो हमारे ध्यान में आएगा कि ये सारी चीजें क्यों आई। ये कोई हमने लाई नहीं थी, हमने वोटों का धर्म युद्ध लाया नहीं था। जिस दिन नोमानी, जो उलेमा बोर्ड के प्रमुख है, उन्होंने 17 मांगों का ज्ञापन ये कांग्रेस को, उद्धव जी को और शरद पवार जी को सौंपा और ये कहा कि ये 17 मांगे आप हमारी मानेंगे तो हम वोट जिहाद करेंगे। अच्छा, 17 मांगे क्या थी? मैं 2 ही मांगे उसमें से बताऊंगा। एक मांग उसमें से ये थी कि 2012 से लेकर 2024 तक महाराष्ट्र में जितने दंगे हुए, उन दंगों में जितने मुस्लिम आरोपी है उन पे से केसेस वापस ले लीजिए। दूसरा उनका मानना था कि आरएसएस के ऊपर प्रतिबंध लगाइए। ऐसी 17 मांगे थी और इन 3 पार्टियों ने उनको राइटिंग में दे दिया कि आपकी मांगे हमको मंजूर है या हम आपकी मांगों पर विचार कर रहे हैं। और उसके बाद नोमानी ने एक वीडियो रिलीज किया जिसके अंदर उन्होंने कहा कि वोट जिहाद कीजिए, और उससे आगे बढ़कर उन्होंने कहा कि लोकसभा के समय कुछ हमारे अकलियतियों के, माइनॉरिटीज के लोगों ने, अकलियत के लोगों ने बीजेपी को वोट दिया, ऐसे लोगों को ढूंढ ढूंढ कर सोशली बायकॉट कीजिए। जब ये बातें आई तो इसका जवाब तो आएगा। अगर वोट जिहाद पर कोई वोट मांगेगा और हम हाथ पर हाथ धरे बैठेंगे तो ऐसा नहीं होगा। इसलिए हमने कहा कि अगर वोट जिहाद की कोई बात करता है तो वोटों का धर्म युद्ध होना चाहिए। और धर्म युद्ध एक पॉजिटिव टर्म है। आपको मालूम है, हमारे संस्कृति में धर्म युद्ध का अर्थ होता है जहां सत्य होता है वहां विजय होता है। तो हमने वो बात कही और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये मंत्र दिया कि ये सोसाइटी को डिवाइड करके जीतना चाहते हैं, हम एक है तो सेफ है, और इस मंत्र ने काम किया।
लातूर में 103 किसानों को वक्फ बोर्ड से नोटिस आया है और कहा है कि जो जमीन वो 106 साल से उनके और उनके परिवारों के पास थी, अब वो वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी है। इस पर सरकार क्या करेगी?
देखिए, इस प्रकार से किया नहीं जा सकता। मैं ये कहता हूं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो निर्णय, अंतिम निर्णय जो वक्फ के ऊपर दिया हुआ है, उसमें बहुत साफ शब्दों में कौन सी प्रॉपर्टी वक्फ को बिलोंग कर सकती है, इसको डिफाइन किया है। और मुझे लगता है कि जिस समय कांग्रेस की सरकार ने वक्फ का जो बिल तैयार किया, एक प्रकार से ये पूरा बिल ये हमारे मौलिक अधिकारों का हनन करने वाला है, क्योंकि मौलिक अधिकारों में हमारा अधिकार है कि संपत्ति जो हमारी होती है, उस संपत्ति को रखने का अधिकार हमारा है। कोई भी उठाकर हमारी संपत्ति अपने नाम से कर दे और हमको कोर्ट में जाने का भी अधिकार नहीं है। इसमें कोई प्रोविजन नहीं है, आपको कोर्ट में जो जाना पड़ता है, रिट में जाना पड़ता है। तो इसलिए इस प्रकार का जो कानून है ये गलत है। मैं ऐसा कहता हूं ये एंटी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कानून है। इसमें कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को ताक पर रखकर यह कानून तैयार किया गया है और इसलिए बार बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसके ऊपर निर्णय दिए। और मैं तो राह देख रहा हूं कब हमारा देश की संसद इस कानून को निरस्त करे और एक ठीक कानून, मैं ये नहीं कहता वक्फ बोर्ड पूरा समाप्त हो जाए, अगर किसी रिलीजियस इंस्टीट्यूशन को अपनी प्रॉपर्टी रखनी है, उसका कानून होना है तो हो, लेकिन वो जहां उंगली रख दे वो उनकी संपत्ति, ये नहीं हो सकता। इसलिए मैं तो राह देख रहा हूं और मैं तो अपील करता हूं भारत की संसद से कि भारत की संसद जितनी जल्दी हो पाए ये वक्फ का अमेंडमेंट कानून पास करे।
लेकिन तब तक इन 103 किसानों का क्या?
नहीं, देखिए, उनको तो जो ड्यू प्रोसेस है उससे हम संरक्षण देंगे। ड्यू प्रोसेस है उसमें, उस ड्यू प्रोसेस के आधार पर उनको संरक्षण मिलेगा।
देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, महाराष्ट्र में डेवलपमेंट का आपका विजन क्या रहेगा? क्योंकि यहाँ इकोनॉमिक कॉन्क्लेव है, इसमें रेस टू द टॉप 3 है, उसमें महाराष्ट्र का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहेगा। हाल ही में ऐसा देखा गया है कि बहुत से प्रोजेक्ट्स साउथ इंडिया में चले जाते हैं, बहुत से प्रोजेक्ट्स महाराष्ट्र से बाहर गए हैं। महाराष्ट्र का विजन क्या लेकर आए हैं आप?
पहले तो मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि प्रोजेक्ट महाराष्ट्र के बाहर जाते हैं मिथ है। देखिए, पहली बात तो हमने समझना चाहिए कि देश में कम से कम 12 स्टेट्स ऐसे हैं जो अच्छा परफॉर्म करते हैं, जो कॉम्पीट करते हैं, तो किसी न किसी स्टेट को प्रोजेक्ट मिलेगा। ऐसा नहीं कि सारे प्रोजेक्ट महाराष्ट्र को मिलेंगे, लेकिन बावजूद उसके महाराष्ट्र नंबर 1 है। आप देखिए, आज अगर हम लोग एफडीआई की बात करें तो अभी फर्स्ट क्वार्टर जब आया था तो एफडीआई में, देश में जितना एफडीआई आया उसका 52% एफडीआई महाराष्ट्र में आया है। हम लगातार नंबर 1 पर है। 2015 के बाद केवल अगर महाविकास आघाड़ी के 2 साल छोड़ दे तो एफडीआई में हम नंबर 1 है। और अभी तो 6 ही महीने में, 2 क्वार्टर में हम लोगों ने पिछले साल के 90% को अचीव कर लिया है। तो हम लोग एक रिकॉर्ड एफडीआई में इस साल बनाने जा रहे हैं। जहां तक स्टार्टअप की बात अगर आप ले लीजिए, लोग कहते हैं बेंगलुरु स्टार्टअप कैपिटल है, कोई कहता है हैदराबाद स्टार्टअप कैपिटल है, लेकिन देश के रजिस्टर्ड स्टार्टअप्स की संख्या को आप अगर देखें तो सबसे ज्यादा स्टार्टअप भी महाराष्ट्र में है, सबसे ज्यादा यूनिकॉर्न्स भी महाराष्ट्र में है। आज अगर हम लोग एक जो नई इकोनॉमी की बात करें, हम लोग हमेशा ये कहते हैं कि अभी डेटा ड्रिवन इकोनॉमी है और डेटा हैज सरपास्ड ऑयल इन इट्स एब्सोल्यूट वैल्यू। लेकिन आज अगर देश की डेटा सेंटर कैपेसिटी का हम विचार करें, 65% ऑफ द डेटा सेंटर कैपेसिटी ऑफ इंडिया इज इन महाराष्ट्र, वो महाराष्ट्र में है। तो किसी भी हालत में महाराष्ट्र ये बहुत आगे बढ़ रहा है, बढ़ने वाला है। और हम वी एस्पायर टू मेक महाराष्ट्र $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी। और महाराष्ट्र इज द फर्स्ट स्टेट कि जिसने $500 बिलियन का मार्क पार कर दिया है। बाकी स्टेट्स हमारे से बहुत पीछे, हम $500 बिलियन के आगे चले गए। और जिस तेजी से हम लोग एक प्रकार से विकास कर रहे हैं, मेरा विश्वास है कि किसी भी हालत में हम लोग 2032 तक बाय बिजनेस यूजुअल हम लोग $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनेंगे। हमारा प्रयास है 2028 से 2030 के बीच हम महाराष्ट्र को $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनाए। उसका एक बड़ा रोड मैप हमने तैयार किया है। एक हमने इकोनॉमिक एडवाइजरी काउंसिल तैयार की थी जिसमें हमने 20 टॉप सीईओज को लिया था। टाटा के जो एन चंद्रशेखरन है वो उसके सीईओ, उसके प्रमुख थे। एक रोड मैप हमने तैयार किया है जिसमें कौन से क्षेत्र में निवेश होना चाहिए, कितना निवेश होना चाहिए, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कैसा तैयार किया जाना चाहिए, डिजिटल इकोनॉमी कैसी तैयार करनी चाहिए, इसका सारा रोड मैप तैयार करके हम लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मेरा विश्वास है महाराष्ट्र कल भी नंबर 1 था, आज भी नंबर 1 है और कल भी नंबर 1 ही होगा।
फडणवीस जी, नंबर 1 से आपने करके दिखाया है, तो आजकल आप नंबर 1 कहेंगे तो लोगों को विश्वास होगा। लेकिन लाडकी बहन जैसी स्कीम जो है, प्रधानमंत्री का एक विजन है कि फ्रीबीज नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन ये लाडकी बहन स्कीम जैसी स्कीम्स अगर आप लाएंगे तो क्या ये महाराष्ट्र के डेट पर इम्पैक्ट नहीं करेगा, आपके इकोनॉमिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर इम्पैक्ट नहीं करेगा? ये एक बड़ी डिबेट है, इस पर आपका क्या पोजीशन है?
देखिए, ये निश्चित रूप से एक बहुत बड़ी डिबेट है, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक विजन और है, और वो है विमेन सेंट्रिक इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसीज। और मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि सोशल सेक्टर में आप जब इन्वेस्ट करते हो और उसमें भी विमेन सेंट्रिक पॉलिसीज पर जब आप इन्वेस्ट करते हो तो आपका जो सोशल रिटर्न है वो थोड़ा तेजी से आता है। और हम लोगों ने यही प्रयास किया। ये जरूर है कि जिस समय हम सोशल सेक्टर का स्पेंडिंग बढ़ाते हैं तो उसका एक कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट पर उसका एक बोझ आता है, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र में हमने ये प्रयास किया है कि हम लोग कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए अलग अलग इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स तैयार कर रहे हैं। आपने पिछले समय भी देखा कि जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री था तो 2019 में एक डॉइच बैंक की रिपोर्ट प्रकाशित हुई थी, और उस रिपोर्ट में उन्होंने कहा था कि आउट ऑफ ऑल बिग टिकट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स महाराष्ट्र अकाउंट्स फॉर 49% प्रोजेक्ट, यानी देश के सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स का 49% सारे बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स महाराष्ट्र में हो रहे थे। उसी पेस को हमने वापस लाया है, हम ला रहे हैं। तो आज मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे या कैपिटल स्पेंडिंग पे आप इतने दुनिया में आपके पास इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स है कि जिसके भरोसे आप उसको कर सकते हैं, और हमारा रेवेन्यू स्पेंडिंग जो है उसको सोशल सेक्टर पर डालने का प्रयास हम कर रहे हैं। ये बात आपकी सही है कि इसका थोड़ा बजट पर प्रेशर आएगा, पर ये मनी वेस्ट नहीं जाता है, क्योंकि जब आप विमेन सेंट्रिक पॉलिसीज पर पैसा खर्च करते हो तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि उसके जो सोशल रिटर्न्स है वो ज्यादा तेजी से आते हैं।
देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, आप बहुत डिसिप्लिन्ड सोल्जर हैं अपनी पार्टी के, ये आपने प्रूव किया है। अब आप 3rd टाइम चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं, पर एक दौर आया था जब आपने चीफ मिनिस्टर होने के बावजूद डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर का पोजीशन लिया था। आपको लगता है कहीं ना कहीं अंदर एक महाभारत चलती है दिमाग में, क्योंकि लोग आगे बढ़ना जानते हैं, चाहते हैं, थोड़ा सा पीछे होना किसी को अच्छा नहीं लगता पर्सनल तौर में। आपने कैसे समझौता किया इस डिसीजन?
नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जिस समय मेरी पार्टी ने मुझे कहा कि हम सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है, ये नई सरकार बन रही है, हमारी पार्टी के नेता आप हो, अगर बड़ी पार्टी का नेता सरकार में नहीं होगा तो सरकार भी ठीक से नहीं चलेगी और पार्टी भी ठीक से नहीं चलेगी। और जो उन्होंने कहा मैंने उसको माना। आज जब मैं पीछे मुड़कर देखता हूं तो मुझे लगता है कि दैट वाज अ करेक्ट डिसीजन। उस समय शायद मेरे मन को एक भाव मेरे मन में था, और वो भाव ये नहीं था कि मैं नीचे क्यों जा रहा हूं। मेरे मन में, क्योंकि मैं चीफ मिनिस्टर बना, मेरी पार्टी ने बना इसलिए बना, तो मैं बड़ा तो कोई अपने खुद के भरोसे तो बना नहीं, तो इसलिए वो भाव नहीं था। मेरे मन में भाव इतना ही था कि लोग क्या कहेंगे कि ये पद के लिए कितना लालची आदमी है कि कल तक चीफ मिनिस्टर था, आज कूदकर डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बन गया। लेकिन जब मैंने फैसला किया और मैंने उसको एक्सेप्ट किया, देश भर के कार्यकर्ताओं में, नेताओं में और जनता में उसकी जो सराहना हुई, मुझे लगता है शायद मैं चीफ मिनिस्टर बनता तब भी इतना मुझे नेम और फेम नहीं मिलता। और 2.5 साल में उस सरकार में रहकर जो चेंजेस मैं ला पाया, आज देखिए मैं 2 उदाहरण केवल आपको दूंगा कि मेरे पास इरिगेशन का पोर्टफोलियो था। इरिगेशन के पोर्टफोलियो में मैंने 4 रिवर लिंकिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स मंजूर किए, जिनका काम अभी हम जल्दी शुरू करेंगे। और इनमें से 2 प्रोजेक्ट ऐसे हैं कि जो विदर्भ को और मराठवाड़ा को परमानेंटली अकाल से मुक्त कर देंगे, और करीब 10 लाख हेक्टेयर जमीन ये सिंचाई के नीचे आएगी, तो एकदम चेहरा बदला जाएगा। या अगर हम लोग ऊर्जा विभाग का विचार करते हैं तो पावर मिनिस्ट्री में मैंने एक नई किसानों के लिए पावर कंपनी स्थापित की। उसमें 16,000 मेगावाट के डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड पावर के काम मैंने शुरू किए जो 2026 तक समाप्त हो जाएंगे। उसके बाद हमारे किसानों को 24 घंटा बिजली मिलेगी, मुफ्त में बिजली मिलेगी और सोलर बिजली मिलेगी। और इतने प्रोजेक्ट हमने पिछले 2.5 साल में किए कि आज हमारा जो पावर मिक्स है उसमें 16% पावर कम्स फ्रॉम रिन्यूएबल एंड 84% जो है वो हमारी पारंपरिक ऊर्जा है। 2030 में 52% पावर हमारी रिन्यूएबल से आएगी और 48% केवल पारंपरिक ऊर्जा रहेगी। तो ये जो सारा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन मैं कर पाया, इस सरकार में था इसीलिए कर पाया। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये निर्णय जो मेरी पार्टी ने लिया वो बहुत सही निर्णय था, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
क्या ये सच है कि जब स्वेरिंग इन हो रही थी शिंदे जी की, तब तक जब तक आप वेन्यू पर आए थे ऐसी कोई बात नहीं थी कि आप स्वेर इन होंगे डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर? बाद में एक फोन आया?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं। एक्चुअली हुआ ये था कि ये मैंने बात पार्टी से की थी कि शिंदे जी को चूंकि करना है तो मैं बाहर रहकर मैं पार्टी का काम करूंगा क्योंकि मैं मुख्यमंत्री रहा हूं। तो वैसे हमने जाकर लेटर भी दिया, मैंने अनाउंस भी किया, एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस ली जिसमें शिंदे जी का नाम मैंने अनाउंस किया, मैं बाहर रहूंगा बोला। लेकिन जब मैं वापस गया तो मुझे हमारे नेताओं का फोन आया, उन्होंने कहा कि हमने बहुत विचार किया है और हमको लगता है कि कोई दूसरा आदमी वहाँ डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर के रूप में भेजकर वो कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाएगा, आप ही कर पाओगे। और प्रधानमंत्री जी से भी मेरी बात हुई, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी बात मुझे कही। मुझे लगता है कि उनके कहने के बाद तो कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है। और पार्टी ने घोषणा भी कर दी कि हमने आदेश दिया है कि आपको जाना है, तो फिर तो मैंने तुरंत हाँ कह दिया और चला गया शपथ विधि के लिए।
इस बार भी मुख्यमंत्री अनाउंस करने से पहले एक पीरियड ऑफ साइलेंस था, जिस वक्त मीटिंग्स ही मीटिंग्स हो रही थी और कोई अनाउंसमेंट नहीं हो रही थी। कभी भी कोई शक, कोई शुभा था आपके मन में?
नहीं था, नहीं कोई शक नहीं था, कोई शुभा नहीं था। और
पहले से कह दिया था आपको?
नहीं, कहा नहीं था। पार्टी की प्रोसेस होती है, वो प्रोसेस में, लेकिन अब इतने सालों से पार्टी में काम करता हूं तो पार्टी को समझता हूं अंदर से, तो पार्टी क्या निर्णय ले सकती है ये भी पता होता है। इसलिए मैं बहुत काम और कंपोज था, मुझे कोई जल्दबाजी भी नहीं थी और कोई एंजाइटी भी नहीं थी।
मॉडल कार्यकर्ता, मॉडल चीफ मिनिस्टर, एक क्लिप्स बहुत, पिक्चर्स बहुत वायरल हो रही हैं आपकी आजकल, आपके मॉडलिंग के करियर की शुरुआत जहां से हुई थी। ये मॉडलिंग के करियर से कहीं मॉडल चीफ मिनिस्टर तक का सफर कैसा रहा?
नहीं, मैंने करियर वगैरह नहीं, लेकिन मजाक में कर दिया था। मॉडलिंग मेरा दोस्त है, बहुत अच्छा फोटोग्राफर भी है और मॉडलिंग का काम सारा वो करता है। तो उस समय मैं एक्चुअली एमएलए था, एक चुनाव हमारा हो गया था और काउंटिंग को उस समय टाइम लगता था, तो बैठा था उसके, तो उसने कहा यार तेरे कुछ फोटो निकालने हैं। मुझे बताया नहीं उसने कि वो पोर्टफोलियो तैयार कर रहा है। और फोटो वोटो निकाले, कपड़े वपड़े अलग अलग प्रकार के पहना के इतने फोटो निकाले, मैंने भी टाइम था तो निकाल लिए। और फिर 3-4 दिन बाद उसने कहा कि अब मैं तेरा ये सारा मॉडलिंग के लिए यूज करने वाला हूँ, मैंने ट्रिक किया है तेरे को, मैंने बताया नहीं, एक ब्रांड के लिए मैंने सारा किया है। और उसके बाद फिर हो गई वो मॉडलिंग। लेकिन उसमें मजे की बात ये हुई, चूंकि एक एमएलए मॉडलिंग कर रहा था तो नेशनल न्यूज बन गई। तो नेशनल न्यूज बन गई तो अटल जी ने देख ली। तो उस समय अप्पा गटाटे हुआ करते थे, अटल जी के मित्र थे, तो उन्होंने अप्पा गटाटे को कहा, अरे इसको बुलाओ, तुम्हारा नागपुर वाला है। तो अप्पा गटाटे ने मुझे बुलाया, तो मैं बड़ा डरते हुए गया। मैंने कहा अटल जी क्या कहेंगे, क्योंकि जमाना तो ऐसा नहीं था। मैंने कहा अटल जी शायद डांटेंगे कि तुम ये क्या मूर्खता कर रहे हो। मैं गया तो ऐसे जोर से मेरे पीठ पर मारा और बोले आओ मॉडल एमएलए, और बैठा के मिठाई अटल जी ने खिलाई, बहुत प्यार दिया। तो ये एक वाकयात था, बाकी मॉडलिंग कुछ ज्यादा नहीं की मैंने। उसके बाद 2-3 जगह से ऑफर आए, लेकिन मैंने कहा भैया मैं एमएलए हूँ, मैं मॉडल नहीं हूँ, ये कर नहीं सकता हूँ।
From model to model MLA, from MLA to model chief minister, what a journey. Devendra Fadnavis, 3 times Chief Minister of Maharashtra, thank you very much.
Thank you
for joining us on this big stage of the India Economic Conclave. And as always, many congratulations to you. We are waiting forward and looking forward to your vision being converted into reality on the ground. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the one and only Devendra Fadnavis.
Well, Navika, I'd request you to stay on, and as a token of our appreciation, we'd like to present the Honorable Chief Minister a small token of our gratitude for joining us here at the India Economic Forum. We'd like to present this shawl to you. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis. Well, thank you so much. Of course, we request you to present a token of this appreciation, a small thank you for joining us here at the India Economic Forum. So thank you so much, Honorable Minister, as well as Navika Kumar for that. On that note, it's time for us to take a quick break for lunch. Do join us afterwards for another exciting lineup of discussions that we have. Don't miss the post-lunch session, which is going to be coming up with distinguished speakers like Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, Randy Zuckerberg, Ritesh Agarwal, Santosh Iyer, and many more. Do join us for lunch, and after that, we'll see you back here. Well, the lunch will be on your right in the pre-function area. Please do join us that. We'll be back in 20 minutes.
Times Network India Economic Conclave. We'd like to thank our sponsors, presenting partner IDFC FIRST Bank, co-presenting partner Adani, associate partner Dream Sports, knowledge partner Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, gold investment partner World Gold Council, associate partner True Alt Bioenergy, digital
आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व में महा
4 manufacturing facilities across India. We are intricately woven into fabric of India's economy and culture. Our state-of-the-art distillery in Nasik is a testament to our infrastructural excellence.
Let's make your next chapter the best one yet. IDFC FIRST Private Banking. The best is yet to come.
Prozeal Green Energy is developing solar power solutions to drive the shift to clean energy. We help large-scale industries transition to greener operations, reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Prozeal Green Energy, powering a net zero future.
The gold market has been evolving for decades, and the World Gold Council has actually been at the forefront of that development.
There are always new ways to think about gold, and it's our responsibility to champion those.
By being involved in every aspect of the value chain, we are able to help drive industry progress from mine to market. Gold has a critical role to play in society.
We provide data, research, and tools to investors that
Let's make your next chapter the best one yet. IDFC FIRST Private Banking. The best is yet to come.
Prozeal Green Energy is developing solar power solutions to drive the shift to clean energy. We help large-scale industries transition to greener operations, reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Prozeal Green Energy, powering a net zero future.
The gold market has been evolving for decades, and the World Gold Council has actually been at the forefront of that development.
कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। बोला कोने कोने तक बिजली पहुंचाना किसी के बस की बात नहीं, हमने पहुंचा दी। सवाल उठे एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली गैस सब तक कैसे पहुंचेगी? हमने वो भी पहुंचा दी। कहा तो ये भी गया पैकेज फूड बिजनेस हमसे नहीं हो पाएगा, लेकिन हमने कर दिखाया। बातें उठी सीमेंट सेक्टर में हम कभी स्ट्रांग नहीं बन सकते, तो हमने सुना नहीं, बन के दिखाया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। और जब कहा गया देश के एयरपोर्ट्स इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स के नहीं हो सकते, तब भी हमने सुना नहीं, कर दिए। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, हम करके दिखाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Discourse that informs and inspires. Watch me, Pranesh Kumar Roy, on your show, India Upfront.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you comes first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now.
Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, a multidisciplinary, research-intensive university that is home to over 30,000 students and 1,700 plus dedicated faculty. Accredited with an A++ grade by NAAC, Amrita offers more than 250 undergraduate, postgraduate, and PhD programs. Our diverse disciplines span engineering, management, medical sciences, including Ayurveda, life sciences, physical sciences, agriculture, architecture, arts, humanities, media, commerce, and social sciences. Amrita's 9 campuses at Amaravati, Amritapuri, Bengaluru, Chennai, Coimbatore, Faridabad, Kochi, Mysuru, and Nagercoil is spread across 1,200 acres encompassing over 100 lakh square feet of built-up space, making it one of India's premier private educational institutions. With a reputation for excellence, Amrita ranks among the top private universities in India and is recognized globally for its commitment to quality education and impactful research. Ranked 7th in the National Institutional Ranking Framework, NIRF, 2024, and within the top 100 worldwide in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings 2024. Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. Come, become.
The gold market has been evolving for decades, and the World Gold Council has actually been at the forefront of that development.
We provide data, research, and tools to investors that help them understand gold.
There is no comparable resource out there.
We have developed mandatory hallmarking in India.
Hallmarking is a stand of trust and transparency in the gold that people buy.
The role of the World Gold Council is to make sure that gold continues to be relevant. We are going to see a universe where every gold bar is logged in a digital database.
The benefit is to have one source and one form of gold tracked worldwide.
We are focused on only one thing. We are focused on gold. And so as a consequence, we are experts at it.
In a world where natural resources are depleting and climate change is crippling Mother Earth, it is our responsibility to protect our planet and secure the energy requirements for our future generations. True Alt Bioenergy was established to significantly reduce India's carbon footprint, elevate the lives of our farmers, and usher in an era where clean and green energy is the norm. Founded by the MRN Group, India's leading business conglomerate, True Alt Bioenergy is set to become Asia's largest producers of ethanol, manufacturing over 450 million litres of ethanol per annum. Ethanol is the fuel of the future. The applications of ethanol range from powering vehicles as a sustainable aviation fuel, producing electricity and manufacturing alcohol, and many more. Today, there are various countries that are utilizing ethanol as the sole fuel to power their vehicles and also in the form of flex fuel vehicles. Ethanol has also been tested as a sustainable aviation fuel, thus making air transport an accessible means to all. The Government of India, through the ethanol blending program, blends ethanol with fuel at a 20% rate, which is only bound to increase. This results in the drastic reduction in the utilization of crude oil and has the potential to save Mother Earth's precious resources. We at True Alt Bioenergy want to ensure that the air we breathe is cleaner. Our surroundings are greener. Mother Earth's resources are safer, and our future brighter.
ये आपका मूड है जो बनता है, बदलता है, बिगड़ता है, सोचता है, बहुत कुछ कहता है जब टीवी पर न्यूज़ देखता है। और सुनाई किसी को नहीं देता। अपने टीवी की सिर्फ सुनिए मत, उसे अपनी भी सुनाइए। फोन उठाइए, स्कैन कीजिए, देश के मुद्दों पर देश को बताइए अपना मुद्दा।
देखिए रंजीत कुमार के साथ देश का मूड मीटर सोमवार से शुक्रवार शाम 5:55 पर।
खबरों का ये मेला यहीं लगेगा, जहां होगी हर बिग स्टोरी बोल्ड अंदाज, टू द पॉइंट, नो वेस्ट ऑफ टाइम, बिग एंड बोल्ड। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
उठाओ वो सवाल जो दबा दिए गए, पूछो वो बात जो छुपा दी गई, सिस्कियों का हिसाब मांगो। जो जिम्मेदार हैं उनसे अपना आज, अपना कल मांगो, इससे पहले कि चुप्पियां सब राख कर दें। पूछ लीजिए सवाल पब्लिक का नाविका कुमार के साथ टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
काफी समय से अमेरिका से लंबी दूरी वाली मिसाइल दागने की अनुमति।
ओ बिट्टू, खेलता ही रहेगा या सब्जी लेने जाएगा?
क्या है, पैसे तो दिए नहीं आपने।
तो यूपीआई पेमेंट करके ले आ।
यूपीआई?
लोकल मार्केट में कैश चाहिए तुझे, जबकि आज की डेट में सिंगापुर, फ्रांस, श्रीलंका से लेकर यूएई तक अपने इंडिया का यूपीआई चलता है। और ये बात तो पाठशाला के बच्चे को पता है।
क्या बात है मम्मी, आप तो बड़े स्मार्ट हो गए।
तो तू भी हो जाना, लियो कर क्लास, आया कर पाठशाला में।
परिवार का हर सदस्य कुछ ना कुछ तो सीख के जाता है जब वो पाठशाला में आता है बॉस। तो आप भी आइए।
न्यूज का इकलौता फैमिली शो, न्यूज की पाठशाला, टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
Greatness can come from humble beginnings. For PNG, it started in the year 1832 in the heart of Sangli. Daji Kaka Gadgil established PNG's first store in Pune on 9th February 1958.
Daji Kaka believed jewelry is not just an ornament, it's a promise to be kept and a legacy to be carried forward. He was a maestro in the art of building relationships. For him, it always went beyond transaction. It was about fostering connections that transcended time.
The year 2012 saw the brand evolve from Pune Gadgil Company to PNG Jewelers, marking the start of a new phase for the brand. PNG's artistry has shined in Bollywood with its hit jewelry collections. PNG Jewelers has earned numerous national and international awards. PNG Jewelers has been an integral part of Dagdu Shet Ganpati festivities, crafting iconic jewelry. Collections like Pratha, Nakshi, Swarajya, Ina, Saptam, each a masterpiece, reflects the artistry and passion. PNG is known for its Mangal Sutra Mahotsav. PNG Jewelers offers a seamless online shopping experience. PNG Jewelers is embarking on a journey with a robust leadership, which is set to broaden its horizons. This expansion heralds a significant leap forward in its ongoing pursuit of growth and prosperity, reflecting the brand's enduring commitment to excellence and innovation.
Our mission to empower Indian businesses with tailored, efficient, and cost-effective ERP solutions, driving the Indian economy to greater heights. Our Vision Tech Cloud ERP envisions enhancing India's GDP by delivering customized solutions designed specifically for Indian industries. With 25 years of experience, Tech Cloud ERP offers 22 integrated modules that help businesses operate seamlessly and efficiently. Our integrated modules include CRM sales purchase, inventory, production, quality control, quality assurance, job work, human resource management finance, and more. Tech Cloud ERP caters to a wide range of industries, including agriculture education, healthcare manufacturing, trading, hospitality, hotels and restaurants, service-oriented sectors. With 90% of our product pre-configured, the remaining 10% is swiftly customized to align perfectly with your unique business needs. Beyond ERP solutions, we specialize in creating custom software tailored to meet the specific requirements of government agencies. Tech Cloud ERP prioritizes innovation and customer success, delivering transformative solutions to optimize operations, increase productivity, and ensure growth. Visit our website www.techclouderp.com. Your growth is our mission.
Five decades ago, a vision, strong and determined, began its journey. That journey has led us here to a remarkable milestone, the celebration of 50 golden years. Each year in the last 5 decades has been a testament to our resilience, our dedication, and our relentless pursuit of excellence. We rose, we stumbled, but most importantly, we grew. We turned challenges into opportunities, dreams into reality. With our vision as our compass, we forge ahead into the future, knowing there are still miles to go on this journey.
How do you know that you've arrived? Oh. Is it when your name means many things to many people? Or when your signature becomes a currency? Thank you. Is it when the only approval you need is your own? Or when you feel like giving back is another way of moving forward, you know? Or is it when you stand tall amidst giants? Just when and how do you know you've arrived? Tough question, really. Because when you start to feel like you're almost there, a little voice inside says, the best is yet to come.
Let's make your next chapter the best one yet. IDFC FIRST Private Banking. The best is yet to come.
Prozeal Green Energy is developing solar power solutions to drive the shift to clean energy. We help large-scale industries transition to greener operations, reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Prozeal Green Energy, powering a net zero future.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Discourse that informs and inspires. Watch me, Pranesh Kumar Roy, on your show, India Upfront.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News on Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now.
मध्य प्रदेश ने रचे नए कीर्तिमान। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में मोहन सरकार ने रखी विकसित मध्य प्रदेश की नींव। हुआ आध्यात्मिक अभ्युदय, अधोसंरचना विकास, नई ऊर्जा नवाचार के साथ बढ़ा सुशासन और विश्वास। नारी शक्ति को मिला पूरा सम्मान, युवाओं का भी हुआ उत्थान। बेहतर स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा के गढ़े नए आयाम। समृद्ध बना किसान, गरीब के चेहरे पर आई मुस्कान।
मैं डॉक्टर मोहन यादव ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं।
मध्य प्रदेश की कमान संभालने के 1 साल के अंदर ही प्रदेश के विकास, सामाजिक सशक्तिकरण और धार्मिक सौहार्द को बढ़ावा देने के लिए विजनरी मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर मोहन यादव ने यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी के प्रोत्साहन से विकास कार्यों को रफ्तार दी, तो नई पहल के जरिए विस्तार भी। 1 साल के अंदर ऐसे जनहितैषी फैसले लिए जिसने प्रदेश में जन जन के चेहरे पर मुस्कान बिखेरी। सांस्कृतिक विरासतों को सहेजते हुए मध्य प्रदेश को विकसित प्रदेश की श्रेणी में सबसे आगे लाने के लिए ऊर्जावान मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर मोहन यादव नित नए आयाम गढ़ रहे हैं। प्रदेश को और ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचाने के प्रण के साथ ये क्रम निरंतर जारी है, ताकि मध्य प्रदेश
इतनी अनार्किस्ट नहीं थी। ये लगातार की हार ने कांग्रेस में ऐसे फोर्सेस को एंट्री मिल गई जिनके विचार अल्ट्रा लेफ्टिस्ट है। देखिए, मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाहूंगा, लेकिन अगर आप राहुल जी की टीम देखेंगे या उनकी कोर टीम देखेंगे, उनके सोचने की पद्धति देखेंगे, ये अल्ट्रा लेफ्टिस्ट पद्धति है। और ये जो संविधान लेकर चलने की जो बात है, एक लैटिन अमेरिकन देश है, इस देश में इसी प्रकार से एक
Owning centuries with their artistry, creating new eras. Blooming in every alley, artistry of Punjab in abundance. Adorning the body, adorning the whole. Traditions of Punjab. In dance, as it sets, a flame of joy burns. Bhangra, Giddha, Luddi, Sami. Dancing to the rhythm of Jhumar. Here the river of melody flows. Vibrant is the color of Punjab. Come, experience it once.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to IDFC FIRST Bank presents Times Network India Economic Conclave, co-presented by Adani. We will be beginning the proceedings shortly. May I request you to kindly take your designated seats and to put your mobile phones on the silent mode. Thank you.
Chief Minister, determined to accelerate the pace of development and propel the state to new heights.
I'm telling you, India is having an advantage. Technology will bring employment. With the deep technology also, we can create wealth. We'll create more and more avenues for employment. That is where our government is giving more incentives for employment generation as a condition.
The Andhra Pradesh government is committed to creating a thriving ecosystem that offers competitive incentives to draw industries back to the state.
Andhra Pradesh, every part of Andhra Pradesh, I want to make it an innovation hub. Every family, I want to promote one entrepreneur. That is my dream.
The Andhra Pradesh government is actively working to integrate institutions, processes, systems and infrastructure to ensure faster turnaround times. The new industrial policy clearly identifies 4 key focus sectors for the government's objectives: food processing, electronics, micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs and other manufacturing sectors. This policy has been welcomed by industries and entrepreneurs in Andhra Pradesh. Visionary, industry-focused, people-friendly. The Chhattisgarh government's Industrial Development Policy 2024-30 aims for an inclusive, innovative and inspiring approach for industrial growth. Words are backed up by action as the government is ready with easy and transparent processes. Investors will have a team of officials at every step who will ensure business plans become a reality. With forward-thinking initiatives, the policy stimulates investment and job creation, offering customized incentive packages for projects exceeding investments of 1,000 crores or those creating over 1,000 jobs. Service sector projects such as those in IT, ITES and data centers are eligible for attractive incentives with investments of rupees 500 crores or more. Special incentives are also offered for thrust sectors like pharma, textiles, electronics, defense, aerospace, robotics and key agricultural and manufacturing industries. The new industrial policy is dedicated to empowering women, SC/ST communities, Divyang individuals, retired Agniveers and LWE affected people. The stage is set. The state is ready. Invest in Chhattisgarh and take your business to greater heights. The people and the government welcome you to be a part of the vision of a developed state of Chhattisgarh.
उत्तराखंड में बागवानी से सशक्त हो रहे हैं किसान, बन रही है उन्नत प्रदेश की विशिष्ट पहचान। मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी के संकल्प से किसानों की आय में जबरदस्त मुनाफा, फल और सब्जियों में पौष्टिकता, विकास के अंत्योदय सफर की कहानी लिख रही है। मुख्यमंत्री एकीकृत बागवानी विकास योजना के तहत किसानों को समृद्ध बनाने के लिए कोल्ड स्टोरेज पर 50% सब्सिडी अथवा 7,50,000 रुपए तक और रेफ्रिजरेटर वैन पर 50% सब्सिडी अथवा 13 लाख रुपए तक दिए जा रहे हैं। साथ ही फल, सब्जियां, पुष्प और मसालों के पौधे और बीज 50% सब्सिडी पर किसानों को प्रदान किए जा रहे हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री एकीकृत बागवानी योजना के तहत हमें सब्जी और बीज उपलब्ध कराए जाते हैं, जिसमें कि हमें समय समय पर उद्यान विभाग के द्वारा विभिन्न प्रकार के कीटनाशक दवाएं भी उपलब्ध कराई जाती हैं और महिलाओं का एक आजीविका को लेकर एक नया ही उत्साह उत्पन्न हुआ है।
मुख्यमंत्री संरक्षित उद्यान विकास योजना में पॉली हाउस के अंदर सब्जी या पुष्प का उत्पादन करने पर किसानों को 80% तक सब्सिडी प्रदान की जा रही है। बाजार हस्तक्षेप योजना के तहत सी ग्रेड सेब और अन्य फलों को समर्थन मूल्य पर खरीदने के लिए व्यवस्था की गई है। फसल बीमा योजना के तहत फलों और मौसमी सब्जियों का बीमा कराया जाता है और सरकार किसानों को प्रीमियम की कई गुना धनराशि प्रदान कर रही है।
हमने आम की फसल का बीमा करवाया था, जिसका 8 गुना प्रीमियम हमें सीधा डीबीटी के माध्यम से हमारे अकाउंट में प्राप्त हुआ। मैं धन्यवाद अदा करना चाहूंगा उत्तराखंड सरकार, मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी का।
बागवानी योजनाओं से खुल रहे हैं समृद्धि के द्वार, किसानों को मजबूत बना रही है उत्तराखंड सरकार।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन एवं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व में महाकुंभ 2025 में सनातन पताका लहराने के लिए तैयार है उत्तर प्रदेश। उच्च कोटि के प्रबंधन वाले मानवता के इस अमूर्त धरोहर से साधु संतों के साथ ही कल्पवासी भी पुण्य के भागी बनेंगे। कल्पवास अर्थात 1 माह तक संगम तट पर डेरा डालकर वेदों का अध्ययन और ध्यान पूजा, जो पौष मास के 11वें दिन से प्रारंभ होकर माघ माह के 12वें दिन तक चलती है। श्वेत व पीताम्बरधारी कल्पवासियों के दर्शन, संगम में डुबकी और पूज्य साधु संतों के आशीर्वाद का पुण्य प्रसाद प्रयागराज महाकुंभ में बंट रहा हो तो चहुं ओर एक ही जयकार गुंजायमान है। आओ चले महाकुंभ, पुण्य फलें महाकुंभ चलें।
From bustling cityscapes to the beating heart of tech hubs, innovation thrives.
Welcome to Zanga, architects of digital transformation, where innovation meets excellence. We're a team of deep tech innovators working across various industries.
With almost 30 years of experience in tech engineering, I have seen firsthand how innovation transforms businesses.
Hi, I'm Bala Subramaniam, an MBA from the Asian Institute of Management with professional experience of more than 25 years in finance, consulting, risk management, and fraud investigations. We understand that business is about multiple moving parts. So at Zangam, the strategy is very simple. Cut the clutter.
As a medical professional and an insurance expert for last 20 years, I know the insurance business deep and wide. At Zangam Group, innovation to transform the business is the core of the offerings. Innovation in technology and innovation in operations too.
Hi, I am Vinay Iyer, Chartered Accountant with more than 20 years of experience in the technology industry. We are Microsoft Gold Certified Partners and LS Central Diamond Certified Partners.
We differentiate ourselves by heavily investing in R&D in 2 key areas: adapting latest cutting and bleeding edge technologies like AI, blockchain, IoT. And the second area is investing in understanding the domain problems of the industry. Then we create a Zangam to culminate in industry-ready, co-created solutions.
At Zangam Group, our technological philosophy is built on 3 pillars: integration, innovation, and impact.
At Zangam Labs, we bring in the learning from...
When I'm ready to announce you guys, I will tell you before that. But just you can go backstage and just wait. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To the people in the pre-function area, hope you've had a lovely lunch. May I request you to please come back into the hall and settle down as we are restarting with the sessions here today at the India Economic Conclave. So if you can hear my voice outside in the pre-function area, may I request you to please come in and settle down so that we can begin the day's proceedings. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you can hear my voice outside in the pre-function area, may I request you to please come in and settle down, take your seats, as we will be continuing with the India Economic Conclave now. Thank you so much.
Our customers are present in more than 20 countries.
Welcome to Zanga, and this is my team.
Move. The possibilities are endless. The future is bright.
We learned all the right moves here.
Move beyond learning by rote. Discover. Research. Innovate. Confidence is the fulcrum. Move to be of note. Move towards success. Bennett University, preparing India to move with the times. Land of festivities is a realm of celebrations. Songs resonating from every corner, countless joys in every fair. Life not just lived. Here, life is celebrated. Hearts open, love is shared. Embracing love to the fullest. In the welcome of seasons, with the arrival of new weather, savoring reverie treats upon the ripening of crops. Hola Mohalla, uniquely splendid, enthusiasm flooded in celebration.
And now, please welcome your hosts for the afternoon. Senior Executive Editor, Input Times Now and Mirror Now, Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan, and Consulting Editor, Times Now, Hina Gambhir.
Welcome back to IDFC First Bank Presents Times Network India Economic Conclave, co-presented by Adani.
Let's take a moment to appreciate the grandeur of our venue today. Bharat Mandapam, where you all are currently seated, is one of India's largest integrated exhibition and convention center. Built by NBCC, it stands as a monumental project showcasing India's growing influence on the global stage.
Absolutely. What a structure indeed. But moving on, it is undeniable that increased investments are a key driver of economic growth.
And to expand further on how India can sustain growth momentum, it is our pleasure to introduce our next distinguished speaker.
Please join us in welcoming Chairman of the Piramal Group, Mr. Ajay Piramal, to share his insights in a riveting conversation with National Editor of ET Now, Aisha Faridi.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
I hope all of you have had a good lunch and are warm enough back for the second leg of panels that we have today on the India Economic Conclave. Mr. Piramal, always a pleasure having you, and welcome to New Delhi, cold as it may be.
Thank you. Actually, it's very pleasant.
Yeah.
And you know, people talk a lot about pollution in Delhi.
Yeah.
I found it very good today, at least.
Yeah, because Bombay is getting as polluted. But tell me, I wanted to ask you, it's been a very hectic wedding season for you. I've always wondered, how do you get that energy for so many wedding festivities and all the clothes changes and everything that goes with it?
In India, the wedding season starts now, I think, so I'm still to experience it.
Okay, but tell me, is the economy of our country, is it looking as charged up? And does it seem like we could make it to that top 3 position anytime soon?
I think we are well on our way to get into the top 3. Whether it will be 2028, whether it will be 2029, doesn't matter, but the direction is right. And who is ahead of us? Today we are the 5th, as you know. To get to the 3rd, you have to get ahead of Germany and Japan. And though they have done well in the past, but today, I think India stands at several advantages. The average age of Japan is like 54 years. Our average age is 27 years. You can make out the difference. And ours is a young, vibrant economy, willing and wanting to do much more than any other country. I mean, when I travel abroad, I was in Japan recently, in Europe, you don't get the same energy and you don't get the same positivity. people are happy with the sort of life they have. It's a good life and no desire to go up further.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like someone said that Japan is an old age home and Europe is a, tourism country, all of it. But anyway, since you did talk about Japan and Germany, I wanted to talk about how your early days were. You started off from the textile industry, which was your family business, and you first moved into pharmaceuticals. Now, we all know where Indian pharmaceuticals stand, and we have the wherewithal to compete with a lot of global giants and make it to the #1 position. Tell me, where do you think the Indian industry is right now when it comes to pharma specifically, and what more can be done so that pharma can be that one leapfrog sector which can take us to the #3 position?
The pharma industry in India has actually several advantages.
Yeah.
Today, in terms of generic formulations, we are already the largest in the world. I think everywhere it's accepted as high quality and a lower cost products. You see the number of plants which are owned by Indian companies which are FDA approved. As far as we are concerned, we also have large number of plants which are in the US, in the UK, and in India. And we find that that combination is the one that can make a significant difference, because still, especially in the very newer products, the products under patent or under still research and development, people want the pharma, the development industry to be close to them. And that's where America, to be there, has a big advantage. Especially now when you see that there is clearly a movement towards diversifying their production from China. I think India has a significant scope to grow. We have to do more in terms of developing early stage APIs. We have to do more in terms of getting into more complex products. But I think that is on the way now.
The other thing I also wanted to talk about was financial services in particular. Considering your group's expansion also into this particular sector with Piramal Capital and Housing Finance, what strategies do you think India can adopt for more and more financial inclusion? Because financialization is pretty much the backbone for us to make it to the top 3 mark.
You're absolutely right. If we have to achieve the GDP growth rate that we are wanting to reach to the #3 position, I think if you have to grow at 7-8% in real terms, and if I add another 4 or 5% in terms of inflation, so the economy needs to grow nominally at almost 13%. That means the financial sector normally needs to grow 1.5 times. So 18% growth in financial sector is important. Till now, the best that we've done over a period of time is 15-16% growth. So this additional growth that we need is where an NBFC can play a very important role. More so when you said that to reach the last mile, it's difficult for a bank to do it. And that's where NBFCs also can play a role. And therefore, I think we need to see that NBFCs also continue to grow along with banks. One of the things that we need for NBFCs to do is, today if you see the upper layer NBFCs are regulated a lot more than what they were previously, and almost similar to banks. So I think it's important to get NBFCs to give the upper tier, fewer, whatever NBFCs they want to have a higher norm to get public deposit taking licenses. No licenses have been given. I think public deposits from probably in the early 2000s was the last time. So if that is given, then the availability of funds with NBFCs will be more, and then they can go further on into areas which cannot be covered by banks. It's impossible. India is too large a country. It's too large a population. So I think that's one way that we should do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And I guess loosening up the sector a little bit may actually help with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing I also wanted to talk about, since you're here in the capacity as the chairman of your group, real estate and the kind of multiplier effect that real estate has on the rest of the economy, and more so job creation at the very grassroots level. Wanted to talk about how you see India building up real estate, and I'm not talking Mumbai specific, but more at a country level, and tier 2 and 3 cities as well. The kind of development that's happening there. What kind of impact can real estate have on the overall economy?
As you said, that the real estate is a key to any economy. And more so in India, I think the importance of real estate is much more, because there are many, many people who are aspiring to live a better life. And even the Prime Minister, if you've seen, has launched the Awas Yojana, which is to give the low-income people housing. I think so real estate is important to see that people get a better life. A lot of industries are dependent upon real estate, whether it is the steel, whether it is cement, whether it is paints, carpentry. Lot of employment is done. So I think it just needs more and more push. I believe that the regulations must become even more transparent. Even today, in spite of a lot of freedom given, or let's say ease of doing business, I think real estate still is not as transparent as it should be. It's pretty opaque, and especially in the larger cities, it is much more, leaves a lot to discretion of people. So we have to, take it. We've been talking about it for a while. I think it needs to be done.
Absolutely. So what more are we going to hear from Piramal Realty? What more can we hear from your real estate stable of your own company?
So our focus is more into, as far as the development is concerned, it is more into the Mumbai and the MMR area. I think our bigger play in that sense is also in funding of affordable housing in our NBFC. So in terms of on a monthly basis in affordable housing, like giving loans of between 15-17 lakhs, we are the largest player today. So I think for that, it's important for any individual to have a house, and that's what we try to do.
Absolutely. I wanted to talk about in your years of experience and your entrepreneurial journey. Given that at your group you have exposure to healthcare, to pharma, to real estate, where is it that you think that the lead is going to come in from? And where is it that you would want to now perhaps diversify in or concentrate more in when it comes to your own group businesses?
See, fortunately for us, both in the financial services and pharma, these are high growth industries. As we've said in the beginning, if India has to get into the top 3 in the world, it's absolutely critical that financial services grows, and there has to be different types of financial institutions, whether it's banks, whether it is NBFCs, alternative funding, insurance, all these have to grow together. So there is immense scope in it. Obviously, the more and more these are regulated industries, so you have to follow whatever the regulations may be. But I think that's where I see that there's a huge scope. Pharma, we have all these advantages as a nation to build pharmaceuticals, and you can't do without. As the world is aging, as more and more new drugs are coming in, again, pharma is a high growth industry. It has been. And these are industries where we've had a good track record, and I feel confident that we can do it. On the way, we will see many other places as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. So what are the other budding sectors? Someone was making a point in the panel previously before the lunch session that India has most amount of food platform accounts, you know, all your Zomatos, etc. Lesser than that are the OTT numbers, and lesser than that are the demat accounts. So we know which way this new generation is actually migrating towards and what our consumption pattern is. What are the new sectors that you think are going to be most exciting in the future?
You know, I think the good thing as far as India is, and in a growing economy like this is concerned, there are so many sectors, and whichever sector you touch, it's not the sector, but it's how you deal innovatively in each one that can give you enough opportunities. So whether, I mean, finance is as old as, I mean, probably the oldest sector in the world, in history, but you can still keep getting innovation as we are seeing. So I would say that there are several such sectors.
Absolutely. You know, you talked about India's demographics and how that's something very big which is in our favor. Where do you think the next leap of innovation is going to come in from? And will it have to be technology driven?
You know, I just want to talk one thing about India's demography. We all talk about is at a strength, and it is a strength. But, you know, we must look at India as actually there are three Indias. Today, one is the really affluent India, which out of, say, the 1.4 billion people, would be about 60 million people. The next is the sort of middle income India, 1.2 billion. And about 200 million people in India are the ones which are really where there is a lot of poverty. So if I was to draw a line from north to south, which was to divide India, leave the southernmost parts, but till Andhra Pradesh, parts of Andhra Pradesh also, you'll find that that is the most deprived part of India, where there is the difference in per capita income in this part of India, and the rest of India is 2.2 times that of this part. And therefore, if we have to get the real demographic dividend, I think we have to look at these. So the states like, whether it is Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Orissa, these are the ones which are Assam, Bengal, these are the ones which are really challenged. And it is necessary for us to see that their GDP also grows up so that India can really get into equitable distribution of wealth, and we continue on this path of becoming the third largest.
So what do you think can be done to try and bring up those states?
I think we just need to give much more attention. I've seen over the past few years, actually, the government has increased their spending a lot in the social sector. Today, the government spends almost 50 lakh crores in these sectors of education, health, water, and other social activities. If I was to say the initial first line, I think whether it's in availability of medicines, availability of hospitals, availability of schools, all that has improved significantly. But it is the middle layer. Once these investments have been made, how do you actually effectively see to it that it reaches the last mile is what we need to see. And I think that's where even our own foundation is working towards that, so that there is more effective use of this. Secondly, I think it's important for all of us to recognize, and more so in the private sector, that these parts of the country also need attention. I'll give you an example. In 2017, the Prime Minister identified 112 aspirational districts in the country. These are districts which are much behind in all indices, whether it is the Sustainable Development Goals, whether it's the Human Development Index, per capita was much lower than rest. But unfortunately, nobody till now was paying attention till the Prime Minister identified. I'll give you an example. The CSR contribution, this part of India has about 15% of population. The CSR contribution in this was just 2% of the total. So I think these are the areas which, as really responsible citizens and as people who are here, who are actually all the people present and your viewers who are sensitive to what's happening, need to be much more aware and do something about this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think more and more corporates who build on their CSR initiatives, that's going to really sort of reach at some point. And, to add to the point that you were making, it's not just some of the backward states that you mentioned. What about the urban poor? We see that in the cities that we live in as well, that the divide is really, really huge. What more do you think can be done to try and uplift the urban poor? Because it's eventually a consumption-driven economy, yes, with a lot of, technology boom as well as the backbone, but it's that large chunk which is going to consume and propel the economy forward.
So a lot of the urban poor is also because there is not enough employment opportunities in rural India. So people move from rural India into cities. So I think we have to again ensure that the rural India development takes place. I think that is important. Also, it is important to get people to be more skilled so that they can go towards higher value jobs. So it's a combination, I think, but I would really, and you see a lot of people in urban India especially coming from these states which I talked about. So we must have them there in those states and try and lift their income.
Absolutely. You also talked about Delhi's pollution not being as bad, and I was only reminded of how bad Mumbai is right now. Sustainability. You think sustainability and, being ecologically sensitive, you think that's going to be a big focal point that India as a nation has to focus on, wherein corporates such as you will play an important part?
So, there's no question sustainability has to be important because you can feel the evidence of it on a daily basis. And climate change is going to affect, as they say, the marginal people much more. And we're seeing the effects of climate change. For instance, in India this year, if you see the last quarter, the GDP came down to 5.5%. A lot of it is also because of climate change. There were parts of India where there was too much rain. There were others where there was no rain. And all this, there's more heat, there's less heat. All this makes an effect on agriculture. It makes an effect on so many things. So climate change is important. But I just want to drive home again the point in sustainability. If you have to have sustainability in the country, you need to have people who get sustainable income, sustainable, and therefore please look at these states which I talked about in the East.
Absolutely. So we're here to talk about what India is going to be eventually in a few decades from now. I have to talk about your grandkids. How cute are they? What kind of India do you think they will grow up in, say, in the next 15 years? Krishna and Adya.
So I have 4 grandchildren. Yes. So I need to, so they're all, I think...
The ones more in the media glare.
Yes. That's why I just wanted to, my daughter has 2 and so does my son have 2. So I think they will definitely grow into a better India. I can see that. It'll be an India. Already I see the change from when I was young till today. Here is an India which is much more confident. Indians don't feel that they are second-class citizens to any country. The amount of respect today an Indian gets when he or she travels abroad, you can feel it. You can see that the best companies, the leaders of the world want to come to India, to associate with India. So I think India, with its solid, I think the value system of India is not going to change. It is there, and we are blessed to have that. And then you have a confident India in India which can play a key role in shaping the world to be a better place is what I see it. And as my grandchildren grow, I think they will all contribute, as all Indians will, to this.
Of course, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, please, for Mr. Ajay Piramal. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much, sir, and Aisha. Thank you so much for that indeed.
And Madhav, let's now shift our focus and talk a little bit about the education sector. In fact, the One Nation, One Education policy, ladies and gentlemen, is a significant step towards ensuring that every Indian student, regardless of their background, has access to high-quality education.
Absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, there's no one better than the architect of this policy to elaborate on this for us. Please welcome the Honorable Minister for Education, Government of India, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan. In fact, he's just going to join us very shortly in this hall. But a very, very significant aspect, Hina, that we're going to be looking at is the One Nation, One Education policy, and that is going to be a key subject of discussion as far as the next session is concerned.
Absolutely, and let's also, Madhav, remind our viewers, all the guests who have joined us for this big event today. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're using hashtag IEC 2024 as you share your thoughts and suggestions as the event carries forward. We would love to hear your views, your suggestions on this very important event to help India find out ways to reach to the top 3.
Absolutely, and in fact, we've had several top faces of those who are key decision makers in this government who've joined us since this morning. There's been a Union Minister of Commerce, Piyush Goyal, Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, amongst others, even Amitabh Kant, who's a G20 Sherpa, who've been joining us and telling us about the India growth story and what really is the roadmap ahead as far as India is concerned. And very, very important that from the economic perspective, we're going to be having key ministers, key policy makers, influencers who are going to be joining us not just today, but also tomorrow. Hina.
Absolutely, and this is going to be a power-packed session for all our viewers who are watching us live right now on various platforms of Times Network, and also those who have joined us live with us here at Bharat Mandapam. We can promise you at least one thing, that you are going to take home from here some very, very innovative ideas, very innovative solutions, because we have a power-packed panel of the best in the world of politics, India, Inc., and also Bollywood.
Absolutely. Big Bollywood faces, Vikrant Basi amongst them, who will in fact be sharing the stage and of course be throwing light on what really is the roadmap ahead as far as Indian entertainment is concerned, but also the very fact that we're coming to you from this iconic location of Bharat Mandapam, the venue of the G20 summit last year, and in many ways a landmark now, a new landmark in the national capital. It's a pleasure to welcome all of you at this particular location, and in fact today and over the next 24 hours we will be seeing all of these big faces arrive at this venue to share their thoughts with us. Hina.
Well, absolutely. During the first part of the session of day 1 of this very significant event, 10th edition of the India Economic Conclave, ladies and gentlemen, we had Union Minister Piyush Goyal gracing the occasion. Also, the new Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, was here with us. And there I can see India's Education Minister,
Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome on stage the Minister of Education, Dharmendra Pradhan, in a chat with Navika Kumar. Over to you, Navika.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome Dharmendra Pradhan ji on the big stage of the India Economic Conclave. A big round of applause for the Minister, ladies and gentlemen. धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, पहले तो आपको बधाई दे दूं, हरियाणा के आप इंचार्ज थे और हरियाणा में सीधा लोकसभा की मायूसी के बाद छप्पर फाड़ के सीटें मिली और फिर महाराष्ट्र ने उसके ऊपर 4 चांद लगा दिए। तो पहले तो ये बताइए कि जो डिस्पोंडेंसी, थोड़ा सा बैड मूड हो गया था लोकसभा चुनाव के बाद, अब सब ठीक है?
ये लोगों के मन में एक ये रियलाइजेशन हुआ हमें ऐसे नहीं करनी चाहिए था। एक देश की अंदर एक और इफेक्टिव और डिसाइसिव सरकार बनती तो अच्छा होता। ऐसे ही एनडीए को बहुत ही एक डिसाइसिव मैंडेट मिला। उस समय में थोड़ा हम लोगों को लगा थोड़ा और 60-70 सीट हम डिजर्व करते थे। हम 360 तक हम आराम से जाना चाहिए था। कभी कभी होता है, लोगों की जनादेश सर्वोपरि होता है, लेकिन लोगों के अंदर हम थे, इसीलिए हम हरियाणा और महाराष्ट्र ये दोनों केवल नहीं है, जम्मू कश्मीर के रिजल्ट को भी देखिए। ये सारे इलाका में, और मैं कहूँ मैं झारखंड में हमको पराजय स्वीकार करना पड़ा, लेकिन मैं इन दिनों में झारखंड भी जाके आया हूँ। जो बेसिक वोट है, लोगों की विश्वास भारतीय जनता पार्टी, एनडीए और हमारे नेता प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के ऊपर अटूट है। ये इस बार की जो राज्यों की चुनाव हुआ, ये उसकी प्रमाण है।
मैं पूछना चाहूंगी कि हाउ डू यू मैनेज दिस, क्योंकि हरियाणा में ऐसा कभी किसी ने नहीं सुना था कि तीसरी बार एक सरकार चुन के आए। पिछली बार एंटी इनकम्बेंसी था, सीटें कम हुई, अलायंस पार्टनर की जरूरत पड़ी, और इस बार उससे ज्यादा सीटें चुनकर आई हरियाणा में। महाराष्ट्र में भी सेम स्टोरी, तीसरी बार आपकी सरकार चुन के आई, तीसरी बार विक्ट्री, और लोकसभा में भी तीसरी बार विक्ट्री हुई। ये रेयर अपॉर्चुनिटी होता है किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के लिए। इसका कोई खास सक्सेस फॉर्मूला है आपके पास?
विश्वसनीयता, भरोसा, नेतृत्व और उसकी नीति के प्रति लोगों की जब भरोसा हो जाती है, ऐसे ही होता है। और ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की चरित्र में है। हमने जहां भी हमको सेवा की अवसर मिला, गुजरात हो, मध्य प्रदेश हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो, इवन बिहार हो, बिहार में एनडीए को लगातार, जो हमारी वहां फॉर्मूला नीतीश बाबू के नेतृत्व में 2005 से है, तब से हम लोग ज्यादातर समय हम ही लोग ही जीते हैं। देश में एक ऑल्टरनेटिव पॉलिटिक्स का मॉडल, पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ परफॉर्मेंस, पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ डेवलपमेंट, पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ ट्रस्ट, इसकी एक मॉडल भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए ने खड़ा किया है। और अभी जिस चुनाव के बारे में आपने नाम लिया, इसमें मैं कहूं ये सब तो प्रो इनकम्बेंसी वोट था। आपने सही कहा, 3 बार हम लगातार केंद्र में सेवा करने का अवसर मिला। महाराष्ट्र में हमारा तो तीसरी लगातार विजय है। हमको 14 में विजय मिला था, 19 में भी मिला था, और अभी भी 24 में मिला, हरियाणा में भी ऐसे मिला। ये लोगों की जब भरोसा हो जाती है, लोग अपने अच्छाई के लिए प्रो इनकम्बेंसी वोट भी करते, जो हमारी नसीब में इस बार लिखा था।
धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, आप एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सेक्टर के मिनिस्टर हैं, एजुकेशन। ये पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन देती है किसी भी नेशन के लिए। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूं कि न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, वन नेशन वन पॉलिसी जो आपने सोची, क्या इसमें जो आपने विजन देखा था इससे पूरा होता हुआ नजर आता है? या कुछ सवाल जो लोग खड़े करते हैं कि भारत विभिन्न भाषाओं का, विभिन्न राज्यों का देश है, तो वन एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, वन साइज मे नॉट फिट ऑल। आपके इस पर क्या विचार है?
देखिए, हमने कभी नहीं कहा कि वन एजुकेशन पॉलिसी फॉर एंटायर नेशन। हमने ये कहा, देखिए इसमें तो इस एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की विशेषता क्या है। 34 साल के बाद, आफ्टर 34 इयर्स, भारत में एक महत्वाकांक्षी एम्बिशियस मसौदा प्रस्तुत किया, जिसमें पहली बार ये कहा गया भारत की सभी मातृभाषा, सभी स्थानीय भाषा, वो पंजाबी हो या बंगाली हो, गुजराती हो या उड़िया हो, तमिल हो या हिंदी हो, सभी भाषा राष्ट्रीय भाषा है। ये माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की स्पष्ट अभिमत है। कल ही हम भारतीय भाषा दिवस मनाए हैं। 11 दिसंबर को हम सुब्रमण्यम भारती की जन्मदिन के अवसर पे भारतीय भाषा दिवस बनाए। उसकी मूल फिलोसफी यही है, भारत में अनेक भाषा के लोग हैं, लेकिन सबकी आत्मा एक है। इसी को हमने राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में भाषा संबंध में कहा है। ये कोई अंतर विरोध नहीं है, एक सीमित दृष्टिकोण जो मैकॉले पद्धति के कारण हमारे देश में पिछले 2 दशकों में चली, इसके ऊपर हम लोगों ने एक इंटीग्रेटेड मॉडल, एक होलिस्टिक मॉडल, भारतीय मॉडल हमने राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के माध्यम से सामने लाया है, जिसमें अमूमन सभी राज्यों की, सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स की सहमति है।
लेकिन जयराम रमेश जी कांग्रेस पार्टी के बड़े नेता हैं, उनका कहना है कि आप एक कॉन्फ्रंटेशनल फेडरलिज्म चला रहे हैं। जब NEET जैसे बोर्ड सेंटर से ऑपरेट होंगे ना कि स्टेट से, तो कहीं ना कहीं आप स्टेट्स के पावर्स छीन रहे हैं।
देखिए, जयराम रमेश जी एक इंटेलेक्चुअली कंफ्यूज व्यक्ति है, मैं मानता हूं। इसीलिए ये उन्हीं की राज्य, मैं इसीलिए कह रहा हूं, जयराम रमेश जी मेरे आदरणीय उम्र में बड़े हैं, इसलिए मैं बड़े भाई कहूंगा, लेकिन अच्छे शब्द संयोजना करने से अपने विद्वता का परिचय नहीं होता है। आप कहना क्या चाहते हो? आपकी राज्यों की सरकार क्या कर रहे हैं? आप तमिलनाडु में किसी एक ग्रुप को खुश करने के लिए, आप आपकी राजनीतिक सहयोगियों को खुश करने के लिए आप नीट की मौका परिस्थिति से विरोध करते हो। आपके शासित राज्य में नीट लागू हो रहा है कि नहीं लागू हो रहा है? तेलंगाना में आपकी सरकार चल रही है, नीट वहां ग्राह्यता नहीं है। हिमाचल प्रदेश में आपकी शासन चल रही है, वहां नीट नहीं है। कल तक अब राजस्थान में थे, वहां नीट में बच्चे पढ़ते नहीं, परीक्षा नहीं देते थे। आपकी एक मूल उद्देश्य जो कॉम्पिटिटिव फेडरलिज्म वो कहते हैं, कॉन्फ्रंटेशन को एक मुद्दा बनाए हैं। देखिए, एक हमारी लोक भाषा में कहा जाता है, जो सो के जग के सोया होगा उसको कोई नहीं जगा सकता है। इसलिए जयराम रमेश साहब उस प्रकार की एक भ्रम में जीने वाले तत्व है। वो लोग उनको इसीलिए तो तीसरी बार 100 भी पार नहीं करवाया। नाविका जी, इस बात को ध्यान रखो।
अब तो हो गया वायनाड के बाद।
वायनाड को एक्सचेंज हुआ ना, एक्सचेंज हुआ
नांदेड़।
अच्छा चलो, गलती से।
अच्छा, अब वो 100 टच हो गया तो गलती से हुआ।
देखो, कहा मैंडेट तो मिलता है, मैंने बहुमत तो होती है 272 से 272 से। अब इस पार्टी की हसर को देखो, लगातार तीसरी बार। ये सब जो देख रहे हो ना आप, वो जो कॉन्फ्रंटेशन की बात कहते हैं, ये उनकी जो पार्लियामेंट में जो सीन बनते दिख रहा है, ये उनकी बार बार राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे और राज्यों में उनकी राजनीतिक दिवालियापन की ये कुंठा, उनकी फ्रस्ट्रेशन उनके सामने आ रही है, उनकी जुबान पे आ रही है।
लेकिन 400 पार करने से तो थोड़ा रोक दिया उन्होंने आपको।
वो तो रणनीति है। देखिए, उनके कारण नहीं हुआ है। हम अपना, इसलिए तो हमने जो हरियाणा और महाराष्ट्र में उसको हमने देखो, हमने किया। ऐसा नहीं, देखो राजनीति में कभी कभी रणनीति होती है, रणनीति कभी कभी पे चूक हो जाती है, उसमें स्वीकार करने में कोई विषय नहीं। और राजनीति की रणनीति को ऊपर नीचे करने की मालिक जनता होती है। हम हार को भी स्वीकार करते हैं, जीत को नम्रता से जिम्मेवारी मान के भी चलते हैं। हम ये नहीं कहते कि भाई हमको इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वोटिंग ने धोखा दे दिया, हम हार गए।
हार के जीतने वाले को बाजीगर कहते हैं, तो आप बाजीगर हैं।
नहीं, हम तो कार्यकर्ता हैं और हमारी नेता उस विषय में बहुत स्पष्ट है। हम सेवक हैं। हम लोगों की प्रजातंत्र में कोई बाजीगर वगैरह नहीं होता है, ये तो ऊपर नीचे होते रहता है। हम भी हारते हैं। अरे भाई, हम तो जमानत बचने में खुशी होने वाले ग्रुप थे। इस बार चुनाव में हमारे जमानत बच गई, चलो अगले बार देखेंगे, फिर हम काम पे लगते थे। 2 सीट से आज हम तीसरी बार लगातार अटल जी के नेतृत्व में 2 बार चुनाव जीते। फिर हम लोगों ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 3 बार चुनाव जीते। इसलिए हम तो, हमारी मॉडल को लोगों ने स्वीकार किया है।
धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, एजुकेशन के एरिया में आपने यूके की यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ साउथहैम्पटन को एक पहली यूनिवर्सिटी, फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटी जिसने इंडिया में कैंपस रखा है अगस्त में न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के तहत, आपको लगता है कि दिस विल हेल्प द एजुकेशन सिस्टम इन इंडिया?
देखिए, हमें हमारी देश की बच्चों को एक इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन की ओर ले जाना पड़ेगा। केवल साउथहैम्पटन नहीं, गुजरात में, गुजरात की गिफ्ट सिटी में
2 यूनिवर्सिटी उलोंगम एंड डिकेन, दोनों यूनिवर्सिटी वहां अपना कैंपस, ये दूसरी साल होगा वह उनको चलने में। ऑस्ट्रेलिया की, यूके के, अमेरिका के बड़े रेपुटेड यूनिवर्सिटी भारत के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, यूजीसी के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, राज्यों में अपने पॉसिबिलिटी ढूंढ रहे हैं। रिसर्च इलाका में भारत एक नॉलेज सेंटर होने के कारण, ग्लोबल नॉलेज सेंटर होने के कारण इसकी अंदर बहुत शक्ति लोग दिखते हैं। और हमें भी अपने विद्यार्थियों को, हमारी बच्चों को भारत में ही एक ग्लोबल एक्सपोजर देना चाहते हैं। विश्व अभी छोटा सा गांव बन गया है। दुनिया की क्या क्या एस्पिरेशन है, क्या क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है, हम भारत से ही केवल रह के चिंता नहीं कर सकते हैं। हमारी बच्चे बाहर भी जाते हैं, डीप टेक रिसर्च करते हैं, जाके वहां जाके इनोवेटर बनते हैं। हम, प्रधानमंत्री जी की सपना है भारत में इनोवेशन को, रिसर्च को एक सर्व लोगों की विषय बनाए, सभी विद्यार्थियों की विषय बनाए। इसलिए हमें इंटरनल कंपटीशन की आवश्यकता। हमारे आईआईटीज आज ग्लोबल हो रहे हैं, हमारी एनआईटीज अपने पराकाष्ठा दिखा रहे हैं, हमारी आईआईएम आज ग्लोबल 20 स्कूल की ग्रेडिंग में अच्छे नंबर्स पे आ रहे हैं, हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज में ह्यूमैनिटीज की कोर्सेस विश्व में प्रिय है, उसके आकर्षण है। लेकिन इतने में हम संतुष्ट नहीं होते हैं। हमें हमारी नई पीढ़ी को भारत में ही एक ग्लोबल एक्सपोजर देने की दायित्व हमारी है। इसीलिए राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति ने फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटी रेगुलेशंस के बारे में, रिफॉर्म्स के बारे में रेकमेंड किया था, उसी को आगे बढ़ाते हैं यूजीसी अभी नया फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटी रेगुलेशंस लाया, जिसके कारण भारत बीइंग ए नॉलेज सेंटर, दुनिया की यूनिवर्सिटी अथॉरिटी की, लीडरशिप की आकर्षण का केंद्र बन रहा है।
धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, कहीं ना कहीं हमारे देश के बच्चे बड़ी तादाद में बाहर भी पढ़ने जाते हैं। क्या ये एक तरीका है, अगर फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटीज यहाँ भी अवेलेबल हो तो ब्रेन ड्रेन भी कम होगा, फॉरेन एक्सचेंज ड्रेन भी कम होगा? क्या इस तरह की नीति आपकी डिपार्टमेंट बनाएगी?
देखिए, मैं आपको एक छोटी सी स्टैटिस्टिक्स बताता हूँ। हमारे देश में 40 मिलियन स्टूडेंट्स आज के दिन में हायर एजुकेशन में है, यानी 4 करोड़ बच्चे हैं। उनमें से सिर्फ 12 लाख बच्चे डिफरेंट कोर्सेस में बाहर जा रहे हैं। उसमें भी हमारी खर्चा बहुत हो रही है। हमें जाए, हमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है, लेकिन हमें विषय खर्चा घटाने की नहीं है। विषय है ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड को। आज एप्पल जिस प्रकार की जियोपॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो बन रहा है, भारत 1+1 की फेवर्ड डेस्टिनेशन बन रहा है। हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी एआई की यूजी कोर्सेज खोल रहे हैं, हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी क्वांटम की एडवांस रिसर्च सेंटर खोल रहे हैं। बायो इकोनॉमी हमारे देश में एक पब्लिक मोमेंटम की ओर जा रहा है। ये सारे ग्लोबल 21st सेंचुरी नॉलेज स्किल्स हमारी एजुकेशन सिस्टम में आने की हमारी इंटरनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस आर क्वाइट कॉम्पिटेंट। हमारी, मैं आपको 25 इंस्टीट्यूशन ऐसे गिना सकता हूं भारत की जिसकी स्टूडेंट, इसलिए मैंने कहा ना, आज आईआईटी अबू धाबी में खोला है, आईआईटी जांजिबार में खोला है, आईआईटी खूब शीघ्र हम विश्व की डेवलप इकोनॉमी में भी ले जाएंगे। आईआईएम की, आईआईटी की, एनआईटी की, इंडियन स्टूडेंट्स की, एल्यूमिनस ग्रुप दुनिया के हर एक इकोनॉमी को मदद करते हैं। हमें ग्लोबल बनना पड़ेगा। विश्व की अर्थनीति अभी कोई स्पेसिफिक एरिया में रहने वाला नहीं है। ये फ्लो ग्लोबल होगा। वी डोंट वांट टू मिस द बस। हमारी बच्चों को हमें उस बस में बिठाना ही पड़ेगा।
एजुकेशन, स्किल्स और जॉब्स में एक अटूट रिश्ता है। हाउ डू यू प्लान टू लिंक योर एजुकेशन सिस्टम टू स्किलिंग एंड देन फ्रॉम स्किलिंग टू जॉब्स? बिकॉज सबसे बड़ी जो इस वक्त हमारे लिए चैलेंज है वो है अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ जॉब्स। आप इसका इंटीग्रेशन और इसका विजन क्या रखते हैं?
देखिए, हमारी प्रायोरिटी है, हमें जॉब सीकर भी चाहिए, जॉब क्रिएटर भी चाहिए। 2014 में हमारे देश में हाथ में गिनने वाले स्टार्टअप्स होते थे। आज 1,40,000 स्टार्टअप रजिस्टर्ड है। उसमें यूनिकॉर्न भी अच्छे खासे संख्या में बन गए हैं। अच्छे खासा प्रोडक्ट भी भारतीय स्टार्टअप के अंदर से आ रहा है। स्किलिंग, रीस्किलिंग, अपस्किलिंग कि कंटिन्यूअस इकोसिस्टम भारत के एजुकेशन सिस्टम में एनईपी ने रेकमेंड किया है। पहली बार क्लास 6 onward, 6 to 12, skill will be a regular subject. Previously, this kind of subject were elective, optional. But for first time, इस बार हमने 6वीं क्लास की नया किताब लाया, उसमें स्किल्स एक अलग सब्जेक्ट बना है। 6, 7, 8 स्किल ओरिएंटेशन होगा, 9, 10 इसमें स्पेसिफिक स्किल की ओर जाएगा, एंड 11, 12 में एकदम फोकस कर देंगे, जीरो राउंड कर जाएंगे। उसके अलावा विश्व में जिस प्रकार की नेचर ऑफ द जॉब चेंज हो रहा है, 2015 में अराउंड 28% जॉब अपना चरित्र बदल दिए। 2028 तक ये लगभग 45% अपने चरित्र बदलेंगे। तब हमारी रीस्किलिंग, अपस्किलिंग और इनएविटेबल हो जाएगा। केवल स्टूडेंट के लिए नहीं, भारत की वर्कफोर्स को रीस्किलिंग, अपस्किलिंग की ट्रैक में रखना पड़ेगा। भारत की नई पीढ़ी को, भारत के पास आने वाले 25 साल एक एडवांटेज रहेगा यंग पॉपुलेशन के नाते। एक डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड हमें हमारी देश में आने वाले 25 साल रहेगा। इसी 25 साल में भारत दुनिया की स्किल हब बने। लैंग्वेज प्रोफिशिएंसी चाहिए, ग्लोबल स्किल सेट्स चाहिए। इसलिए भारत अपने बायलैटरल नेटवर्क के माध्यम से आज भारत की कोई भी विभाग विदेश के साथ बात करता है, कृषि हो, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री हो या ट्रेड एंड कॉमर्स डिपार्टमेंट हो, एमईए तो उसकी लीड ही करता है, या एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट हो। ये सारा विषय में एक आज ग्लोबल जॉब मार्केट में भारत की मैन पावर की बहुत ही डिमांड है। उसको भी फुलफिल करने के लिए, जिसके कारण हमको बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस भी ध्यान में आता है, हम अपना स्टैंडर्ड को भी बढ़ाने का काम करते हैं। और भारत में जो निवेश आ रहा है, उनको भी स्टैंडर्ड मैन पावर चाहिए, क्वालिटेटिव मैन पावर चाहिए। इसलिए नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी एजुकेशन में ही स्किल, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, इसको एक हिस्सा बना रहा है। और कल जैसे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भारत में 7th एडिशन ऑफ स्मार्ट इंडिया हैकाथन को लॉन्च किए। ये पहले से विषय नहीं था। भारत की नौजवानों को प्रोत्साहित करना, उनको इनोवेटर की ओर ले जाना। आज 10,000 अटल टिंकरिंग लैब प्रधानमंत्री जी की विजन के कारण हम देश में खुल पाए। स्कूली बच्चे इनोवेटर बने, जर्मिनेशन शुरू हो उनके मन में। बच्चों, एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम अपने गांव में बैठ के नौका में देखे कि रॉकेट जा रहा है, प्लेन जा रहा है, तो रॉकेट साइंटिस्ट बने। आज हमारी देश की बच्चों को हमें उस प्रकार के कल्चर में लाना पड़ेगा। एनईपी उसके बारे में ही कहा है, सरकार उसी को फोकस तरीके पे काम कर रही है।
लेकिन राहुल गांधी का कहना है कि आप एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आरएसएस डिक्टेटेड बना रहे हैं। आप पुरानी इतिहास की किताबें, हिस्ट्री की किताबों को बदलकर अपनी इंटरप्रिटेशन ऑफ हिस्ट्री को डाल रहे हैं। क्या जवाब देंगे?
देखिए, राहुल गांधी जी को रुचि किस विषय में है, राहुल गांधी जी कह पाएंगे। क्या उनकी समझ है, मैं तो समझ नहीं पाता कभी। अभी जिस भाषा में, क्या क्वांटम के बारे में बच्चों को पढ़ाना, 6th स्टैंडर्ड से उस टर्मिनोलॉजी से जोड़ना, ये आरएसएस की एजेंडा है क्या? और आरएसएस की एजेंडा है तो गलत क्या है? सरकार भारत की बच्चों को ग्लोबल स्पीयर पे कंपटीशन में जाने के लिए जो चाहे करना वो करेंगे। किसी की आलोचना हमें परामर्श के रूप में हम ले लेते हैं, उसमें हमको बुरा नहीं लगता है। उनको हम उनकी ना समझी में समझी के लिए मेरा पास कोई उत्तर नहीं है। बाकी रहा उनके मन में जो हिस्ट्री की जो थोड़ा बात उन्होंने कहा, क्या वो सोचते हैं ये देश उनकी जागीर है, देश में सिर्फ उन्हीं के खानदान के बारे में पढ़ाया जाएगा, सरदार पटेल के बारे में नहीं पढ़ाया जाएगा, नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस के बारे में नहीं पढ़ाया जाएगा, देश की सभ्यता के बारे में सिर्फ उनकी जो दृष्टिकोण है नेहरूवियन मॉडल में ही देश को दिखाया जाएगा। एक डेमोक्रेसी है, लोगों ने हमको आशीर्वाद दिया है। देश की जो रेनेसेंस हुए हैं, ये सभ्यता किसी की दया के पात्र नहीं है। ये अपने आप में एक दुनिया है। इस दुनिया के लेयर समय समय पे बदलते रहा है, नए नए डायनेमिक्स में आए हैं। उनकी कुंठा है कि उन्होंने बड़े सफलता के साथ एक ही खानदान के आधार पे दुनिया को देखने का और बनाने का उनको एक अभ्यास हो गया है। इंटॉक्सिकेशन उनके अंदर हो गया है, नशा उनमें आ गया है, हम ही हम है। ये सामंतवाद का लक्षण है। उन सामंतवादियों को क्या कहेंगे डेमोक्रेसी में? लोग इसीलिए उनको जहां रखना चाहिए वहीं रखते हैं।
राहुल गांधी को नशा आ गया है उन्हीं के परिवार का।
हाँ, सत्ता की नशा है ही उनके मन में। उनके मन में आ रही है कौन लोग? उनके शब्द देखिए, उनको बैठने का तरीका देखिए पार्लियामेंट में, उनके आचरण को देखिए। मैं कंटेंट को तो कभी नहीं जाता हूं, किस ढंग से आकर रहते हैं, उनके मन में क्या रहता है। ये कैसे चाय बनाने वाले का व्यक्ति को, दिल्ली में नहीं रहने वाला, जिनको कोई रसूखदार नहीं है, ये कैसे लोग यहाँ आके लोगों के सामने बैठ जाते हैं, हमारी जान में बैठ जाते हैं। जहां हमारी पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी हम लोग बैठे थे, ये कैसे बैठेंगे? ये जो सामंतवादी मनोवृत्ति है ना, इसको बार बार डेमोक्रेसी उनको अपनी जगह दिखा रही है। ये कष्ट उनके मन में।
आप उनका मन भी पढ़ लेते हैं?
देश पढ़ चुका है, इसीलिए उनको ही बिठाया है।
आप बॉडी लैंग्वेज, उनका मन में क्या ख्याल है?
अच्छा नाविका जी, जिस ढंग से और बैठते हैं, मैं मेरे स्कूल कॉलेज के दिनों में मैं एक बार मेरे प्रोफेसर्स के सामने मैं थोड़ा अपने एक पैर के ऊपर दूसरा पैर रख के बैठ गया। मेरे जो डिपार्टमेंट की एचओडी थे, मेरे को बाद में 1 घंटा गाली दिए थे कि बड़ों के सामने बैठना कैसे, इसको इतना तो तुमको ध्यान में आना चाहिए। हमारी देश सभ्यता की देश है। मैं किसी की व्यक्तिगत आचरण के बारे में मेरे को कुछ नहीं कहना है, लेकिन अगर आप एक सार्वजनिक जिंदगी में जीना चाहते हो तो आपकी सार्वजनिक शर्त में ही रहना पड़ेगा, और लोगों की विचार सबके ऊपर होती है।
प्रधान जी, मैं पूछूंगी कि क्या कारण है कि हमारा देश का जो संसद है वो आज का यंग इंडिया भी देखता है कि वहाँ आचरण क्या है, और आचरण देखें तो एक तरफ दूसरी तरफ को दोष देता है, लेकिन पार्लियामेंट स्थगित है, पार्लियामेंट में काम नहीं चल रहा, ये देश भर में दिख रहा है। मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ कि इसका कारण क्या है, और इस लॉकजैम को तोड़ने का कोई फॉर्मूला है या नहीं?
ये सरकार पूरी प्रयास कर रही है विपक्ष के साथ चर्चा करके सदन चले। सदन वितर्क के लिए है, इसलिए तो हमने उसकी रूटीन बनाई है, उसमें विषय डाला है, उसमें हम आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं। लेकिन विपक्ष के पास भी उतनी ही जवाबदेही है। उन्होंने डेमोक्रेसी के ऊपर बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा बनाया। उन्होंने कहा उसमें डिबेट होनी चाहिए। सरकार कुंठा नहीं की, सरकार ने उस चर्चा को स्वीकार किया। 13-14 तय हुआ है लोकसभा में चर्चा होगी, 16-17 को राज्यसभा में चर्चा होगी। हम अपेक्षा रखेंगे, मैं आपकी टीवी के माध्यम से, चैनल के माध्यम से निवेदन करूंगा विपक्ष को, जो आज इकट्ठा नहीं है, उनके वहां तो झगड़ा शुरू हो गया है, इंडी की नेतृत्व कौन करेगा, यह एक उनकी घरेलू बात है। लेकिन लोकसभा चले, राज्यसभा चले, जो ज्वलंत मुद्दा है वो उसके ऊपर चर्चा हो। सरकार सभी प्रकार की चर्चा संविधान के तहत करने के लिए पूरा खुले मन में तैयार है। विपक्ष को भी उस हिसाब से आगे आना चाहिए।
लेकिन अगर आप ऑपोजिशन के बारे में कह रहे हैं, वो मास्क पहनकर आते हैं, बाहर फिल्म बनाते हैं, एक्टिंग होती है, थिएटर होता है, कभी टी शर्ट पर स्लोगन्स लिखे होते हैं, मीम्स होते हैं, कभी बैग बनते हैं, तो नेले पे दहला आज कुछ मंत्री भी ऐसे पोस्टर लेकर पहुंच गए। ये सिलसिला रुकेगा कहां जाकर, देश की जनता ये जानना चाहती है।
संसद गंभीर चर्चा के लिए है, ये सभी के लिए आवश्यक है।
तो आप अपने मंत्रियों को, अपने एमपीज को ये हिदायत देंगे?
देखिए, हम सब संविधान की और दोनों सदनों की जो अध्यक्ष होते हैं, लोकसभा में परम आदरणीय स्पीकर महोदय और राज्यसभा में परम आदरणीय सभापति जो देश की उपराष्ट्रपति है, उन दोनों की जो नियमावली है, वो तो अपने मन से कुछ नहीं कहते ना। नियमावली के तहत जो विधेय है उसको सभी के लिए, मैं एक सांसद के नाते, मेरे जो संसदीय जीवन की अनुभव और अनुभूति है, जिन लोगों को मैंने संसद में आया तो अटल जी को हमने देखा है, माननीय आडवाणी जी को देखा है, हमने वी शंकरानंद जी को विपक्ष में देखा है, प्रणब मुखर्जी साहब को देखा है। हम उन लोगों से जो संस्कार लिए हैं वो सीखे हैं। संसद वितर्क के लिए है। प्रजातंत्र में सबसे बड़ा अस्त्र संसद में वितर्क है। इसको पक्ष विपक्ष दोनों ने स्वीकारना चाहिए।
जिंदगी कुछ बदली आपके लिए? पहले राज्यसभा में, अब लोकसभा में, डिफरेंस क्या है?
यानी मैं लोकसभा से शुरू किया। नाविका जी, आप भूल रहे हो। आपकी मेरे जब परिचय हुआ दिल्ली में, मैं तब लोकसभा में था। लोकसभा, राज्यसभा, फिर लोकसभा।
बीच में
मैं राज्यसभा में रहा।
बहुत समय, 2 टर्म
मैंने 1 टर्म लोकसभा में रहा, फिर 2 टर्म राज्यसभा में रहा, फिर इस बार लोगों के आशीर्वाद से मैं लोकसभा में आया हूं। लोकसभा होता है।
डिफरेंस क्या होता है?
देखिए, लोगों की सीधा अपेक्षा, रात को 2 बजे भी फोन आएगा आप उठाने के लिए, और उनको आप उठाओ ना उठाओ, उनको प्रजातंत्र में उस अपेक्षा को पूरा करने के लिए आपको तंत्र बनाना ही पड़ेगा। जरूरी नहीं आप 2 बजे इसे फोन उठाओगे, लेकिन लोगों की जो अपेक्षा है, लोगों की जो प्रत्यक्ष दुख कष्ट, उनकी मन की आवेग, एस्पिरेशन, इमोशन, ये सब सीधा आप लोकसभा में जब सदस्य बनते हो तब आपको कंस्टिट्यूंसी में जाना पड़ता है, लोगों के पास जाना पड़ता है, उनसे जब मिलोगे, निश्चित रूप में वे जब आओगे आप हाउस में लौट के, जिस भी भूमिका में आओगे, सत्ता में हो या विपक्ष में, उसकी प्रतिफलन हो ही जाता है। राज्यसभा थोड़ा और परिपक्व तरीके से चीजों को लेके आता है, वो भी एक महत्वपूर्ण सदन है।
धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, आज कैबिनेट में बड़ा फैसला हुआ 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन का। ये 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन कब तक हो जाएगा? और विपक्ष का कहना है कि आप 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन नहीं, आप 1 नेशन 1 पार्टी बनाना चाहते हैं।
अभी तो संसद ही चल रहा है, संसद में सारा विषय चर्चा होगी।
ये तो बहुत, आजकल संसद में तो चर्चा हो नहीं
मैं
रही।
तो नियम से चलने वाला हूँ। संसद जब चलती
सब
है,
कुछ तो संसद के बाहर हो रहा है।
संसद जब चलती है, इस प्रकार की कोई भी विषय पे संसद में ही चर्चा, अगर कुछ हुआ होगा तो संसद में चर्चा होगी।
धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, आप आज विपक्ष को क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे ताकि संसद तमाशा कम और विमर्श का केंद्र ज्यादा बने?
देखिए, भारत एक मजबूत प्रजातंत्र है। हंगामा से, हुड़दंग से इस प्रजातंत्र का अपमान किसी को भी करना नहीं चाहिए। इसमें मैं खुद को भी शामिल करता हूं। संसद प्रजातंत्र में, फिर मैं कहूं विनम्रता के साथ, वितर्क की महामंच है। उसमें सबके अधिकार है। लोगों ने हमको चुन के भेजा है। विपक्ष को भी लोगों ने, अगर वो 100 है तो उनको भी लोगों ने चुना है। अगर उनकी मित्र साथियों को चुना है, उनका भी अधिकार है। सभी को अपने मन की बात, अपने अनुभव के आधार पे, अपनी जो राजनीतिक सूझबूझ है, उस हिसाब से लोगों की बात को कहने की जिम्मेवारी बनती है। इसलिए संसद सुचारू रूप से चलनी चाहिए। मैं सभी सांसद मित्रों को, विशेष करके विपक्ष के मित्रों को निवेदन करूंगा, उनके मन में जो भी सरकार के प्रति कटुता है, आरोप है, प्रत्यारोप है, ये सब संसद में नियमावली के तहत करे। हुड़दंग मचाने से प्रजातंत्र का अपमान होता है। वो असंवैधानिक काम से निवृत्त होकर संवैधानिक व्यवस्था में आए।
लेकिन जिस संसद में चेयरमैन ऑफ राज्यसभा पर नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन मूव हो चुका हो, और आज पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर किरण रिजिजू पर भी एक प्रिविलेज मोशन मूव किया गया है तृणमूल कांग्रेस द्वारा, इसमें आपको लगता है कहीं भी सुचारू रूप से संसद चलने की?
ये देखिए, कुछ भी विषय छुपा नहीं है। कल भी संसद में हमारे कुछ मित्र साथियों के द्वारा किस प्रकार के शब्द सब लगाए गए हैं। देखिए, अमर्यादित किसी को भी नहीं होनी चाहिए। उपराष्ट्रपति देश की उपराष्ट्रपति है। मैं भी लोकसभा में 2004 से 9 तक था। उस समय में ग्रेट पार्लियामेंट्रियन स्वर्गीय सोमनाथ बाबू स्पीकर थे। उस समय में जो लोग आप रिपोर्टिंग किए हो, उनका भी आपका भी एक गैलरी से अनुभव है। हम उस समय से भी लड़के आए हैं। देखो, हम तब भी कभी ग्लानि हमारी मन में नहीं था कि हमको उन दिनों की स्पीकर महोदय ने हमको अनदेखा किया। ठीक है, उनका एक दृष्टिकोण था, हमारा भी एक मत था और हम मत को रखते थे। आज भी मत को, आज जगदीप धनखड़ साहब को कुछ कोई कहे, जिस प्रकार से उनको आज लाया गया है, ये बहुत प्रजातंत्र में बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यजनक है। एक देश की विद्वान व्यक्ति है, और उनको इस प्रकार कोई भी संविधान की पद में असहमति मैं स्वीकार करता हूं, आलोचना को भी स्वीकार करता हूं। लेकिन आज कांग्रेस पार्टी की मन में, मैं फिर नाविका जी कहूंगा, कांग्रेस पार्टी एक दिवालियापन की दौर में चल रहा है। उसके कारण जो कहते हैं कि एक लोक भाषा में और हिंदी की लोक साहित्य में कहा जाता है, व्यक्ति ने आपा खो दिया है। वो आपा खोने वाले ग्रुप हो चुके हैं कि वो होश में नहीं है कि भाई कर क्या रहे हैं। वो करना चाहिए, वो अपने मन को स्थिर रख के थोड़ा प्रजातंत्र को विश्वास रखते हुए, अगर वो संविधान का किताब जो दिखाते हैं, लेके घूमते हैं ना, उसमें जो 2-4 प्रियम्बल में जो चीज लिखा है उसको अगर पढ़ ले 3-4 बार सुबह सुबह, तब शायद वो संसद में डिबेट के लिए आ जाएंगे।
Well, nobody minces their words and least of all you, धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी। मैसेज क्लियर है, आगे क्या होगा जनता भी देख रही है और हम सब भी देख रहे हैं। लेकिन आज हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और अपना विजन शेयर करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर द यूनियन मिनिस्टर। थैंक यू वेरी मच once again for being here with us.
A token of our appreciation to the Honorable Minister. Navika, if you could present the token of appreciation. Token of appreciation for the Minister. Mr. Pradhan, sir. Sir, if we can have you on stage for a small token of our appreciation. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Pradhan and Navika.
Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as India's economy continues to expand, the luxury automobile sector, India saw a remarkable increase in sales. Our next two distinguished guests are visionary leaders in this industry.
Absolutely. As the first Indian to lead Mercedes-Benz in India, he has overseen the expansion of the brand's presence. Please welcome MD and CEO of Mercedes-Benz India, Santosh Iyer.
And joining him is another stalwart of the Indian auto industry, ladies and gentlemen. He has championed sustainable mobility and taking his brand in a new era. Please put your hands together for the MD of Volvo Auto India, Jyoti Malhotra, and they will be in a fireside chat with senior editor at ET Now, Sonali Krishna.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After a lot of political spiel and talk, we're taking a break and we're doing some shop talk. And I have with me, of course, the best in the business who are at the top end of the pyramid catering to affluent India. And as the topic goes, we're talking about growth at the top of the pyramid. Now, reports suggest, as well as, of course, company reports suggest, that companies that cater to the top end of the pyramid are growing much faster than companies that are catering to mass market or broader markets in India. What's the reason? Where is affluent India today? What is their patterns? What are their aspirations? And how does that convert to business sense? Well, who better than both of you to give me that answer? I'm going to start with, a broad-based question to both of you and then get into the semantics of it. First things first is, Santosh and Jyoti, you've seen the definition of luxury evolving in the Indian market. Are there any noticeable shifts in the way affluence is perceived by the Indian consumer today when compared to, let's say, a decade ago? Go for it.
Okay, thanks Sonali for having me here. So if you see the classical definition, and Coco Chanel said luxury starts where necessity ends. And that's also the economic definition is, of course, if the demand for luxury goods should be much more than the economic growth, because people spend on irrational consumption. And that's something that we saw in the last 3 years, even in India, that there was a bit more, the luxury segment grew a bit more than the total automotive market. It continues to do so. That also shows the aspirations of 1 billion people in India. They want to upgrade to things which is not a necessity, because because there are a lot of good cars which can take you from point A to point B, but do you want to now have an irrational purchase? What has changed in India, what we see is a high level of individualization, personalization. In our world, we have something called the manufacturer. People are ready to wait. They want to customize, personalize, and pay a significant premium for that personalization. So that's something which we have not seen, say, even 3 to 4 years back. And that also means the demands are much more, I would say, not only on the cars, but also on all the equipment features. So I think it's much more demanding in terms of what they expect from the brands.
And this phenomenon is as recent as 3 or 4 years.
Exactly.
I see. Jyoti?
Yeah, first of all, once again, thank you for having me here. So the way I think luxury is being consumed in India is evolving in a very different way. India, as we know, we all know, is a young country. We have youngsters who are driving the overall economy and so the luxury industry. If you go, let's say 10 years back, probably it was only the elite who were looking and aspiring to buy a luxury car. Today, that has changed in a big way. There are people who are maybe a little lower, maybe affluents, and now social climbers. The aspiration is going down. So their aspirations are actually rising, but going down in terms of their income level. So there are more and more people who are coming forward and wanting to buy luxury. So I think that is one big shift which has happened over a recent past. Another thing I would say is that I think India, if you really go way back, 20, 30, 40 years back, was more about roti kapda makan. I think that was like our economy. Today, I think generation thinks like zindagi na milegi dobara. So they are thinking, this is my life. Why do I wait to buy a luxury car and wait when I turn 40, 50? Why don't I consume now? And I think this is a big change. So as more and more such people climb socially, they are coming forward and willing to buy and consume luxury. And luxury cars are no exceptions. And what we are also seeing is it is not just about the real luxury, so we call it today, because our segment is still very small. But if you look at the larger car market, what you observe is that the average or median price of cars which were bought 10 years back versus today has gone up. So we are calling it already premiumization. So as that section grows, I think they will slowly and steadily start moving upwards. And I think that's a big driver of growth in our segment.
Right. Just taking a cue from him, he's talking about the key growth drivers. Many reports suggest that this essential shift is also happening with, the younger generation's value changes. So, for instance, let's say my parents or your parents or even us to a certain extent believed in the whole saving and owning phenomenon, as opposed to the young generations who are, earning decent amount of money between 25 and 45 years. Do not believe in owning, believe in spending, live for today, live for the moment, and not saving for that rainy day is possibly a big value change we see in terms of how they conduct their lives. Would you say that's been a big driver? Do you see people in their, in their 30s who aspire to buy a Mercedes-Benz?
No, for sure. I think one big change which has happened is Indians are traveling a lot, not only within India, but also abroad. So they are studying abroad, kids are going out, they are already having a lifestyle. And when they come back, they want the same bags, they want the same watches, they want the same cars to be driven when they are back. So I think that's definitely driving. But when I look at inward to India, there is a one big change more so in the urban centers. When we are making our career, the roti kapda makan was very important. You wanted to have a good house, also food on the plate, save for your social security to a bit. Today's generation is covered largely by parents. I know a lot of people who have bought house not only for themselves, but even for their kids and their kids. So, so they don't have that spending EMI for house now. And to a large extent, they are secure now. They know that, I don't have to save this and they can spend. So I think the economic development, the per capita GDP, what has grown, and also a lot of middle class in India have saved also for their kids to some extent, gives them a larger flexibility to consume luxury products, be it right from the last, the iPhone to luxury cars, watches, bags, and so on and so forth. So I think that's also something which drives growth.
But is there something that differentiates, let's say, the Indian luxury consumer versus the global consumer? Are there any key differentiation you see?
Our experience is Indian customer doesn't like decontenting. You know, they don't like cars which are cheap, which are decontented, which doesn't have equipment. Whereas if you see a configuration worldwide also, you know, there are cars which are basic, then you can configure the car to much more expensive cars and variants. But in India, you know, when we are looking at the market, you can get cheaper cars, you will find some takers for the brand, but in the long run, it doesn't work. Indians are much more demanding compared to the Western counterparts, I would say. And that's what, you know, when Jyoti was mentioning about the premiumization, let me say statistics for us. You know, 3 years back, our average selling price used to be around 60 lakhs. Today, the average selling price for us is 90 lakhs. That shows significant change in the mix. So a lot of people come up to me and say, hey, you are still 1.2% of the market. The answer is yes. But if you look at the average selling price growth and multiply it by the kind of top line and also the bottom line that we are able to do, that shows India is coming of age. The average selling price is now as good or better than any part of the world.
Sure, sure. Jyoti, Volvo has positioned itself as a sustainable luxury brand. Now, sustainability, of course, is a buzzword, but how is that resonating with the Indian affluent consumer? What does sustainability actually mean for them? Does it mean anything at all?
So I think let's first understand what really sustainability means. When we look at from a global perspective, it is basically, you know, Volvo has always been known for safety, right? And we see sustainability an extension of that safety because it's now about safety of the planet, right? And what do we now which will ensure that we leave a better world for us, for kids tomorrow? So I think at one level, if we really look around, I think today's luxury consumers, if they're coming from those elite class, I think they do care, but to a certain level. So if you really go and tell a luxury consumer that instead of leather seats, we will give you seats which are made of recycled material, are they ready to pay a premium for that? I don't know the answer yet. But I think the younger customers I was talking about, the ones who are now climbing, they actually care a lot. So as we were talking a bit earlier that our kids, the next generation who are now coming forward and maybe participating in economic development, they care a lot. They have started to understand because when we were growing up, we heard climate change and we said, okay, it's maybe far, far away. But they can see it now. When we look at our cities, I think a few weeks back, what was it Delhi like, right? Yeah. And they see that and they know and they are much more caring. So I believe that sustainability is going to be very, very critical for the country and for the luxury also. Because see, the luxury customers typically are also influencers in our society. People look forward to them. So today, I would say some of these customers, even if they don't care, they want to be seen that they care, right? So today when we are selling an electric vehicle car with a green plate, that has its social value, right? People are now wanting to be seen in a car with a green plate because it makes a statement that they care. Today it is driven more from a different need, but I think as the younger customers participate, it will make a big difference. But having said that, sustainability also does not only mean making and selling electric cars. I think it is a much larger context. Way you design your cars, the way you look at leaving a carbon footprint from a 360-degree perspective, the way you design your car, the way you sell your car, I think that we have to look at the overall ecosystem. And for Indian perspective, I think it is very important. And that is why we believe that electrification is at the center of this whole sustainability. And we need to ensure that we do the right things for Indian consumers. And I think it is resonating with our customers. So today we are already selling, although we are very small, but almost like 1 in every 4 cars we sell is already electric, which I think tells that customers are willing to come forward and take those cars. Yeah.
Interesting. Santosh, I'm curious to know, are there any big regional disparities when it comes to luxury consumption? For instance, is there a difference between, let's say, a tier 2, tier 3 consumer versus a metro consumer? Or are we seeing more homogeneous kind of behavior?
Not really. Let me give a few statistics. So luxury car market this year would be around 50,000 cars in a 4 million car market. That makes it to be around 1.2%. So that's the penetration of luxury to the total car market. Now let's split tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So tier 1 markets, if you see, which is the Bombay, Delhi based on population density, they are already at 2.5%. In terms of penetration to luxury. If you go to tier 2, they are at 1 to 1.2, and tier 3 markets in India are at 0.4. So now the runway is huge, because if you look at developed markets, they are at 11, 12% in terms of penetration. So I think as market matures, the tier 1 will go further up, tier 2 and tier 3 and so on and so forth. Even in tier 1, you know, when I look at South Mumbai, though we are in Delhi, I don't have the Delhi pin code statistics, but I was just looking at now South Mumbai. They are at 6.5% is already South Mumbai when it comes to luxury penetration. It's as good as any Western world that we see. So I think there are disparities for sure. It's too late to look at it. There is an opportunity at one end of the spectrum that you can really go in. On the other side, I think the best is yet to come.
You have a point of view on that?
Yeah, I think I agree. Today, if you really see from a, I think, wealth distribution in India, and you actually go even beyond states and go into districts, maybe it is 15 to 20 districts within India who are like where all the wealth really sits. But what we have seen is the growth is coming beyond that now. I think in recent, the last 10 years or so, we have seen growth coming at a much faster pace from those centers. So I think we will see that evolving from those centers as well. But I think these cities will continue to grow faster, because let's not forget that when we look at overall car industry, not just luxury, our penetration is still like 25 per thousand, which is very, very low. And which tells us there is a huge potential ahead. And even, I think on one side, we are only 1.2% of the total car industry. So I think both will happen. One, the car penetration will go up. It's already going up, but it will go much faster, because right now our per capita income is $2,500. Probably it will go, I think what we understand is the inflection point is when it goes close to $4,500. Then the luxury will really, really take off. But till that time, if let's say the overall market grows from where it is today, 4 million to let's say 7-8 million in some years from now, and it remains 1.2% becomes 1.5%, I think there is a growth coming. But this growth is going to become much more wider. Not just concentrated on these 14, 15 districts. It will go much, much wider. And I think that is where tier 1, tier 2 cities beyond metro towns and beyond state capitals will participate in this growth. So I think it's widening for sure.
Right. Santosh, to you, how much of the global trends are really impacting the Indian consumer? Does the Indian consumer prefer international brands over homegrown brands? Is there some balancing act there? Also, are they more interested and inclined towards, let's say, bespoke and personalized offerings?
Firstly, when it comes to luxury, there has to be a DNA as well. And the DNA comes from heritage, history, legacy, innovations.
And money.
Of course, all that costs money as well. So in that sense, European brands has many of them for historic and various reasons. And it's not only cars, but also you go right from perfumes to bags to any of these categories. So there, I think there is an affinity, a strong affinity, I would say, when it comes to European brands. But your first question on the differentiation of the Indian consumer and the expectation, as I said, they are much more aware. So any product that we launch in the world, earlier our time to market would be 18 months, to come to India. Today, nobody is ready to wait. We had the new E-Class launch worldwide 9 months back, and we had to get the car in 9 months to India. And that's the expectation, that nobody is wanting to continue the old life cycle. So one, the product life cycles are getting shorter because everybody wants something new always. Second, the time to market when we launch something across the world to India, this needs to be as fast. We can explain India is a right-hand drive market. We need time, certification challenges, but customer is not ready to wait, and then they shift. So I think that puts a lot of pressure on us to get the cars as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Let's come to some of the key challenges. For instance, while the growth for your space looks really rosy, how is inflation, global economic uncertainties affecting consumer spending, in various segments, and how do you see that impact your particular segments, and of course, the macro luxury space, the affluent space overall? For instance, what's the outlook for next year?
Okay, so I think let us look at it in this way. I think right now, I think Indian economy is not untouched. What is happening globally, I think we get impacted. Our customers are participating in various forums of wealth investments and all. So I think the reflection is somehow you can see in the stock markets. When there is a vulnerability, I think there is more wait and watch. So customers become a little more, I would say, because this is a spend which is luxury, really means that people are not a typical investment, but they really want when they feel good about it. So I think that is not right now, if you really see, while there is a lot of euphoria for the long term, let's say 7-10 years from now, India is going to be places, we are going to be the so many trillion economy, and we do the top economy in the globe, that there is a sure-footedness there. But when it comes to short run or medium run, I think next 1 or 2 years, I think there is still, I would say, people are more cautious. And hence, I believe that while we have seen post-pandemic a really good growth, but I think that growth probably is going to get more muted. It will grow, we'll continue to grow, there is no doubt about it, but I think that growth is going to be a little more muted. And we will see if you ask me from 5 to 7 or 10 years from now, it's going to be, I think it's a really good growth story. But if you talk to me about, I think short term, I think I would say it's still muted.
Flat next year then?
Flattish.
Flattish?
Flattish growth.
Flattish growth. Santosh, flattish growth, or you're expecting better than your last performance, which is unbeatable?
I am a believer that luxury is a sentiment-driven purchase, right? So a lot depends on sentiments. I think there is enough wealth in India if you go through all the reports and the kind of, portion of wealth or share of wallet that we as luxury car brands have is much lesser. So there is for sure potential, but the sentiments are driven by geopolitics, sentiments are driven by macroeconomics, and it doesn't take time. I was one of the, even post-COVID, I said, the demand will come back because it was about sentiments. And when the sentimental euphoria came in, there was no logic to it, actually. It's not like, as I said, luxury starts where necessity ends. They will postpone purchases if the sentiments are down, but if the sentiments are back, stock markets, as some reflection, you will just have a much bigger growth. So we need to, of course, calibrate ourselves, and I'm hopeful sentiments should be positive in the coming future.
Okay, last question before I wrap up. How are you as leaders of global brands in India? How do you see the premium journey of India, which is currently, in an escalation phase, kind of shape, in the years that come?
No, as I said, if you go by all statistics, demographics, also women buyers, I think for us as Mercedes-Benz, the star is a dream of 1 billion people. It's a story of dreams of a lot. On the other side, what's different is the transformation. I think that's also, we have to think of the electrification journey, a lot of changes in car, the differentiation coming down. And there, as a luxury brand, we need to reinvent. We need to also ensure that we are able to give something which is path-breaking. We invented the car. It's time that we are reinventing it again. So I think this is a very 8 to 10 years in the automotive industry will be something what we have never seen in the last 20-25 years. Not only in India, but in the world. Challenging times. On the same side, it's exciting to be in India as a market for Mercedes-Benz. We have a word internally called strategic patience. 30 years we were strategically patient. We are still investing. And we continue to invest. But we believe in the long-term story, and I think it's only a positive upside from here.
Fair enough.
So I think from my own team perspective, and I think the way we look at from India perspective, there is definitely, India is a strong growth potential, and that is something that is becoming stronger and stronger as we move forward. And obviously, right now, auto industry is at a cusp of a disruption, which is, I think, all about change of the powertrain to electrification. And our focus has been very strongly on that. What we say is that a car with a cord, that is going to be the future. And that is even more critical for India. And I would say, if you see, for 3 reasons. One, I think when it comes to IC engines, we are depending on oil imports. I think EVs can help us cut that. It can help us also in terms of I think bringing down the pollution, at least in the cities. I think while the debate goes on, but I think EVs running in cities can really cut it down, which is also a priority for India. And third, I think we are now the third biggest car market in the world, right? And we are going to go up the places. And now is our opportunity. I think we missed the bus probably during the ICE time, but I think now in BEVs we can make India as a strong manufacturing hub. And I think we need to be prepared for that. And I agree, I think we in India, we need a lot of strategic patience. You need to, I think because India is also highly in terms of VUCA, things can change overnight. But I think we can also be ready for those changes, those ambiguities, those challenges that will keep coming at us. But how do we move forward despite those challenges, right? And that becomes very critical, that we confront those challenges with confidence, knowing, as I said earlier, I think in 5, 7, 10 years from now, India is going to be a much bigger story. Today, when it comes to luxury brands, I think we are very small, but I think things will change in a short-term, medium-term time. And I think we better be prepared for that. And I think for that, we really need to go back and see how we are preparing for it. The world is becoming more digitally connected and cars are changing. So we need to be ready and lead from the front.
Well, on that note, thank you so much, Santosh and Jyoti. That's been pretty candid in your thoughts. And here's to more strategic patience and a bullish run for both of you. And it's lovely to see that two competitors sitting together and having a friendly chat. It's a rare sight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. And Sonali, we request you to stay with us for just a few more moments as we would like to present a token of our appreciation to you, graciously offered by luxury partner Damilano. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Sonali.
much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let's now move on, and viewers, artificial intelligence has become a concept synonymous with the 21st century. From healthcare to transportation, artificial intelligence is driving unprecedented changes in all aspects of our lives.
Absolutely. And to enlighten us on the long-standing impact AI might have for us, we have with us a media trailblazer. And joining her is a phenomenal entrepreneur who started his journey at just 19 by transforming the hospitality industry.
It is our pleasure to invite on the stage the CEO, Zuckerberg Media, Randy Zuckerberg, and founder and group CEO, Oyo Rooms, Ritesh Agarwal, to share with us their insights on how artificial intelligence will change the future of humanity. And they will be in conversation with Aisha Faridi. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Over to you, Aisha.
Randy, Ritesh, both of you, thank you so much for taking time out and helping us understand what can AI really do, what does AI really mean, and how can it help fast-track India to top 3. But, you know, Randy, welcome to India First. It's not the first trip, is it?
No, I think this is actually my 6th or 7th trip here. First of all, what a beautiful venue we're in, and incredible event. It's a delight to be here.
Thank you so much. But Randy, tell me, you know, when we talk about AI, you always think of sci-fi movies, you think of something like that, exactly
yes,
that.
Like the Terminator.
It's a robot, it's got a dark side to it, and there's always the evil versus the good. Yes. What exactly is AI? I know a lot of it is changing our lives as we speak right now. Yeah. What's AI of the future?
Yeah, well, the good news is that we are all still here on this stage, so the world still needs actual humans to have an event like this and gather together. But when I was at university, I remember studying in psychology class the Turing test, where they would actually, you would sit on one side of a door, and then it would either be a computer or a human answering your questions and being in touch, and you had to kind of guess. Is it a human? Is it a computer? Now, 20 years ago, it was very easy to tell, but the question that was really sparking was, can computers think? And what is thought? what is creativity? And I think a lot of those questions that we were tackling 20 years ago are really at the heart of this renaissance era that we're in right now.
Ritesh, you're at the helm of a business which perhaps is actually using AI, right? You know people's preferences, you know their holiday destinations, you know their corporate travel patterns, you know their leisure options. How do you envision AI to be in, I mean, I'm not even going to talk a decade, let's talk 5 years from now.
Yeah, first off, thanks for having me here. I had the opportunity to be here when this venue was being inaugurated. I think to see an incredible, event or an IP like India Economic Conclave come here. I was there at the Mumbai event a couple of years back. So fascinating. So congratulations in choosing this venue. Also, thanks for having Randy and me together. When our Prime Minister visited US a few years back, he said AI stood for America and India. So I'm glad you chose an American
and India,
and
yes.
India the same
Are you
guy.
feeling, by the way, the minority, though, right now, right?
Yes. I think it's an equal world, so I feel like an equal. But look, to the point of, but we're all in black, so I got the memo. I think coming to the part of AI, right? Look, I can tell you, I live in a family, we have 4 siblings. My eldest sister works for a rating agency. Second sister works for a Big 4. Brother works for an IT services company, and I run a hotel company. And whenever we all get together, our conversations are only about how each of our jobs and our businesses are getting changed by AI. So you may think hospitality industry is going through it, but it's true for everyone else. Yeah. In our business, look, I think AI is transforming everything. We change our prices now millions of times a day. Could not have happened with humans. Typically, every hotel is supposed to have a revenue manager. Now those revenue managers are data scientists. And on the other hand, a lot of the everyday work of the...
So 2 of your sisters have more job, right?
Sure.
Opportunities.
Because some of their companies are doing the same work, yes. But the other is, I think, 10 or 12 years ago, maybe 14, smartphones came by. There was $0 of economy that was transacting on smartphones before that. Today, a company like ours, which is worth a few $1 billion, is built only on the back of smartphone. And if you combine so many, it's trillions of dollars that have been built purely on the back of smartphones. I think AI is going to do just that. So either we learn how to go from being a smartphone to an AI company, or there will be another Ritesh who's a 19-year-old kid who will figure out an AI way of building a business in our industry, and I don't want that to happen for sure.
So how is this Ritesh adapting to the fast-moving world of AI?
Look, I'm learning a lot. I think my favorite job is getting 2 ChatGPT archetypes to debate with each other about all kinds of questions I ask. I have recently been trying a lot of Anthropic beyond ChatGPT because it's easier for professional work. We have a OYO company-wide program where any employee, whether you're a salesperson, business development person, you can send ideas about how do you use AI in everyday life, because it's going to change everything, right? Like your finance teams will probably not do a lot of the work that they do today. I almost compare AI world like our Hindu version of Ram Rajya, where you don't need to do a lot of work and machines will do most of it for you, so we can do thinking and perceiving new ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, like Ritesh said, Randy, we had the iPhone moment and now we have the AI revolution at hand. Tell me, is it going to be an isolated something, few sectors touching it, few sectors delving into it, or do you think economies at large and at scale and mass will have to adapt to AI if they want to reach and climb up the global ladder of the fastest growing economies?
It's a great question. And Ritesh, I think your analogy to the smartphone is spot on, because I remember sitting in Silicon Valley the summer the smartphone came out, and it was such a divided moment in Silicon Valley. I think about half the companies said, oh no, this is just a passing trend. We're going to wait till things go back to normal. And then the other half, including all of us at Facebook, thought, oh no, this is the way consumers are headed. And I remember we took a massive hit to the bottom line of the company to retrain every single engineer and upskill everyone in the company on smartphones and apps and the ecosystem. And it was a huge gamble, but ultimately I think it saved the company, first of all, and set us up for success. And you could very clearly see a few years later which companies had taken that gamble and which hadn't. I think we are sitting at a very similar moment with artificial intelligence. I think the companies that take the effort to upskill their workforce, to really put AI into the DNA of every role in a company, I think 3-4 years from now, we're going to see a very similar trajectory to what we saw with the dawn of the smartphone.
But with AI always comes that big question, oh my God, is it going to be a mass job loss creator? Is it going to have the domino effect? Is everyone, will they have to reskill themselves, or will everyone just lose their jobs? Break that myth for us.
Yeah, I think for sure there will be a bit of a messy middle with any new innovation. While we're in the process of upskilling, while we're in the process of getting used to it, we will have a divided workforce where there are people whose jobs become redundant sooner than we can retrain people for new things. But what will emerge are the kinds of careers that don't even exist today, which are so exciting. I mean, some of these data science roles and how they will evolve. I like to say that people who use AI well are like spellcasters. It's like being in Harry Potter and having a magic wand. Maybe the work you used to do, the work of the magic wand, and now you're doing the work of casting the spell and instructing the magic wand. And the roles I think all of us will have in business don't even exist today, which is both scary and very exciting. So yes, there will be a few-year period that we're retraining people, and it's a little messy, and we're figuring out where people fit into the ecosystem. And then I think we really emerge in a new tomorrow.
Well, what could be the ethical considerations? Because, right now you're so worried about data leaks, about scams arising. You don't know the boundaries, and you've not really set the boundaries because you don't know what you're getting into. Yeah. What are various governments and policymakers doing that to sort of, set the boundaries right, have those ethical considerations in place when you talk about AI?
Yes, I think about this a lot because I'm such a fan of innovation and rushing forward, but having been on the front lines of Web 2, the only thing that I wish I could go back and tell myself was that, yes, innovate into the future, but maybe take a little bit of a pause to think about what could happen and how to get ahead of that first. So even just an example from my own career, one of the projects that I'm most proud of was really being at the dawn of live streaming and creating Facebook Live and our live streaming functionality. And I remember those first few years, suddenly we were seeing politicians able to get in front of their country for the first time, celebrities, sporting figures. It was such an exciting moment. And then I remember I also saw someone live stream going into a church and shooting. And that broke my heart, that moment in technology, because never did I dream as a kind of a young 20-year-old rushing into the future that it would even dawn on someone to use technology in such a horrifying way. And so I wish that I could just kind of go back to young Randy and say, let's have a think. Here we all are in this room, the leaders of industry. We have an opportunity right now to shape the future, but be thoughtful about it. And I think that's something that's really important.
So do you think creators such as you, and I'm calling you creator here because you did create the Facebook Live, which did change most of our lives, do you think the responsibility and the onus lies with the consumers, the users, or is it with creators such as you, who have to set the rules right there in the beginning?
I think yes to the entire ecosystem. I think there's onus on the data sets, making sure that they're diverse enough and representative enough and unbiased. I think there, certainly is going to be consumer education around how to tell what's real and what's not. And I think, we're going to have to start rethinking even fields like media and journalism. Do you disclose when something is co-authored by AI? Do you disclose what your prompts were when you're putting out a media story? I think these are kind of all of the ethical questions that we need to figure out.
I'm going to come back to that media bit in just a second. But Ritesh, when you sit with your sisters on the dining table and the conversation is only around AI, what's the worry in your head? While it does facilitate your business for the good, but what are the sort of ethical concerns that you have?
Sure, look, I think we were discussing this earlier. I think I'm personally aware of multiple instances where voice has been morphed into somebody else's voice, and their calls made to ask for money, right? So there are challenges that come with any advanced technology. Smartphones brought some of it, web brought some of it. Either we can be scared of it, or we can consistently get ahead of it. My view is that this is an opportunity for somebody in the cybersecurity area to constantly think, how can I get ahead? But it's going to be incrementally challenging, but I always feel like I'm a big believer of the good guys always win, so we'll eventually get there.
Okay. Randy, you did talk about journalism and media, and how can I not probe you about that? What is the future of AI in journalism? Because, right now you're at the very genius chat GPT stage, right? It's mostly language-based AI that you sort of dabble into. What could be the future?
I mean, so I host a podcast. I host a radio show on business in the United States. And an entrepreneur recently showed me, it played a recording for me that was my voice with all the intonations, and basically said, like, I could host an entire radio show, interviewing guests, doing things without me ever even knowing or putting any work into hosting a show. And so that got me thinking, and I was thinking, okay, well, would I listen to a radio show that I knew was entirely created by AI? Like, I don't know if I would. So I was speaking at a university, and I surveyed everyone and asked, would you listen to an album if you knew that no humans were involved, that the band was entirely AI driven? Would you listen to that music? Does it have a soul? And all of the young people said yes, they would absolutely listen to an album that was created entirely without humans. That was shocking to me, because I'm sitting here thinking, no, I would never listen to a podcast that was driven by AI. I'd never put art on my wall that was, that had no humanity behind it. But I think young people today aren't bothered by that. They see AI as just another type of creator, and if the music is great, they're going to listen to it. So I think it's going to really reshape everything about what we consume and how.
That's fascinating. So you're saying that the podcast would be created by your AI assistant. You're physically not going to be there.
I mean, I love what I do, so don't worry, I will always be there. But I mean, I could have 40 podcasts about topics that I don't know anything about in languages that I don't speak. I mean, how like, when you think about scale and scaling media,
but interviewing real people.
Yeah, interviewing other people.
Wow.
I mean, wild. I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just factually putting out there that will happen. We will live in a world where entire television shows are created for an audience of one person. I mean, sometimes I joke to my husband, like, there was a ridiculous show about musical theater, and he looked at me, he's like, okay, this show is created just for you and you alone, but we will live in a world where TV shows are created just for you. Entire shows with celebrities.
Doing what you want them to do.
Yeah. And, it's exciting and challenging, and we're correct to feel very complicated about it.
Scary.
Well, look, I think I'm in that cusp of between being a Gen Z and a millennial, so somebody like me is actually very excited about those possibilities. I'm one of those students who would listen to the idea of a song entirely made by AI and go, wow, that sounds very exciting, right? So,
okay.
so my perspective is that, look, I think, on a more serious note, I think a lot of this sounds very scary, but at the same time, that was what it was 20 years ago when people went and watched at theater. And the thought of saying that OTT is the only way you'd watch movies sounded like a pretty boring idea. People said, oh, the popcorn in a single screen theater would be so nice. But now everybody feels that, Netflix at home probably works out all right. So my sense is people get used to it over time. My only view, though, is that I certainly worry about countries not being in control, because as the technology companies have become very large, including Google, Facebook, and so many others, I think they have become big enablers of sovereign success or a country's success. So I strongly believe, and I know there are very differing views in India about it, I actually believe that India and every large country should consider building their own sovereign AI, because in the long term, that would be a core competitive advantage as a nation. And look, India has done very well with UPI, Aadhaar, and many others. I think sovereign AI is one that I'd encourage. And with Llama, I think it becomes far more easier to build out infrastructure for a sovereign AI. So I think we should own a part of that stack, is what I believe.
So, Randy, when is a podcast only for you or a TV show only for you officially launching?
Yeah, I'm sure with the brain power in this room, we could figure it out. But it's absolutely. I mean, I think when you think about the implications on a broader scale, it's exciting and challenging. I was just sitting here thinking about an example. This is a very low stakes example that doesn't matter, but you can sort of see how it could matter on a broader scale. So I am a terrible golfer, but I love the sport, and I took it up so that I could spend any time with my father. And so recently I was testing an AI golf coaching app. And the entrepreneur was so excited to show it to me. I demoed my swing. Nothing happened. No feedback. And the entrepreneur's panicking a little, has me test it again. Another swing, nothing. Turns out that because I'm left-handed, there was just simply not enough left-handed data to actually for the AI to pull on to coach. That is a very low-stakes example. We laughed about it. I moved on. My golf swing is still terrible. I'm probably uncoachable anyway. But you can think, you can start to see that when we're applying that to cybersecurity, when we're applying that to bigger issues, if there are issues with the data set that we start with, suddenly there are some very high stakes examples, and you can see how that becomes very problematic.
It does, absolutely. And you're giving a low-stakes example, but that's a very intriguing and, a very practical one at that. Tell me, what are the other sectors and industries where you see AI adaptation happen the fastest and the quickest?
Yeah, I mean, I think healthcare is one of the most exciting. If you go in for a routine mammogram or a routine care, I don't know about you, but I would love to have AI that's pulling against every possible thing that could be wrong and millions of pieces of data. I would love to know that AI is also reviewing my results there and helping the doctor to make better decisions. And so I think healthcare will be transformative, the access that healthcare can have. I think education. I mean, I could go on and on. We could fill a whole panel, sure, about the scary things about AI, but AI will save a lot of lives with healthcare, and it will level the playing field in education in a way that's never been done.
Absolutely. But Ritesh, to the other point, there is a whole lot of concern around privacy as well, about data leaks as well. Do you think that's going to be a real challenge when AI is vastly adapted across Indian industries?
Sure. Look, I think before I get there, I think Randy mentioned about healthcare. I absolutely agree with that it is going to be transformative for things like cancer, where research used to take decades altogether, and now AI could potentially predict much quicker. But I also believe that there's so many other industries. So I've recently been doing a lot of work on payments, because payments makes a huge difference whether we get better conversion on our app or not. So we partnered a bunch of banks, like I see IDFC here and a few others. I think just the impact of being able to predict error rates, fraud rates, etc., that banks are catching up is unparalleled. So I think I'm already seeing in each industry, people are applying AI quicker than ever before. So it's going to be very slow and then very quick, the impact of it. I feel in terms of privacy, it's a constant double-edged sword, right? On one side, the economic progress that new technologies can give us can leapfrog India from, we were a double-digit number economy, now we are top 5, hopefully we'll be top 3 very soon. But on the other hand, our individual data and privacy comes at there is a potential implication. My view is that the best way to solve for it is, like Randy mentioned, try and get ahead of it, talk about it in advance, and make sure that regulations cover it. I think Sam was hosted by Times also recently. I think he's doing a great job by going out and speaking to governments around the world and making sure that the only way this will be sustainable is if it's a co-built product, not just by technology companies, but also with the governments involved with it.
Yeah, Randy, you were saying something. You wanted to add something to that?
Yeah, no, I fully agree with everything you were saying, and I'm just I'm almost chuckling a little bit, because I feel like everyone wants their own data to be private, but yet they also want to benefit from the aggregation use of everyone else's data. And so how do we find that happy medium where you feel like you have your privacy, but we also all are benefiting from the collective wisdom and data? And so I think that will be a very interesting problem to solve.
So I have to ask you this. What is the next thing at the Innovation Hub at Zuckerberg Media that you're currently working on? What's that amazing idea?
Yeah, you know what, we always have our hand in so many things. For me personally, my biggest hobby is long distance running. And so I'm looking right now at a lot of AI use cases across health and wellness and running. I've been testing some different AI technology on how to get people back into sport after injury recovery. I've been looking at coaching apps and things like that, and it's pretty amazing. I mean, just even the data that all of us have on our wrists. Yeah. I wake up every morning to, 6 different, this is how you slept, so this is how you'll perform today, and you might want to dial this back or dial this up, or we recommend doing this. And so I feel like I wake up to my AI overlords on my wrist telling me, how my day is going to go before I've even gotten out of bed. And so I have made peace with the AI, but so that's an area. Wellness, healthcare is a big area that we're focused on.
Absolutely. Randy's just back after 6, we were talking earlier, 6 marathons. Yeah. And she's going back for
Randy.
And she's going back for an ultra marathon, which seems to be twice the size of a traditional.
I'm running
so what's your AI assist telling you? Can you kill it?
My AI is writing my obituary, I think, right now as we speak. But I'm running a 400-kilometer race in May.
That's amazing. Good luck.
Thank you.
And I just hope
it was nice knowing all of you. And but I have to say, in a world of AI, I think it's even more exciting to take on challenges like that are just so human and really put us at the base of our humanity, because AI can do a lot of things, but it cannot run 400 kilometers.
Nope,
and so being, I think, in touch with those parts of us that are so deeply human will become more and more popular as we go further into this world.
Make us a better human. Yeah? Okay. Thank you, both of you. Could go on talking with you about AI for hours, but I guess we have to wrap up, and have a pleasant stay. And good luck for the marathon.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
For that captivating conversation. And ladies and gentlemen, with Donald Trump taking over the reins in the United States of America again, there is discourse about how his policies are now going to shape the US-India relationship. Our next guest is a leading expert in the Middle East politics and US foreign policy and is a frequent commentator across major publications. We are pleased to invite the Majid Kaduri Professor of International Affairs and Middle East Studies at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, Dr. Wali Nasser, to the stage in a fireside chat with the Managing Editor, Times Network, and Chief Business Officer, Times Influence, Mihir Bhatt. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks, Wali, for joining us at India Economic Conclave. I think, he deserves a bigger round of applause. He has made special effort flying all the way from Europe. And he has been, listening to all sessions which are going on since morning. But we'll come back to our topic. It's quite interesting, India, Trump, and, geopolitics. When the US election results came, there was a sense of ecstasy in India because people were quite happy that Trump is back. I mean, a very large part of population was quite happy. And there is a belief that he'll be good for India. We'll get to that. But my first question is, you have been following geopolitics, especially what's happening in Middle East and all over the world very closely. How are you looking at the geopolitical world at this point in time?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this conclave. It's really great being here. I mean, in many ways, just the election of President Trump changes everything because, first of all, his priority is the United States. His first priority is America, which means that geopolitical issues generally matter to him less. He's not one who has a vision that I'm going to change the world in terms of his geopolitics. Secondly, his agenda internationally is really geoeconomics, which is to ensure America's primacy in global economic affairs, and that makes China first and then Europe his primary targets. Geopolitics really to him only matters insofar as geoeconomics matters. And I think his first instinct would be that geopolitical issues do not meddle with his geoeconomic issues. So the war in Ukraine or the conflict in the Middle East will only matter to him insofar as either they help his geoeconomic vision or he would want to stop them in order to prevent them from having an impact on geoeconomic issues. So everything the way we think about Ukraine or the way we think about the Middle East and where it's going has to be understood in terms of Trump's priorities.
Right. In Indian context, and it's happening quite close to, our borders geographically, if not immediate borders. But what's happening in Middle East, and I want to start with Syria, because that's the most recent development, but you also have the Israel conflict, which is brewing for quite some time, and then you have the Red Sea situation, which is going on for quite some time. So let's start with Syria right now. What has happened in Syria? What kind of impact it will have in the Middle East?
Well, the war in Gaza that started on October 7th was initially seen as a localized war between Palestinians and Israelis as a reaction to a terrorist attack and then about Israel's security. But it's almost like a crack that opens in a wall or on the ground, and it keeps expanding and expanding. And so we saw that it went from Gaza, it went to Lebanon, it involved Iran, and now it's gone to Syria. Now, the importance of Syria is that what's happening in Syria is going to change the balance of power in the region as a whole. It's changing the balance of power between Iran and Israel because it's really expelled Iran from the Levant area altogether, but it has given rise to Turkey as a new power player in the region. Turkey was behind the takeover of Damascus by the rebels. It's the rebels' main backer. It is now the foreign power on the ground in charge of Syria. We don't think of it that way, but in reality that's the case. So that changed the dynamic between Israel and Turkey, because Israel's problem is no longer Iran in Syria. It's now Turkey in Syria managing that relationship. For Iran, the rise of Turkey in this manner has broad implications in the region. And then the Arab countries, many of whom are much closer in terms of trade to India, the countries in the Gulf, they have a very low tolerance for the kind of Islamic government that has come to power in Syria. And so they are going to be very involved in terms of protecting themselves from what might be the political implications of the takeover by an Islamist force in Syria. So Syria, in a way, is where the future of this region is going to be written.
Right. I want to, extend this question from Indian context. If you look at Mr. Trump, he is a believer in personal chemistry. A lot of his policies are actually driven by how he clicks with the other head of state. And we have seen that in the past, the way he used to connect with Mr. Putin, the way he connected with Mr. Modi, and even now he connects with Mr. Modi. India is in a unique sweet spot. It has good relations and good influence on Israel. It has reasonably solid influence on Russia. And it happens to be a major counterbalance to China. So you can't be in a better than that position dealing with Mr. Trump. Do you think he will leverage the personal equity that Prime Minister Modi has with Mr. Putin, or the equations that India has with Israel, to resolve some of the larger issues in the Middle East and, let's say, Ukraine war?
Well, my sense would be, or at least let me begin by saying that in the United States, in the first term of Mr. Trump, what we saw that he did have very good chemistry with Prime Minister Modi, and that India got a lot of benefit essentially from exploring and exploiting the space that Mr. Trump's policies were creating. So pressuring China out of the global economy, trying to downsize its importance in the global supply chain, all benefited India. Then President Biden's emphasis on security in the Indo-Pacific, the ideas of AUKUS and the Quad, etc., also all benefited India. Now, what we're seeing is whether India, how it will play for India, not from India to the east, but from India to the west, in other words, the West Asia region. And there the questions is first of all, why would India see benefit in actually getting involved in resolving any issues? Yes, India has very good relations with Israel. India has very good relations with the Gulf state. India has had in the past investments in India in the port of Chabahar and trying to use Iran's links to Central Asia and Afghanistan as a way of going around Pakistan in order to strengthen those ties. And perhaps India will be important to the future Iran would be important to the future of India-Russia trade. But the question is, how would India see benefit in actually getting involved in these issues? Secondly, is that India would probably have to see how the developments in the Middle East impact it. For instance, India is putting a lot of emphasis on the trade routes that are being built from India to the Mediterranean. Well, these routes ultimately have to go through the areas where the war in Syria, the war in Gaza, the war in Lebanon are impacting. To get to the Mediterranean, you have to go through these very difficult regions. And so the future of these trade routes are going to be impacted by these conflicts. India will benefit from the improvement of relations between the northern and the southern shores of the Gulf, between UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Iran. And so in many ways, I think India's economic vision for West Asia is subject to or at risk by what happens in the Middle East. And so I think perhaps its urge would be how it can help maintain the peace rather than to resolve much more complicated sets of issues on the ground.
Right. So what I'm hearing is you feel India should steer clear of any such from getting involved in trying to resolve a conflict, it may not really happen in the immediate future.
Well, the one case we had when China mediated between Iran and Saudi Arabia was when those two countries looked for somebody to help them to get past the last mile to arrive at a peace. So yes, India can play a very positive role between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and UAE and Saudi Arabia. But the issues of, let's say, resolving problems between Israel and Iran is much more complicated and difficult. And those two countries have to want India to play that role. You know, that's where India can have the greatest amount of influence, is actually to bridge the last bit after those countries are willing to do so. And of course, it benefits India if West Asia is in peace, because the economic vision that India has of playing a big trade partner with West Asia, connecting East and West Asia, will benefit from peace in the region. But the region has to want peace, and it has to be moving in that direction before India can use its influence.
Right. Okay. Let me now focus on a bit of economic situation. You know, Mr. Trump is known to be slightly unpredictable. So, and in fact, 10 days back, I was reading one of his statements where he almost threatened BRICS countries that dare you try and dethrone dollar from its supreme position. You know, it'll result in catastrophic, results. My question is, he is very clear, even his election campaign was totally focused on making America great again. In such a scenario where his priorities are so clear, black and white, where does India stand? If we keep geopolitics aside and purely look at it from trade and economy point of view, where does India stand? He has a bigger war probably to fight with maybe China, but where do you see India?
Well, I mean, his threat to the BRICS was not actually unpredictable. There he's actually basically saying, I will not tolerate any other economic power or any other economic mechanisms threatening the supremacy of the dollar. I mean, ultimately, the way President Trump is going to pressure the world is by using America's economic power. Now, these are the tariffs, which he can use against countries. It's sanctions, which he can use against countries, including the BRICS. But it's also using the dollar supremacy. In other words, the fact that the dollar is the economy of the world, and also the financial networks like the SWIFT banking system that support it. So he's basically saying that I'm not going to even allow a group of countries to come up with ways around going around the dollar. And India is obviously part of the BRICS, and I think that there is now a consensus within BRICS that there needs to be mechanisms that allows countries around the world to be able to resist unilateral American economic pressure. After all, countries, even including Saudi Arabia, Turkey, etc., are showing interest in joining the BRICS exactly because all of them think they might be only one step away from being subject of America's economic wrath. In some ways, you know, India is not a target of America's economic wrath. As I mentioned, it's first China, then it's Europe. But if India continues to rise at the pace that it is, if it does become part of the top 3 economic powers in the world, it's at some point in time is going to be on America's economic radar. It isn't right now, so it's benefiting from larger economies being subject of America's economic wrath. But down the road, this is an issue for it. And that's why India, too, will have an interest in BRICS developing alternate mechanisms to ward off America. Now, you talked about unpredictability. That is definitely the case. In fact, we really don't know which Mr. Trump is going to arrive in office. I mean, people are reading into his policies. They're reading into expectations. He's talking about putting 60% sanctions on China, but yet he's invited Mr. Xi Jinping to his inauguration. So these are sending very, very sort of contradictory set of signals. And and also it depends on the people he's put in charge, what kind of actually policies they will adopt going forward.
Right. But now, if I bring in geopolitics, strategically, do you think Mr. Trump will be focused much more than his first term on blocks like Quad or AUKUS, simply because of the current geopolitical environment that we are in and the prevailing, I would say, constantly evolving scenario between Russia and China, between Russia and North Korea?
So I think his top priority is, as I mentioned, is geoeconomics, which is to assure that the United States will be not challenged as the premier economic power in the world, and the tools that America has in guaranteeing its position will not be challenged. But having said that, there is ongoing geopolitical issues that day one coming into the office he has to address. And I think there his very first priority will be the war in Ukraine, which is to end that war one way or the other. Now, whether he's going to succeed or not is open to question. But if he succeeds in ending the war in Ukraine, it will be also a first step in peeling off Russia from China. And then the question is, if he gets to the Middle East, I think the issues of the western part of the Middle East, which is the Arab-Israeli issue, Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, is different from the issues on the eastern part of the Middle East, which is maintaining peace in the Gulf and perhaps arriving at a deal with Iran. This is really the open question. Is Iran now weakened, having been pushed out of Syria, open to talking to the U.S.? And is the U.S. interested in talking to Iran? And is there a deal there? If there is a deal between Iran and the United States, even a sort of a ceasefire deal, it will be an effort to also peel Iran off of China as well. And then also, obviously, that will have benefits for India because it might remove some of the sanctions that have prevented India from benefiting from its own investment in Chabahar. But if you thought about this, then the two sort of narrow geopolitical deals will help Trump's overall geoeconomic goal of isolating China. And then, issues like AUKUS, Taiwan, etc., will further serve America's interest of isolating China economically. And in all of this, in the short run, there are benefits to be made by India in Iran, vis-a-vis Russia, but also in East Asia, because India sort of sits in the middle of all the little geopolitical issues that ultimately, the ultimate goal of which is to weaken China economically, which also will provide room for India's economic growth.
Right. So is it safe to assume that Mr. Trump would actively encourage and pursue China plus one policy, which will have a direct benefit for India?
Yes, I would say so. I would say that is now sort of a consensus domestically within the Republican Democratic Party that there are many other issues around the world, but the issue that matters to the United States most is containing China's rise and, in fact, downsizing China, not just slowing its growth, but actually bring it down. Now, that creates space for the other major economic players. Europe is not in a position to take advantage of this because it has its own issues with the United States, but India clearly would be the most important beneficiary of the space that is created by American pressure on China.
Right. So, from Indian perspective, how should India deal with Trump 2.0?
Well, far from me to sort of give advice to India. I think it's done pretty well as it is. In other words, at least initially, India just needs to invest in all the economic infrastructure issues and decisions to basically be the beneficiary of what comes out of China, manufacturing, technology, etc. But then also India should be prepared to take advantage of geopolitical openings that particularly an American peace with Russia, an American peace with Iran would entail. Where President Trump is very different from the Democrats is that he is actually prepared to deal with America's enemies in ways that allows the American enemies to take him seriously. So President Putin probably did not see the possibility of a peace in Ukraine and the lifting of sanctions on Russia under the Democrats. And I think that's true of Iran as well, that there are circumstances in which they think that as difficult as President Trump is, he's transactional, he's not ideological. He doesn't come with a baggage of American attitudes towards enemies. And if he's transactional, then you could make a deal with him. Now, what do those deals mean? Means that we stop what we're doing that America doesn't like, war in Ukraine and nuclear advancement in the case of Iran and some of Iran's regional policies. Now, the lifting of those sanctions immediately benefits India because India has had trade relationship with these countries. And it can go back to those trade relationships, again, without fearing angering America. And that also enables India to become a bigger trade player between East and West Asia. And I think those countries, both China and Iran, but also the Gulf countries which are interested in trade with China and with Iran will benefit. So this idea of a trade route coming out of India need not be just straight towards the Mediterranean, which now also has problems, but it could come to the Gulf and then take a detour northwards as well, without fear of sanctions, which will benefit India.
Right. So your closing remarks. We are, to some extent, we are going to get into slightly unpredictable and volatile situation thanks to the new US administration and thanks to the developments which are taking place in Middle East. But probably one thing which is certain is that India is likely to remain fastest growing large economy in the coming years, and it's a matter of time before we hit the spot in the top 3 economies in the world.
So 2 things about that. One is that in all of our conversations, we often assume that nothing happens within the United States itself. We forget that President Trump has a very, very ambitious domestic agenda in the United States. And it's not a given that that's going to go smoothly. And that is not going to write its own rules and may force his hand on the international scene as well. We have to consider, can he handle domestic American politics and domestic American agenda, and yet also follow the policies that he wants vis-a-vis China, Ukraine, Iran, etc. So we have to consider that. Secondly, the question is, how long is the Trump administration? Are we talking about 2 years, 4 years, or we're looking at 8 to 10 years? The longer we look, the more India's own economic rise would change its profile in American eyes. In the short term, India will only benefit because the focus is on everywhere else, and whatever America does, if it does it successfully, it actually creates space for India. But at some point in time, the issue will not be China. The issue may very well be India itself. So this is an issue of phases. In the first phase, India just needs to sit back and take advantage of what happens. But in the second phase, it has to have a forward strategy of managing America.
Well, very well said. Thank you so much, Wali, for joining us on this stage.
Thank you.
And for your words of wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Would request Mihir to please come back on the stage. Wasn't that a very, very interesting conversation at a time when a lot is happening around the world, isn't it, Madhav?
Absolutely. Very, very important from the entire point of view of geostrategy. And Mihir, very, very interesting session. If you could take us through what are the big takeaways that you would inform all our esteemed guests here about from that particular session?
Hello, can you hear me?
The mic, please.
I think the key takeaway is that Mr. Trump is unpredictable. In the short term, it works for him to be close to India and be supportive of India's policy. But going forward, India will have to sort of be careful and look at how it plays out, because his real problem is he wants to retain top spot for American economy. And at some point when India grows to a certain size, obviously he will have a problem, or he may have an issue with that as well.
India's startup ecosystem has boomed with over 1 lakh startups now registered across the country.
In fact, Madhav, our next speaker has built from the ground up one of India's largest and the most successful travel platforms. And to share his thoughts to inspire the next generation of entrepreneurs, we would like to invite the founder and chairman of Make My Trip, Deep Kalra, on the stage. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And this conversation will be moderated by Mihir Bhatt.
Thanks, Deep. And like we were discussing, you like surprises. So first of all, let me surprise you that the number which Hina just gave, India has more than 1.4 lakh startups right now. And obviously we are very proud of it because we are the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. We also have 1.4 billion people. So when you compare 1.4 lakh startups to 1.4 billion people, how do you look at it?
Yeah, I got a nice, pleasant surprise in the speaker lounge also. I met one of my childhood favorites. I'm a fanboy of John T. Rhodes, and I met him there.
He's going to be here soon, yeah.
Thank you for that. That's a very compelling number. And obviously, anyone who's learned their mental math, that means there's one startup for 10,000 people. But the reality is that's not entirely true, because I think our success rate of startups, like anywhere in the world, is low. That number might be, 1 to 2%, which is very normal. The VCs won't tell you this, but normally 1 to 2% of all companies that start or startups actually become large, successful companies. But in itself, 1.4 lakh startup is a tremendous number. And I don't think India would have got to this number if, the last decade or so, the kind of stuff that has been put in place, the platform that's been provided for startups, I have to say has been commendable. Many of us will remember Startup India. Now we've had many versions of that, but I was involved with the first one. I was actually the moderator, and I really enjoyed that because it was, for the first time, I think, government recognizing India as a startup nation, saying startups are important, they have a very important place in our ecosystem, and let's give them that positioning. And that got followed up with, I think, a lot of breaks on the regulatory side, tax benefits followed for, and then, fund of fund for startups. So I think we got a slew of measures. But for me, the single biggest turning point for startups in India, and I'm biased towards the tech side, has been UPI. I think UPI is something which we can call it the India financial stack or digital public good, is the backbone of our entire e-commerce industry, our entire fintech industry. And many of us travel around the world, and I think we have great pride in saying that our fintech industry is probably #1 in the world. I don't think there we have to say we are #3. The way UPI works seamlessly, and I think we have to give a lot of credit to everyone who worked it. Obviously, it's a government public good. Nandan was deeply involved, Mr. Nandan Nilekani, who, is someone I really admire. He was deeply involved with it, and I think we really provided something on the back of which we can just build so many businesses, and we've seen it. Some of our very large businesses have been built on, could not have existed without UPI. And today we all know that it has democratized both e-commerce and fintech. We saw that during COVID, when people could not, meet people, but you had to exchange payments. Suddenly we had from 8-year-old kids to, 90-year-old nonagenarians doing e-commerce. And most importantly, people who probably don't know, who are not educated at all. but they are comfortable doing, their payment. They can easily transfer money from one phone number to another, forget a bank account. So I think that's tremendous. So India, I think we've got the building blocks in place, and that's the good news. And I think the new breed of startup entrepreneurs are getting better and better. I try to meet one entrepreneur every day, just with no vested interest except some advice, and mostly the advice is what not to do. So at least save them a few years of going down the wrong direction, which I might have made many mistakes. And I have no doubt in saying that the new crop of entrepreneurs coming up are definitely wiser, smarter, more mature, more evolved, and more, I think, risk-taking and ambitious than, let's say, my time, which was over 20 years ago.
Right. In fact, you almost cued me for my next question. When you started Make My Trip, it was a completely out-of-box idea for a country like India, which was still 20 years ago not so well connected. People used to depend on travel agents. People used to depend on, physically people used to go and buy railway tickets and things like that. I think you triggered first wave of innovation as far as online businesses are concerned. Now we are in a situation where we constantly keep hearing about, the great benefit of platforms like Bheem and UPI, and so many startups coming up every day, most of them failing, some of them doing really well. The real issue is, are we innovating enough in the startup space? What is going to be that next wave of innovation which can actually create, many more startups and many more jobs? Because ultimately that's what we need, to sustain the growth and actually fast track to top 3.
Yeah, you've triggered many thoughts. You said some buzzwords. So yes, we are today a 24-year-old company, but I love to tell people in the company, all new joiners, we have to think like a 24-year-old startup. So the day we stop thinking like a startup, I think might become the beginning of the end. And the other very interesting word you used was many will fail. I think it's okay to fail, and I think we should not be too fussed about that word. The learning that we get from failures is the key thing. So every failure in our business, especially when you're a startup, your new business model, you're trying something, you're putting everything behind it, all your resources, all your time, all your effort. Only 6 months or 12 months or sometimes 2 years down the line will you realize this is not working. I think the best companies are those who are willing to learn from the breadcrumbs left behind of that so-called failure. Why did we fail? What did we do wrong that caused this, or did the market change? And the smart companies are able to quickly pivot and to say, listen, we've still got something great going. So we still have a great team. We still might have great technology. We understand this customer segment very well. We are catering to them. Our product needs tweaking. Or sometimes our product is great, but we are hitting the wrong customer segment, or technology has changed, we have to adapt. So I think if you're willing to learn from your so-called failures, you'll become a very smart company. Coming to your most important question, which is, are we innovating enough? I think we could do much better. And I'll tell you where and why we don't probably innovate enough. Firstly, Indians by and large, I think, and Indian businesses, I should say, don't take a very long-term approach to innovation, which is research and development. Typically, R&D, we have looked westwards towards the US, and US really, really invests a lot in R&D. I think that needs to change. And I think we have a great opportunity with AI today. Obviously, AI is the future, is today almost, it's reality today, but the future is going to change. I personally believe the impact of AI is going to be no less than the internet 1.0 and what it did to all businesses, including us, or smartphone, or 4G, 5G. So I think it's going to be tremendous in and we can talk more about it if we have the time. So this is a great time to invest in R&D for AI, R&D for blockchain, to deeply understand this, to train our people. I was delighted to hear, I just met Mr. Vineet Jain and we were chatting, and he said that Bennett Coleman Institute actually has an AI school. That is tremendous. That is really 2 steps ahead. And I'm not saying it because I'm here on your platform. I was really happy to hear that. I just heard it. So I think that is what all colleges across have to say, that this is the new technology. Let us invest enough on this. And for companies and research companies particularly, I think we have to give long-term incentives. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. If you don't incentivize research and you don't reward research, which means you take a much longer lens. If we're not going to do that, we are not going to get the kind of companies. And we'll always be copying more than having the core IP. So I think for us to move, I love your theme, fast track to 3. We should dream of being 1, and for that we'll have to innovate much more. We'll have to invest in R&D, and from policy point of view, I think we'll have to give more incentives out there.
Right. Deep, I have always wondered, if we look at the existing, I would say, MNCs in India, and when I use the word MNC, what I mean is Indian MNCs. There are so many business conglomerates who are like operating in, almost in all continents, right? But most of them are actually in, I won't use the word traditional, but at least brick and mortar sort of businesses, right? We are still not producing, let's say, at least right now, probably something on the lines of Google or Meta or even Tesla for that matter. At some point, we'll have to start doing that if we want to sustain this growth, create enough jobs. We are still a young nation. And actually speaking, 7% may not be enough to sustain this kind of population. Probably at some point we'll have to aim for double digit, settle somewhere between 9 and 10% GDP. How do we do that?
Yeah, I wish I had all the answers, but I am totally in your camp. And what makes it even more ironic, Mihir, is the fact that Indians who studied in India, who were born in India, who studied in India, are the ones at the helm of many of these path-breaking companies. So we obviously know Microsoft and Google, but there are at least 20 other companies today that are led by Indians who actually studied in India. So we clearly have the most critical asset, which is we have the talent pool. That's not lacking. We have the market, like you said up front. We have 1.4 billion people. There's no dearth of market, and our middle class is growing faster than any other middle class. So consuming class here is massive. So everyone wants to come here as their next big market. There's not one big company in the world who doesn't have their eyes set on India. And do we need to do the reverse? Yes, and I don't think it's just a flex. We have to first do well for our own market and have Indian solutions. But the solutions that work for India can definitely be taken to most of the developing world, as we should. As a company, I can tell you we made our first serious foray 3 years ago in the Middle East, actually in the entire GCC world with an Arabic platform, because we realized that there's a lot of natural traffic we are getting from there. But we haven't done our job in India. So you'll have to parallel process. On the other hand, we have companies which are providing world-class service in India. I think Indigo as an airline is probably one of the finest low-cost airlines in the world. We might still get upset when, things, but it's a great airline. And I've flown low-cost airlines in Europe and in the US, and I can tell you, we are treated much better. So I think there are many other companies like this, our food companies. We have a simple company like Haldiram has become a monster. We can take that technology and we can take that anywhere in the world. So I think it's a question of our aspirations. I have to point out, B2B we have done very well. So if you look at TCS and you look at Infosys, we compete with the best companies in the world, and Wipro. Don't want to leave anyone out. We compete with the best. Today, a company like Zoho is the best in its field around the world. So I don't think there's a problem on B2B. B2C requires a very different mindset. You have to understand the market. You have to immerse yourself in that market. You can't transfer what has worked here automatically somewhere else. So I think the B2C mindset, unless you're a pure play, and you mentioned Google, Google's a pure play company, so that technology can pervade everywhere else. WhatsApp or platforms like Meta and Facebook, etc. These are pure plays. But the moment you get into companies which are physical companies in B2C world, I think understand local markets is a very important part, and one step at a time. So I think we should pick certain markets where we have a right to succeed, go there first before we want to take on the world.
Right. Deep, if you were to launch a startup today, you launched, like you said, Make My Trip is a 24-year-old startup. But let's assume you were 24-year-old today, or maybe 20 years old, and you were thinking of, doing a startup. What kind of shape, size, and sector it would be in?
Well, size is easy. All startups start small, which is good. You should start small. I think AI, like I said, is the game changer, and it's not a great secret. But if you're not deeply invested in that and disrupting whatever you're trying to disrupt using AI, then I think you're making a mistake. I think solving some unique India problem would be the key. Again, just to allude to my last point, massive market, especially when we go beyond the metros, there are a lot of problems which are still not solved. I mean, today the biggest problem for all of us sitting in NCR is clearly the quality of air we breathe. Now, we can't always say this is a problem which, the government's going to solve. Maybe you have to work with. So maybe you want to tackle that. I think the next biggest problem, and like I said, when I was chatting with John T, we were talking really about wellness and health. And that is, going to be the biggest trend going forward. And, I think Indians are waking up to the fact. But I'd like to be, I think, focused on that sector with an approach using technology, using AI, probably in the health and wellness sector. I think there's a lot to be done out there. And when I say health and wellness, it's physical and mental health and wellness. Yeah.
Right. You mentioned AI, and I really want to understand this from you. India is obviously one of the youngest countries in terms of workforce, right? We need to create enough jobs. We also need to create right kind of jobs. Today, I see so many people, youngsters, who are probably, due to aggregator model, working in some or the other company or startup where they are probably working for a couple of hours a day, earning a few $1,000s. I don't know how long it can sustain. First of all, that job, and obviously the company also. But the bigger question is, if AI is going to play such a big role, what happens to the job market? Because everybody cannot afford studying AI. Everybody cannot afford and wait to, fully understand AI, then sort of get a job and all. So what happens to the job market?
Yeah, you're spot on. I think our what we talk about, our demographic dividend, and we very proudly talk about it, India's, one of the youngest populations in the world, can quite scaringly flip into becoming a demographic liability if we don't actually create enough jobs for the skill sets that we have. So, and I always say this is the one big threat that we have. Certain kind of jobs are getting replaced. Today, AI plus robotics is taking over a lot of jobs. And I had this debate the other day with a very interesting panel at a different forum. And I said, I think this is our big threat factor. And I was happy to hear the response that also came that, listen, we are a very disaggregated kind of workforce. And we don't have these massive factories that are there maybe in China today or in US today. And so we have smaller plants in various places. And therefore, there is still scope and room for the next 10, 20 years for humans to play a very big part in it. I think we shouldn't sit back and just say that is the last word. I think we'll have to create more jobs for our quasi-qualified youths who are coming out. Because the most dangerous thing that can happen is you have a lot of youths who've come out, have degrees in their hand, have college degrees in their hand, and they don't get jobs or they don't get meaningful jobs. So I think we'll have to think much harder on that. And again, and there will be jobs on that. It's not like there won't be. I think, if you look at in agriculture and you look at in construction and you look at in infrastructure, there are a lot of places, there are jobs where we will definitely need lots and lots of people, also in certain kind of services. I'm partial again to the travel and tourism sector. And the beauty of the travel and tourism sector is today it contributes almost 10% of India's workforce jobs. The service element of travel and tourism essentially will still remain person to person. Especially when we talk about hospitality, we still need the personal connect. You can have back-end systems which empower you, enable you to do more. Today we can breeze through the airports with Digi Yatra, again a wonderful public good that we have. But that's only a very small part of the workforce. The bulk of the workforce, whether it's in hospitality, in restaurants, in food, in our crafts, is still people. So I think we should play up a lot of those. We have crafts coming from every corner of the country, and we have to play those up. And those are not going to get replicated by AI, hopefully not, soon.
One last question, Deep. What would be your advice to today's youth who's probably trying to launch a startup, trying to do something on their own? What would be your advice to them?
Yeah, this is something I tell all youngsters that I meet. I think the first thing is, what problem are you trying to solve? I think you have to spend a lot of time thinking very hard about the problem you're trying to solve, not just getting into one particular area because it sounds cool, it sounds sexy, we get into this, we try to get funding. Getting early stage funding, angel funding, is not an end in itself. It's just a means to the end. Sometimes it can be actually your biggest foe because it can give you upfront some money. You get distracted, you start listening to your investors, you're building something which is far away from your original dream. So stay true your original dream. Think about the problem you're trying to solve. Think about India problems. Why? Because then you have a moat. You have a natural moat where the big MNC companies can't come and take your market because they haven't thought about India problems, which is totally fine. So think about real India problems. I think have a very good founding team, whether it's one founder, two founders, three. I think the right number is probably two with complementary skills, but different companies have shown different formats work. Find that team and then the expanded team who are willing to commit to the long run. That's the most important thing. Be ready to commit to 4 to 5 years. Nothing great got built overnight. If you start panicking and looking back in 2 years, you'll probably see nothing. And if you don't see green shoots, you'll panic. So only get into startup if you're ready to commit 4 or 5 years. Then you will probably see something, the starting of a decent business. And then, of course, you can double down. And, ultimately, it's the most satisfying thing you can do. But this would be my simple blueprint of doing it right.
That's very interesting. One last question, Deep. Our theme is fast track to top 3. And we are referring to the largest economies in the world. But we are already third largest when it comes to startup ecosystem. Yeah. So what will it take for India to become the largest startup ecosystem in the world?
And we can. Firstly, I don't think it's a pipe dream. We can because we are fundamentally an entrepreneurial nation. If we all look back, 1 or 2 generations, most of our people, we'll find our forefathers and all were fairly entrepreneurial in nature. If you go beyond the big metro, you go beyond the 5 metros, you'll find most people involved in entrepreneurial activity. So we have it in our DNA, we have it in our blood. We like to say that, whether it's Gujaratis or Marwadis, they have it in their blood, or Sindhis or Baniyas, they're all different Indian communities who are just fundamentally very good business people. So I definitely think there's no dearth of human capital to do it. I think it comes back to the earlier point we made that we need that ecosystem to be built. I like to take the example of Y Combinator, which I think did a great job. And they did a great job. Why? They built an ecosystem of startups. Very often, they became each other's first customers. And that's very important. Because if you're a startup and you're trying to sell to a big company in the B2B space, you're disadvantaged. Because most big companies are saying, hey, we're only going to give what have you done before? Now, if you're a startup, you've not done anything before. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't get a chance. So to create this network and a big ecosystem, I have to speak about TIE here. I think TIE, the Indus Entrepreneurs, you're familiar with them. I'm very, very close. It's a not-for-profit. And that is the kind of ecosystem we are trying to build, where we have companies who are willing to help each other. So I think we have to do that on a massive scale. And that will really help us and really explode the startup thing and then more investment in R&D. I think that's critical.
Great. So let's hope that happens soon. Thank you so much, Deep, for joining us on this platform. Thank you once.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kalra and Mihir, for that illuminating chat on the key role of innovation. With a lofty and noble target of achieving 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030, India is committed to leading the world in renewable energy. To discuss further on how India is driving this renewable energy transition, we're joined by 2 forward-thinking innovators. We invite on stage the MD and CEO of Prozil, Manan Thakkar, and MD and CEO of Prozil Green Energy, Shobhit Rai, in conversation with my colleague, Hina Gambhir.
Thank you, Madhav. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Manan and Shobhit, for joining us here today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's tell you a little bit about ProZeal. It's a company that is helping corporates go green. In a way, it is the decarbonizing partner for many corporates. And as Madhav called you forward-thinking innovators, I'd like to tell our viewers that they entered into this renewable energy space in 2011, the time when we were just talking about it. So firstly, picking up from the last conversation, I want to ask both of you, what was the problem were you two trying to solve when you entered into this space when we were just talking about going green in 2011? Manan.
So when we started, actually there was, when we see the problem, all the industries were using thermal power. Okay. And there was a need of an hour that initially started with large MNCs and listed companies. But now we are seeing the wave that even a smaller MSMEs are finding it very important to convert themselves to green. Though that was a problem where we thought that there is a need for power in the country. When the country is growing, the power is the key element for any industry or commercial. And again, a green power which is a cheaper source and it is free from fossil fuel. That was the idea which made us start this venture.
Okay. Shobit, what was your motivation? One thing that perhaps made you feel that this is the thing that you would like to do?
Yeah, so I think, when we started, obviously, it was not the first idea that came to our mind, but in 2011, just graduated from the college and, with not much of an experience. When we started, we believed that, obviously, sustainability is something that we were very keen at, thinking about, building a business from scratch. And in between, we found out that, in 2011, when we talk about, it was just the rooftop market, which is very, very niche market. I mean, very small market. People were not even able to understand that whether, if you put up a solar system or a renewable project, whether, I would be able to run my fans and lights or ACs in my house or not. So that was the kind of questions, were prevalent at that point of time. But I think, by 2014, when, the new government under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi started, it gave a boost to this particular sector. And I think that's how, we started to understand that the industries who are the major consumers of power, they are the one who are facing one big problem, which is like, they want somebody who can give them an end-to-end solution. And that is how, it all started. And from there, obviously, we kept on innovating the new business ideas, started thinking about, understanding the problems, what exactly they need, how do we, scale up this particular business. And, that's how the journey started. And we are here in 2024.
Interesting, because that is the need of the hour. Going green today is not just fashionable, it is the need of the hour because climate change is a reality. And we have some ambitious targets as well when it comes to renewable energy capacity. We've crossed about 200 odd gigawatts, but we aim to cross 500 gigawatts by 2030. That is important for India to also, reach the top 3 economies in the world, which is also the theme of our session today. So, can you tell us a little bit about India's capability of achieving this target by 2030? Are we on track?
So if you see, this industry is almost 14 years old, and we have just done 200 gigawatts so far. But I think next balance 300 gigawatt is doable in next 5 years because the right policies are in place right now. At the same time, I say that first 14 years was just a trailer of this sector. The next thing, the big thing is still pending. And there are examples of countries like China who has done every year close to more than 60 gigawatt. And India with the right policies and right execution partners and entire value chain like us, definitely this is quite doable, and definitely the government is quite pushing. At the same time, many industries, it's not a push strategy now, it's kind of a pull strategy. As I mentioned, smaller companies like MSMEs also now want to convert themselves to green.
That's very interesting, and we'll come to that as well in just a bit. But like you said, it's just the trailer picture abhi baki hai. So Shobhit, I want to ask you, in your opinion, are the current set of policies, the frameworks that we have, enough for us to be able to meet that target? As you know, somebody who's a very important stakeholder in the industry, what is it that the government can really do to help us achieve that target in time?
See, I mean, if you look at, the 500 gigawatt target, I mean, I'll just, want to talk about, initially the situation what we were in 2014. So, when, Prime Minister Modi came in and with this vision of 500 gigawatt, in 2014, we were at, just 4 gigawatt of renewable installed capacity. And today we are at, crossed in October 24, we crossed 200 gigawatt, which is like, when you talk about fast track to top 3 for the biggest economy. At the same time, if you look at, India has become, the top 3, number 3, biggest renewable energy producer in the world after, China and US. So I think, as far as the policy is concerned, this is the, best example of, good policy decisions, and kind of, the obligations which have been put up to meet the to meet the sustainability goals and the net zero goals. Which has, fast-tracked the development right from 4 gigawatt up to 200 gigawatt. And I think, the next big thing which we are going to see is that this year we are going to do 35 gigawatt, which is going to be the biggest year for renewable energy industry in India. And going forward with the kind of green energy open access policy which the government has brought up in June 2022 is where more than 12 states have already adopted this particular policy, and I think that this is like a booster dose or kind of a vitamin which has been given by the government to ensure that by 2030 we meet this particular target, and we are very sure that with the support of the entire industry colleagues and government, we should be able to achieve it very easily.
Clearly, a partnership is going to be very, very important between the government, the private sector, and the new companies that are also now setting up, for example, the startup space. Because if this partnership happens right now, then perhaps their DNA will have sustainability or transitioning to this renewable energy space at a very early stage in their life's journey. So what kind of a shift are you seeing right now in the industries? Like Manan also mentioned, it's no longer the push, but the pull that you are seeing from the other side that's happening, who want to transition to the clean energy space, the renewable energy space.
So I would just want to answer this, in a very simple way that what renewable energy is, just not solving the net zero problem. And, it's like, the necessity for any industry to survive. And, for any new industry to come up without renewable energy, I don't think so that, they will be able to be cost effective. They will not be able to be competitive in the market. And, I think if we are, trying to achieve the 2047 goal of being the, superpower, manufacturing is going to play a very, very critical role in this particular, goal to achieve, be a superpower. And I believe that, the second biggest problem that we are solving by, having renewable capacities built up for industries on, as a country as a whole is the lower cost of power. Because if you look at, today, I think renewable power is the cheapest power. And, without this, we will not be able to compete with, the giants manufacturers who are sitting out in China and, other parts of the, world to manufacture and, reduce their cost of goods. Because in many industries, if you look at, more than 50 to 60% of the raw material is power. So if we solve this particular, if we continue to build up this, I think any new business, this is a mandate. And I think, the third important aspect for renewable is that, employment. I mean, if you look at, I think employment is one of the most talked about subject, whenever whether it is, in politics or you talk about, general public. Last year in 2023, this sector gave more than 1.02 million new jobs. And if you look at reports, it says that as far as job creation is concerned, by 2030, we will have, almost 3.5 million new jobs created out of this. And by 2047, this sector can have an opportunity to create a job creation of more than 35 million, which is like even bigger than what automotive sector has been able to do that in last 3.5 decades. So even automotive sector today employs 28 million, new jobs. But I think this sector has that potential. So I think combining these 3 points, it is extremely important that this particular targets and, for any new industries, should definitely think about it, not from the perspective of net zero, but also from the survival and also from the employment perspective.
Absolutely. Job creation is indeed a very, very important factor. And I want to understand from you, what kind of challenges do you think exist today vis-a-vis how they were when you started in the renewable energy space?
So first of all, when we started, the entire ecosystem of the technologies was not here. So we were relying on developed nations, and for manufacturing we were dependent on China. Now if you see the end-to-end value chain in the ecosystem of the sector, it has been developed in India right now with again a good policies that have been implemented by Government of India. So now for any new player it becomes much more easier, because initially to understand the technologies we need to travel, we need to see how it works and all. But now it's much more easier. Even I say, as Shobhit mentioned, that initially we were asked that how will you run our factories with solar power, but now there is a stage everybody knows that how much a kilowatt would generate. So that is the awareness in the ecosystem overall. So that is one of the challenges which was there. Again, there are two biggest challenges in this sector, that is land and evacuation, which is again government is forcing and investing on different policies for land as well as for power equation. They're spending a lot to increase the substations, because this is, as you increase your renewable capacity, you need power equation facilities. So these two challenges has been solved by government and still working on it, which was a problem in way early in 2014.
As you said that, what we have seen in the last decade or so has just been the trailer. We know that this is one sector that thrives on innovation. So in the next decade, what are some of the big breakthrough ideas or innovations can one really look forward to? Can we also expect, AI in some way to come into this sector, or has it already made an entry into this sector?
So this sector is evolving in terms of technology. So if you see, this is a 500 gigawatt is a standalone demand for our power for our industries and various other needs. If you see the new technologies in terms of green hydrogen, green steam, where again the input power is renewable, where another 100 gigawatt is required in next 5 years. So new technologies in terms of integration of wind, solar, hybrid for RTC power, which is very much critical for optimizing the power evacuation facility. And at the same time, AI has started involving in our tech, where the designing of the plant can be done with the softwares in minutes, which was taking weeks time. Okay, so this kind of technologies have been started in our sector, and in coming times it will be adopted more. But mostly it will go towards designing of the plant, and there are robotic systems that will be, these are implemented for cleaning of the solar modules, and which will improve the efficiency as well as improve the efficiency of the cleaning.
That's very interesting. And what about you, Shobhit? The breakthrough ideas perhaps that could drive the next decade in terms of sustainability, transitioning to renewable energy?
See, one of the, very important thing that, just Manan mentioned, that land and evacuation. So, land is something that obviously, it's beyond control. But as far as evacuation is concerned, you look at, right now we have got close to 4.8 lakh circuit kilometers of transmission network, which is available in India. But, it has to be utilized efficiently. And where the efficiency is going to come up is that, by, digitizing the grids, using AI and blockchain technologies, so that whatever is the power generated at any part of the country, which is through the green corridor, can be transmitted and, can be efficiently utilized. Because, even if you're generating, your loss levels are so high, but if you are going to implement this grid digitization, I think this is going to help in efficiency, and this is also going to help us in reducing the tariffs. So this is going to be one of the breakthrough technologies, or going forward, which can help the economy in a big way.
And one last question for both of you. Now can we safely call you veterans in this particular industry? And for those who are now trying to enter into the renewable energy space, what is that one advice that you would like to give?
So I would say we are quite young, but at the same time quite old. Quite old in the industry. See, this sector, I would say it's a $25 billion industry year on year. For any new player, everybody will have a share of its pie for each segment of the sector, whether it's manufacturing, EPC, or the development of the projects. Idea is to have a quality plant and which will last for 25 years. So that was what the Prozeal was built on, that because you are the partners, as you rightly mentioned, we are partners for the large industries and they don't know about solar or wind. So this life of the plant is for 25 years and it should last for that. So that's the quality of the plant, and that's very much important for any new entrepreneur who is coming in this sector.
Okay. Advice and your goal. What next for the next decade?
So I have a very simple philosophy that I think for any businesses that, we want to build it from scratch. I think one thing is that, you need to be disciplined. I think whenever I talk to my team members, I say that, however talented you are, but I think the first quality that, you should have is discipline. So I think discipline, and, you have dedication towards work, you should have direction, you should know, and final is, the decision making. I think as far as the decision making is concerned, for any entrepreneurs, it is an, loud and clear message that, you need to be a little aggressive. You need to know what is the right risk to be taken. I mean, obviously risks are never wrong or right, but again, you need to take your chances, because, you cannot wait for things to happen. You need to make things happen. So I think, these are the messages. And as far as, for the next decade for Prozeal is concerned, I think definitely as a company, we currently have, 3% market share in the overall renewable space, which is what, we want to try and increase it. We want to increase. Currently, we have 18 states where we have 2 countries that we have presence. But I think, we want to make this as a global company. And we are set right to, we have this launchpad now.
Right.
And next 10 years, I think we should be across the country and any part of the world. I think, you'll hear our name as one of the top performers, as well, one of the largest renewable energy companies.
All right. We wish you good luck for that. Thank you very much, Manan, as well as Shobit, for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Hina. Thank you, gentlemen, as well, for that very, very interesting session. In fact, quickly, to announce that up next, we have a very interesting panel. We're delighted to have an esteemed panel with us today for the discussion on fast track to top 3. That's the information that we have at the moment. In fact, we have Tulsi Tiwari, a chemical engineer from IIT Chicago, entrepreneur and advocate for India's development through entrepreneurship. He's also the author of a book on economic policy making. Next, Gurumurthy Ramachandran, who's an aeronautics engineer and also the founder of Zanga, making insurance accessible to all as part of the Viksit Bharat vision. He wants to take Zangam from being technology-oriented to be purpose-oriented business. And finally, we have D. Balasubramanian, an MBA from Asian Institute of Management, bringing 30 years of experience in investment banking, management consulting, and angel investing, with a strong focus on supply chain and financial discipline. He's currently the Chief Strategy Officer with Zangam, and today he's also the moderator of this session. Over to you.
Thanks for the lovely introduction. So the topic that we have is how do we fast track to top 3, and so I actually jumped down, without wasting time because we're running out of time. So Tulsi ji, you have been, you have seen the economic cycles and the business cycles in both the US and in India, because your experience in the US has been into the cutting edge, research on fuel cell, still in the formative years. What kind of lessons can India take when we want to be in the top 3? Because US has been a top economy in the globe while you were there and also now. What kind of lessons do we take from the economic progress or the journey of the US when we take this ambition to fast track to top 3?
Thank you, brother. India, in last 10 years has been on the world radar. Everyone knows that. There is every reason now, obviously, for every Indian in India as well as out of India to aspire for what we are calling is the 3rd rank. Maybe someday 2nd rank, dare to do 1st rank, decades to come. Fair enough. My prime concern is that it's not about only that ranking of GDP, because that is not a sufficient condition. You see, GDP, with due respect to the economists, we have been measuring GDP only in quantitative terms. Ever since it was invented in 1934 by Nobel laureate economist, we are not measuring the quality aspect of GDP. So it is not enough just to talk about GDP in terms of quantity. It is also equally important to talk about in terms of quality. I'll mention, and this is not a theoretical construct, let me mention to you about, you mentioned about USA, which is the 1st ranker now, right? And US was the 1st ranker in 1970s also when I went as a student to America. But that America and this America are two opposite Americas. We need to understand clearly that what is the difference between first USA, there was a time post-World War 1945 to around mid-70s, that's the time I went to America. Economy grew in America from practically negative in 1945 to a point where average American had a 70% prosperity, average American, by the time mid-70s. What does that mean? That 30% of your time is invested for basic survival needs, whereas 70% extra time is available where people could think and do creative work. And there is a second America. That is now. In last 40 to 50 years, American economy has declined in terms of quality to so bad that even full year of working is not sufficient for survival for average American. It is negative actually. So tell me, we are calling this America also first, and 70s America was also first. Which America we want to become? So which one do we want to follow? This is a crucial question.
So can you give me one illustration in terms of what exactly is, maybe one life aspect that has changed?
Yeah, see, as I said that GDP has a positive quality and negative quality, correct? So while we are saying, say, GDP is a 10%, we need to be sure about what percentage of that GDP is positive GDP and what percentage is negative GDP. Let me give you an example. Let us take an example of that you have an economy where you have 100 rupees of food economy. But food is of such nature that you fall sick. And then you go to hospital, you waste your time and your personal money to cure yourself. And that economy is, say, 400 rupees economy. On the whole, GDP will be measured what? 500 rupees of economy. Fair enough. But the point is, suppose if you had a better food at a little higher price of 100 to 150, and you had a preventive health care as your health care economy of not 400 rupees,
Instead, 200 rupees. So on the whole, you will have only 350 rupees of economy. But which is the economy, which is better economy? And then the time and money that you would have saved in the preventive health care, people will be investing in creative, and you could generate 300 rupees more economy, a better economy, going beyond the original 500 rupees economy, which has a GDP, has a negative content in that.
Right. I think that's a fantastic way to look at it. So I think, Guru, I'll have a very specific question to you. As we fast track and grow to number 3, it has to be inclusive growth for sure. How can digital transformation and definitely the idea of 100% penetration in insurance actually help us to achieve this inclusive growth and still reach number 3?
Oh, that's a wonderful question, and thank you, Tulsi, for this broad outlook which it gave on the economy. And I take your particular point on inclusiveness and how that is going to, how, as an example of Zanga, we are implementing inclusiveness is via digital transformation. I take the example of insurance penetration. I think there is nothing more inclusive than the vision of our Prime Minister, in which he has implemented PMJJBY, Prime Minister Jan Jeevan Bima Yojana. And this goes to the entire spectrum, at least from a perspective of personal accident. This is one of the largest in the whole world. And I'm very happy to say, from Zangam perspective, we got the technology. In fact, we have a product which actually processes those applications very rapidly, very fast. And we're talking about cases like around 2 lakhs per second. So definitely digital transformation is helpful, because it's a no-brainer that if it's done manually, it may almost never ever be possible to achieve the vision of inclusiveness which has been given by our Prime Minister. Yeah.
Okay. Anything specific on the insurance sector that you want to give as a something to safeguard from? Okay, I think just maybe a quick bite. Okay. So I think, basically what we wanted to say here is that, insurance as a sector can actually help us to fast track to number 3. Where we need to take care of, one is the penetration, which can be through technology, digital transformation. At the same time, build trust, which is faster claims processing using digital technologies. So I think we are running out of time.
Absolutely. I'll just make one point, maybe for the next 30 seconds. There is also a question of trust, which comes in penetration, and that is one of the major points which will be hurdles which will need to be addressed so that it becomes 100% penetration. And from a trust perspective, once again, there is an epochal statement which is done and made by RDA, which is claims within 3 hours. And we have technology. I'm very happy to say Zangam has got technology which is taking it forward. So the final point is, yes, it's only by digital transformation that inclusiveness and robust, let's say, economy, which is fast tracking to number 3, can be possible.
So on that note of timely processing, I think our time's up. So we'll actually make a way. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that. Thank you so much for that session indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite upon our stage with the AI poised to contribute $500 billion to India's economy by 2024, and the country rapidly becoming a hub for innovation and semiconductor manufacturing. At the forefront of this growth is Honorable Minister for Information, Broadcasting, Railways and Electronics and IT, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav. He will be joined on stage by Navika Kumar, Group Editor-in-Chief of Times Now. I'd like to invite both of you on stage, please.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Honorable Minister for Information and Broadcasting, Railways and Electronics and IT, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav. He has a mission to make India a global semiconductor hub, and we will now hear about his vision for India's AI and chip revolution. Over to you, Navika.
Thank you, Hina. Thank you, Madhav. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome the big minister with the big success rate as far as delivering elections in his party is concerned, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav. Thank you very much for joining us right here on the India Economic Conclave 10th edition. And these 10 years have coincidentally coincided with the term of the Modi government since 2014. I want to ask you, this time the theme of our conclave is fast track to the top 3. How are we going to do it? You are the man with the Midas touch who has to convert IT, AI, as well as look at semiconductors, electronics, manufacturing, everything. How are you going to do this? What's the roadmap?
Thank you, Navika, and thank you for having me here as a part of the conclave. I would like to say that the foundation, the guardrails, and the thought process for taking India to the top 3 economies, that is very well set. It's a very well thought through approach which our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has followed. It's basically built on 4 major pillars. First pillar is massive public investment in social, physical, and digital infrastructure. Second pillar is huge focus on manufacturing and innovation. And the third pillar is, since our society is very diverse, and especially on the economic scales, there is huge diversity. So the third pillar is basically large number of programs which are creating a very inclusive growth. It's basically taking all the people who were left behind in the past 50, 60 years, bringing them into the mainstream. So that's the third pillar. And the fourth pillar is simplification. And because of this very clear thought process, and because of the execution which has happened in the last 10 years, we are well set to become one of the top 3 economies in the coming years.
Is there a timeline that your government has put on attaining that position?
If we look at the current size of our economy, we are, last year, 31st March, we were 297 lakh crore rupees economy, and our nominal growth is around 10 to 11%. So we should be around 330 lakh crore, and looking at the rupee to dollar conversion, we should be just around 4 trillion now. Simultaneously, the Japanese and German economies, which are the ones which we have to overtake to become the third top economy, they are also passing through a very tough phase at this point of time. So my estimate would be, we should be the third largest economy somewhere in 27 or maybe 28, in that time frame.
Well, that's a tremendous target that you've set yourselves. A lot has been said about India becoming, the alternative to China, and becoming the global hub for companies across the world. How do you look at that progress which you've undertaken over the last several years? How do you see that in terms of the progress it has made, especially the semiconductor story in India?
Absolutely right. One fundamental thing which differentiates our approach vis-a-vis many other countries' approach is that we believe in IPR, we believe in developing trust, we believe in long-term relationships. And some of the strengths which India has, the huge talent pool, a very clear policy framework, and political stability, all these factors have really helped our economy, helped our country being positioned as a trusted partner for the people who would like to relocate their manufacturing, relocate their services, and also relocate their research and development. And the journey has been very good. In sector after sector, if you look at the manufacturing which used to be 10 years ago, today it's a totally different. Defense manufacturing, we never thought we'll ever be exporter, but today we are a good exporter. Telecom, some of the most complex equipment are today exported. I think the telecom exports should be almost 40,000 crore rupees now. Mobile phone exports is a very big story for all of us. Close to $50 billion worth production, and exports are also commensurate. There are factories, for example, Apple is having a factory in Hosur where I visited. Amazing level of precision. And some of the stories have a very good human angle. One of the factories that I visited in Noida, so the girl who was working on the assembly line, when I asked her, what's your experience? She said she comes from a village which is like almost 150 kilometers away from Patna. So she said when she goes back home to Bihar, the entire village, basically today the village respects her more than the village pramukh when she goes and tells that she manufactures mobile phones. So it's an amazing journey. It's such a big social transformation. Same is the case with semiconductor. Our country tried getting semiconductor industry into India way back in 1962. Lots of efforts were made. I don't say that the efforts were in any case lacking. Efforts must have been proper, but fortunately, it's only during Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's period that we got success. Our policy was announced on the 1st Jan of 2022, and here we are in December of 2024, and we have already 5 units where the construction work is going on, and somewhere in the middle of 25 we should see the first made in India chip shipping out.
Well, first made in India chip coming soon to our country, that clearly is a great achievement. You spoke about political stability. Yes, political stability from the government is there. But what do you do about the parliament where we see more theater, more adjournments, more what's called ho-halla than we actually see debate on policy issues?
We definitely want to run the parliament well. From the NDA side, we are very clear that parliament is a place, as per our constitution, that is a place where we should have very healthy debates, good, strong, fact-based debates, and the opposition should come up with constructive ideas, constructive criticism. It's very unfortunate that the opposition is shying away from its responsibility by taking the route of disruptions. That's very unfortunate.
Let me ask you, there's a huge charge that has been put by your party, your government, on the opposition leader, Rahul Gandhi, and you've called him virtually somebody who's working against the interest of India. The issue of George Soros and the association of the Congress party with it has been brought up. Considering you are the INB minister and the IT minister, are there any specific links that you can talk about? And is that going to be investigated?
See, we have seen a very clear pattern. Just before a parliament session is to begin, something comes up. We had Pegasus coming exactly 3 or 4 days before the parliament session came in. We had multiple number of incidents happening which basically fall into a pattern, and whatever recent reports which have come in the one of the international journals or group, they clearly show that there is a linkage between some groups which are basically making their mission to destabilize India, and they don't like to see the growth that we are having. And if you link that, if you look that in the perspective of how many of our opposition party senior persons, our senior leaders, they are in a sense trying to denigrate our country, in a sense trying to, in all their international speeches and international interactions, they want to show down, they want to keep they obviously don't look at the successes of the country. And when a country succeeds, it is a success of it's success of 1.4 billion people. It is not just one party's success, it's a success of every Indian citizen. I think we should take pride in that. Why try to kind of criticize on the foreign soil? So that pattern is very clear, Navika ji, and that pattern is something which is very disturbing. I don't think any responsible political party should get into that trap.
If you're referring to the media part report on this, they did make a mention of the hidden links between investigative journalism and the US government and the OCCRP having links with Soros. But the media outlet has also denied the usage of their report by your party to attack the opposition. So the report that you're depending on is actually questioning the conclusions that you are drawing. How do you respond to that?
It's part of the whole system. I'm sure they would have, once they publish something, after that, the world is free to look at what they have published and draw the conclusions from the data that they themselves have brought out. Now, they're saying that they cannot use, somebody cannot use what they have published. That's like, is that part of journalism? If Times Now today gives out a statement or publishes a news item and Congress tomorrow uses it to attack us, right? Then can Times Now say that, no, we did not allow Congress to? It's not. It's once it is published, it's available for the world.
So will an investigation follow about the links?
The authorities and legal enforcement agencies, they'll do what they are supposed to do as per the laws of the land.
Let me also ask you, there seems to be a confrontation between the Treasury benches and the opposition. The opposition says you don't allow the House to run. You say they don't allow the House to run. There is one-upmanship. If they want to debate a certain issue, you come up with another issue. Now we have a situation where there's a no-confidence motion against the chairman of Rajya Sabha. There is a privilege motion against the Parliamentary Affairs Minister. Mr. Vaishnav, the question I want to ask you is, where is this going to take us? Where is it going to end? And is there any hope of the Treasury benches and the opposition benches coming to a consensus to take the country forward?
Listen, we are very clearly focused on development of the country, improving the living standards of our people, making sure that the opportunities for middle class are better, making sure that the poorer sections in the society, they get the basic needs. There is an inclusive growth. And for that, our mission cannot be stopped by the disruptions in the parliament. We will remain focused. We are very open-minded also. They wanted a debate on constitution. We said, of course, there should be a debate on constitution. Congress party is the party which hijacked the constitution and 1975. We should not forget that. They are the ones who have made so many amendments in the constitution. Congress party is the party for which the Supreme Court had to come out and say that there is a basic structure of the constitution which cannot be overridden by the party. So, who are the ones who are pointing fingers? Congress party, when it is pointing that one finger, they should look at the four fingers which are getting pointed at themselves. So the question is, we want constructive debate, we want the House to run, we want the country to focus on the future that we all deserve, the dream that all of us took when we got into whichever field of life that we are in, making a prosperous country, making sure that everybody has opportunities. That's the dream that we are all working towards. Why shouldn't Congress be a part of that dream?
While many people today are speculating that the cabinet has passed the decision on one nation, one election, is that to set the cat amongst the pigeons at a time when the opposition is protesting, one could say, far too much in Parliament?
Listen, we have made a very clear announcement in the manifesto of Bharatiya Janata Party for the general elections that we believe in one nation, one election, and it's very important. Why should the country waste so much time in conducting elections when the time for building our nation is the most important priority that we have? We have such a clearly laid out path and we have such a big task in front of us that at least next 15-20 years, we should be totally focused on getting the work done. There should be one election done. Then the rest of the period, we should focus on doing the work for our country. That is the way, that is a clear, and I'm sure in the first 100 days press conference, there also we announced very clearly that we are focused on getting the right thing. And there was a very respectable committee which worked on it. A committee which was chaired by Shri Kovindji, who was the ex-president, honorable president. And views were taken from almost all the different stakeholders possible. Since 1983, 26 instances are there where either the law commission or a parliamentary committee or the election commission of India, somebody or other has basically said that there should be one nation, one election kind of program. And that was the norm in 1951-52. In 1957, almost 6 assemblies, the elections to 6 assemblies was preponed so that there can be a simultaneous election. So there is nothing wrong about it. It's a very positive thought and it's very good for the country. Why should we have a period of model code of conduct where you can't do anything, can't do the development projects? Why should we have so much of the force deployed into elections the entire year? So I think that's a very good thought.
Will the bill come this session?
Listen, when the bill comes, you'll come to know.
You're not going to fall into answering that question directly.
I give answers to all the questions directly, exactly what is required to be said.
Okay, you wear so many hats. Do you get confused? Sometimes IT, sometimes electronics, sometimes INB. So in INB, let me ask you, the big issue these days is censorship. Our country has had a long tryst with censorship, and now there have been noises inside Parliament and outside about OTT platforms and censorship there. What are your views on that?
See, I'm very clear in my views on this subject. See, the context of safe harbor, that came in 1990s. And this came at a time when internet was being developed. Internet was something very new. It was limited to universities, limited to a very few technical oriented people. I was one of them. Luckily at IIT Kanpur, we were among the first ones to have access to internet during those days in the entire country. So a concept of safe harbor was created so that who knows what's going to be put on the net, right? Now the world has totally changed since then. The internet, which had 0.01% of the world's population was using internet, today 99% of the world is using net. You running a news channel and coming from such a well-respected news group, you have very strong editorial systems. You have checks. You check whether the reporter has given the correct information. There are double checks. There are fact checks. Then there is an editorial method that you follow. Now imagine the trust which has got developed over press and media over 200 years or maybe 200, 300 years. Now that is getting disturbed, that is getting totally destroyed when there is no editorial check. Anybody can say anything without being responsible for what they are saying. Then shouldn't the context, which was good for 1990, when that has changed, shouldn't the rules and regulations and the way we look at the safe harbor concept, shouldn't that change? That's a question which the entire world today is discussing. I've had meetings with more than 20 counterparts across the world, some of them from some of the most liberal countries and some of them from some countries which have very strong regulatory instincts. Each one of them, this spectrum, this end of the spectrum and this end of the spectrum. Each one of them thinks that times have changed, and that's why there is a need to change the context. There has to be accountability of the platform. I'm saying, please mark my words, what I'm saying is there has to be accountability of the platforms. In any case, they have their own policies where they are doing content moderation in their own ways. Why shouldn't they take more responsibility for what is being published on their platforms? That's the fundamental question. I would like it to be debated. I would like all the people who are connected with this, the world of media and the world of technology, and also everybody who's interested in this, please come out, share your views, give your opinions, let the society come to a consensus, and then we can move forward to take that forward.
Artificial intelligence. What are the strides that have been made? Open AI and the challenges that it throws up. Also, we've seen cases, that have come up in courts on open AI, on Wikipedia, the information, the also acknowledgement of the content, especially because we come from a news group. Any platform and their search engines can choose our content. How do the payment platforms work? What's the kind of, policy that you're looking at in this direction?
This is again a major concern. Out of the 4 challenges that we see today, this is one of the major challenges. The challenge is, if the content has been created with so much care, so much effort, so many resources having been put to create that content, and AI digests it without compensating the people who have created the content. It's a big challenge. It's again this is an issue which is being debated across the world, and a solution has to come out for it. There has to be a fair share between the parties, the people who are creating the content and the people who are digesting it and presenting it in a different way. So I believe that there has to be a fair share between the two.
So is there a policy discussion in your ministry on how to regulate this? And how soon will we see this policy?
Yes, we are debating, we are discussing with almost all the stakeholders, and recently I had a couple of meetings, 2 very serious meetings with the media groups also, and I'll request you to come forward and take your part of the responsibility and educate the people, make them understand the entire. This is a complex issue which has to be understood by a much larger section of the society, and let the society debate and come up with a consensus. Because on the one hand we have the freedom of speech, on the one hand we have innovation requirements, on the one hand we have the safe harbor clause, and on the other hand we have the fair compensation to content creators, accountability of the media. So there has to be a consensus around it. And societies go forward only, the sustainable way forward is when we create a consensus on such contentious issues.
We'll shift hats again, and now you can wear your hat as the Railways Minister. And let me ask you, in railways, on the one side, the big challenge has been safety. On the other, of course, you've really taken this sector forward with Vande Bharat, the new manner in which you've looked at trains, the way the stations are kept, but delays and also crowded stations still continue to be some of the challenges. How do you balance both these sides?
This is a very large sector. Railways is a very, very, very huge sector, and this is a sector which required significant investments way back since 1970s. Unfortunately, the governments of those years, they basically took railway as a very political ministry, and instead of focusing on investing and increasing the capacity, getting new technology, getting new types of trains, getting better tracks, better quality of signaling systems, better stations, they kept on focusing on very populist measures of announcing trains, period. That was their entire focus. Get votes, announce trains, get votes by announcing trains. That was the only thing which, for a very large period, the governments were doing and political parties were doing. Things changed in 2014 when Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, because he has a very good understanding of railways, he also sees the logic of the entire economic framework in which railway plays a very important part, because we are a country which has very meager petroleum reserves. So it's very important that we do a lot of transportation using electricity. And using electricity means either you have electric vehicles or you have electrical trains. So that's why our Prime Minister took up the entire mission of electrifying the entire network. He put huge investments in getting new tracks built. So if you look at some of the figures, you'll be amazed. In the 60 years before 2014, the electrification which happened was 20,000 kilometers. In 10 years after 2014, it's 44,000 kilometers. The whole German network is 35,000 kilometers. In 10 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's first and second term, we constructed 31,000 kilometers of new tracks. Last year, we constructed 5,300 kilometers of new tracks. The whole network of Switzerland is 5,000 kilometers. So adding a network like Switzerland in 1 year, and same progress was there in the year before that. So that's the pace at which work is happening. Imagine Kavach kind of technology, automatic train protection technology, ATP it's called, that was introduced globally in all the major railways way back in 1990s and early 2000s. And it's a matter of pride for us. At least our government took interest in it. But the governments before that totally neglected all that safety. One of the most important safety technologies. We developed, our Prime Minister put a big focus on it. He said that we should have our own technology. And today we have one of the finest technologies in place. Recently, when the Kavach 4.0 was being tested, I visited Kota to Savai Madhopur. The driver, the loco pilot, when he saw that a red light, which is 5 kilometers away, cannot be seen if you look out of the window, is visible on the dashboard. He was so confident and so happy with it, because then he doesn't have to depend upon the fog outside or the distance outside. And when Kavach applied the brake to the train without the driver applying the brake, he was really amazed. You should have looked at the expression on his face. And he actually said कि ये कवच ट्रेन का कवच तो है ठीक है, लेकिन मेरे परिवार का भी कवच है. So that's the focus that we are putting on safety. I would also like to share with you, during some of the most spoken about railway ministers, in their period, I won't take names, it's not proper, during their period...
It's proper. These days, nobody pulls any punches.
Let me follow my principles. So, during those periods, 365 days, 445 accidents. And they are the ones who are trying to create a narrative today. We could reduce those numbers to less than 100, which is 85% or 80% reduction since the period of the UPA government. And it's not that we are satisfied at this pace. We want to work even more, and we go into root cause of each and every incident, make structural changes, make procedural changes, make technology changes, so that our trains become much more safer than what they were earlier. So that's our focus, and that focus continues.
Let's shift hats again. And in the end, I want to ask you, in the middle of all of these ministries and governance and government and visionary tasks that you do, you also get states to handle and state elections to handle. You delivered a fantastic performance in Madhya Pradesh last, and then now in Maharashtra. So I want to talk to you about the recent Maharashtra elections. Did you imagine you would get 132 out of the 149 seats that you contested?
Listen, we were very clearly focused, and our party is very, it works very methodically. We were very focused on the grassroots work. We have a very large number of very motivated and inspired Karyakartas. I'm one of the Karyakartas. And this team of Karyakartas, inspired by the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, inspired by the state leadership, it worked very hard. And this results that we see, these are the results of good governance of the last 10 years, good hope towards future, and the hard work of our Karyakartas and the excellent leadership of our party.
But just 4 months before that, the performance in Maharashtra in the Lok Sabha elections was not really up to the mark, up to the expectations of the party itself. How did you manage this turnaround? Is it a study that should now be looked at by all political parties and all schools of political science?
You don't expect me to talk about the details in a media event, right?
क्यों सब EVM program कर दिए थे? Because यही opposition कहती है कि कोई भी बटन दबाओ बीजेपी को वोट जाता है.
Opposition can say what they are saying, and it's that story of sour grapes. Absolutely. See, the general elections, one of the major factors was the fake narrative that the opposition created. The fake narrative of constitution is something that they decided and they took it to a different level. But we reached out to each and every community in the state. We explained our viewpoint. We showed what the work has been done in the last 10 years. We clearly presented the path towards better livelihoods for them. We made sure that we reach out to each and every person, and people understood our viewpoint. People believed in our delivery behind, and they have the trust that it's only BJP which can really change the lives in a very sustainable manner. That's the work done. So I don't want to speak more than that. That's fundamentally the work which we have done.
So the next election, how do you celebrate in your party? If you succeed in delivering one state to the party, do you get homework for the next state?
That's why we need one nation, one election, right?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav. Thank you for being such a sport and always taking all questions on the chin. And clearly, if I were you, I would get really confused, on the number of things that you handle single-handedly. But kudos to you for the work that you do, and just so down to earth and simply that you come across to the people of India.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, and a big round of applause for Union Minister, and I can't even say all of those ministries in one breath. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Navika, for that captivating discussion. Sir, could you please stay on the stage for a bit? We would like to request Navika to just share with Sir our token of appreciation. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Honorable Minister Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, who joined us for this event today. Sir, thank you so much. Thank you, Navika. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, as India moves towards a net zero 2030, it has rapidly become a leading producer and consumer of biofuels. Well, talking of bioenergy, we are pleased to have the man deemed a leader in sustainable biofuels. Please join me in welcoming on stage the founder and MD of True Alt Bioenergy, Vijay Nirani, who's going to be in conversation with Aisha Faridi. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Gentlemen? Yeah, okay. Vijay, why don't you test your mic as well?
Hi,
Perfect,
hi.
it's working.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're here with Mr. Vijay Nirani. He's the founder and MD at TrueAlt Bioenergy. Vijay, thank you for joining us for our 10th edition of the India Economic Conclave. Always a pleasure speaking with you. Now, when you talk about bioenergy, you know, we have a very primitive understanding of what biofuels, what bioenergy was. What's the bioenergy of today used for? What are its usages, and has it evolved from what it was, say, about 20 years from now?
Thank you so much for Aisha for having us on this phenomenal platform. And this is the most relevant conclave the country always looks forward to. And we're super excited to be part of this for this year. Biofuels is a magic energy that the government has started to realize. What we have currently as a country is a dependency on import of all of our fuel consumption. So over 75 to 80% of the fuel that we consume is all imported. Now, we can mimic the fuel that we consume, be it CNG, we can have it sourced from biomaterials, we can mimic the ethanol, which is produced from biosources. Biofuels in general is the fuels that energize our day-to-day requirement, be it our vehicles, be it our homes, be it the heat that we need. All of these sourced from biological means or biodegradable means or from waste is how the biofuel is termed. And as a country, we are so large and diverse that the most abundance of biomass is what we have. And this is a magic structure that we have to convert the waste that we have into the energy that we need. So broadly, this is what biofuel is, and it is something that can literally change the dynamics of our country, and which is why I think the government is fully geared to push this biofuel story so that we become the leaders of the globe in this space.
So Vijay, you at TrueAlt Bioenergy, tell me, we've all understood now what biofuels can do, what could be the usages. But you in your business, how is it that you imply this energy, and what all products do you see it being used for, and what is it that you already cater to?
So as a company, we are traditionally from the sugar industry, right? One of the most boring industries that there could be. Now there comes the National Biofuel Policy. With the launch of the National Biofuel Policy, we had so much of opportunities. The spotlight suddenly fell on the most traditional and boring of businesses.
Yeah.
You know, be it agriculture, farming, or fuel. You know, there's nothing interesting about how fuel is made, right? But we all need the fuel on a daily basis. So on the backdrop of this, we got into the biofuel space when the Government of India launched the National Biofuel Policy. The idea here was to try and utilize the abundance that we have. This is a story of, it's a very interesting story where we are a story of national Atmanirbharta, we are a story of nation building, we are a story of self-reliance, we are a story of farmer empowerment, we are a story of energy transition, we are a story of being green or clean for the next generations to come, to pass on the baton of Mother Earth. And more importantly, this story, the biofuel story, is something that puts glamour to the most boring of the industries that we just spoke of. Now, what we have, or what TrueAlt does, is we utilize multiple of these biomass or agricultural waste or municipal solid wastes into creating multiple of value-added products. We currently make first-generation ethanol using molasses, which is a byproduct of sugarcane. We use the damaged grains. Eventually, we'll be using biomass, that is agricultural residue, or the sugarcane leftovers, that's bagasse, to make ethanol. These are all the feedstocks which we as a country have in abundance. Using these, now currently TrueAlt is making 1G ethanol, where we're currently the largest by established size. We make close to 2 million liters of ethanol per day. And we can make compressed biogas or bio-CNG. It's very alarming as a statistic to learn that over 70 to 80% of the gas that we consume is imported. In spite of having so much of abundance, and there is no science, there's no technology in it. You pick up a 7th standard student studying in a CBSE school and ask him what a gobar gas plant is. You know, you simply dump in all the garbage and you get gas. You put the gas into your housing or your cooking requirement. And this is the exact story that we have in abundance. And this is exactly what we can create to fuel our cars, our energy, our daily needs. So that's something that we are doing in abundance. We are setting up over 17, 18 CBG plants in the next 3 years using these biomass, the leftovers available in abundance. That's wealth. I mean, that's waste that's available. The third vertical is we are soon planning to venture into sustainable aviation fuel. Now, we are already on the path to creating a clean environment, be it the road transport, right? Or be it the rail transport, by substituting the crude with EVs. Now, electric is already there with, on the roads, it's there on the rails. Now, how do we clean up the skies? You can't put in you can't put in green hydrogen in the skies in the airplanes right now. You can't put in so much of batteries on the airplanes. Now, how do you clean up the skies? It's very simple. You put biofuels into them. You replace the high carbon emitting fuels with low carbon emitting carbon neutral fuel into the aircrafts. So we're setting up one of the world's largest sustainable aviation fuel plants in the days to come in India, worldwide, right, world over. There's a huge opportunity for us to start cleaning up the skies. And again, as a statistic, over 65% of the emissions of the airline industry is through the consumption of fuel. And this, how can we clean the 65% of the emissions? It's only through alternate fuels. And that's where we are doing biofuels, sustainable aviation fuel to clean up the skies. The fourth vertical is we use biomass to make multiple of other downstream chemicals. For example, we have potentials to make isoprenes, which are bio-rubber, right? So wherever you have applications of rubber, you can make it from bio sources. You can make bioplastics. Your single-use plastics can be replicated with polylactic acid, which is again sourced from biomaterials that we end up making. So the universe of biofuels is so large, and it has been right in front of our eyes for so many years. And we must give great kudos to the policymakers, to the government of India, that they're driving this whole sector tremendously now. And it's creating opportunities for many companies like us. And it's creating a sustainable lifestyle to the farmers of our country.
That's brilliant. But Vijay, I mean, the usage, like you said, has been there for eons when it comes to our country. The raw material is available in abundance. What about the adoption? Because from what I see is the adoption of biofuels still remains very uneven.
On the contrary, we have had such a beautiful way the policy has been driven. 2019 is when the National Biofuel Policy was launched. That's exactly when a beautiful policy called Ethanol Blended Petrol Program was launched. Let me just give you a very interesting story here. The idea that the government had was we start blending 20% of ethanol with petrol by 2030. The policy was so beautiful, and India as a country is such a dynamic, such an absorbing and such beautiful minds in the country here, that they actually drove this story so beautifully that we ended up achieving our 10-year goal in less than 4 years. Yeah. We were supposed to start blending 20%. The preponed plan was by 2025. We're almost ready to blend 20% by 2024 itself. Let me give you brief numbers and very hard-hitting number. You know what this 20% of ethanol blending created? It created a savings of close to 80,000 crore rupees in foreign exchange. This 80,000 crores otherwise would have gone to an OPEC country for import of crude. Yeah. Now that money is going to a farmer sitting in the remotest of village and creating a buying power for the farmer. And when the farmer, the weakest of the guys, have a buying power, the country definitely gets geared up or accelerated to reach the $5 trillion vision that the government has.
Absolutely.
Now again, in terms of the bio-CNG story, Satat is a program that Government of India launched back in 2020. And the idea was to set up over 5,000 CBG plants. Now, gas is something that you can't literally transport very far because you have to store it in a high pressure, high structure sort of a thing. The government is so beautiful. I must tell you. So the first plan that we set up, and it's not just for me, they handheld tiny companies that made 30 crore, 40 crore, 50 crore investments, and they asked us what the trouble here is. Because they know for a fact that if a few companies are successful in achieving this bio-CNG story, where our municipal solid waste or agricultural residue can be created in making gas or biogas, then you're looking at a humongous growth. Now, this bio-CNG has become so wide accepted that across board it is being built. So many large cap companies have pledged to invest billions of dollars in this space. So I must say there is a humongous acceptance to biofuels already, and it is creating a circular benefit to everybody in the value chain, including the government.
Yeah, but Vijay, it's clear that you just highlighted very beautifully as to the multiplier effect and as to how the benefit of adoption of biofuels reaches to the grassroots farmer himself. But tell me, within this, where is India in the pecking order, and what is it that we can learn from other countries like Brazil, for instance, who have adopted this policy very, very beautifully and been very successful at that?
Again, we are only about 35 years late into the biofuel story. So fortunately, unfortunately, we have a brilliant government in place who understands the whole nuances of the potentials of the country, and they're actually trying to polish our country so that we shine brighter. Now, Brazil started this biofuel story back in 1985. Wow. And let me give you a very interesting story, right? So again, the top 5 developed nations have all adopted biofuels to the brink. Brazil being the highest consumer of ethanol. America is second, being the second largest consumer of ethanol. Third is China, again a largely developed country. Fourth is the European Union. And now India has picked up to become the 5th largest in less than 4 years. So that's what the biofuel story has been doing to the country. Now, a very interesting analogy to this. What we have as a country to learn from the developed countries like Brazil, like America. So our current ecosystem allows a blend rate of about 20% into the fuels, into the vehicles that we have today. Brazil in 2001, 2003 launched something called as the flex fuel vehicles, which can consume different variants of fuels, right? So it can consume 100% of ethanol, or it varies from 5% to 100% of ethanol, where you can play with your petrol consumption. So in terms of demand and supply of your fossil fuel to your biofuel, the market becomes very, acceptable of your fuels that are available. So Brazil did this in 2003, which is why the biofuel story they could develop from back then. And I think India is absolutely on the similar roadmap, where we launched our biofuel story, where ethanol just picked up on availability. Now, since the availability will start shooting up year on year, it's the right time for us to start launching the flex fuel vehicles. And when flex fuel vehicles become a reality, it not only becomes cost efficient for the consumer, because as against a liter of petrol that sells for 100 plus rupee per liter, today ethanol is sold at 65 to 70 rupees a liter. Now, there is a huge saving of close to 40% on the fuel cost for the consumer. There's not only the cost of, a savings in the cost of for the consumer, there's a humongous carbon saving for the globe that we create. Third thing, the country as a whole benefits, because more the adoption of biofuels, less the import of crude, more the local economy gets benefited, because where do we source these from? It's from the localest of, the remotest of villages and the farmers, right? And it's such a beautiful story. The more the adoption, the better the country, the better the economy, and the better the world, the globe eventually becomes.
Absolutely. But the other thing that I wanted to talk about, since you're talking about such fast adoption of biofuels, at one side, we're also seeing an as fast and swift adoption of EVs as well. So, what I'm confused with is, do they coexist? Do they replace each other?
So we would always want it to coexist, and we are, we would want to complement each other. Because there are spaces where EVs and biofuels become a norm. So Toyota has launched a car called SHEV, Super Hybrid Electric Vehicle. Okay. So what this does is the electrolyzers are launched. I mean, they have padded in the car. The EVs are charged. The same EVs are taken into the vehicle, and green hydrogen is formed. They consume water, and hydrogen is what the car runs on. And when the car runs on hydrogen, the EV batteries again gets recharged. So it's all about the science of making the whole ecosystem for the consumer be cost efficient and be as green and clean as possible. Now again, there are places where we just spoke of. How do you put EVs in maritime industry, in the ships where they have to travel so far? Now, how do you put EVs in aircrafts? Yeah. Now, there are multiple of these spaces. How do you put EVs in rockets that you launch to carry your satellites? Now, these are places where you have to replace your fossil with bio. And that is where we tend to complement on each other. Now, again, in terms of positioning, what EV was back in 2006, 2008 is exactly where we are with biofuels in 2004, 2005. We are literally in the cusp of the growth of our story here. And we have a tremendous opportunity for us to scale up from here on. Similar to the story with what we had seen with the EV back in the day. So we don't see EV as a competitor. It is a beautiful option available, or it's a rose available in the bouquet of flowers, right? We might be the orchids in them.
Okay. So where does the orchid see itself in the runway? Because you talked about as to how you're also working on ATFs now. What are the industries you think can fully switch to biofuels?
So, very interesting number is we have the potential to fully cut down on our consumption of petrol. And we can do it as quickly as the next 3 to 5 years. I'll tell you how, and we need a brilliant policy for it, and the government is already putting its head for the next so they had a plan for 2020 to 2025. Now, what is beyond E20, right? So there's something that is already in the works. Now, we have so much of biomass available in the country that it could potentially generate close to 4,000 crore liters of ethanol from biomass alone, not from grains or not from the sugar story. The rice straw that we have, the varieties of agricultural waste that we create, the municipal solid waste, the waste that we sell out on a daily basis, all of them, the industrial effluents, all of these can become a huge value-added products, not waste anymore, to create these fuels so that we can completely cut out on our consumption of petrol. Now, that's the kind of potential this industry has. And with the right policy, okay, why could we achieve this growth in just 4 years? Is because there's this beautiful policy where there was a interest subvention scheme available for putting capex in the space. There was an assured offtake. There was an assured price for it. And India being a beautiful country, when we have visibility on price and some assurances, we can do wonders. The minds in the country are so brilliant, they can do wonders. And that's exactly what we require right now for the incremental story from here on. For us to scale up our 2G business, for us to scale up our aviation fuel, sustainable aviation fuel story, for us to scale up on our green hydrogen story, it's the right policy that we require. We need an assured price, we need an assured offtake, at least for the beginning of the days. We don't need it for an eternity. So at least to handhold the first few companies or for the first few movers so that the technology becomes available for the guys to follow. If that becomes a norm, it's similar to the EV story if we have to put a comparison. We saw the prices of EV be as high as 15 to 20 rupees per unit to today being as low as 2 rupees a unit. It'll be the same story for us. There's no harm in buying the biofuels that we produce today at a little premium. This premium will offset to such a great extent that just by blending 20% of ethanol in today's world, we are saving close to 1 lakh crore rupees of our forex, which is going to the localist economy. Imagine if you're going to save 4 lakh crores of petrol is offset by ethanol standalone. The numbers are mind-boggling, and what it could do for our economy is, again, phenomenal. And again, what it could do for the future generations. Again, we're just joking. Whenever we come to Delhi, it becomes so difficult to breathe because we come from a beautiful city of Bangalore, where, just standing outside, we feel like we're in a resort, right? So we have...
Your lakes also have been toxic. Come on.
No, but as compared to here, right? So you can actually feel this. So what are we really passing on to the next generation, right? There's nobility in this. We really have to think about something beyond our economies again. And that is something that biofuels can help us achieve.
So are you saying that while EVs, or rather the, the electric mode of fueling or powering, so to speak, while that and biofuels can coexist, biofuels can completely replace fossil fuels? Is that what you're trying to say?
I wouldn't say completely replace fossil fuels in the immediate future. I would say, so for example, what we consume today. We consume close to 4.5 to 5,000 crore liters of petrol year on year, and we consume close to 15,000 crore liters of diesel every year. Now, for us to offset this entire thing might be a little far off, but what we could do is we have an immediate potential, I would say as early as next year if the technology is right, and if we have the scale to, the potential to scale up quickly in terms of setting up the factories or the infrastructure, we can literally start producing at least about 4,000 crore liters of biofuels as against a net 20,000 crore liters of fossil fuels that we're consuming today.
And where do you see the immediate use happening? Would it be with the auto industry where you have hybrid cars, EV and biofuels both?
I would say we are betting on all the sectors. So now there is a huge premium that the global markets are giving for aviation fuel. There's a huge opportunity in the maritime industry for green ammonia. So instead of burning these high calorific or high carbon intensive fuels, green ammonia is being replaced in the maritime industry. Now, the automotive industry on road, they've already started replacing the typical fossil fuel based engines. Most of the vehicle manufacturers have already started doing that in great lengths. Adoption of EVs becomes so advanced. Adoption of biofuels across the globe has become so advanced. So in the automotive industry is already there. Now, when we speak of the household, when we consume, say, LPG for that matter, it's a very simple application. Most of our households still consume LPG, which is an imported, high carbon intensive fuel. Ethanol has the potential to completely replace that at least. So in the houses where we burn the LPG, we can fully replicate LPG with ethanol as a cooking fuel. Now, ethanol burns more cleaner. It is more of an indigenous fuel. So most of the African countries have already adopted ethanol as a cooking fuel. So that is another major application of biofuels that we can immediately start seeing. Now again, we just had our Honorable Railway Minister speaking before this. The railway industry has moved so tremendously fast in adopting of EV, the electric locomotives already, that they've already become so clean and green in the network of rail lines that we have in a country as large as us and in such a big rail infrastructure that we have. So the applications are humongous in the biofuel story. And not just on these. Again, when we speak of our daily consumption, be it the FMCG products that we have. Now, most of the sustainable people have shifted to not using single-use plastics. Yeah. Now, the bio story has a tremendous opportunity to mimic a single-use plastic. We can have polylactic acids, biopolylactic acids come into play where we replicate use of single-use plastics and we have polymers based on biofuels, which are degradable. That's a humongous application that we have. Again, rubbers that we just spoke of. There is such a big chemistry available and how we can tweak the chemistry between the carbons and the hydrogen atoms that we have sourced through the biomechanics. It's amazing that how the world can shift. And the way that we used to earlier worry that every year the temperatures are rising almost by half a degree, and India being exactly situated on the equator, right? We should be the highest, the most worried globally, because we are the closest to the equator, and every degree that raises, it impacts our entire ecosystem the most. But we see the European Union being tremendously cautious about how
proactive.
Absolutely. And we are already getting there. So our vision of 2070 to be net zero, again, the Prime Minister has taken an incremental targets to be carbon neutral by 2045. These are amazing times that we are living in.
But Vijay, tell me, the solution seems so possible and so achievable. And like you said, that the technology has been there with India for decades now. Why is the implementation then been that slow? And are there infrastructure challenges in mass scale implementation? Is that why we've fallen behind?
The first thing is, at least me personally or our industry, the sugar industry, is absolutely happy, at least ki der aaye, durust aaye, ki hum sab bahut khush hai, because back in the day when I introduced ourselves saying we come from the sugar industry, people used to actually say, "Arey, bahut bura hua aapke saath." Today we are being seen with humongous, we have the limelights being thrown at us, right? Otherwise, kaun bulata hum logo ko? Like, you guys be happy working in the villages, right?
Like you said, not fashionable a sector enough.
Not at all fashionable. So today, what we lack, right, is this is not something that is so technologically advanced that is as difficult as putting something into Mars or sending a rover to Moon or something of that sort. It's simple identification of the potentials and driving the potentials to convert into reality. And that's what exactly the National Biofuel Policy is doing for us. And with that, companies like us, I'll tell you, we are not even a very age-old company, right? We have a history of less than 2.5 years.
Sure.
And we're growing almost, debatably, at a rate of almost about 100% year on year. Yeah. And that's what the country, the policy has created for us. And what lacks for us simply is the right policies in place. We have the right minds, we already have the technologies in place, we have the intent to shift to biofuels, and we have the benefits of shifting to biofuels. Yeah. If you ask me what's lacking, we need even more dynamic policies for us to get there faster.
Yeah.
We know for sure we are going to get there, and this becomes the primary source of fuel for the globe as a whole. We will definitely get there much quicker with the right policies in place.
And I'm sure we're going to get there. Thank you so much, Vijay, for your time. Thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you.
Rani, and thank you, Aisha, for that perspective. May I please request Aisha to please present a token of appreciation to Mr. Nirani, graciously offered by our luxury partner, Damilano. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Nirani. And without wasting any moment now, I would like to call upon stage former Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, who better to speak on transforming the Indian judiciary than someone who has the first-hand experience, right? And for this conversation, I would once again like to invite Navika Kumar on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. During his tenure, Dr. Chandrachud, who served as India's 50th Chief Justice, delivered over 500 judgments, and some of his decisions included the Ayodhya dispute as well. Over to you.
Thank you, Hina. And thank you, Justice Chandrachud, for joining us on this big platform of the India Economic Conclave. It's a pleasure and an honor to have you here with us. May I request our audience to give him a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Justice Chandrachud, many thanks for being here. You've been part of some seminal judgments in your time. Be it the Ayodhya case, Justice Gogoi was the CJI at that time, but as the Chief Justice of India, the electoral bonds verdict, or whether private property qualifies as material resource of the community, your judgment on gay marriage, among others. How do you look back at your tenure as a judge and then as the Chief Justice of India?
Well, the Constitution is not just a political document. It's a document which has a vision for social transformation. And as judges, I believe we had a very vital role in the overall vision of the Constitution to socially transform Indian society. A society which is, the birth of the Constitution coming out of a colonial mindset, governed by patriarchy, caste discrimination, and therefore judges per se have a very vital role in the evolution of the rule of law. So in everything that I did as a judge, whether it was in the High Court, as a Chief Justice of the Allahabad High Court, the largest state in India, the heartland of India, as a judge of the Supreme Court, and finally as a Chief Justice of India, it was a great challenge, whether it was in terms of deciding on the future evolution of our society or in terms of creating the right infrastructure to reflect the growth of the Indian judiciary, keeping in view the growth of the nation. So it was a time of challenge, it was a time of opportunity, and it was a time to transform as well.
There is now a society that we live in where opinions, come free-flowing. There are so many platforms. There is the social media. There was always the old school media. There was newspapers, televisions. Now everybody in India has an opinion which is expressed freely on various social media platforms. I want to ask you, did that ever affect you and your brother judges when you took decisions and wrote your judgments?
At a conceptual level, the role of the judiciary in a time of flux, in a time of change, in a time of a divided polity, is also to impart stability. That there are certain eternal values on which our society is based, the framework of our democratic governance is based. And therefore, much as we see a change going around us, whether it's in terms of the advent of the social media, the lower time spans for tolerance of young people in particular, at the end of it as judges, every judge needs to focus on what's the abiding or enduring value of a nation. And I think that sense of stability which the judges impart to the national fabric is crucial to maintaining peace and stability. Having said that, it would be almost hypocritical for me to say that judges are not impacted by what they hear or see on social media. A lot of times criticism about courts is extremely transient and inappropriate, because everybody believes that what you see in 20 seconds of a frame which is put forth on social media of a live streaming of a court hearing reflects the final outcome of a case, which isn't so. The final outcome of a case is what is dealt with in a judgment of the court, not the discussion or the dialogue which goes on in a court. But these are some of the challenges which social media does throw up for courts. And I think it's also important that we learn to train ourselves as judges, as lawyers, on the new normal, as it were, that social media is creating for us.
This new normal brings a lot of, what should I say, heartache, heartburn. Trolling is almost something that we've come to accept, whether in the media or whether anybody who's in public service or in public spotlight gets roses and gets brickbats. Do you often weigh the compliments that come your way versus the brickbats, and did it affect you when you were in the top job?
Well, no, not at all. For the simple reason that we live in a free society, and I personally value freedom of speech and expression. And when you value the marketplace of ideas and the freedom of speech and expression, you must give to people in society that liberty to be proportional and that liberty to be excessive at times. I saw some of those excesses in terms of the criticism which I faced or my colleagues faced on the bench. But even so, I think I have a great deal of optimism in the good side of humanity. And I think the good always triumphs over the evil. And I see that happening. If we don't live by a sense of optimism, what's the future for? And I think it's important that, we all live with a sense of optimism in what we can do to better society around us, notwithstanding some of the hiccups, notwithstanding some of the roadblocks, notwithstanding some of the speed breakers. But so long as you keep your vision focused on what is the essential nature of the function which that institution, democracy, is supposed to fulfill, I think we are on the right path.
So, Justice Chandrachud, let me come to some of the challenges you may have faced, and let me start with the Ayodhya judgment. It was a unanimous verdict. To this day, we do not know who authored that judgment. Why was there so much of control in trying to put out who did author it? There were 5 judges who were giving their verdict. Why did you not deem it fit for bringing out into the open, considering you are a votary of transparency, to give out who authored that judgment?
Well, at the outset, I must clarify that the judgment was signed by all the 5 judges. It's not that the judgment has not been signed by all the 5 judges, because a judgment, to be a judgment, has to be signed by every member of the bench. But having said that, we decided when we were in conference not to ascribe authorship to the judgment. And the reason why we did that was this. This was a dispute which had really threatened to tear apart the social fabric and had a whole history of conflict and bloodshed over several hundred years. We were 5 of us: Chief Justice Gogoi, Justice Bobde, who went on to become Chief Justice of India, myself, Justice Ashok Bhushan, and Justice Abdul Nazir. And we thought that if we speak without ascribing authorship to the judgment, we'd send this message across to society, the nation, and beyond, that we stand there as one. In other words, the judgment does not define the identity of one author of the judgment, but the identity of the court as a collective entity, which made an effort through that judgment to resolve a conflict and to bring a sense of peace and stability to our society. So that was really the reason why there was no authorship which was ascribed to the judgment.
Since we are on the subject of the Ayodhya judgment, let me ask you something that your former colleague in the Supreme Court, Justice Rohinton Nariman, has said just recently. In his criticism of the Ayodhya judgment, he said secularism was not given its due at all. He also mentioned that the structure that was found under the mosque was probably a temple, but not something that may have been the Ram temple. The fact is that what was said in the judgment was that it was certainly not an Islamic structure. I want to ask you, how would you respond to this statement by Justice Nariman? And do you think the judgment should have taken a position on what was underneath? Because right now, it's once again a gray area.
Well, Justice Nariman, whom I respect and is a good friend, is a free citizen of a free nation. Exactly what we said in terms of our discussion on social media. And while he's a free citizen of a free nation, I'm a disciplined soldier of an institution I have served. I was a party to the judgment, and therefore it's no part of my function to either defend or critique my judgment. When a judge who is a party to a judgment delivers the judgment becomes the public property of the nation. And it's for others to critique the judgment. Well, Justice Nariman has critiqued the judgment. All that I'd like to say is that his critique, in fact, lends support to the fact that the principles of secularism are alive and well in India. Because one of the critical principles of secularism is the freedom of conscience. And what was Justice Nariman doing but to speak through his conscience? And the fact that you have in our society people who give vent to these opinions is itself a reminder that secularism is well and alive in our country. And I genuinely believe that. I don't want to defend my judgment because obviously I can't be defending my judgment. We have spoken through 5 judges and we have given every bit of our reasoning in print. And therefore, each of us judges forming a part of the judgment For all of us, it's a collective act of decision-making, and we stand by the words in print that defined our reasons in that case.
But what happens to the charge that secularism was not given its due at all, especially when it comes from a judge who belongs to a minority community?
Well, that's a perception, and there would be other perceptions across the spectrum. And that's why you have a situation where courts decide on issues of the moment. They decide on issues which confront the nation. Citizens are entitled to comment, to critique, to discuss. That's part of the dialogical process in a democracy. That's one perspective which Justice Nariman has, and I'm sure everyone respects a perspective. But surely, that perspective does not reflect a monopoly of truth. The final word is the word of the Supreme Court.
Well said, and I hope that settles the debate. But I also ask you this question because many observers at the time of the judgment, including legal experts, said that judgment was a setback to evidence-based law. How do you respond to that criticism? It went more on faith than facts.
I suspect that people who have criticized the judgment on that ground have not read the 1,000-plus page judgment. A lot of people who talk about judgments without reading any page of the judgment. If you look at the judgment, which is over 1,000 pages, you will find that there is a detailed elaboration of evidence in the judgment. Now, someone may disagree with that evaluation, as I said, but to say that there has been no evaluation of the evidence would be factually incorrect.
Justice Chandrachud, there was also a criticism that, and again, I'm sorry, but I'm quoting Justice Rohinton Nariman, who said, "You've unleashed a hydra." Many parts of the country are now seeing various petitions coming in, whether you look at the Gyanvapi Mosque issue, whether you look at, the recent incident in Sambal, where a petition and a survey took place, the Places of Worship Act. That seems to be the issue under challenge. It's present in the Supreme Court. It came up during your term as Chief Justice.
Well, today the Supreme Court has passed an order. And I think now that the Supreme Court is seized of the issue, let's defer to an institution which is expected to decide those issues. They've passed an interim order this evening, and I'm sure that it's making news all over the media today. Let's wait and see what the Supreme Court has to decide on it.
But what's your view, now that you're a free man out of the courts, what's your view on the Places of Worship Act?
Though I'm a free citizen, I've been a person who has been a judge until just a month ago, and I'd not like to prejudge what my colleagues, whom I respect on the bench, are doing for the present moment. So I'd not like to really comment on what they are doing or how they are doing it. Let's wait for them to take a final call. They've passed an interim order today, and the matter is coming up after four weeks. Let the Supreme Court have its space to decide in a manner which would best subserve constitutional interests.
Okay, even while this matter was sub judice in your time, the fact was that you did give a judgment where you said there is no bar on determining the nature of the place of worship. Do you think this contradicts what is contained in the Places of Worship
Now,
Act?
There again,
it was an observation, not a judgment.
There's no judgment at all. In fact, the case which I was considering is still pending before the Supreme Court. Second, any discussion in the court has to be understood in the context of a dialogue which happens in the court. Exactly what we were discussing just a few minutes ago, that people tend to lift not even an observation, a question which is posed to a lawyer. Questions are posed to the lawyers to elicit the truth. Really speaking, Navika, there are two types of judges in our court and two types of questioning. One, when a lawyer makes a point, you take that point to its logical conclusion. That is, you stretch the argument of the lawyer and see how far that argument takes you. That's one line of inquiry which judges carry out. The second line of inquiry in the court which judges carry out is that you play the devil's advocate, which is that you tell the lawyer a point or a proposition which is directly contrary to what the lawyer is arguing. Now, both lines, the line of stretching a line of argument to its logical conclusion and playing the devil's advocate, are really not ploys, but these are instruments to elicit the truth. And therefore, to say that an observation or a dialogue in the court is reflective of what position a court may ultimately take would be really to do disservice or injustice to the nature of the process in the court.
But this statement that you made was not in the Places of Worship Act, but the statement, and I'm quoting you here, the ascertainment of the religious character of a place as a processual instrument may not fall foul of Section 3 or 4 of the Places of Worship Act. These are matters where we will not hazard an opinion in our order. We are in a dialogue. Was this a question? Was this a devil's advocate? Because the opposition...
Navika, you began by asking me, you said that it was a judgment, and I clarified it's not a judgment. It's a part of the process of a conversation which takes place in a court. In a court, you don't have addresses by lawyers that, one person speaks and everyone listens, and then the other person speaks and everyone listens. What happens in the court is like what happens in the rest of society. We are the argumentative Indians in a court. So people interrupt, judges give their, their analysis of an argument. They put forth their doubts. And unless the last word in a case is said in print, whatever happens in a court is really for that moment. It has no precedential value. It cannot be used in any future proceeding. And that's the beauty of the dialogue. If you prevented judges from engaging in a free-flowing conversation, you'd essentially prevent the truth from coming out. When I was at the bar, I would be extremely reticent and extremely hesitant if I was to argue before a court who didn't give their possible view, an opinion, a question, because the easiest thing in the world for a court to do or a judge to do is to keep quiet when an argument is going on. And you don't know as a lawyer what case to meet. So the beauty of the dialogue which takes place in our courts is that it reflects that there is a rational discourse. It's not like what happens in the political spectrum very often, which is that you have two polarized opinions. You have a reasoned, rational dialogue on the basis of logic. And it is in that rational dialogue and discourse in the court that the truth is ultimately synthesized and it emerges. So it's important to understand the nature of the judicial process before we really jump to conclusions that an observation by a particular judge on a particular point was intended to be a final conclusion. At the same time, I don't want to get into the Places of Worship Act at this point of time because my court is seized of the matter. As a former Chief Justice of India who has just laid down office a month ago, I think it would be improper on my part to now start prejudging issues which would be shortly decided by the court.
I'm asking you a question on the basis of the social discussion, strife, call it what you may. On the one hand is the Places of Worship Act. On the other is the Waqf Board Act. Waqf is currently, many people say, an instrument of land grab in some cases. If I just point out one instance, there are many others, but one instance in your own state of Maharashtra, in Latur, a land that was held by farmers, 103 farmers, 300 acres of land, suddenly, after 160 years that the families and generations have been, tilling that land, farming on that land, they get a notice from the Waqf that it is their property. Do you think there is a need to revisit some of these laws as they exist today?
Well, as society evolves, there's obviously a need for the legislature to look at fresh perspectives on any law, whether it's income tax, whether it's laws governing religion, whether it's laws governing social custom. And that's what the legislative process in a democracy is all about. And that you cannot deny to the legislature. What's the distinction between the work which, say, the courts do and what the legislature does and what the executive does? Right? You have these three very important pillars of a democracy. Courts look at individual cases. They look at individual cases of the use or abuse of law. of justice or injustice in the facts of a case pertaining to two people, or more than two people. The legislature, on the other hand, looks at patterns, right? It looks at patterns of social behavior. Now, when the legislature looks at patterns of social behavior, whether it's in the context of family law, the criminal law, the labor law, or even taxation, it could be a variety of legislations, economic legislation. The legislature is not looking at just individual cases, but it is looking at what is the distilled wisdom which emerges from individual cases of the use or abuse of law. And therefore, you cannot deny to the legislature in a democratic polity the right to have a fresh look at legislation. It's not merely the power of the legislature to do so, but it's the abundant obligation of the legislature to do so. Now, obviously, in a written constitution such as India, what the legislature does not have the final or conclusive voice. What the legislature does is subject to judicial review, and if the legislature has transgressed the line between what is constitutional and what is not constitutional, obviously the law would be susceptible to be a challenge. But that's the whole process of checks and balances which the Constitution has created in a democratic society like ours, giving to the people's representatives the ultimate power to create new laws, to alter new laws on the basis of their shared understanding of the polity. Yet, on the other hand, you have an unelected body, namely the judges, who, as I said, stand for certain abiding values, the values of equality, liberty, fraternity, human dignity, to assess the validity of legislation. And then you have the third arm of the government, the third arm of the state, which is the executive. Now, the executive equally is an elected executive, and they have been entrusted with duties under the Constitution. I do not, as a judge, as a former judge, begin with a notion of pessimism, that all the institutions in a democratic policy are either bound to fail. Then what's democracy all about? You have to trust your institutions and allow for the operation of the checks and balances which restrain the exercise of power by everybody, including by the judiciary itself.
Very important points that you make, but you ducked the question I asked you.
No, I'm conceptualizing. I'm conceptualizing what you said.
I'm a student of political science and from the media, so I'm going to press my point. Have you seen enough cases of the charge of land grab under the Waqf Act? Because it is a matter that is creating some amount of social strife.
Navika, you want me to get into a political controversy. I answer questions based on the facts of a particular case. If you discuss the facts of a particular case, I'll deal with the facts of a particular case. So far as I'm concerned, I've explained to you that the legislature is entirely within its rights to decide as to whether a law needs to change. It's for the judiciary to decide whether the altered law meets the fundamental tenets of the Constitution, and I'll keep it at that.
Well, so then let me ask you, the Supreme Court on several occasions has said that the Uniform Civil Code is something that we should move towards. Do you think the Constitution bars a relook at the Uniform Civil Code, or barring other than personal laws, some of the areas of religious doctrines or laws that are different between different communities?
See, for one thing, the whole notion of a uniform civil code is not alien to our Constitution, because the notion of a uniform civil code is intrinsically a part of the directive principles of state policy. Now, the directive principles of state policy cannot be enforced like the fundamental rights can be enforced, but yet they are fundamental to the governance of the country. These are aspirations or ideals which the founding fathers and mothers of the Constitution laid down as a sort of a roadmap for the future. There have been judgments of the Supreme Court which have spoken about the importance of a uniform civil code, beginning with Shabano in 1985. Now, obviously, therefore, this is not a notion which is alien to the Constitution. Now, where is the need to draw the balance? we are equally have to be conversant of the fact that we are a multicultural, a multi-religious, a multilinguistic, a diverse society. And therefore, any attempt in that sense to bring a source of social reform, to bring about, say, a uniformity in the laws of succession or inheritance, for instance, must factor in these issues as well. How do you bring about a certain degree of social reform while at the same time ensuring you preserve the identity of the nation as a multicultural society? So there are obviously arguments in favor of a uniform civil code. I'll give you one argument, and that argument could be that in matters of succession or inheritance, what difference does it make in regard to which religion you belong to, provided a person has died and that estate is up for devolution to the heirs? There should be a uniform pattern for devolution across all groups. So that's in favor of the uniform civil code. But equally, there would be concerns in a multicultural society, in a multi-religious society, of ensuring that essential concerns of diverse segments of the society in regard to their own identities should be preserved. Now, how best to do that is something, again, which, fortunately for us, is left to the legislature to decide. So let's hope that in the course of this dialogue which emerges in the course of the discussion in legislatures, some synthesis would emerge. And it is in that synthesis that actually any nation can, in that sense, move forward.
Justice Chandrachud, the other big question, and I pick up from the point that you made earlier, you said institutions should be respected and had faith in. That's the way a democracy functions. But in recent times, we've seen every institution being questioned. The institution of the Election Commission is questioned. The courts are questioned. The Supreme Court, you yourself have seen that, some of the judgments that you have, given have got you a lot of bouquets, and some of the judgments that you've given have brought you brickbats. Do you think we are in a society where too much of questioning of institutions is happening, and especially because the foundation of a democracy is elections and EVMs that come every few months to the Supreme Court? How did you see the entire process of elections and the doubts that have been put in the public's mind and also on the EVMs in the manner in which elections have been conducted?
Let me first begin with the first part of the premise, because that's very important. We now live in a world where people question. And speaking for myself, I value that attempt at questioning institutions, because I held judicial office. I helmed the Indian judiciary for 2 years. I was the Chief Justice of the Allahabad High Court for 3 years. And I do believe that in this process of questioning, which citizens put us through, that enables us to improve and to ask ourselves, could we be doing things in a better way? For instance, in terms of technology, small initiatives like, say, live streaming of court proceedings enabled us to bring transparency to the whole process of adjudication. And the purpose of live streaming was very simply this, that we should be able to indicate to citizens across India what great seriousness is imparted to dealing with small problems of citizens which come to courts. No case is too small enough for courts when they're dealing with the lives of citizens. So in that sense, I do believe that questioning even with candor, questioning sometimes which may appear to be extremely intrusive, is yet beneficial to the overall growth and evolution of society. Where there is a problem is this, and now I'll come to the latter part of your question. If you critique a judgment, if you critique, say, the court system, it's fine. You may critique a judgment. But the moment you start ascribing motives to the authors of judgments, that's then transgressing the line of what is appropriate and what is not appropriate. And what is of concern to me is this, that in a divided polity, A segment of the polity takes the view, if you decide in my favor, then you are independent. If you take a view which is against me, you're not independent. In other words, you then label courts and judges as either being liberal or conservative. If you take a view which I think is the correct view, oh well, then you're a fine judge. Judges must have the freedom of conscience, obviously under the Constitution, to take a view which may appear to be popular, to take a view which may not appear to be quote-unquote popular, because it is consistent with the constitutional ethos. And when we breach that sense of discipline, I believe then we are targeting institutions. And that's where the danger to democratic governance really arises. Take a case, finally you mentioned about the EVMs. Well, people were entitled to bring the whole issue about, the EVMs to court. You're entitled to pursue your legal remedies. But once the court has spoken, then I think it's important that you accept that, well, this is part of the process. And, as it is often said, that the Supreme Court is not final because it is right, but it is right because it is final. And there's some germ of truth in this, that you need to accept that there has to be one arbiter of disputes. And when that arbiter has spoken, you must accept that as a doctrine for that particular day. Conscious of the fact that a judgment which is rendered today is not final for the future for all times to come. Succeeding benches, succeeding courts may probably revisit that bench, that judgment, as we have revisited so many of our own judgments. But we must also accept that this process of a reasoned dialogue would have two different perspectives. In fact, Navika, the reason why there are two different perspectives is because the court is ruling on critical issues of our time, which will redefine the kind of society which we are going to be in the next 25 or 50 years. You mentioned some of those cases. For instance, does private property qualify as a material resource of the community? Or is private property truly private? To what extent can the power of the government to acquire private property be immune from judicial review? Some of these are critical issues of our times. Or we decided issues of federalism. For instance, who can tax mineral rights? Can the center tax mineral rights? Can the state tax mineral rights? Who has control over industrial alcohol? Does the center have control over industrial alcohol, or the states have control over the alcohol, industrial alcohol? These are critical issues which are redefining, or say GST, the whole notion of cooperative federalism under the rubric of the goods and services tax. What do you mean by cooperative federalism? These are issues which are redefining the kind of society which we are going to be in the foreseeable future. Now, because these are important issues of our time, there has to be a debate, including on the correctness of a verdict. But we must draw the line at that and stop targeting individual judges who take positions on the ground that, well, this particular judge was, labeled to be, well, either belonging to one side of the polity or the other. It doesn't work like that. Judges look at cases on the individual facts and then decide that case. And surely we must give the judges the freedom to decide that in order to preserve the sanctity of the system.
So you were a section of the polity's poster boy when you came heavily on the electoral bonds, but at the same time some judgments like Article 370 and its abrogation, well, you let them down. There are these ecosystems, and many people have said this. And let me now ask you, as a human being, as part of the society, rather than just as a judge, there are ecosystems, and everybody thought you came from the liberal ecosystem, freedom of speech, and they had some expectations, and then. There are certain incidents that happen, there are certain judgments that happen, and everything turned and you became the bad boy of the same liberal ecosystem. Were you surprised? Did it affect you?
Well, of course not, because as judges, you decide, as I said, on the facts of that particular case. And I have a fundamental opposition to the kind of labeling which is attributed to judges. Labels such as being liberal or, labels such as being conservative, they have an underlying political premise, which is based on the supposed political ideology of the court or the judge. And it just doesn't work that way. For instance, you would find just a day before I retired that we decided the Aligarh Muslim University case. Or the day before that, we struck down the judgment of the Allahabad High Court, which had ordered the closure of madrasas across the state of Uttar Pradesh. So you will find in the life of a judge, judgments which to a certain segment of the polity may go both sides, because you decide where the balance of the Constitution lies in its application to the facts of that case. And I think it doesn't work like this, that, well, all judgments of a particular judge must follow an anticipated course which one side of the polity would like that judge to follow. It doesn't work that way. That's not how the heart of judging is. We're all trained professionals who've, we've developed our skills in the art and craft of judging, and that's what the Constitution expects us to do.
Well, these days, the definition is not liberals versus conservatives. It's often liberals versus bhakts in the Indian ecosystem. So if you're liberal, then you're part of, the opposition kind of ecosystem. And otherwise, you're a bhakt. That's how the media is labeled too.
Right. But there again, I have a caveat, which is that a judge does not have to be an atheist to be either true to the Constitution or to be, in that sense, true to the oath. The Constitution does not require judges to be atheists to be true to their oath to the Constitution. You may have your own faith, you may have your own belief system, but you still do justice to citizens when they come across the cultural spectrum in search of justice.
That's a big statement coming in from you, Justice Chandrachud. I want to also talk about reforms, judicial reforms, which is an issue close to your heart. A very recent case that has grabbed the social media space talks about this man, who has a 34-year-old man who has committed suicide, Atul Subhash. And he brings up his tryst with the courts, with the matrimonial case, and what he went through. While I don't know what's the truth, what's not, we only know the version from a dying declaration that this man has given. But it does throw up the light on the issue of what happens in the lower courts.
Yes.
As the former Chief Justice of India, you must have read about this case. What do you think about this case and the issue of the crying need for judicial reform?
I agree with you when you began by saying that, honestly, we don't know the truth of what happened. You have, on the one hand, the suicide note, which has been widely reported in the media. You also have the complaint by the wife, which has also been reported in the media. And, particularly when human relations are involved, as in the case of a spousal conflict, it's very difficult for us sitting, in the course of a platform like this to actually deduce as to what happened between them at that particular point of time. Very often in personal relationships, including spousal relationships, the conflict is not between right and wrong. It's a conflict sometimes between right and right. It's sometimes a conflict between wrong and wrong. And that's perhaps, reflective of what happens in the court very often. I'm not talking about this particular case because, I don't want to be even remotely saying that, one of them was at fault and the other wasn't. We just don't have the relevant facts, which would be deduced on the basis of evidence. But what is of concern to me, and I share your concern, is that particularly in the context of family law, our society is undergoing this huge flux. more and more young people are extraordinarily mobile socially, economically. Women are up in the employment space, in the workplace. Marriage is under stress because spouses live in two different parts of the country or two different parts of the world. Now, this is putting tremendous stress on the family as a unit in our society. And I don't think that our judicial system today is equipped to deal with these issues of family conflict. Yeah, we have our laws. We have the family law. We have our personal laws. We have the Hindu code. We have the other laws governing other communities. But, you know, our model for resolution of family disputes is a purely adversarial model, which is just not appropriate for resolving family disputes. Once spouses get into a matrimonial discord, I've seen that happen repeatedly. You know, the longer it takes to resolve their disputes, the worse it becomes. Because then they start washing all the dirty linen, they tend to rope in each other's relatives, and then there's a point of no return which is reached for spouses. We have to really completely alter the structure of judicial decision-making, particularly in the context of family law. And we have to move away from a fault-based theory into a more mediative approach to resolving family disputes. But that's, of course, a very serious issue which has to be debated upon. But I believe that, you know, our family law today has to be completely reworked in terms of its procedural underpinnings. We have to have a completely different approach from the court system to resolve family disputes. Otherwise, I've seen young couples getting into a dispute when they were 23 and 24, and they are fighting until they are 40 years old, sometimes 50. I even had a matrimonial dispute in a Parsi matrimonial case when I was a judge of the Bombay High Court, when the disputing parties were in their late 80s. And you can imagine, lives are destroyed. So we need to completely alter the structure of the Indian judicial system, particularly in the context of family disputes.
Justice Chandrachud, you brought a lot of transparency to the collegium system of recommending judges. But do you think, I mean, the Supreme Court in the past has rejected the idea of a National Judicial Appointments Commission. But do you think there should be a chance that should be given to it again, given the fact, you know, that judges choose judges, something that has been debated and discussed very often? Maybe the idea came before its time and therefore was rejected. Do you think there is a cause or a need or an opportunity to relook at that system?
You know, we now have a system where the collegium system is in place. You have a final judgment of the Supreme Court which has said that, well, the National Judicial Appointments Commission, the NJAC, was unconstitutional. So there's no point in us, you know, sort of hypothesizing on what could be. I think the effort today has to be on what can be done within the existing system to make it more objective, more transparent. And that was part of what we did. For instance, over the last several years, we put out the resolutions of the collegium on the internet to tell people why we are taking these decisions in regard to the appointment of a particular judge to higher judicial office. We laid down the parameters which we follow in making appointments. For instance, you know, seniority, merit, integrity, diversity in terms of gender or region, the high courts, diversity in terms of having more marginalized segments of the society into the judicial system, be it, you know, the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes, the minorities in our country, to give a broader and a more diverse representation, having more women into the Indian judiciary, so on and so forth. So there have been a lot of steps which we have taken. There is a perspective, though, which you did mention and which I must share, that perhaps the Supreme Court should have allowed the National Judicial Appointments Commission to work itself out for a little period of time to see how it was actually working out in practice. And there is a very, very strongly held belief amongst very respected scholars that perhaps if the Supreme Court had allowed it to work out, it could have then found out whether it was working in a constitutional way, as opposed to, nipping it in the bud at the threshold. But now that we have the judgment of the Supreme Court, I think it's important that we find ways and means to make the process objective. But to, again, go back to what you said, that this is the process, the collegium is the process of judges appointing judges. That's not so. The recommendations for appointment of, say, High Court judges emanate from the High Court's collegium, which consists of the Chief Justice and the two senior-most judges. After the recommendation is vetted at the level of the states, because we are a federal polity, by the chief ministers and the governors in the states. One part of the recommendation comes to the Supreme Court. One part of the recommendation goes to the Government of India, where the Intelligence Bureau would do an antecedent check on the background of that particular candidate. All the inputs of the Union government are put together in the file, which is then sent to the Supreme Court of India. The Supreme Court of India would consult, the Chief Justice of India would consult all the judges of that court who are based in the Supreme Court. For instance, so if an appointment was to be made from the Bombay High Court or the Allahabad High Court, where my career had taken me as a judge or Chief Justice, I would be consulted on those appointments. So what happens, therefore, is that the process is multi-layered. It's not that, the judges have the last voice or the last word on who would be appointed. Yes, the appointment originates in a recommendation by the judiciary, but the government, which is a vital stakeholder, has a very important has a very important voice in the process of judicial appointments. And that's how it actually works out as well.
Justice Chandrachud, it's been a pleasure talking to you, and I just want to end this by asking you on a personal note, how have the last 4 weeks since you demitted office been for you? Do you feel less pressure? Do you feel less judged? Because, when you're in that big chair up there, the public scrutiny is very, very intense. How's life today?
Well, when you step down from the bench, you realize what a great opportunity and what a great time it was, a memorable time in your life, where you could actually make a difference to the lives of individual citizens. And perhaps in that sense decide in whichever way the course of our society for the future. But having laid down office, I can now live the life of a private citizen, unburdened of the responsibilities of office, not the pressures of office, but the responsibilities of office, because there's no case which is too small, there's no case which is too big. But at the end of it all, you also judging is a very difficult lifestyle, because you're aloof from friends, you're aloof from society. And I was a judge for 24 years. Now that I can have the ability to meet people, I realize what I missed, because I also realize how much our society has changed between the time that I was a lawyer and I'm back to being purely a private citizen.
So what are your plans next? Hobbies, following hobbies? Or many people want to ask this, and I'll just ask this on behalf of the entire citizenry of India. Are you planning a stint in politics anytime soon?
Well, what a question. I have my bucket list, and I'm right now in the heart of my bucket list. My bucket list was to learn a musical instrument, which I've begun learning to play now.
What are you playing?
I'm learning how to play the piano. It was a part of my bucket list for the last 24 years, which I couldn't do.
What kind of music?
I love to read. When I was a judge, I could read probably for about half an hour at the end of the day, which was well past midnight. Now I can actually pick up a book and curl up with a book and read a book which I would love to read at my own leisure. So I'm reading a beautiful book called A Year of Living Constitutionally. So by the way, it's a book on humor. It's on humor in the Constitution. It's not what you anticipate it would be. So I've been reading a lot, listening to music.
What kind of music do you like?
I actually listen to music across the spectrum. I'm very fond of Indian classical music. My mother was a disciple of Kishori Amonkar, Gan Saraswati Kishori Amonkar, so I've imbibed a lot of the Indian musical tradition. She was a singer of the Jaipur Gharana. And so I listen to a lot of Indian classical music, but I love to listen to Western pop music as well. I love the ABBA as much as I love the Beatles or so many of the other singers as well. So right now, I'm just taking things as they come, doing a little bit of private work as well. There's a joy of not, allowing your mind and your brain to rust in the leisure that you have. So I've got back to doing some private work as well. But I want to teach, because I think one thing which has really given me enormous joy is interacting with young people. So I want to teach, I want to write, and
politics on your plate?
Sorry?
Politics on your plate?
I don't think so. But as I said, these are the things which give me ultimate joy and pleasure. And above all, spend time with family. I realized that, I couldn't even have a complete conversation over lunch or dinner. And now I can allow our two daughters, Priyanka and Mahi, when they are trying to give me an idea on, they're both environmental activists and they're vegans, and they've led me to become a vegan, to actually allow them to, have a discussion or a conversation and to allow it to take it to its logical conclusion. So a lot of family time. I've been enjoying that, traveling. And then let's see what avenues
You're not ruling
life...
out politics. Maybe not immediately, but...
let's see what life has in store. But I'm very keen on sure of one thing. A judge, even after you retire as a judge, is always looked upon by society as a judge. And that's what distinguishes a judge from someone else in society. And I'm very clear in my mind that whatever I do after I've retired should not bring discredit to the institution which I manned for 24 years, because I'm nothing if it were not for the institution of the judiciary. So whatever I do, I hope I don't do anything which brings even the slightest discredit to the institution which made me what I am today.
Well, that's fantastic to hear. And if my audience gets the hint, we're not ruling out anything just yet. That's the big takeaway. But thank you very much, Justice Chandrachud.
Thank you very much,
for
Navika.
being with us, making this so special a conversation. And kudos to you, salute you for the faith and the honor that you brought.
It's been such a great pleasure and honor to be here. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you very much to everyone in the audience as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sir and Navika, for that very, very engaging discussion.
It was indeed an absolute privilege to listen to his insightful perspectives. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the rise of fintech, ladies and gentlemen, is transforming, in fact, the financial landscape, driving innovation and opening some new avenues for growth.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Today, we explore how the fintech revolution is set to increase financial inclusion as well. And to talk about exactly this subject, we have a very esteemed panel put together who's going to be joining us in just a few minutes from now.
Well, absolutely. And Aisha, this sector specifically, the fintech space has got potential to improve access to financial services and empower businesses as well. In India, in fact, needs a lot of focus on this sector to achieve the goal. That's the theme of our summit as well, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If we have to power to the top 3 economies in the world, it has to be a very, very strong fintech backbone. So please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome the co-founder and executive director of PB Fintech, Mr. Alok Bansal. Next up, we have the founder and executive vice chairman of InfoEdge, Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani. And to round up the experts, we are joined by co-founder and CTO of PhonePe, Mr. Rahul Shari. And this session is going to be moderated by Nikunj Dalmia. A huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, everyone. And this is the 10th edition of IEC. 10 years ago, startups in India were perhaps at a very incubation stage. Now they've become center stage. Startups in India have identified the problems, the solutions, and they've managed to scale it up. But this is our 10th edition, so we want to make it very special. And the guest is always on the right side of everybody, which is Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani. He had invested in Zomato, and after the first check, Zomato stock has gone up 2,200 times. Policy Bazaar, Alok would tell us better. The number, it's a few hundred times. So that's the fact I'm sharing with you. But there is one more fact which I'll share with you, that Mr. Bikhchandani, every time he comes on IEC, he will tell us that which is the next big investment he's doing. So for those who are planning to go, please come back, money making idea aane wala. Now I've introduced you so nicely.
You want me to answer a question? Next big investment, Abhi?
Matlab,
we don't know. We invested in 120 startups since in the last 15 years. Of those, 2 are Zomato and Policy Bazaar. The rest are, I think, 70 or 80 are still alive. They are work in progress. We don't know yet, but time will tell.
I shall circle back to that question again. But if I may just first request you to just paint a landscape of the startup space for us. 10 years ago, it was at incubation. Now it is enjoying center stage.
Well, actually, if I look back, so I'm 61 now, and I began to work in industry in 1984, straight after college. 40 saal ho gaye. In those 40 years, there has been a sea change in the Indian business landscape. In hindsight, it looks like a revolution, but actually it's an evolution. Most revolutions are evolutions, right? And if you look at it, a lot of value, a lot of employment growth, investment has gone into companies and industries that did not exist or barely existed in 1984. So IT services did not exist, barely existed. IT-enabled services did not exist. Internet did not exist. E-commerce did not exist. Mobile telephony did not exist. Mobile apps did not exist. Private sector airlines did not exist. Private sector banks barely existed. Private sector insurance companies did not exist. Digital payments did not exist. Right? None of that stuff existed. And it has, देखो 40 साल में बहुत कुछ हुआ. And the truth is, a lot of this change has been driven by startups founded by first-generation entrepreneurs. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And therefore, startups actually are central to India's growth story over the last 40 years, and in all likelihood for the next 40 years. So Infosys was a startup in 84, HCL was a startup in 84, look at the employment market cap today, they built India's brand, they built the IT industry. So company after company that are giant today was a startup at some point, maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago. I mean, Zomato has founded in 2008, listed in 2021 in the Sensex today. You're going to see more and more. So it's pretty clear that the giant companies, some of them, the giant companies of tomorrow, some of them are the startups of today. And therefore, startups are really important and central. Now, ये change, ये जो हुआ है, कहाँ से हुआ है? Number one, it's because there are many, many, many people who are trying to be entrepreneurs. So number of founders has multiplied manifold. Second is there are role models and success stories. There are role models and success stories of people who've done it before. Okay. Third is there is money available. Fourth is there's talent. And fifth is there's enabling policy and regulation and frameworks by the government, especially in the last 10 years or 9 years since Startup India. So I think all of these things have led to this. I think it's very good that the government today recognizes this, that startups are central to India's growth story and is taking positive action. So ये सब हुआ है over the last 40 years and accelerated in the last 10 years. I'll stop here.
Alok, I remember Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, late Rakesh Jhunjhunwala once told me that when he started investing in the stock market, his mother told him, don't invest in stock market, beta shadi nahi hogi. So when you started your journey in the startup world, what advice did you get? And were you married that time?
Yeah, I was married luckily.
as Sanjeev mentioned, Policy Bharat journey started in 2008, and at that time, startup was still something which was not the preferred course of action for any corporate person per se, right? In fact, there are few of us in our batch at IIM who always thought about doing something of our own, and we had to create a list of companies that we want to apply to in order that, for the placements. And you will be surprised to know Times Group were number one. Because the sort of roles offered by Times Group when they came for PPT were really, really exciting. And they almost told us that, okay, you can go into, say, Patiala and open a FM channel and run it independently. And it was like, wow, that will be great experience. So somewhere there was always this thing at the back of the mind that you want to do something of your own, but what and when was not very clear. So you just keep on a lookout for opportunities, and the way to think about it at that time, at least in 2008, was that if it didn't work out, you can always go back to the corporate life. You have got good relationship with your ex-managers, ex-bosses. Maybe you lose out on that 1 or 2 years. That's the downside potential. Now, today the things are very, very different. Today, everyone wants to have people in the team who have got startup experience. So tables have turned totally from that perspective. But you can't overthink. To be honest, if you start thinking too much in terms of what will happen, what can go wrong, you can find excuse to do it, you can find excuse not to do it, both sides. So somewhere you have to be little crazy to take that bet. You have to obviously ensure that you get support from your family, because the decision that you take will impact them as well. So you have to take them along. But my only advice is don't overthink if you have to do it. And if you are able to find an opportunity where you think putting 5-10 years of your life at that stage of your career is worth it, why not? एक ही तो जिंदगी है, तो try कर लो.
Okay. Tell us your story when you took the plunge. And I'm using the word plunge because 10 years ago it was indeed a plunge and a leap of faith. What inspired you to take that leap of faith? And for those who want to take a leap of faith now, today, has the scenario changed?
So it's already 9 years into PhonePe now. 9 years back when we started, doesn't seem long back, but it's been a sea change. If you look at how the internet ecosystem has evolved, how the startup ecosystem has evolved, and how the status, as Sanjeev was mentioning, of startups, the talent around startups, and the encouragement of the ecosystem, the policymakers, the regulators, etc., significantly changed. So for us, so PhonePe is actually my third stint as an entrepreneur. Started way back in 2009. That time, I think we had started with a media distribution business. We were actually powering music streams. And I remember my co-founder's father, Sameer's father, telling us, "Itna padhai karke gaane bechega." That's what you were planning to do. And then we joined Flipkart, e-commerce took off. When we started PhonePe, it was with a very simple thought process that we had seen through e-commerce the frailty of the payment ecosystem and the fact that if India needs to actually transition into being a digital economy, payments at the infrastructure level needs to be solved. And that was the simple thinking, that if we are going to be able to solve payments at the infrastructure level, India is going to transition into the digital economy. We are going to be able to build something that is population level scale impact, and everything else, glory, money, etc., is secondary. The excitement was about solving that particular piece of the puzzle for transitioning India into the next stage, right? And we were actually building something like UPI before UPI came on board, and then UPI happened and it was love at first sight. I think none of that has changed for anybody who's looking at taking the leap of faith today. The beauty of where we stand as a country is that we continue to actually need to leapfrog because there are a lot of infrastructural hurdles or lack of infrastructure that poses a challenge but also gives an opportunity. From having the capital, it's never been a better time. I mean, the winters, as we call it, for funding will come and go, but the intent to actually back good ideas that are actually solving a problem, and problem are immense, there are many, is still there. Talent is at its peak. As a population, we are the most aspirational population that exists in the world today. So any sort of new idea, new solution that you put out there, the adoption rate is going to be immense. So I believe that there's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur in our country than today.
So startup is about identifying a problem, finding a way to fix it, and then how can you scale it, to put it very simply. Where is this big pot of honey in the economy or in India right now, where you would advise the audience here and back home, those who will be watching, that they can really take that leap of faith?
So I think from an economics perspective, right, there are two ways you can actually look at India. One is if you look at it from what we call as the consumer businesses or the consumer internet businesses. You have to be actually very, very careful and cognizant of the fact that India is a DAO country, which is daily active users, but daily active customers wise, it can be actually significantly lower. So it's razor thin margins at scale, and you have to be very, very cognizant about that fact and say that what are typically what we call as ARPU numbers, average revenue per user, that you may actually correlate for a similar solution out west will be nowhere close, right? And if you're able to actually prove out a unit economics at scale with the cost that it takes to actually plow the rails towards that, get into it. Otherwise, I think the opportunities have to be looked at from multiple niches, agri-tech, insurtech, possibly actually building for financial inclusion of particular segments of society that are being left behind. Opportunities to build good, solid businesses, not being seduced by being the next PhonePe, which is at a significantly larger scale, but looking at problem spaces that are more niche, verticalized, and have great unit economics and also a need in society. I think that's the way to go.
Mr. Bikhchandani, some call you the poster boy of startup investing, some call you the grandfather of startup investing. I'll use the word OG. That's fashionable with startup, right? The OG of startup investing. So if someone has to make a pitch to the OG of startup investing, what would you look at? How many pitches do you hear on a daily basis? And when do you say no? Because the list of no for you is bigger than the list of yes.
And I made mistakes also, ऐसी बात नहीं है. I said no to Flipkart in the pre-series A without meeting them. I said no to Snapdeal at 28 million. I said no to Lenskart. I said no to Ola in the pre-series A, the seed round. So मैंने बड़े सारे wrong decisions लिए. Several of what we invested in also did not do well. But you know what? The way to look at it is that if enough of the ones you've done are doing well, you come out on the plus side, and that's okay. Right? You can't regret the ones you missed. I mean, it's okay. Ho gaya, ho gaya. Now, see, now what's happening is that because there's a team, the team meets the startups first. We look at 1,000 companies a quarter. We invest in 3 or 4. तो अगर 3-4 में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं तो मेरे पास आती होंगी 8-10, right? And the team is now capable enough and competent enough and committed enough to actually take decisions. So नाम मेरा आता है, काम उनका है, right? But that's the way of the world, yeah. I mean, it is really the team.
Alok, the same question to you. When you look at, I mean, even though Policy Bazaar has not made too many outside investments from their core, but if you have to identify the aha moment in the startup space, what would you look at in terms of in characters or in terms of a template?
See, and you are right, we typically do not want to invest or acquire. By nature, we are more build people and we want to do everything in-house. But from investing perspective, totally agree with what Sanjeev said. See, at a very early stage, you can just see what is the opportunity that the team is trying to target, whether it is the market size, whether it is the, the problem being solved, with the evolution of the society or the ecosystem or the value chain in that particular area is. But, there's a way to look at the opportunity. And the second one is this the best team to take a crack at that opportunity? And would they stick for next 5-10 years trying to solve for that opportunity? भाग तो नहीं जाएंगे कल. these are the only things you can bet on. There's nothing else at that stage, to be honest. You know, I always believe a founder who's willing to put 5-10 years, you know, you can't really value that. Investor पैसे लगाते हैं, which is very, very good, but company founder की होती है. And if founders cannot believe that and drive that, and they need a lot of backseat driving from investors, then पहले दिन ही fail हो गया है. So, you know, to have that trust that this is the team which is going to build it. And yes, if you cannot have that trust, then don't please invest, because पहले दिन ही पैसा डूब जाएगा वो तो. So these are only two things. What is the opportunity being targeted, and is this a team which is the best shot at that opportunity?
Mr. Bikhchandani, when you started Naukri.com, you were able to identify the movement of unorganized job service providers and you made them digital. The similar, perhaps, thought was at place when you started other businesses like Jeevan Sathi or 99 Acres. But that was 15-20 years ago. What are the 2 or 3 trends which you see in the economy which are transpiring because of technology and other factors?
So, see, when we started Naukri, there were only 14,000 internet accounts in the country. We had no clue that the internet was going to become big. We had a simple goal. Ki if we can get 500 companies to pay us 1,000 rupees to list one job on the site and get 500 companies every month, तो साल का 60 लाख सेल हो जाएगा. और 60 लाख सेल हो जाएगा तो हमारा 20 लाख प्रॉफिट बन जाएगा, तो मैं तनख्वाह निकाल लूँगा. सिंपल गोल था. अब बड़ी कंपनी बनने का कोई इरादा नहीं था. वो बड़ी हो गई, वो दूसरी बात है. Today, you know, when you look at investing, I mean, these principles have not changed. Are you solving an unsolved problem? Is there a hook? Is there a, you know, will the customer want what this company is trying to do? If you can get a good handle on that, it was pretty clear to us that in Policy Bazaar, there was a massive hook. We invested pre-launch, but there was a massive hook. It was pretty clear in Zomato that they're doing something useful, they're getting traffic and traction. So we look for evidence of what we call natural traction. You know, usage हो रहा है, ये बढ़ रहा है, without spending on advertising. You're onto something. Right? That's the first thing. Then, of course, quality of team, and then 20 other things. Right? So, you know, that's what we look at. We do it bottom up, not top down. We don't identify a sector and say, "Isme karna hai." We don't think that works because we want to harness the imagination of 2 lakh entrepreneurs and not be limited by our own imagination. Ye sector hai, ye karna hai. Nahi. Sabse milo, then figure out what you think will work. Okay? We get it right sometimes, we get it wrong sometimes. We move on, right? But one thing is pretty clear to me today. You know, about 9 months ago or 6 months ago, if you'd asked me what impact will AI have, I used to say, wait and watch, we don't know. We are in wait and watch mode. Pata nahi kya hoga. We are keeping an eye on it. Today, if you ask me, it is pretty clear AI will go everywhere. It is the thing. And it is analogous to as significant and impactful an event as the founding of the internet, according to me, Gen AI. It will go everywhere. Now you have to go into in a nuanced manner to figure out what impact will have on which sector, which company, you know, and so on and so forth. But it will go everywhere. So we look for AI a lot right now.
And Rahul, this in a sense was a question which I would like to lean towards you, which is that AI resonates very well with the startup ecosystem. That's where I guess experimentation, that's where scaling up productivity gains are, you know, coming in. Mr. Bikhchandani spoke about internet can be compared with internet. I can throw in more examples for our audience here. It is as critical as when GPS was invented. It is as critical as when steam engine was invented. As someone who is using AI directly, indirectly, who represents the startup space and also is in the fintech space, how do you see AI changing and what would be the permanent changes because of it?
Like Sanjeev has mentioned, I think it's going to have a significant amount of change, not just in the fintech and the payments industry, practically in every industry. Ultimately, it's a piece of technology, like you mentioned, highly it is actually primitive today, but growing at a rate that is exponential, which is the part that is very different than a lot of the other technologies where they were primitive, they took their time, but the growth or the evolution of the technology, while it is primitive today, is exponential, and that's why I think it's a catch-up game for a lot of us. Today, you're going to look at it from a perspective of being a tool that is going to significantly increase efficiency on various aspects of the business, both internal as well as consumer-facing or client-facing. So it could be functions like all your corporate functions, getting significantly more streamlined, right from legal, finance, HR, etc. From a product perspective, obviously the customer support seems to be one of the areas that everybody is focusing on. As soon as you start getting significantly better with vernacular language in the multimodal Gen AI systems, you see that its penetration is even more and impactful within our country. As we move forward, I think what might change is that products might become AI first, which means effectively today it's being used as a tool to actually enhance existing experiences. Tomorrow you will have AI first experiences. You could have products that are insurance, could be AI first, where your interaction starts and ends with your AI bot or interface in a multimodal manner that may be the phone, may not be the phone, you don't know. Payments could actually go through that. So I think the transformation of this tool is going to be from efficiency driving to actually becoming everything becoming AI first, right? And all industries will transform. Where we need to be careful though is like any tool. You can use it towards end, and how you choose that end really matters. For example, with financial inclusion, if we actually say that the goal is to increase financial inclusion and take credit to the new to credit market and use AI within that to determine who is really credit worthy or not is a great goal. But to say that let AI determine who all is credit worthy today might actually leave out a large part of the society. So that's just one example. I think how we deploy AI is going to matter a lot, because then you're going to actually either be inclusive in AI technology or you're going to leave out a large part of the population. I think that's the main concern that I have.
Alok, when the Indian IT services sector got incubated, the advantage which India had was that we had skill and we had scale. Now we are looking at AI, which in a sense is challenging the basic premise of IT services and skill and scale. So what would be that disruptive change because of AI for the entire ecosystem, which is a startup ecosystem?
It's not just about startup. Every function apart from the support function in the company can focus on only three things: how to increase revenue, how to be more efficient with cost, how to be better at service. And AI can impact all three. Today we are talking more about service and cost. Eventually it will come out from the revenue side also. It will make everything more efficient, definitely. Today, a lot of AI is actually not AI. You know, I'm not a big fan of just calling things as AI unless it is solving a business problem. Eventually, a lot of times we are talking about enhanced analytics as AI. The real AI models are still a little far, to be honest. The way we use it in terms of our efficiency by building our own LLM models, we are able to do a lot of fraud control using, you know, some deep AI stuff, which is more like face recognition, voice matching, some stuff. But, you know, I actually believe AI is a very abused word today, the way it's been used, because it's actually more analytics and enhanced analytics. But it will have impact on everything. There are a lot of stories around what AI is going to deliver, but unless you are able to link it to a business use case, you know, those are going to be just stories. So the driver has to be what is the problem being solved for? How do you make customers' life easier? How do you add value to the whole ecosystem? And AI is definitely a big part of that service delivery. But apne aap mein AI is another tool. You know, few years back we were talking about big data, big data, big data. Usse pehle kuch aur tha. But all these are used to solve a specific problem only, right? So AI is a great tool to be used in the right way. It is not the end all of everything कि just because किसी कंपनी के पास AI के tools अच्छे हैं या फिर AI के resources अच्छे हैं तो सब कुछ हो जाएगा. नहीं. You know, depends on lot of things. Like in insurance, the biggest thing is trust. वो trust के लिए AI use कर सकते हो, but AI trust build नहीं कर सकता, right? So it is a, as I said earlier, great tool to be used in the right way. but more fluff today than the reality. Let's wait for a few more years.
So we took the clock back 10 years ago. That time startups in India were nascent. Now they become center stage. 10 years forward, if we have to engage on the same forum, where do you see innovation and where do you see a big change happening?
See, again, a lot of tech solutions, it's very easy to get confused. There are two types of solutions being built in tech today. One is what are the rails. Like UPI is a great example of rails, access to databases, right? Huge amount of effort is being put by the government around a lot of these things. It is going to make everyone much more efficient. But UPI is a success because of PhonePe and a Paytm and a Google Pay, right? So eventually there has to be a front end also to utilize that rail. The biggest opportunity for startups is going to be how to utilize those rails which are being created, and those are getting created every day now. You talk about claim data, you talk about diver data, you talk about everything is going to be available for the businesses to make use of. But eventually you have to solve a customer problem using that rail. So, it's a great opportunity in next 10 years to actually solve some really, really deep customer problems. As Sanjeev said earlier, talent is there, capital is there, and if you have access to all these rails, why not? Yes, it's not going to be easy. Nothing is easy, but you can actually attempt to solve very big problems now because of this.
Mr. Bikhchandani, what we've spoken about is the opportunity, the great things that have happened, the success stories like a Zomato, the success story of Policy Bazaar or PB Fintech. But there's a data which says that 90% plus of the startups, they actually fail. Only 5% of the startups, they survive into the second year. And only 1% of the startups have made it to unicorn list, and then also they come cracking down. What should one be a bit wary of while investing in the startup world or while incubating a startup?
I think, is it solving a real problem? Is it building some IP? Can the founders really do it? Are customers paying, and are they paying more than the cost? These are some of the basic things of any business or commercial enterprise. So the basics of running a business have not changed. Environment may have evolved, technology may have evolved, but basics वही नहीं है. लोग ठीक है कि नहीं, मेहनत कर रहे हैं कि नहीं, customer को माल चाहिए कि नहीं, or are they spending more than they're earning? Can they spend less than they're earning continuously, or are they going to, where is break-even going to happen and when?
So I think it's been a fascinating session. Mr. Bikhchandani, I'm still hunting for the next Zomato from you.
I think we've been very lucky. Some of these are, Zomato, Policy Bazaar, they are once-in-lifetime kind of investments, and we got them early in our investing journey. I think that's very, very lucky. And if we get a few more good ones, that'll be very fortunate.
I wish you good luck. Alokji, thank you very much. And it's such a pleasure to interact with you. Before I wrap, what is this about startup founders? They never wear a suit. हमेशा sports shoes पहन के office में जाते हैं. Even investors के सामने भी पहन के जाते हैं.
It's just that that's the skin that we're most comfortable in.
Well, good luck, guys. Thank you very much. And like I said, that 10 years ago, this entire space was at an incubation stage. Today, it's become the center stage. And if India has to indeed march towards this entire trend, $10 trillion economy mark, I'm sure startups today will play a very large role. With that, let's put our hands together for this lovely panel. And thank you very much.
Request all of you to stay with us for just a few moments on stage. We'd like to present you with a token of appreciation graciously offered by our luxury partner, Da Milano. And Nikunj, you'll have to do the honors, please. On your left.
A token of appreciation from our side.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the gentleman on stage, please. And it doesn't stop here. We've got a very, very special showstopper, shall I call him, or show closer for day one of the India Economic Conclave. Karthik Aryan, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be in the house in just a short while from now. So do stay put and fill up your seats.
Well, the biggest surprise is going to come in just a few minutes from now. We just have one last session left for the day, and then we are going to present to you Bollywood heartthrob Kartik Aaryan.
Well, moving on to our next panel, and India clearly is poised to become a leader in sports as well, right, Hina? So, in fact, the Times Network recently hosted a pickleball event here in New Delhi itself, showcasing the nation's growing interest in newer sports. Today, we're honored to have a distinguished panel to discuss how India can rise as a front-runner in emerging sports as well.
And here we are talking about pickleball. In fact, Aisha, that is emerging as the newest sport. And the way people are getting interested in this sport, many see that as a competition to tennis as well. And ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming our panel this evening. First up, we have the President of the Indian Pickleball Association, Suravir Bhullar.
Well, next on is the Asia representative of the Global Pickleball Federation and representative of Franklin Sports Pickleball, Manish Rao, as well as the representatives of Hyderabad Royal Aces, Vaibhav Singh.
We are also joined by owner of Gujarat Smashers, Maulik Shah, the founder of Gabit, Gaurav Gupta, the CEO of PWR, Pranav Kohli, and lastly, the cricket legend, John T. Rhodes. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our guests who will be joining us for this very interesting panel discussion.
And to moderate this session, we have the director of PWR, Aditya Khanna. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, please. If we can have the panelists right up here on stage. And I can see them walking in just a second from now. We're here to talk about how India can leapfrog beyond the first love, that's cricket, and how is it that newer sports can actually come into the foray and how they can actually take India on the world map even further.
New love in the world of sports.
Our panelists. Take your pick. A huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Aditya, over to you. Your mics will be on your seats. And with that, I hand it over to Aditya.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to talk about the new age sport, pickleball in India. And I'd like to welcome all our guests over here. And thank you for having us over. My first question is going to be to Pranav Kohli, who's the CEO and founder of Pickleball League Asia Private Limited. Pranav, what do you think about pickleball in India and the league that you've launched? What are your thoughts on growing it further?
Yeah, first of all, thank you everybody for having me here. And I know it's late in the evening and everybody wants to go out and have some drinks, but bear with us for a second while we talk about an emerging sport, which I believe is going to be the most played sport in India. Pickleball is a fad that everybody thought is going to be a fad and is going to exist just after the pandemic, especially the tennis community. And I think what this sport has proven from its inclusiveness is that it's transcendent from a socio-economic background, it's transcendent from a gender perspective, it's transcendent from body type, transcendent from an age factor. Like somebody like me, my wife, my daughter and my father, we can all get on a court and still play the sport. And I think that's the spirit that we're trying to embody into PWR, the series as well as the league. I think what we're trying to create is a pathway for kids at 5 years of age and see how they can play the sport, make it a career, and I think that's the objective. And I think, obviously with the Times Group involved, I think it gives us the kind of exposure that it gives the sport is massive. And I think you can see that with what has happened with the sport in the last 6 months, in the last 1 year and the last 2 years. If you look at the hockey stick growth that it has actually faced, I think it's primarily because of the fact that promotion has been there and India's affinity and Asia's affinity to racket sports as such. So yeah, I think it's going to be a huge, huge sport. I do believe truly that it's going to be the most played sport in India.
Yes, I totally resonate with Pranav's thoughts that I believe pickleball is going to be one of the most played sports in India. And one of the most played sports in India, of course, is cricket. And we have the honor of having Mr. Jonty Rhodes with us. Jonty, what are your thoughts on pickleball being one of the most played sports in India because of the easiness of playing the sport and the barriers to entry are so low? As we were discussing behind that, like gully cricket, pickleball, it can be played with just by putting a net and 2 paddles. So what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, namaskar, everybody. Namaskar, good evening. Great to be here, all the way from Goa. Thank you. Not often I get to wear a tie and shoes, so thank you for inviting me here this evening. It's quite fascinating because I've obviously been touring India as a cricketer from 1993 and then as a coach from 2009 with the Indian Premier League. And it's almost a tale of 2 different crickets. And I think what excites me about a sport like pickleball is, one, the barriers to entry are not there. The second thing is that once people start to play in India, sure, there might be some resistance to change, but India has numbers on its side. And very quickly the game can grow from a small, isolated environment to all across India. And what do you need? You need viewership. Because I've seen with the Indian Premier League how facilities have grown because people are watching the best players in the world play cricket at the Indian Premier League. I've also seen wonderful opportunities for people coming from smaller tier 2, tier 3 cities even being given an opportunity that they wouldn't have had in the past because of what the Indian Premier League has done. But for that you need grassroots level facilities to push across. And I think the same thing will be required in pickleball, is that, yes, it can be put up anywhere. And again, that is the beauty. I am of a family that spends most of our time outdoors, which is why we selected a small fishing village in Goa to live. Our children have had to adapt, for sure. And it's because we want to be outside and have a lifestyle that's active and mobile. So I think from a perspective where I have seen, I know there's always been a deep passion for cricket in India, but the first time that I watched Kabaddi was in the hotel in Bangalore when I arrived with the Mumbai Indians, and I was shown the sport. And I just wanted to grab a few of those players as the fielding coach and bring them into my team. So it's been amazing because up until then, living in Goa, I watched Kho-Kho, I watched Kabaddi in the various rural areas. And if people are given an opportunity in India, we've heard all today from an economic and even a political point of view, there's this real growth mindset in India. People know what they want. And give somebody in India an opportunity, and I've been amazed to see how that has grown. And that includes cricket. I mean, India are the #1 team in the world in five-day cricket okay, not so right now on the rankings, but 5-day cricket, 50 over and T20. And it's only really since the success of the Indian Premier League has taken it to that. It's grown the game in such a way. So I think, without comparing anything to cricket, any other sport to cricket, I think if you have the ability to get people to watch the game, that's a huge step forward in taking pickleball to everybody. So I'm always excited when it involves families, as you rightly said, when it involves people being outside, and of course a ball. I am a ball kind of guy. I'm always excited that this sport can go places in India.
We need to get a court near Jonty.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if I'm living in Goa, I like to be outdoors. When I come and stay in a hotel, the options that I have when I'm working is to be in the gym, which I'm not a big gym goer, or in the swimming pool, which half the time is full of chlorine, because there are no tennis courts, there are no facilities. You can put up pickleball anywhere, and you can take it down 10 minutes later. So I think that, from a point of view, when I go on working trips, I know that there is some activity that I will enjoy that doesn't involve me having to run on a treadmill or lift weights in a gym. Not that I'm knocking that, that's something for everybody, but it's just not my thing, being indoors in a gym.
I'm sorry, I must take one more second to remind Jonty, it's still 1-1 down under, so we've still not lost the Test series.
So again, I agree with Jonty's words that being an inclusive sport, pickleball is something which is outdoor, and every person of every age can play it. And talking about grassroots development and what BCCI has done, in developing cricket, and for IPL, we have the president of Indian Pickleball Association. So just Mr. Suryaveer Singh, would you like to talk about your role in developing pickleball as the national governing body of the sport, and in terms of grassroots development, in terms of leagues, and the steps you are taking over the last couple of years to develop the sport, making it one of the most booming sports in India, and you have a huge role to play in that.
Good evening, everybody. Yes, as the Indian Pickleball Association, in the last 2 years, we have been trying to take this sport to various states across India, and as of now, we have 25 states playing pickleball, and all these states have various districts where they're playing pickleball. In the last few years, a couple of states that have really emerged strong in pickleball are Gujarat, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu. And of course, these are the metro cities, but now we are trying to promote the sport into more rural areas. We're starting a rural program in IPA. We've already set up a center for excellence in Ahmedabad, where we impart certification programs for coaches, for referees, and as well as coaching for players. I think the reason I see this sport picking up is that it's very easy to set up, it's affordable, and the entry level is a little easier than any other sport. So I see this sport really, really growing in India, and we hope to have at least 5 lakh players in the next 2 years playing pickleball.
And Surya, probably the only sport you and I can play with all these fit people.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's the only sport that Pranav and me can play too, and we do a pretty good job.
Probably beat some of these guys. I recently did beat Addy. I'm pretty confident on the rest of the panel. Manish, although, is a tough cookie, but yeah, I think I'll get them.
But yes, you also spoke about development in the whole country, and Gujarat and Ahmedabad also being one of the front runners of leading pickleball in the country. And we have Mr. Maulik Shah. What do you're of course investing in pickleball. You're from Gujarat. What do you see in terms of the growth of pickleball in your region, and your thoughts on it as well?
Good evening, everyone. I think Gujarat must be one of the fastest growing state as far as pickleball is concerned. I think we have more than 800 courts, I think, in the state, and all age groups are actually participating. Second, it's also making a lot of economic sense. To start, I think, a court, it's not too much of investment is happening. A lot of land is available. So that is also, I think, a lot of entrepreneurs are actually putting up courts, and I think they're getting a great response. So actually, to grow a sport, you need all stakeholders, Like it should be a win-win for everyone, which is happening. Second, I feel that I myself is actually, along with a group of other, associates, we are, I think, in the process of investing in a league which is starting very soon. I think it's getting launched probably tomorrow in Bombay, India League. So I think it makes a lot of sense, even economic sense as an investor. Second, I feel, you're part of a journey of a new sport, like an emerging sport. I think in your lifetime, you don't get many opportunities to be part of a journey, from an emerging sport to an established sport. So I think we are excited about that. And I think it's going to be, going to go like a fire, I think. It's going to grow like anything.
Maulik, did you say 800 courts in Gujarat?
Yeah.
Well, that's a phenomenal number, right? And
it's a great
how many times a week do you play?
I play twice a week.
Twice a week?
Yeah.
That's it?
At the moment, twice a week, yeah. And a lot of, I think US is seeing that, a lot of tennis courts are getting converted to pickleball courts. That yet is not started in India, but I see that also happening very, very soon, because I know a couple of owners who are, having tennis courts, and the revenue is not really very good compared to what pickleball court owners are making, So I think that process is not yet started, so you will add a few more like that, So it's great, by the way, to answer you, yeah.
No, totally agree with you. And, the kind of growth it is showing with all age groups, and, which is great. And that's what I want to come to Gaurav as well and talk about, pickleball being an inclusive sport. You have a health tech app as well. How do you see the health-wise benefits? Since you also played pickleball, you're a tennis player as well. I feel enough health benefits coming from pickleball for all age groups. As we spoke about it, that tennis is one sport where the age span increases of a human being, and I think pickleball is in the similar lines. What are your thoughts on that?
Hi, everyone. I think living healthier and longer is important for all of us nowadays. And it's no surprise that out of all the things that we do, the most scientifically proven thing to do to live healthier and longer is movement, exercising or playing something. It's proven. And I think pickleball being such an inclusive sport just makes it so much more easier for people to be just healthy, live longer, like a family sport or just friends going out and doing that. And we spoke about tennis. Tennis is right up there. And I was actually very surprised, to be honest. I'm a tennis player, otherwise. I was surprised to see how tired I was in just 15 minutes of pickleball, singles game. So that was lovely to see. The other thing that's, I think, interesting is, given how technology is progressing now, you can actually track a lot of your health metrics while you play pickleball or do sports. It's as simple as wearing a ring on your finger. Like a smart ring, it actually tracks all your stats and makes it even more interesting. I don't know how many of us know that there's a metric called VO2 max. It's the amount of oxygen you can take through while you're playing sports or working out. Single most metric related to longevity. And now, because of these variables, it's very easy to track. And as a person, if you're playing a sport, you should actually think about, am I improving my VO2 max or not over a period of time? And that also gives you a kick to keep playing again. And if you improve your VO2 max, you will definitely live healthier and longer. So I think there is so much goodness and health that can come out of playing sports like this, which are readily available. Infrastructure is easy. Anybody can play it. That I think this is a means to fun, but there's also means to living healthier and longer.
On a serious note, I do see India eventually having a medalist in the Olympics in pickleball. Currently, we have the top players in Asia in under 12, under 14, under 16, under 18. They're all players from India. They're number one in Asia. We also have a US Open gold medalist from India. We have a player called Arman Bhatia, who's the number one player in India, doing very well internationally. So yes, as and when this game goes into the Olympics, I see India coming up with a medalist.
Yes, we are actually, we have the presence of Mr. Manish Rao, who's the Asian representative in the Global Pickleball Federation, and the IPA and the APA and GPF are working strongly towards making pickleball an Olympic sport as well. What are your thoughts in India being a leader in pickleball in the World Forum, which is happening right now, and your role in GPF, and how you're empowering India through that as well?
Yeah. Good evening, gentlemen, and thank you, Adi. So, as a part of Global Pickleball Federation, so what happened is the topic today is pickleball giant, that is the India. So this sport has been in the world for the last 50 years, and in India it's been there for the last 10 years. And today I'll tell you, Adi, that we are the second most populous pickleball player in the world. I mean, after US, we have more players all over the world, and that is a testimony to the growth of pickleball in India. And what GPF, that is Global Pickleball Federation, is extremely excited is at the growth which pickleball infrastructure as well as the players are growing in India. And thanks to a lot of efforts by PWR and Pickleball United, we've been working on the grassroots level, we've been working on players, and Global Pickleball Federation has put all its efforts to get the sport to Olympics, and India is a major partner in that. The most important part is that wherever the emerging countries are coming, Pickleball United is a Indian company which is providing equipments for the growth of the sport, and that is a major thing which is happening. So it's a very healthy sign. So pickleball is on steroids definitely in India.
and the IPA and the APA takes a huge role in developing pickleball in Asia and in India. And talking about infrastructure development, so we guys are also, you guys are developing real estate in Hyderabad, and pickleball infrastructure is coming up, and you're also investing hugely in your real estate projects in pickleball and developing courts, and they're usually overbooked. And where do you see that in your program, in your investments as well?
Good evening, everyone. So allow me just 30 seconds to give a little brief about. So we are Rajapushpa Group. We are from Hyderabad. We are a real estate firm. We are into infrastructure as well. While I say that, we are strong believers of that we are not into just the business of brick and mortar. We have a certain responsibility and accountability on building communities where we harper on well-being, where we harper on social well-being, developing social bonds, physical fitness. So that goes, pickleball is a fresh game which is catching up in India. Is the fastest globally recognized game right now. So what as our responsibility, what we are doing is all our communities and workspaces that we are creating in and around Hyderabad, we are ensuring that we have pickleball courts. So pickleball is an energizing game. It's a game which anyone can play. It has easy entry. There are no entry barriers actually. So it resonates well with our thought process of creating lifestyle spaces which talk about fitness, which talk about well-being. It's surprising to note today India happens to have 40 million diabetic people. So and it's touted by 2045. It's being thought that we will reach about 100 plus. So the only way to avoid this is by engaging in physical activity, getting out of the houses, getting into sports. And pickleball is a family sport, wherein, like Pranav said, anyone from a kid to the grandparent can easily engage and play. So yes, we're super excited about this, and we have a feeling that pickleball is going to get really big. You got to enter the sport at the right time. A few years back, if we would have talked about cryptocurrency, nobody would have believed us. They would have laughed. Okay, but pickleball is a new sport, and I think we, as the Rajapushpa Group, a real estate company, we want to get it into our communities at the right time to increase awareness and engagement about it.
Dangerous to compare pickleball with cryptocurrency, but we'll let that pass. But it helps also the stats that, that if you build a pickleball court, and this is a statistic which has come out from the US, in your backyard, the price of the house goes up by 30%. So obviously, I'm sure...
We're super excited about that.
Yeah,
then.
Absolutely. So I think that helps the fact as well.
Right.
So, first of all, Pranav, as what he mentioned, it is the fastest growing sport, and Pranav is, of course, the leader of pickleball in India, along with Times Group, leading the growth of pickleball in India. And your closing thoughts, Pranav, with the esteemed panel about the comments, and where do you see the league, the grassroots development, and the ecosystem of India, where Times Group is front runner along with you to develop the sport? And closing thoughts from you regarding the sport and where you can take it.
Yeah, firstly, I'm super excited about the panel. It's such a diverse group of people from different parts of the country and outside the country, and we're still staying in the country, not in the country, and supporting Australia? No?
World Test Championship.
Oh, World Test Championship. Yeah, we have to qualify for that still.
Exactly. That's what I was referring to. Right. Carry on.
We'll get there. But yeah, it's so exciting to hear everybody's thoughts, and I think this panel kind of basically brings everything together, from tracking in sports and specifically new age sports, because obviously traditional sports like, if you're running or swimming or walking or playing any other traditional sport, people have their traditional ways of measuring. But like when you're skeptical about how much workout did you get playing pickleball, I'm sure there are tracking devices and other things available which can help you get through that. Speaking about grassroots development, what John D spoke about, and having the president of Indian Pickleball Association and Manish here from Global Pickleball Federation also gives us confidence on the governance side of it and building the sport, because the two cannot exist independently. So our vision at PWR and also with our partners Times Group is basically to have a coexistence of governance as well as the league side of it. So you have, as we were discussing earlier, the BCCI structure was always available, but what kind of gave it steroids was IPL. What we're trying to do is, trying to have both of these structures available from day one, rather than, building one first, because you can't build the other without without the other. So I think, it's an exciting time for the sport. I think having somebody like the Times Group, which has the kind of presence that they do across India, you're going to be seeing pickleball a lot more in a lot of different avenues, whether it's digital, whether it's linear, whether it is newspapers, whether it is any kinds of channels or radio, and any kind of marketing initiatives that are there. And that excites me. So building something in that space where a lot of media, a lot of attention is being dedicated, just tells me that there's a bright future to this.
Thank you and congratulations. We have Andrea Agassi also coming tomorrow to launch the Indian League. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, and look forward to making pickleball the biggest sport in India. And thank you to everyone for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you. And that was a great insight on how India can move beyond cricket, Hina, and we can have newer sports join in the bandwagon.
Well, absolutely. Like I said, pickleball is the new love as far as the sports people across the country are concerned. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us this evening.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our final session that all of you have been waiting for and have been grabbing seats for that is with a firecracker actor known for his dashing good looks and hardworking nature. He made his debut at the age of 19, while I think he was still in engineering college. We'll figure that out.
Well, that's right. We have, in fact, as a special treat for you all, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome on stage in a candid session Karthik Aryan, Unplugged, champion of 2024, and he's going to be in conversation with Navika Kumar. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't think he'll come quicker if we don't clap harder. So a huge round of applause, please. It's our last and final session. So once the claps reach him, he will enter. Louder.
If you want him faster on the stage.
Okay. He's right behind us. Okay. that.
Over to you, Navika.
Thank you, Hina. Thank you, Aisha. And Karthik Aryan, do I get an opportunity to shake your hands? And ladies and gentlemen, are we just losing it? Can we really hear it? Can you give it up for the man who brings in those big ones at the box office? Are you everybody's favorite yet, Karthik Aryan?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for the lovely introduction. I think I would like to believe that, and I would like to actually wherever I go, मैं अभी आपको वही बोल रहा था कि मुझे लगता है मुझसे ज़्यादा मेरे आसपास सबका फायदा बहुत हो रहा है. So I hope that continues. And right now I'm too excited to be here in Delhi and amongst you guys. So thank you for having me here.
Thank you very much for being here at the India Economic Conclave. It's the 10th edition. We've been doing this for 10 years, just like you've been delivering hits for the last, I don't know how many movies. But this year, Chandu Champion and then Bhool Bhulaiya 3. बस जेबों में कितना भरा हुआ है ये बता दो, आज एवरीबडी वांट्स टू नो फ्रॉम यू। 400 करोड़ से ऊपर तो भूल भुलैया 3 है। सो क्या कहते हैं आपके प्रोड्यूसर्स आपको?
आई थिंक अगली कौन सी कार खरीदनी है, कौन सी कार बट नहीं, जस्ट किडिंग। आई थिंक मेरे प्रोड्यूसर्स, बस मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जिस तरीके का ये साल गया है 2024, आई थिंक मेरे लिए बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट ईयर रहा है प्रोफेशनली, और मुझे ये बहुत यादगार साल है और मुझे ये हमेशा के लिए याद रहेगा। आई एम सो, मतलब मैं अभी यही सोच रहा था कि 20 दिन बचे हैं बस ये साल खत्म होने में।
रुक जाए, थम जाए ये
थोड़ा सा
साल,
थम जाए, थोड़ा सा
लकी साल है,
बहुत लकी साल है। आई वांट दिस ईयर टू कंटिन्यू। तो एंड बट आई कैन ओनली होप दैट 2025 एंड द सब्सिक्वेंट ईयर वो भी ऐसे ही जाए जिस तरीके से ये गया है। और लास्टली मतलब 2024 में जिस तरीके से भूल भुलैया 3 ने अभी कमाई की, जिस तरीके से वो फिल्म के वी वर रियली नर्वस जब फिल्म रिलीज हो रही थी।
क्यों?
या वो होता है, थोड़ा सा जिटरी होता हूँ मैं, थोड़ा सा रिलीज के पहले थोड़ा सा नर्वस एनर्जी आ जाती है। एक्साइटमेंट भी था, लेकिन फिर भी बहुत आई थिंक ऐसा लग रहा था कि दिवाली में ये रिलीज होना, क्या लोग थिएटर्स जाएंगे, देखेंगे, यू नो, इट जस्ट थोड़े बहुत चीजें आती हैं, बहुत सवाल आते हैं, अननेसेसरी सवाल आते हैं। बट इट वर्कड आउट रियली वेल and the kind of records or the reception that we got for the film, it's unreal and unbelievable. So I'm thankful to the audience and fans.
Fantastic, fantastic. Coming from a youngster, coming from somebody जो outsider माना जाता था। मैं पहले तो आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, आपने गाड़ियों की बात की, कितनी गाड़ियां हैं, कितने मोटर बाइक्स हैं, गिने कभी?
मेरे यहाँ पार्किंग कम हो गई है, तो वो एक इंटरेस्टिंग बात थी कि लास्ट टाइम जब मैं कार खरीदने के लिए मम्मी से वापस से बोला था मुझे एक कार पसंद आई है, खरीदना है, तो उन्होंने बोला बेटा पार्किंग अब खत्म हो गई, अब कार बंद है इस घर पे। तो इवेंचुअली ये डिसाइड हुआ
मम्मी से परमिशन लेनी पड़ती है गाड़ी?
बहुत मेरे बाइक्स तो बंद हो चुकी है मेरे घर पे।
अच्छा, कितनी बाइक्स हैं?
मेरे पास हैं कुछ, मतलब मैंने गिनी नहीं है, लेकिन हाँ ठीक ठाक नंबर।
ठीक ठाक क्या होता है? 10, 12, दर्जन भर, 2 दर्जन?
नहीं, मेरे पास 7-8 बाइक्स है।
7-8 बाइक्स। और गाड़ियां?
वो भी उतनी होंगी।
अच्छा, कौन कौन सी याद रहता है कि मंडे इसमें, ट्यूसडे उसमें, क्या घूमते हो, कैसे डिसाइड करते हो?
नहीं, मैं अभी अभी तो मैं एक ही गाड़ी में घूम रहा हूँ, एंड इतना मैं डिसाइड नहीं कर पाता हूँ कि कौन सी कार किस दिन। मैं एक बार मैं एक गाड़ी, मतलब मैं डिसाइड कर लेता हूँ कि ये अभी मैंने लास्ट खरीदी है, तो मैं उसी के साथ कैसे बोलूँ कि मैं थोड़ा सा उसके प्रति लॉयल रहता हूँ उस गाड़ी के।
अरे भाई अच्छा, कौन सी है ये लेटेस्ट जिसको इतना लॉयल्टी बोनस मिल रहा है?
अभी ये लास्ट रिसेंटली मैंने एक रेंज रोवर ली थी, एंड आई वाज जस्ट, आई थिंक मैं बहुत टाइम से मुझे ऐसा था कि मुझे रेंज रोवर एक खरीदनी है। और
स्टेटस सिंबल है?
नहीं, मेरे ड्रीम कार में से एक थी, एक लैम्बोर्गिनी थी, एक रेंज रोवर थी और एक मैक्लेरन थी, तीनों मेरे पास है अभी। सो ये मतलब बहुत टाइम से मेरा सपना।
ये लोग गिफ्ट करते हैं आपको?
नहीं,
क्या खरीदते हो?
एक गिफ्ट है उसमें से। और
भूल भुलैया के बाद कोई गिफ्ट मिली?
हाँ, भूल भुलैया के बाद मुझे मैक्लेरन गिफ्ट की थी भूषण सर ने, आई थिंक। और एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल कि हाँ उनको इतना आई एम रियली थैंकफुल टू द फैंस एंड ऑडियंसेस कि उन्होंने इतना पैसे कमाए उनको कि उन्होंने मुझे भी कुछ गिफ्ट किया।
भाई 400, 425 करोड़ आप बनवा देते हो और उसके बाद 4-5-6 करोड़ की गाड़ी ले लेते हो। I don't think it's a bad deal. Do you?
It's not a bad deal. He should give me a jet. कुछ प्राइवेट प्लेन या कुछ ऐसा मिलना चाहिए, आई थिंक।
प्राइवेट प्लेन मिलना चाहिए,
कुछ ऐसा कुछ होना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल, हसरतें हो तो ऐसी हो। कार्तिक, आई वांट टू आस्क यू
जी,
आपने 19 साल की उम्र पे प्यार का पंचनामा से शुरुआत
जी।
आप इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में थे, क्या सोचकर फिल्म इंडस्ट्री का ये शौक चढ़ा?
फिल्में देख के मैं बचपन से ही, मेरी फैमिली में, या मुझे बहुत शौक था फिल्में देखने का, और आई डोंट नो, मतलब मैं कोई भी फिल्म नहीं छोड़ता था मैं। एंड वो फिल्में देख के मुझे हमेशा ऐसा लगता था, ये तब मुझे समझ नहीं आता था कि प्रोफेशन क्या है, ये एक्टिंग क्या होती है। मुझे बस लगता था अच्छा ये हीरो है, ये हीरोइन है। मुझे नहीं पता था कि डायरेक्टर, प्रोड्यूसर, सबके क्या क्या चीजें, क्या क्या लोग करते हैं। बट आई यूज टू वॉच मूवीज एंड आई यूज टू थिंक कि हाँ फिल्में हैं, फिल्मों का पार्ट मुझे भी बनना है. तो
कौन सी फिल्म बहुत इम्प्रेस की आपको?
बाजीगर, आई थिंक दैट वाज वन फिल्म जिसकी वजह से
जीतने वाले को बाजीगर
कहते हैं. तो आई थिंक
आप तो हार ही नहीं, आप तो जीतते चले जा रहे हो, तो आप बाजीगर स्क्वायर हो गए.
नहीं, बहुत बार मैंने अपने पूरी जर्नी में कई बार बहुत सारे फेलियर्स भी देखे और उन्हीं से उभरते हुए सक्सेस भी देखी है. सो आई थिंक वो बस उतार चढ़ाव मैंने देखा है. एंड जब मैं फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में आया भी था तो बहुत सारे रिजेक्शंस देखे थे, और वो रिजेक्शंस में मैं हमेशा मतलब कभी भी बस ये था कि उन रिजेक्शंस तो होते थे, लेकिन कभी भी ये नहीं सोचता था कि मेरे में कुछ कमी. मुझे लगता था इन्हें दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है अभी. ये थोड़ा सा ऐसा लगता था कि इनको डाउट है तो ये इनका लॉस है, मेरा लॉस नहीं है, मेरा शायद कभी ना कभी होगा. तो वो जद्दोजहद चलती रहती थी. मैं सोचता रहता था कि हाँ नहीं, और ज्यादा मेहनत करूंगा, कुछ ना कुछ क्रैक होगा, कोई ना कोई ऑडिशन क्रैक होगा. एंड फाइनली प्यार का पंचनामा जो पहली फिल्म थी मेरी, उसका ऑडिशन क्रैक किया था. 2-2.5 साल मुझे लगे थे वहां तक ऑडिशंस में रिजेक्शन सुन के. एंड फाइनली ये हुआ मेरी लाइफ में.
बट घर में कभी स्ट्रेस होता था? बिकॉज मम्मीज नॉर्मली होती हैं कि भाई मेरा बेटा इंजीनियर बनने चाह रहा था, अब ये फिल्मों का भूत कहाँ से?
उनको तो बताया ही नहीं था मैंने. मैं एक्चुअली उनके हिसाब से DY पाटिल नवी मुंबई में पढ़ाई कर रहा था और बीटेक कर रहा था अपना. मैं यहाँ आया ही ये फैमिली को बोल, क्योंकि मैंने एग्जाम सारे उन कॉलेजेस के दिए थे जो नवी मुंबई या मुंबई के आसपास हो, ताकि मैं ऑडिशंस दे पाऊँ, इंडस्ट्री के पास आ पाऊँ. तो ये मेरा एक तरीके से मुझे ऐसा लगता था उस टाइम कि बड़ा स्मार्ट तरीके से मैंने ये सोचा है कि फैमिली को जरा भी प्रेशर ना आए या उनको ये ना लगे कि हमारा बेटा इसको क्या हो गया है ये सडनली. बिकॉज उन्होंने उस टाइम मुझे लगता था कि सीधे मना कर देना था कि नहीं तू कुछ नहीं कर रहा, तू पढ़ाई कर, ये सब एक्टिंग क्या होती है, ये सब चीजें. आई थिंक दे वुड हैव नॉट अंडरस्टूड द फैक्ट दैट ये एक प्रोफेशन किस तरीके से, क्योंकि हम किसी को जानते नहीं थे वहाँ पे, कुछ पता नहीं था, तो थोड़ा सा वो ऑफ कोर्स वो घबराते कि ये क्या है. तो मैंने एग्जाम्स दिए थे वो कॉलेजेस के, और उसमें से एक था DY पाटिल कॉलेज, और जिस कॉलेज में मेरा दाखिला हो गया उसकी एंट्रेंस एग्जाम मेरी क्लियर हो गई. एंड देन मैं यहाँ नवी मुंबई में रह रहा था. वहाँ से मैं लोकल ट्रेन में मतलब ट्रैवल करता रहता था नवी मुंबई टू मुंबई. ऑडिशंस ढूंढता था गूगल में या फेसबुक पे, सर्च इंजन में डाल के कि एक्टर्स रिक्वायर्ड, या ऑडिशंस फॉर एड्स, ऑडिशंस फॉर फिल्म्स, ऐसी चीज़ें ढूंढता रहता था रैंडमली. उनमें से जो भी चीज़ निकलती थी वो चीज़ में मैं डायरेक्टली पहुंच जाता था अगर किसी ने इंटरनेट पे डाला होता था. तो मुंबई में बहुत ऐसे ऑडिशंस होते थे और वहाँ पहुंचता था. और
And it took you 2 years.
It took me 2.5 years, yeah. Almost 2.5 years.
And your first check जब साइन किया प्यार का पंचनामा?
प्यार का पंचनामा में अराउंड 60,000 ऐसा था 1 साल 1.5 साल के लिए. और
60,000
जी
रुपए.
हाँ.
कभी ड्रीम किया था कि एक दिन रेंज रोवर आएगी मेरे पास?
ड्रीम तो किया था मैंने, और बहुत सॉलिड तरीके से ड्रीम था मेरा कि हाँ नहीं, मुझे ये ऐसे कार्स खरीदनी है, या फिर मेरा ये रेंज रोवर खरीदूंगा किसी दिन, या फिर कुछ ना कुछ ड्रीम कार होती है लैम्बोर्गिनी, ये सब चीजें थी. बहुत सारे ऐसे ड्रीम्स थे जो
तो वापस गए उस नवी मुंबई के हॉस्टल में इन योर रेंज रोवर और लैम्बोर्गिनी के बॉस यहाँ से लोकल पर चलता था और अब लैम्बोर्गिनी लेकर आ गया हूँ?
एक्चुअली मैं अपने पता नहीं, पुणे का रास्ता जब आता है तो कई बार ट्रैवल करता था, और मुझे कार को ड्राइव करने का बहुत शौक है. तो मेरा कॉलेज ऐसे बीच में 1-2 बार पड़ा था. तो फर्स्ट टाइम जब मैं ऐसे कार से गया था तो मेरे लिए फुल सर्कल हो गया था वो लाइफ का, कि यहाँ से मैं एक्चुअली या तो लोकल ट्रेन रहता था स्टेशन पे, या फिर वो शेयरिंग कार्स जाती थी हाईवे पे. तो उनमें वो 5 रुपए देके आपको वो पूरा मुंबई तक वहां तक पहुंचा देते थे. ऐसा कुछ होता था वो शेयरिंग पे. तो ड्राइवर्स आते थे, वो ऐसे 7-8 लोग बैठ जाओ और आप कार से पहुंच जाते थे. तो फॉर मी इट वाज अ थिंग कि यार वहां से यहाँ तक की जर्नी वो पूरा एक रिकैप हो जाता है. तो वो मेरा फर्स्ट टाइम ऐसे हुआ था जब मैं ऐसे पुणे के लिए ट्रैवल कर रहा था यहाँ से.
आपको लगता है कि जैसे बॉलीवुड लोग सपने लेकर आते हैं, लेकिन सबके सपने सच नहीं होते हैं. आपके सच हुए.
जी.
फॉर्मूला क्या था? आज जो यंगस्टर्स स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं, आपकी अपनी जर्नी इज टेस्टिमनी टू द फैक्ट कि आपको किसी चीज की जरूरत नहीं है, हौसला चाहिए और आप ठान लीजिए तो आप कर सकते हैं, कैसे किया जरा शेयर करिए सबके साथ।
एक सेट फॉर्मूला नहीं है, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो मेरे लिए वर्क किया वो ये चीज थी कि मैंने कभी भी अपने ऊपर इतना सेल्फ डाउट नहीं किया। मैं हमेशा से वो सेल्फ बिलीफ रखा कि कुछ भी हो जाए, कि मेरे में कुछ अगर मुझे लग रहा है कि कोई गलती है, किसी ने कोई पॉइंट आउट किया है, तो एक्टिव वो क्रिटिसिज्म भी मैं उसको पॉजिटिवली लेता था। मैं उसको अपने हार्डवर्क से उस चीज़ों को और बेटर करता था और अपने ऊपर मेहनत, जेन्युइनली मेहनत करता था, और अभी भी वो करता हूँ। तो कोई भी चीज़, कोई भी कमी मुझे ऐसा लगती है तो मैं उस चीज़ को और बेटर करने की कोशिश करता हूँ। एंड वो चीज़ मेरे लिए बहुत वर्क की। तो जब मैं ऑडिशंस पे जाता था, हमेशा ये सुनता था कि यू आर अनफिट फॉर दिस रोल, या फिर नहीं, आप लाइन से भी निकाल देते थे। वो लाइन में भी नहीं खड़े होने के लिए टाइम होता था, बिकॉज हम लोग बहुत सारे लोग आते थे ऑडिशंस के लिए। उसमें से वो ऐसे होता है ना कि अनवांटेड लोगों को हटाओ, तो उनमें से मैं भी एक होता था। तो हम सबको ऐसे रिजेक्ट किया जाता था। और मैं अगर ट्रैवल करके कोई और भी ऐसे आता होगा, मैं भी जाता था, तो हम लोग 2-2 घंटा दूर से ट्रैवल करते थे, और फिर सिर्फ एक बार वो सुन के, अनफिट सुन के, वापस 2 घंटा की जर्नी करके घर जाना होता था, तो हॉस्टल। सो आई थिंक वो टाइम बहुत ऐसा खुद पे सेल्फ डाउट ना आए, ये बहुत लोगों के साथ होता है कि जब वो फाइनल ऑडिशन का एक टाइम आता था कि इतने सारे ऑडिशंस के बाद, रिजेक्शंस के बाद, एक जो फाइनल टाइम तक, जब कई लोगों के साथ ये होता है कि वो पहुंचते हैं वहां तक, और वहां ऐसा होता है यार अभी मन ही नहीं कर रहा है, मैं इतना यहाँ तक वो कर ले हूँ कि वो फाइनल चीज में अपना पूरा 100% 200% नहीं दे पाते। सो आई थिंक वो मेरे साथ कभी नहीं हुआ। वो मैंने हमेशा उस चीज को हमेशा ये किया कि ये मेरा पहला और आखिरी चांस है, तो हर चांस को उसी तरह से देखता रहा। आज भी मैं अपनी हर फिल्म को ये मेरी पहली और आखिरी फिल्म की तरह ही सोचता हूँ और काम करता हूँ उस पर।
What a takeaway. Yes, you are as good as the opportunity that you get, and who knows, एक opportunity जिंदगी बदल देती है।
लाइफ चेंजिंग होता है, लाइफ चेंजिंग हो सकता है। मेरा ऑडिशन जो प्यार का पंचनामा का ऑडिशन था, मैं आपको बताता हूँ क्या हुआ था उस टाइम। मेरे तो ये ऑडिशन हो रहा था अंधेरी में। मैं रहता था नवी मुंबई में, खारगर में, विच इज अगेन 2 hours 2.5 hours अवे। तो और मेरा उस दिन एग्जाम था कॉलेज में, और या तो मैं एग्जाम दे सकता था या फिर एक ऑडिशन एक फिल्म का, जो मुझे गूगल में कहीं पे, फेसबुक पे कहीं पे मिला है, जिसमें बस बोला गया था कि 6 या 5 लोग, नए लोग चाहिए, न्यू कमर्स को मौका मिल रहा है, उनके लिए ऑडिशंस है, दीज आर द रिक्वायरमेंट्स, आप ये ऑडिशन के लिए आ जाइए। तब फिल्म का नाम नहीं पता था, तब किसी का नाम उससे अटैच नहीं था, सिर्फ कुछ नए लोग एक फिल्म बनाना चाह रहे थे, उनके लिए ऑडिशन हो रहा था। और वो एक्चुअली में शायद से
गूगल पे देखकर आप चले?
हाँ, मैं फेसबुक पे था ये। तो फेसबुक पे मैंने एक किसी के वॉल पोस्ट पे देखा था, और ग्रुप कम्युनिटीज होती थी तो उसमें डाला हुआ था, एंड कई बार वो फेक भी होते थे। तो अब मेरे पास ये ऑप्शन था कि शायद या तो मैं यहाँ जाऊं या तो मैं अपना एग्जाम दूं कॉलेज का। अभी मैं ये ऐसा एडवोकेट नहीं करूंगा कि कोई अपने कॉलेज के एग्जाम्स छोड़िए, पर वो उस दिन ऐसा संजोग था, ऐसा वो था कोइंसिडेंस कि एग्जाम भी मेरा उसी दिन था। एंड आई डोंट नो, समथिंग इन मुझे ऐसा गट फीलिंग आया कि नहीं, मैं ये नहीं छोड़ना चाहता हूँ ये अपॉर्चुनिटी। एंड आई हैड नो आइडिया कि वो फिल्म मेरी पहली फिल्म बन जाएगी, या वो फिल्म दैट विल कम एंड टर्न इनटू प्यार का पंचनामा, या उसका वो मोनोलॉग बनेगा।
मोनोलॉग, वेल, ऑडियंस डिमांड, पॉपुलर डिमांड, वो मोनोलॉग became your identity. You got remembered by that. एक बार हो जाए।
प्रॉब्लम ये है कि वो लड़की है, और क्या प्रॉब्लम है? प्रॉब्लम ये है कि मैं चाहता हूँ मेरी लाइफ में कोई प्रॉब्लम ना हो, लेकिन अगर मेरी लाइफ में कोई प्रॉब्लम ना हो तो ये उसकी लाइफ की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। एंड बुलशिट शी इज वेरी यार, उसे तो सेलिब्रेट करना चाहिए, बिकॉज इजंट दिस एग्जैक्टली व्हाट शी वांट्स। सीरियसली यार, आजकल तो जो वो मुंह खोलती, मन करता है मुंह में कुछ ठूस दूं। ट्रस्ट मी, 6 महीने में आई हैव हैड इट ऑल, सब देख लिया मैंने। अरे कौन सा प्यार, कैसी रिलेशनशिप, काय की खुशियां। रिलेशनशिप का मतलब होता है एंड इनटू योर ओन हैप्पीनेस। अ हैप्पी वुमन इज अ मिथ।
Fantastic. And you remember this?
या ये तो मतलब मैंने अभी आधा पौना पेज बोला है, ये 6 पेज का था, जो 6 मिनट 5.5 मिनट का डायलॉग था। सेकंड पार्ट में ये 12 मिनट का डायलॉग किया था हमने शूट, जो जब लगाया गया फिल्म में, आई थिंक वो तब 7.5 मिनट का होगा। So it was actually a record.
How many takes did it take?
One take.
One take?
Yeah. The first.
New actor, one take,
Yes.
and unforgettable moment that everybody remembers till date. Oh my God, you're a sensation.
Irony is that Facebook पे जहाँ पे मुझे ऑडिशन का पता चला था, मैं उस एग्जाम में फेल हो गया था ऑफ कोर्स, क्योंकि मैं इस ऑडिशन पे गया था. तो जो फेसबुक पे मुझे ये ऑडिशन का पता चला, उसी में ये डायलॉग, ये मोनोलॉग, जो मेरा ऑडिशन टेस्ट था इन अ वे, क्योंकि 4 महीने तक हमारा ऑडिशन चला था, तो चौथे महीने पे उन्होंने मुझे ये मोनोलॉग दिया था फाइनल ऑडिशन के लिए. एंड देन आई डिलीवर दैट ऑडिशन एंड मेरे को कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मिला था. फेसबुक वॉज अ वन ऐप जिसमें वो वायरल हुआ था, वो मोनोलॉग उस टाइम 1 साल बाद, जब 2 साल बाद फिल्म आई थी. तो मतलब कोइंसिडेंटली उधर से ही मुझे फिल्म का मौका मिला था और उधर ही वो वायरल हुआ था. हर किसी के वॉल पोस्ट में वो वाला डायलॉग या मोनोलॉग हर जगह था.
So do you call it destiny or do you call it Kartik Aryan का एक सिंगल फोकस्ड, वो एक शाहरुख खान का डायलॉग भी है ना, कि अगर आप कुछ मांगे तो पूरी
शिद्दत से मांगे तो पूरी कायनात आपको. हाँ, तो आई थिंक मुझे लगता है मैं पावर ऑफ मैनिफेस्टेशन पे बहुत बिलीव करता हूँ और वो मेरे लिए बहुत वर्क की है. मैं हमेशा ये बहुत बार ये कॉन्वर्जेशन होता है मेरे साथ, क्योंकि कई बार मुझे ये बोला भी जाता है, यू हैव डिफाइड ऑल द ऑड्स अगेंस्ट ऑल ऑड्स. तो मुझे हमेशा ये लगा है कि शायद मैंने वो चीज़ों को बहुत मैनिफेस्टेशन किया है, एंड कि मुझे ये इस प्रोफेशन में जाना है, मुझे इस प्रोफेशन में अच्छी मूवीज करनी है, मुझे अच्छे रोल्स करने हैं, मुझे व्हाटएवर, मुझे ब्रांड्स एंडोर्स करने हैं, मुझे मेरी लाइफ में यहाँ पे पहुँचना है. ये सारी चीज़ें मैंने एक्चुअली अपने दिमाग में सोची हैं, ड्रीम किया है, एंड एक्चुअली मैं उनको अब जिया भी है और जी रहा हूँ. आई थिंक वो, क्योंकि वो स्टार्ट ही अगर आपसे हो तो आई थिंक इट्स लिमिटलेस. कई लोगों का स्टार्ट ही ये लगता है कि वो डाउट आ जाता है कि नहीं यार, ये तो मुझसे नहीं होगा, ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता, ये मैं कहाँ वहाँ पे पहुँच पाऊँ. मुझे लगता है कि अगर वो इंसान वहाँ पे पहुँच सकता है तो आप भी पहुँच सकते हो. तो ऐसा कुछ, मतलब वो भी तो इंसान है जो वो चीज़ कर रहा है जिसको आप करना चाहते हो. सो आई थिंक वो बिलीफ अगर आप में है तो आप कहीं भी पहुँच सकते हो, एंड आई थिंक दैट इज माई होल मोटो इन लाइफ.
Fantastic. Let me also talk about Chandu Champion. You got a lot of accolades for that role, that film. कैसा लगा जब जावेद अख्तर साहब, शबाना आजमी जी, कैटरीना कैफ, and then Mary Kom, likes of that. You get compliments from all of these people. What was that role like?
It was unreal. Chandu Champion is, I think, जेम इन माई फिल्मोग्राफी. मेरे लिए हमेशा वो एक फिल्म होती है कि एक्टर की लाइफ में. आई थिंक चंदू चैंपियन इज दैट रेयर फिल्म जो आई थिंक मेरे लिए हमेशा वो एक्सपीरियंस यादगार रहेगा. और उसका जिस तरीके से प्यार जितना मुझे मिला उस फिल्म से, जितना प्यार नॉट जस्ट फ्रॉम द ऑडियंस एंड फैंस बट ऑल्सो द इंडस्ट्री, ऑल्सो द स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट्स. आई थिंक दिस वॉज वन ऑफ द फर्स्ट फिल्म जो पैरालंपिक्स पे बनी थी. मैंने श्री मुरलीकांत पेटकर जी का रोल उसमें निभाया था, और उनकी कहानी 50 साल से, मतलब मुझे भी नहीं पता थी, यहाँ पे बहुत लोगों को हमें नहीं पता थी कि उनके अचीवमेंट्स क्या हैं. एंड जिस तरीके से इस साल, पिछले साल हमारे पैरालंपियंस ने भी परफॉर्म किया पैरालंपिक्स में, वो भी बहुत अनरियल था. तो वो इस साल, तो आई थिंक वो सब चीज़ें पता नहीं क्या हो रहा था कि एक साथ अलाइन हो रही थी. एंड आई मेट सो मेनी यू नो पैरा एथलीट्स, एंड उनके साथ भी कॉन्वर्जेशन हुआ. इनफैक्ट जिस तरीके से बाकी एथलीट्स हमारे इंडिया के जिन्होंने ये फिल्में देखी और इस बारे में बात की, आई थिंक I've gotten so much love for this film. It's unreal. And
कितना प्रिपेयर करना पड़ा था इस फिल्म के लिए?
अराउंड 1.25 साल 1.5 साल हम लोग सिर्फ इसकी प्रेप कर रहे थे, बिकॉज इसमें एक बॉडी टाइप था, एक स्किल सेट्स थे बहुत सारे. मैंने कभी बॉक्सिंग नहीं की थी, कभी मैंने रेसलिंग नहीं की थी, स्विमिंग मुझे नहीं आती थी ढंग से. तो मुझे यहाँ पे, और कबीर सर का ये बहुत एक उस तरीके के डायरेक्टर हैं जो बहुत ज़्यादा डिटेल्ड चीज़ों में यू नो मानते हैं. तो वो मेरे साथ जो मेरे ओपोनेंट्स थे, तो अगर मैं स्विमिंग कर रहा हूँ तो एक्चुअली में मेरे साथ वाले सारे स्विमर्स प्रोफेशनल स्विमर्स थे. बॉक्सर्स, एक बॉक्सर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप बाउट खेल के मेरे साथ फाइट करने आ रहा था अगले हफ्ते. सो ऐसी चीज़ें थी, ऐसी सिचुएशन थी. मैं सो लंदन में हम लोग शूट कर रहे थे एक स्विमिंग पूल पे जो ओलंपिक्स में यूज होता है. वहां पर मेरा एक फॉर एग्जांपल मैं 5th लेन पे था अगर, तो 4th लेन पे जो थे वो आई थिंक डेनमार्क से थे, कहीं से थे. तो वो एथलीट स्विमर मुझे वहां पे बोलते हैं कि आई वन द गोल्ड मेडल इन योर लेन इन रियलिटी. तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मैं सिर्फ सराउंडेड हूँ एथलीट से, रियल ओलंपियंस से, जिनके साथ मैं एक्चुअली कम्पीट कर रहा था. तो मुझे वो एक्सपीरियंस वंस इन अ लाइफ टाइम एक्सपीरियंस था इन सबके साथ ऐसी चीजें करना. एंड थ्रू अ फिल्म एंड थ्रू अ जर्नी जो इनकी रही. तो डाइट पे था, स्किल सेट सीख रहा था मैं.
पौने 2 साल इन्वेस्ट करते हैं एक्टर्स टू प्रेप फॉर अ फिल्म.
आई थिंक सो करते हैं. आई थिंक सो काफी ऐसे एग्जाम्पल्स रहे हैं जिन्होंने ऐसे इन्वेस्ट किया. काफी कम भी रहे हैं एग्जाम्पल्स, इतने ज्यादा नहीं है. लेकिन मुझे जब आपको जब इस तरीके का रोल मिल रहा है, मतलब मेरे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एक खुद से भी एक ये था कि मैं करना चाहता था ऐसा रोल. मैंने जब
वेट डिड यू लूज फॉर दिस?
आई लॉस्ट अराउंड 18 kgs फॉर दैट रोल.
हाई कितना? जिसमें
मेरे बहुत था. मैं ये तो अब मैं पोस्ट चंदू चैंपियन के बाद हूँ, लेकिन उसके
लास्ट पर्सन हु शुड आस्क एनीबॉडी. बट
आई थिंक मैंने एक फिल्म की थी फ्रेडी उसके पहले, और वो फ्रेडी में मुझे वेट गेन करना था. तो तब मैंने ऑलमोस्ट 20 किलो वजन बढ़ाया था उस फिल्म में. तो मैं ऑलरेडी एंड कोइंसिडेंस ऐसा था कि उसी के बाद मुझे चंदू चैंपियन की प्रेप में जाना था. तो so I had to lose that weight, which was fat weight, and turn it into muscular weight. तो वो सबसे ज्यादा एक problematic वो चीज थी. तो मैंने वो ही चीज किया और 18 किलो वेट लूज किया. बाकी जो भी मतलब मस्कुलैरिटी गेन की, बॉक्सिंग सीखा, स्विमिंग सीखा, और जिनमें स्विमिंग विदाउट द यूज ऑफ लेग्स सीखा फिर, बिकॉज उनके लेग्स पैरालाइज थे तो वो हाथ से स्विमिंग होती थी. सो आई थिंक वो सारी चीजें
डिफिकल्ट सीन्स टू डू.
वेरी डिफिकल्ट
without using your legs if you have to swim.
मुझे पैर के साथ स्विमिंग नहीं आती थी, मुझे पैरों के बिना स्विमिंग सीखना था. तो आई थिंक वहां तक जा रहे थे हम लोग, तो उसमें वो बहुत वक्त लगा. इसीलिए वो 1.5 साल की ट्रेनिंग बहुत जरूरी थी, क्योंकि कैमराज वो सिर्फ ऊपर दाएं बाएं नहीं, वो अंडर वाटर भी लगा रहे थे. तो उनको हर एंगल से ये सब शूट करना था. एंड
Did you use any बॉडी डबल्स?
नहीं, इसमें बहुत रेयरली बॉडी डबल, मतलब ना के बराबर यूजेज था. बिकॉज वो फेस और वो जरूरी थे, एक्सप्रेशंस एंड सब चीजें एंड बॉडी लैंग्वेज वो मैच करना नामुमकिन है. बिकॉज टेक्निकली ऐसा भी नहीं था कि मैं सारे स्पोर्ट्स ऐसे कर रहा था जिनमें कपड़े नहीं पहनते. मैं स्विमिंग कर रहा था, दंगल कर रहा था, बॉक्सिंग कर रहा था. तो उसमें किसी को भी मैच करना बड़ा मुश्किल खेल है.
सो एक ड्रेस डिजाइनर का खर्चा तो कम हुआ था.
वो खर्चा बहुत कम हो गया, लेकिन बाकी बहुत खर्चे थे. इन सारी चीजों को एक साथ लाना, एथलीट्स को लाना, इतने बड़े बड़े स्टेडियम्स में शूट करना, ऐसी लोकेशंस पे शूट करना, इट वाज जस्ट टू मच. मतलब अखाड़े में हम लोग शूट करते थे बॉक्सिंग के, और इतनी धूप में हम लोग सब लोग दंगल करते थे. वो रेत ऐसा होता था कि एकदम गर्म रेत होती थी. सुबह दोपहर के 12 बजे टॉप सनलाइट पे एक हिल पे. कबीर सर ऐसी लोकेशंस भी ऐसी ढूंढते थे कि जहाँ पे कोई नहीं गया हो, तो हम लोग ऐसे पहाड़ पे कहीं पे शूट करते थे. तो ये दंगल के टाइम पे ऐसा था कि इतनी गर्मी में वो चित पड़ रहे हैं, वो गिरा रहे हैं आपको, और वो एकदम पीठ पे लगती थी. वहीं जब स्विमिंग कर रहे थे तो पानी इतना ठंडा होता था कई बार कि वो ठंडे पानी में जाना ऐसा लगता था टॉर्चर हो रहा है. सो आई थिंक मैंने सारे टेम्परेचर, सारे तरीके के क्लाइमेट्स देख लिए इस पूरी पिक्चर में.
उस फिल्म के बाद किसी ने कार नहीं प्रेजेंट की? करनी चाहिए थी.
वेट कर रहा हूँ.
Because after, so how long did you diet? How much did you work out? कितने घंटे दिन में वर्कआउट करना पड़ता था?
For the entire time, वो पूरा का पूरा जो 1.5 साल का पूरा एक सिस्टम था जिसमें मैं डाइट ऐसे फॉलो कर रहा था, लाइक अ मशीन, लाइक अ रोबोट. बिकॉज अगर मैं रात को, जैसा मैं बोल रहा था कि रात को मैं एक सूप पी रहा था, टमेटो सूप, तो वही सूप मैं 1.5 साल तक बस वही पीता रहा. कोई चेंज नहीं उस रेजिम में, कोई चेंज नहीं उस डाइट पे.
1.5 साल you lived on tomato soup at night?
Not जस्ट टोमेटो सूप, बट अगर मैं रात को डिनर के टाइम सिर्फ वही खा रहा हूँ तो मैं शुगर से पूरी तरह से ऑफ हो चुका था. आई वाज ऑफ शुगर. किसी भी तरीके का खाने में मीठा नहीं हो सकता था. एंड ऑफ कोर्स कार्ब्स एकदम मिनिमम थे, प्रोटीन ज्यादा थे. इट वाज जस्ट अ डाइट विच फेल्ट लाइक कि मैं कुछ ऑलमोस्ट खा ही नहीं रहा हूँ. एंड फॉर ऑलमोस्ट अराउंड 2 years तो वो तो फॉलो करना था. एंड साथ साथ उसके बॉक्सिंग सीखना था. रोज सुबह बॉक्सिंग होती थी, दोपहर को जिम ट्रेनिंग होती थी, शाम को मेरी स्विमिंग होती थी. एंड सो दिस वाज जस्ट द रेजिम. 7 दिन इनफैक्ट मेरा ये चलता था रेजिम. कभी किसी दिन अगर बॉक्सिंग में मेरा शोल्डर इंजरी भी हुए, स्विमिंग के टाइम, स्विमिंग में एक्चुअली एक चीज़ बहुत अच्छी होती है कि अगर इंजरी हुई है तो रिहैब भी स्विमिंग से होता था. तो आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं वो हेल्प भी करती थी स्विमिंग. सो मैंने ऐसे एक शोल्डर, मेरा राइट शोल्डर अगर थोड़ा सा इंजर हो गया तो मैं स्विमिंग भी कर रहा हूँ उस राइट शोल्डर इंजर्ड शोल्डर के साथ. सो आई थिंक ये 1.5-2 साल मैं एथलीट की तरह ही जी रहा था.
सन्यासी की लाइफ थी भाई.
पूरी सन्यासी की लाइफ थी पूरी.
Very difficult, but after that sweet success. अब success के बाद कार्तिक आर्यन का with so much success, with the fact that you are the magic boy. आप जिस प्रोजेक्ट को छूते हैं, जिस फिल्म को छूते हैं, वो बॉक्स ऑफिस में तूफान ले आती है.
छोटा जी, मुझे अभी भी डर लगता है ये जब बात सुनता हूँ. जी जी.
तो आपकी मम्मी को मैंने बहुत इंटरव्यूज में देखा है, वो आपकी नजर वगैरह उतारती हैं?
नहीं, वो इंटरव्यूज नहीं आती. वो सिर्फ वो कपिल शर्मा उनके फैन है तो उनके शो में कई बार दिखी है, ऑडियंस में दिखी है. और एक बार उन्हें ऑफ कोर्स बुलाया भी था शो में. तो उसके बाद एक्चुअली उस शो में तो वो पहले जब बैक स्टेज में होते हैं तो मुझे डर लग रहा था कि ये चुप ही रहेंगे बेचारे, ये नर्वस हो रखी हैं. तो मैं उनको प्रेप कर रहा था कि आप नर्वस मत हो, आपको सिर्फ हंसना है. शो में जाके आपको कुछ करना नहीं है, आप बस जाओ और हंसो, वो करेंगे जो भी आप बातें करेंगे. और मैं ऐसे प्रेप कर रहा था. लेकिन जब उधर स्टेज पे गए तो वो इतना बोली कि मुझे डर लग रहा था कि ज्यादा बोलती जा रही है, पता नहीं कितनी पोल खोल देंगी. तो उनको चुप कराना पड़ रहा था मुझे बार बार. तो
पोल आपने वैसे खुलने नहीं दी थी. अब कार्तिक आर्यन, रैपिड फायर, रिलेशनशिप स्टेटस?
सिंगल.
रेडी टू मिंगल?
हंस रहे हो यार.
लोग जानना चाहते हैं. How can such an eligible bachelor be left alone?
मेरे ना मैम बहुत ऐसे रिलेशनशिप्स की न्यूज बहुत आई है बीच में. तो मैं ना अब वो घबराहट होती है जब भी ऐसी न्यूज आती है. तो मैं ना एकदम थोड़ा सा बहुत ऐसा हो गया कि कहीं बचता रहता हूँ कि ये कुछ भी ऐसी न्यूज ना है. मैं हाँ,
What's the big deal?
बिग डील नहीं है, मतलब कई बार.
But you're a young man.
हाँ.
Having a girlfriend is the most normal thing.
हाँ, लेकिन I have to meet the right girl now in life.
तो रॉन्ग अब तक जो मिली है वो रॉन्ग थी. आपने कहा नाउ, अब टाइम्स नाउ पे नाउ बोलोगे तो सवाल तो उठेगा ही.
मुझे लगता है कि मैं हाँ, नहीं, मैं ऐसा नहीं बोलूंगा कि कोई भी रॉन्ग गर्ल. I think right girl at the right time.
So your relationships so far haven't worked out. So now you're giving it some time. What are you looking for?
Giving myself some time. I think I need some time alone also in life because I've been.
बहुत नहीं हो गया alone.
बहुत काफी time.
टोमेटो सूप पीते पीते 2 साल आपने निकाल दिए. फिर अब भूल भुलैया में भूल भुलैया करते रहे. और आपका जो कैरेक्टर है,
मंजुलिकाओं के अराउंड बहुत घुमा हूं मैं.
लेकिन बाबा जी भी तो बहुत फेमस हो गए हैं. अब बाबा जी आप अपना फ्यूचर खुद ही बता दो, राइट लड़की कहाँ है?
मैं होप करता हूँ कि रेजोल्यूशन लेता हूँ कि 2025 में मुझे कोई मैं रिलेशनशिप में चला
जाऊंगा.
हाँ.
समथिंग्स
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ ब्रू नहीं हो रहा.
ऐसे नहीं हो सकता. तो 2025 में रिजल्ट कैसे आएगा अगर अभी
20 दिन में तो 25 है. हाँ, अच्छा कैसे
तो
इतनी जल्दी कैसे आ जाए?
हाँ, तो कुछ चल रहा होगा ना.
कुछ भी नहीं. मैं होप कर रहा हूँ ऐसा मैजिक हो जाए रू बाबा की लाइफ में.
कुछ कैरी फॉरवर्ड, कोई रीइग्निशन ऑफ द ओल्ड? नहीं,
मतलब ऐसा कुछ सोचा नहीं है और ऐसा नहीं है अभी तक. कुछ नहीं है.
आपकी मम्मी तो बहू ढूंढ रही है कब से?
ऐसा उनने नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं ढूंढे. वो खुश है, मैं सिंगल हूँ, बहुत खुश है एक्चुअली.
क्यों?
आई मीन क्यों मतलब
हमारी इंडियन माओ का, और दैट इज द वे दे शो इन सिनेमा ऑल्सो कि बेटा सेटल हो जाए तो अच्छा है, तो प्रेशर नहीं है।
बट बेटा सेटल्ड ही है ना, अच्छा खासा कमा रहा है बेटा, अच्छी खासी चीजें कर रहा है लाइफ में, एकदम ब्लिंकर्स पे।
बट ऑनेस्टली मम्मी कहती नहीं है कि बेटा आप ढूंढ ले कोई?
नहीं, अभी फिलहाल तो नहीं कहती, फिलहाल तो नहीं कहती। आगे जाके कहें तो अलग बात है, लेकिन अभी आई थिंक शी इज हैप्पी विद द वे माई जितना फोकस से मैं अपने करियर पे हूँ। आई थिंक
डरते हो मम्मी से?
हाँ, बहुत डरता हूँ। हाँ,
पापा से?
पापा से ठीक ठीक, इतना नहीं डरता, मम्मी से डरता हूँ।
भाई?
पापा थोड़े ऐसे इतना ज्यादा बोलते नहीं है मुझे, या घर पे मम्मी से सब डरते।
पापा भी
मम्मी से डरते।
घर घर की कहानी।
हाँ, यही वो एक बार बोलती हैं तो सब चुप रहते हैं।
बट आर यू अ गुड बॉय? लिटरली यू आर शोइंग के आप बड़े गुड बॉय हो, मम्मी की हर बात मानते हो।
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है।
मैं टोमेटो सूप पीता हूँ, गर्लफ्रेंड मेरी है नहीं, मेरे पास लंबी लंबी गाड़ियां। ये गाड़ियां किस काम की अगर कोई किसी को घुमाया नहीं उसमें?
मैं
बगल की सीट खाली अच्छी थोड़ी लगती है।
नहीं, मैं अभी टमेटो सूप पीने से गुड बॉय थोड़ी बन जाते हैं, वो तो वो ठीक है, वो तो डाइट है।
थोड़ा सा फ्रैंकली स्पीकिंग थोड़ा सा कन्फेस करो बेटा।
नहीं, मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि मैं कन्फेस करूँ क्या। मैं जो बातें बताई वो तो मैं कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन मैं जो और भी कर रहा हूँ तो मैं वो बताना नहीं चाह रहा हूँ ना।
नहीं, अब ये बात फ्रैंकली स्पीकिंग सच बोलना चाहिए। आपकी इतनी क्वालिटीज हैं उसमें, और आप सन्यासी ऑलमोस्ट हो, तो झूठ तो बोलना नहीं चाहिए, सच ही बोलना चाहिए। तो दिल पे हाथ रख के बोलो कि दिल हाँ, दिल गलत साइड में मत ले जाओ बॉस।
करेक्ट जी।
बहन डॉक्टर है ना, बहुत मारेगी,
इसीलिए
बहुत मारेगी अगर भाई दिल का साइड ही नहीं जानता कौन सा है।
मेरे पास 2 दिल है।
2 दिल है? अच्छा, तो जो पब्लिक को दिखाते हो वो खाली वाला दिखाते हो, जहां पर कोई है वो दूसरी तरफ रखा हुआ है।
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं। मुझे जेन्युइनली मुझे पहले बोला गया था कि मेरी हार्ट रेट थोड़ी ज्यादा जाती है, तो इसका मतलब है हिंदी में कि दिल ज्यादा धड़कता है मेरा। तो ये मुझे
धड़कते हुए दिल में भी अगर अब तक लड़की नहीं है और आपको देख के लड़कियों का हार्ट रेट फास्ट हो जाता है, व्हाट्स हैपनिंग? कहीं ना कहीं
पता नहीं
प्रॉब्लम है।
आई थिंक हम ज्यादा लोगों को मिल ही नहीं पाते इस इंडस्ट्री में, ऐसा यही रीजन है। ज्यादा से ज्यादा आप जिनके साथ काम कर रहे होते हो आप उन्हीं को मिलते हो, तो आपके बहुत एक सेट पैटर्न होता है जिसमें आप लोगों को इतना ज्यादा मिल नहीं पाते हो। और मैं इतना ज्यादा पार्टीज करता नहीं हूँ, तो मैं ज्यादा इधर उधर बाहर जाता नहीं हूँ, तो मेरी आदतें थोड़ी बहुत, अभी गुड बॉय वाली बातें क्या बोलूं मैं बाहर ज्यादा जाता नहीं हूँ, तो मेरे
स्मॉल टाउन। आप ग्वालियर से आते हैं?
मैं ग्वालियर से हूँ। हाँ।
अभी भी मुंबई की पूरी छाप नहीं है?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। मतलब मुझे जेन्युइनली मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जितना मुंबई ने भी मुझे बहुत कुछ दिया है, और ऐसा कोई छाप वाली बात नहीं। मुझे मुंबई की भी बहुत क्वालिटीज अच्छी लगती है, लेकिन मेरे अंदर जो ग्वालियर का एक ग्वालियर बॉय है वो मेरे अंदर अभी तक जिंदा है, एंड आई थिंक वो हमेशा रहेगा, वो कभी नहीं जाएगा।
बॉलीवुड लोग कहते हैं कि आउटसाइडर्स को बहुत जल्दी अपनाता नहीं है। व्हाट इज योर एक्सपीरियंस?
आई थिंक मुझे जहाँ तक मेरा एक्सपीरियंस रहा है, मैं यहाँ पे जो भी मैंने अभी तक पाया है उसमें बस ये चीज़ ज़रूर रही है कि मैंने ये ज़रूर देखा है कि ये शायद से पता नहीं बॉलीवुड है या कोई और भी इंडस्ट्री हो, ये देयर इज दिस सेंस जहाँ पे जब आप लोगों को ऑफकोर्स जानते हैं तो आपकी कुछ चीज़ें आसान हो सकती हैं, लेकिन एट द एंड ऑफ द डे आपका टैलेंट और आपकी सक्सेस ही विल स्पीक वॉल्यूम्स फॉर यू। ऑफकोर्स इवन प्ले फील्ड नहीं है, ये मैं झूठ नहीं बोलूंगा इस बात पे कि ये चीज़, और ना मेरे को इस बात की कोई सिंपैथी भी चाहिए लाइफ में। मैं बहुत कंप्लीट हूँ एंड अपने आप में बहुत खुश हूँ। मुझे कोई इस चीज़ का टैग या कोई चीज़ नहीं चाहिए कि अरे यार ये बेचारा ये नहीं। मैं बस एक सवाल का जवाब यही देना चाहता हूँ कि वो इवन प्लेइंग फील्ड नहीं होती है, तो आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं इस तरीके से वो हमेशा सामने आती है बात कि आउटसाइडर्स को इतना मौके नहीं मिल पाते। वो इसलिए भी नहीं मिल पाते क्योंकि हमारे पास इतना एक्सेस होता नहीं है। मेरी फैमिली में कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई डायरेक्टर है या कोई कोरियोग्राफर है या कोई एक्शन डायरेक्टर है, नहीं, हाँ, तो कोई भी नहीं है. सो हु कैन ओपन डोर्स फॉर मी? सो मेरे डोर्स मैं खुद ही खोल रहा हूँ, एंड आई वांट टू बी द हार्डेस्ट वर्कर इन द रूम. एंड आई थिंक जब मेरे को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली तो मैंने वो ग्रैब की, और फिर उसके बाद दूसरी अपॉर्चुनिटी, तीसरी अपॉर्चुनिटी. शायद से मुझे उस लेवल की अपॉर्चुनिटीज नहीं मिली हो जो दूसरों को मिल पाई हो, लेकिन मैंने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी उन चीजों में, एंड मुझे उस बात का कोई गिला शिकवा नहीं है. सो आई एम रियली हैप्पी विद माय
सक्सेस. क्या एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी बढ़ती है?
विद सक्सेस ऑफ कोर्स. एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी नहीं, मुझे लगता है विद सक्सेस आपको ज्यादा ऑथेंटिक काम मिलने लगता है, जो शायद से आप पहले क्रेव कर रहे हो. वो आपको मिलता नहीं था पहले, वो आपको काम मिलने लगता है. एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी, आई मीन, सी, मैं यहाँ पे यही बोलता हूँ कि आई एम नॉट हियर टू मेक फ्रेंड्स, एंड मुझे उस बात से कोई वो नहीं है कि एक्सेप्ट हो रहा है या नहीं.
You have no friends in the film industry?
I can call them colleagues, I can call them कि work colleagues जिनके साथ मैं काम करता हूँ, but friendship मेरे हिसाब से जो कॉलेज में एक फ्रेंडशिप होती है, जो आपके स्कूल के फ्रेंड्स है, वो आप उनको डिनाई नहीं कर सकते. I have met wonderful people in this industry, but it's a different scenario.
Relationship.
हाँ, it's a different relationship.
So what does Kartik Aaryan's normal day look like? काम पे जाते हैं, then how do you relax? Everybody comes back, chills, either with friends or something. आप क्या करते हैं?
मेरा एक्चुअली मैं इतना चिल नहीं कर रहा होता हूँ.
सारा टाइम काम ही करते हैं?
सारा टाइम मेरा वो कंप्यूटर की तरह काम ही चलता रहता है दिमाग में पूरा टाइम.
बोरिंग, कार्तिक आर्यन?
Yes, it is kind of boring, but maybe I'm trying to entertain people by me being boring. So I think that's the whole point. So मैं लोगों को entertain कर रहा होता हूँ.
Does anybody in the audience believe कि ये इतना boring आदमी होगा? कोई believe नहीं कर रहा. सच बोलिए.
मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा कि मैं boring हूँ. मैं अपने लिए boring हूँ. मैं दूसरों के लिए boring नहीं हूँ.
नहीं, लोग क्या ये सच बोल रहा है कि कुछ है जो ये नहीं बता रहा? देखिए, कोई नहीं मान रहा. कह रहे हैं कि भाई ये आपने एक मुखौटा पहना हुआ है, आप you want us to believe this, but that's not.
आप सोच रहे होगे कि मैं घर आऊंगा, उसके बाद मैं तैयार होके कोई पार्टी में जाऊंगा, चिल करूंगा.
तो लैम्बोर्गिनी लेके क्या ड्राइंग रूम का चक्कर लगाते हो?
नहीं, लैम्बोर्गिनी लेके मैं ड्राइव पे चला जाता हूँ कभी भी. ऐसा नहीं. जब
अकेले?
हाँ, म्यूजिक लगाता हूँ, अकेले ड्राइव पे निकलता हूँ.
अब मेरी कल की पैदाइश है, मैंने मान लिया आपकी सारी बात, और यहाँ जितने लोग बैठे हैं वो मान रहे हैं.
मैं अपने राइट वाले दिल पे हाथ रख के बोल रहा हूँ.
ये झूठी कस्में जो है ना, ये आप पे बॉलीवुड का रंग चढ़ गया है. ये ग्वालियर वाली बात नहीं है.
मैं बिल्कुल ऐसा नहीं. मैं जेन्युइनली, मुझे बोलते हैं लोग, मुझे एक्चुअली में बोलते हैं मेरे आसपास सब.
तो कोई दोस्त नहीं, कुछ नहीं, अकेले एक लैम्बोर्गिनी में एक आदमी जा रहा है, वो कार्तिक आर्यन है?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. मतलब ये हर दिन की बात नहीं बता रहा हूँ मैं. यूजुअली ऐसा होता है कि मुझे अकेला रहना ऐसा प्रॉब्लम नहीं लगता है. मैं एक्चुअली बहुत फैमिली के साथ अपना बहुत ज्यादा घूमता हूँ, और अगर फॉर एग्जाम्पल आप रिलेशनशिप की जैसे बात कर रहे थे, अगर मैं रिलेशनशिप में हूँ तो मैं अपने उनके साथ घूम रहा हूँ कहीं पे. लेकिन अगर
तो
मैं,
ये बता दो ना कौन
है,
ये तो बता
अगर
दो.
होता तो.
ये क्या बात हुई? ये मेक बिलीव, ये तो ड्रीम सीक्वेंस हो गया.
ये
किसी
ड्रीम
हिंदी फिल्म
सीक्वेंस है.
नहीं, ड्रीम सीक्वेंस.
हम दोनों वो ड्रीम देख रहे हैं.
यू हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट ड्रीम्स बिकमिंग रियलिटी. अब ये बताओ, इस ड्रीम सीक्वेंस में कौन लैम्बोर्गिनी के साथ वाली सीट पे बैठी है?
एक लड़की ही होगी.
हाँ, आई होप.
नहीं, आई ऑल्सो होप.
बहुत लड़कियों का दिल टूट जाएगा नहीं तो.
100% आई होप. बस उसके आगे मुझे नहीं दिख रहा है. ड्रीम दिख नहीं रहा है अभी. वो जैसी दिखेगा, आई थिंक जल्दी दिखेगा.
जल्दी दिखेगा?
हाँ, आई होप सो.
So something's in the pipeline.
There's nothing in the pipeline right now, but I hope there will be something in the pipeline.
ये होप ऐसे नहीं आती. ये होप का कोई फाउंडेशन होता है. आप इतना शर्मा क्यों रहे?
मैं शर्मा नहीं रहा. मैं सोच रहा हूँ काश हम ऐसे कोई फिल्म की बात कर रहे होते.
तो फिल्मों की बात तो की. There is more to life than just films.
Correct.
But
That's true.
but Kartik Aaryan बताना चाह रहा है कि बस मैं films करता हूँ. Are you saying that your private life is private? It's a cliched term, and I think it went out of fashion decades ago.
I genuinely try to make it private. मेरी एक्चुअली पर्सनल लाइफ बहुत पब्लिक हो चुकी थी और मुझे रीजंस नहीं समझ आते थे, लेकिन अब काफ़ी टाइम से एटलीस्ट मेरी जेन्युइनली मेरी लाइफ एक प्राइवेसी में मैं अपनी लाइफ रखता हूँ. लेकिन हाँ, मैं स्पोर्ट्स बहुत अभी ये बोरिंग लगेगा, लेकिन मैं स्पोर्ट्स बहुत खेलता हूँ. मैं फुटबॉल बहुत पसंद करता हूँ, क्रिकेट बहुत पसंद करता हूँ. तो आई थिंक आई मेक दोज प्लान्स विथ सम कलीग्स ऑफ माइन या जिनको मैं जानता हूँ और कुछ मेरे दोस्त हैं, तो उनके साथ मैं ये सब चीज़ें बहुत करता रहता हूँ कि स्पोर्ट्स मूवीज देखने जाता हूँ काफ़ी.
So I'm asking you a straight question, and be absolutely truthful. You don't want to talk about the person in your life. That's entirely your right. But at least you should say कि yes, I have somebody in my life, but I don't want to talk about her. We respect that. But at least सच तो बोलो.
Yes, I don't have anyone in my life. सच बोल रहा हूँ.
यहाँ पर कोई फिल्म नहीं शूट हो रही.
मैं सच बोल रहा हूँ. मैं आई होप मेरी लाइफ में कोई होता तो बहुत मजा आता है ये बात बोलने में. जेन्युइनली बोलता. मैं बोलता कि कैसे
अच्छा,
तो वो चला रही थी, मैं तो बाजू में बैठा था. हाँ,
What are you looking for?
What am I looking for? तो एकदम ही मैट्रिमोनियल हो गया है मेरे लिए. ऐसे ये सब चीजें नहीं, बट आई थिंक राइट टाइम पे राइट इंसान मिल जाए मेरे को, बस दैट इज व्हाट आई एम लुकिंग फॉर. एंड जिसके साथ मेरी फ्रीक्वेंसी मैच हो, जिसके साथ जिनको मैं एंटरटेन कर पाऊँ, हंसा पाऊँ.
That's a good one. That's a good one. And what's your next project? What are you looking forward to in terms of films?
I'm working with अनुराग बासु सर, दादा के साथ काम कर रहा हूँ और बस वही फिल्म अभी नेक्स्ट स्टार्ट करने वाला हूँ. उसके अलावा कुछ डिसाइडेड नहीं है. आई थिंक इट्स बिन अ क्रेजी ईयर फॉर मी. तो मुझे टाइम नहीं मिला है कि इन दोनों फिल्मों से बाहर कुछ सोच पाऊँ. तो अब जाके मैं थोड़ा सा रिलैक्स भी कर रहा हूँ, थोड़ा छुट्टी भी चल रही है. फाइनली जो हम बात कर रहे थे, तो ये इस महीने मैं थोड़ा सा रिलैक्स्ड हूँ. ये आफ्टर अ लॉन्ग पीरियड ऑफ टाइम मेरी लाइफ में ऐसा हॉलीडे टाइम आया है. सो आई एम जस्ट एंजॉयिंग दैट.
So what is your ideal place for a holiday? India में you'll get mobbed, so abroad?
नहीं, इंडिया में भी मुझे बहुत, मैं इनफैक्ट इंडिया में बहुत ट्रैवल किया अभी.
हाँ, वो तो 20 सिटीज का टूर आपने किया, भूल भुलैया.
नहीं, वो मैं हॉलीडे नहीं, वो मैं काम कर रहा था. पर मैं अभी जयपुर में गया था. वहाँ पे मैं बहुत आई थिंक आई रियली हैड फन. गोवा गया था ऑफ कोर्स, तो वहाँ पे भी. एंड सो मैं इंडिया में अभी 2-3 जगह पे ऐसे गया था. बाहर अगर मुझे जाना होगा तो आई डोंट नो, मैं पेरिस जाना चाहूँगा.
Okay.
जी.
So that's next on your agenda. And you know, what kind of music do you listen to when you're driving your Range Rover, Lamborghini, Mini Cooper?
भागते हुए भी पसंद है म्यूजिक. कार्डियो करते.
What kind of music?
एनीथिंग. मुझे हिप हॉप पसंद है. मुझे रोमांटिक सॉन्ग्स पसंद है. मेरा ऐसा कोई जॉनर नहीं है गानों में.
Now you have said this. मुझे रोमांटिक सॉन्ग्स पसंद है, मेरे पास लैम्बोर्गिनी है, मेरा दिल राइट में भी है, लेफ्ट में भी है. फिर आप चाह रहे हो कि कोई सवाल भी ना पूछे, रोमांटिक सॉन्ग सुन रहे हो.
अरे क्या, तो सब रोमांटिक सॉन्ग तो सब सुनते होंगे. उसका मतलब ये थोड़ी कि कोई सिंगल नहीं हो सकता.
अच्छा,
जो लिख रहा होगा रोमांटिक सॉन्ग, अगर वो सिंगल इंसान ने लिखा होगा तो मैं तो उसका विश्वास ही नहीं करूंगा उस पर.
So Kartik Aaryan, what is the one thing you want to probably be remembered by? International film festivals, Melbourne, awards, box office hits. You know, you've seen it all. Struggle भी देख ली, success भी देख लिया. अब bucket list में, wish list में क्या है?
I think I want to make films वो जिन्हें लेगेसी फिल्म्स कहा जाता है. आई थिंक चंदू चैंपियन जिस तरीके से मेरी लाइफ में एक लेगेसी फिल्म है मेरे लिए, एंड आई फील आई जस्ट वांट टू बी रिमेम्बर्ड फॉर दीज एंटरटेनिंग फिल्म्स, एंड आई थिंक वो मैं आगे करते रहना चाहता हूँ. होलसम एंटरटेनर्स, होलसम फिल्म्स जो सबको पसंद आए एंड यादगार रहे सालों तक, हिस्टोरिक रहे, और पिक्चर, और अब जब भी फिल्मों की बात आए तो उन फिल्मों की भी बात हो.
वो वैसे तो प्यार का पंचनामा भी बहुत यादगार फिल्म है, लोगों को डायलॉग्स बहुत याद हैं. भूल भुलैया के
जी.
व्हाट इज कार्तिक आर्यन्स मंत्रा इन लाइफ?
आई थिंक मतलब ये अगेन वो बोरिंग सा होगा, लेकिन टू बी द हार्डेस्ट वर्कर इन द रूम, दैट्स आई थिंक put me in any room, I'll be the hardest worker, and that's been my thing altogether. कि मैं रुकता नहीं, मेरा दिमाग रुकता नहीं, चलता रहता, काम चलता रहता.
Well, Kartik Aryan, I would say your mantra, the way I see it, is dream big and have the belief that you can make it come true. For me, that's what Kartik Aryan stands for.
Thank you.
And thank you for giving all those people who come from small towns the space to dream big. And उम्मीद करके कि हाँ सपने सच भी होते हैं. Kartik Aryan, pleasure to have you on this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
much. And congratulations, and we salute your hard work and your body of work and the way you're so grounded despite all this success. Fantastic. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Kartik Aryan. Thank you very much. And with that, Aisha and Hina, over to you.
Thank you, Kartik Aryan and Navika, for that electric conversation. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to a close of day one here at IDFC FIRST Bank presents Times Network India Economic Conclave, co-presented by Adani.
But we have a lot more in store for you on day two at IDFC FIRST Bank presents Times Network India Economic Conclave, co-partnered by Adani. So do join us tomorrow as well at the same venue, when we're going to have some very prominent and eminent speakers like Shri Nitin Gadkari, Shri Vishnu Deosai, Shri Mansukh Manvia. We'll have Hardeep Singh Puri, Jim O'Neill, Navneet Manod, Shraddha Kapoor, Vikrant Massey, and many others.
Well, absolutely. Please do bring your lanyards to gain entry to tomorrow's session. But for now, it's time to say good evening and invite you to join us for dinner at the pre-function area towards your right-hand side. Thank you for joining us.
ठीक है, done.